there was like so interestingly enough, Murray wants to highlight these three halachas, yet the challenges these three halachas and telling us we can't necessarily rely on this way. And also, if you're going to see further, we will see the concept of eight classes of value. This is the idea, but I will play that for myself because recognizing the what is, what we have to what way is by knowing and recognizing signatures. It is moving for each other. That is what it is, and that is the element of that. So again, the only time a person needs reconsider the efficacy of the signatures is in this traditional halacha message around themselves don't recognize. If they recognize it, they're good to go. Same thing about it. Same thing about it. Let's see about the Abba and the Ashlag, right? The Ibnas about it. And the Abba was doing it. And was telling her this concept that it is more deeply embedded, which always says deeply embedded is a profound idea. As he is deeply embedded. So we mentioned this Safra that is Abba, from Safra, which is such an Abba, he said, La'ush, O Shemaim Beitin. So that's the explanation from the second Rosh Hashanah. This is what it says. Let's say three people saw the movie. Three people saw the movie. The main things, and all people obviously say three people saw the movie. And three people saw the movie also have to see the things. So that's the halakha. But also remember again, you need a base there to be have these results. In general, the sanctified the movement. You need two things. You need two witnesses who saw the movie. And you need to be able to ask them to touch other things. So now, interestingly enough, what do you have over here? You have three people who happen to be a base which saw the movie together. So what should we do? We go. So you have Krishna and Krishna and Krishna. So what happens? Two of the three
players or Nazis, and those are just stereotypes. I don't really play soccer.
All right, there it is. Mariano DiVincenzo. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, you were saying it very correctly.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the show. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like 2 years combined, very patchy.
All of it here in Texas.
Yeah, Houston I started and then mostly Austin.
You moved here?
I moved here like 5 years ago and I stopped doing stand-up.
You just restarted?
I restarted like a year before the pandemic.
What made you stop?
I have immigrant parents and just I went to college and stuff. I had a job that I didn't like, but I was taking it seriously and I couldn't juggle.
What was the job that you didn't like? Oh, you didn't juggle it? Neither could the last guy on stage when he said that he could. All right. What was the terrible job?
I worked in social services. I was like signing up for exams applications.
Got you. What do you do for work now?
Sell insurance.
And you love it?
Thank you guys. I sell like Medicare plans to seniors, so I go to like small towns, food pantries, just working where I want. So it's kind of a good lifestyle. I get residual business, so I'm just trying to do that as long as I can and charge someone so I can eventually do stand up.
Hell yeah.
I think the real loser here is your barber. You know who my barber is actually?
Wait, the wild man?
Yeah.
Sangamar? You're the legend who dressed up extra special last week? That's your actual barber? Are you serious? Did he do that one? Are you being serious or are you kidding that I go Oh my god, that is hilarious for those of you who actually knew what Agamar is. We thought to ourselves just a week ago in this very room. I can't imagine the type of person that lets this man cut their hair, and here here's someone a week later, and that is what it looks like. It just couldn't be funnier.
Did he cut only one side of your hair?
You look like one of the plants from the middle of the Edward Scissorhands movie. Like one of those single mothers like yards, and they're just like,
Yeah, your hair looks I mean, I let it go. It looked okay about 2 weeks ago.
That's true. That is So, when you say that it's been a long time, how long has it been, and what's going on there anyway? Like, how do you do that?
I was working in the pandemic and I did like a couple of work. I just worked in abroad. I moved to the
That's like years ago in such a bad reference. Exactly. That was like a Chantix or something. Exactly. It would be matched up with like a black girl. It's for the 4 people that know the whole commercial that I'm talking about. After 500 episodes, this is what you're stuck making jokes about.
He's got an interesting look, though. He looks like he got beat to it in Bollywood.
Really does. What else about you? What do you do when it is Argentinian? You talk about things that you aren't Argentinian.
I do actually play some
Are you going to kick it? Okay. Alright. Any other special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that likes to sing or something like that. You have what's your favorite cereal?
What's my favorite cereal?
Special skills or talents. Not everybody that's in bands or
It's interesting. I don't know about any like especially in Spanish. Just seems like Spanish.
Okay. How about your love life? What's your love life like?
Right now, trying to get out there dating apps.
What dating apps?
All of them. Not the like people meet. Hollywood actors meet.
I love it. What about the last date you went on? What was that like?
I actually met somebody who like 2 months ago, which was cool. We went out.
What happened?
So it was actually cool. It was like we could show you that something we had up on everything. There's a bunch of free shows.
You talk really fast sometimes. You know that? Like your dial-up sentences, you really dial it back right at the end of this slow again. And I'm like, fuck, I should have heard that.
I get nervous.
Yeah. Do it again. Tell us more. I want to know more.
So anyway, we went out. Just having Redbirds. That was really fun.
Yeah, we want to know about fucking you guys banging your private parts together, bro. We don't want to know which comedian you saw. You know then what happened?
I'm not embarrassed about it. I was just like, it's been a year since the pandemic, and I'm just kind of.
Is that what you said right after it happened? So are you the kind of guy that like goes again really fast after something like that? Since it had been so long, were you immediately turned on again?
That time I was. In a while, so I was like,
Where did you? Good question. He seems like the kind of guy that can put in his own hand for some reason. You know what I mean? Like, oh, sorry, this never happened.
I barely pulled out and came on my shoes and that's
Then you put it on the side of your head. You're just like, let's fucking go.
Did you say you came in the sheets that you sleep in, or the sheets that you use for the windows?
Is that what he said? He was came right on the sheets. Is that his answer?
That was my answer.
I love it. He just came right on the sheets. That's what the tits are for. Batman, are you talking about yours?
Come on your own tits, push them together, make spider webs.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's dirty. How do you think of this disgusting shit? Charlotte's Web. Jesus. Mariano, you ever commit a crime?
Aside from like smoking pot.
Not really. What? Huh? Come on, you must have done something. You ever throw like an egg at a cop car or something?
I have nothing.
Alright, Mariano. So no favorite cereal. You know your favorite cereal. Not one of them. Like if you go to the grocery store, what cereal do you buy? Not everybody buys cereal. Somebody in the gym. Do you really get Cheerios though? You really do? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You get plain Cheerios? For your parents or for you?
For What's up?
Oh my god. You're just saying honey nut to cover up your nuts. That's great. Like, no, but it's cool though. They're honey nut. You know what I mean? Like, they're good people. It's the good ones. Mariano, I love it. You mentioned, before you go, you mentioned your immigrant parents. What do they do? What are they like?
So my dad's an engineer, so he's from like a new just kind of humanity was like kind of having the same thing for us. Some kind of that was like a family pressure.
What they vote for?
Like,
Yeah, that's what they told you.
yeah, no, that is, so like, Venezuelans and like people with that is very
Oh, that's the president, former president of the United States, Donald Trump. Really, oh, like, okay, thank you very much. There he goes. Dump the call, dump the call. That's the president of the United States. And here he goes, Mariano Di Vincenzo, his first time on Kill Tony. Thank you, Mariano. Follow him on social media. It's at Mariano_Di Vincenzo. Gotta love it. Just live, raw, fucking talent. Anything can happen here.
You guys ever have like crazy haircuts like that?
I once did when I was in like, I think I was a freshman in high school, me and all my friends, it was the lamest thing I ever took part in, but it was like 1999, and that was the time where like everybody did like the top of their hair bleached blonde with the bottom stayed the same color.
Did the flat top.
You ever bleaching or anything when you were growing up?
I did the rocks like while I was skateboarding.
Hell yeah. Alright. Keep it moving. Bradley Yandel. Bradley Yandel. Inside. Look at this. Right here. Hello, there it is. Bradley Yandel, everybody. One more time for Bradley Yandel. There he is. Here he is.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. We support sir, if you'd like to support the service, what am I going to do? I'll tell you how. The clock is striking on. The clock is ticking on eat some ass. If you want to order better and eat some ass, just go out there. Those motherfuckers died in Normandy. It's the D-Day. Please show a lover any way he may like it. And if you don't do that, if you're a dirtbag or a degenerate like me, it's absolutely fine.
You can yell. Well, you're the worst. What's up, Bradley Yandel? Why'd you sign up for this? What did you think was going to happen?
I've been doing comedy for a month.
No, you haven't. Where have you done comedy before?
This is my 9th time on stage.
Where have you been doing comedy? Places here in Austin? Trust me, we can follow you today. Nobody's shocked. Listen, that is a spot that you've been working on for a month where like you just come on, pretend like it's random, and you just come on and crush, and that's what happened. Now he's shopping.
There's a man up there, he's got a shirt on that says "Cunts and Russians."
Okay, So things, a minute into your interview, you're already talking about things that are funnier in the audience right now. You're going to that, like it was a funny T-shirt that I saw. Bradley, what made you start stand-up a month ago, or whatever you said? What made you want to do this? Did someone tell you that you're funny?
I suppose, yes, they did.
Who told you that?
A couple people along the way. The first time was Sergeant in the Marine Corps. I was 20 years old. I was watching stand up, and I guess it stuck with me.
Oh, you fought for the United States military?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's for better.
We didn't understand anything you were saying.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
How about a hand for this man? I like him all of a sudden. The U.S. Patriot. What branch of the military were you in?
Marine Corps.
I love it. Hell yeah.
2006, I went to initial nation, 405, and then,
Which invasion?
initial one.
Oh, wow. You know, talking about Iraq. Iraq or Afghanistan? Where'd you go? What invasion? The British invasion?
No, not that one.
I know. Iraq. They used the bombing. Yes. Yes.
That was a layup.
You didn't see other Chris Helms worst.
Really? Oh, you're something else, Bradley.
Why does every comic in this town like dress like they're going to a picnic?
Just in case they get invited to one, that's what it is.
I guess so.
Bradley, is this where you're born and raised?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. Love that goddamn city. What are you doing out here?
I went there to play rugby 8 years ago. I graduated from Ole Miss, and they asked me to play rugby here, so I played for 6 years. I'm off a couple years ago, and now I'm just trying to figure shit out.
Okay. One of those Iraqi drones just flew by you today. I mean, I don't know. They heard you say Iraq, and they're sitting right through. All right, Bradley. So what do you do now? What do you do for work now? Good to know that our servicemen are being taken care of. You know what I mean? Nothing better than hearing about a good old unemployment.
Fired for being team director people in a restaurant.
Oh, there we go. We just stumbled across a little pile of gold, didn't we, everybody?
I told the manager I should do this fucking job, baby. And I had a Bucky's mask on. I told you about right, man. I saw you. I said, hey, Bucky. I go, Bucky's mask on, and I cut someone out in the Bucky's mask.
He can make it move with his mouth, so it looks like Bucky's moving.
You can held the mask just a little bit, and then you're talking just like Bucky.
Okay. I'm like, gee, I can't believe they would fire you for this. That's incredible.
I came out of it, man. I worked there 3 years. I worked there 180. I was done as
The restaurant.
the restaurant, North Italian. North Italian, domain, and
How long did you work with that company?
3 years.
3 years. At the very end, you're wearing the Bucky's mask, moving your mouth like the Bucky's slightly
I
eating
said, I'm the brand new manager. I was a GM on vacation. That shit was going fucking stinking. So
What was sinking exactly? Were you in the weeds? You had to get more
I
breakfast?
had 20 minutes to take time. I had salads, eating glasses of wine at the table. I had everything going wrong. And so I told somebody to do their fucking job. And that was my job.
God damn. Very interesting. And how long ago was that? How long have you been unemployed for?
And I moved to Nashville May 1st, so I can't get a new job.
Somebody just cracked up at the fact that he's really fucked.
Really fucked.
Do you have any PTSD from the
Yes, did you see? Yes, he has PTSD.
like real PTSD? Like you wake up like in cold sweats and
No. I go to sleep on track, don't wake up.
you're saying Jesus.
Way to really tee up for a big.
You asked, brother, you asked that question. So, yeah.
When's the last time you got your ass eaten?
Yeah, I mean, I know you get mad when salads come before wine, but
Yeah.
when's the last time you got your ass eaten?
It's been a couple of years. There's a lovely woman here who did this, and she's happily engaged to another Marine, an officer now.
Oh wow.
But I don't know. I was an enlisted guy. I got out as a sergeant. So
Well, she wanted your ass hard, hey, Will.
Yeah, that's for sure.
where did it go? She was kidding.
Yeah, she got crooked.
I met her first day, I told her Snoop Dogg sucks. And he said, why? I said, because he started dealing with Cook Brothers. It's about a weed empire. He said, we're going to do it more. Send out the Cook Brothers to OCH. And he fucking ran away.
So OCH, right? And then I grew up there. And then every time I went to their house, I saw the big K.
It's another win for Iraq right there. Another win for Iraq. I love it. I mean, very, very interesting stuff. What else do you do for fun? What else about you? You seem like a guy that is.
I'm a regular guy. I love marketing.
You seem it seems like really cool stuff. Not funny. What's going to happen? Are you going to bang this Marion's wife or whatever? I guess I never really followed up with that. Now I'm interested to know.
And then the man's life would be so quick, but I can't see it over here. Listen to the voice of that fucking lady. Come on, come eat my pussy.
Jesus, lady. You don't really have the voice for heckling, Maybe when great ideas in someone else's ear and let them yell it.
Hey, what do you got for me here? You're crazy little here.
Jesus Christ. People getting lit up in the dark tonight. Look at that. Hold that candle right in your face so I can make fun of you some more. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Bradley, what's the funniest thing you think you've ever done in your entire life? You ever prank your old bunk mates or anything like that? Or anything crazy? Never that prank. I'm the kind of guy that says if you put me in a nuts, I'm going to hold it over your head forever. Make you suspect to put up with your nuts.
How do you get nuts way up there?
We sleep on bunk beds. You ever heard of somebody?
Your mom.
Oh, hell yeah. One of the bunk, two in the skunk. You know what I'm saying? All right, there he goes, everybody. Come on, make some noise for a real U.S. hero of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America, everybody. Come on. You guys are going to get loud for the United States of America? Can we hit that big of a wall in the show? There goes Bradley Handel. Follow him in the. We can't read his handwriting. That's another one with bad handwriting. Who would have guessed that one? Somebody answer the great Kaylee.
All right, Neely.
What is it again? Kaylee Fun 73 or something like that? Kaylee Dot Fun 73? Kaylee Fun Dot 73. Kaylee-Funk.73. You gotta write it down. We always have to write it down. We're gonna get it right.
So the verbiage of the certification has to reflect the fact that it's been in specific years. Now we have two possibilities. Possibility A is ultimately again to write the NOSEC plus idea. This document is certified offensive to read, but one is no longer. One is no longer. That's one possibility. But possibility number three is just to say this document was certified in the presence of a date. You only have
Probably more people will believe because I got it wrong. Believe it or not, it's one of those things. It's a podcast where and they'll be like, I remember the time Tony got it wrong, so I'll follow her because other people probably didn't follow her. Anyway, you guys having fun out there?
Indiana Jones.
Anything can happen.
It's Kaylee.Funk.73.
How about DL? We got eyes on DL. Anybody see him? No? Anybody Yoni? Number two, did you see him at all yet? Put your hands together for your next comedian, Joshua Miller, everybody. Joshua Miller. Zach Bogus here. Zach Bogus with an earshot. All right, here comes Joshua Miller straight from the back. He's on crutches. This is going to be good. Come on, guys, make some noise for Joshua. He's on crutches. He's out here fighting, waiting on the sidewalk for an opportunity like this. He's waiting for at least an hour and a half. It is his time. The bucket of destiny has spoken. Here he is. He's moving faster than the people with operational legs. Absolutely incredible. Here he is, sneaking around. Come on, one more time for Joshua Miller.
Man, I thought my mom was supposed to marry
Not like a dog.
I didn't say that.
This motherfucker's dead. It's hard 24/7. Y'all think I'm playing? We gonna take a shit. He gonna look at me with a hard dick taking a shit. Smell the pussy on the ground. Look at that. They don't want that down. Talking about the right there, right? We know he ain't dead. Oh, he dead. We know you ain't dead. It's not me. It's you dead, right? It's great though. Even in the crowd. First smell the first one. First time I met my mom. I don't know. It's just the cherry push. I don't know the flavor, but if mine tastes like a cherry, I'm trying to understand it. That's all I'm trying to say. There you go, guys.
Hell yeah. Joshua Miller. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Joshua Miller, first time on the show, correct? I remember you. Look at you. What the fuck are you? Can't figure it out exactly. Are you?
That's what everybody else say.
Hey, what's your ethnicity? Are you a white boy born in the hood? What is this exactly? Am I right?
I've been asked about 6 times as long as
Yeah, is that right? Is that who you are? What's the internal gum that you're chewing right now? What is that? Is that just your regular old spearmint? You always chew gum on stage?
No, I don't think two outside.
Menthol? Wow, you were chewing gum while smoking a cigarette. Wow, double your mint. My goodness.
You look like William.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I was up here to hell. See if I can find him up here.
Yeah, you got a lot of dog boner jokes. You can almost say it's a crutch.
Yeah, I thought they were fucking something else other than dog. I was waiting for any segue in the world there, and you just stayed straight on dog boner. What happened?
To my foot? Oh, I saved the dog.
Really? Are you serious?
I jumped over the bone. I took the trash outside.
You took the trash out. What happened? You fell down a step?
No, you can redirect.
It bags the fun bags of dog boner jokes. Go to the trash that day.
There you go.
I wasn't as, and now I'm divorced.
What really happened? Describe
I
what.
took the trash downstairs, walked back upstairs, woke up the next day, swore like a fucking fool.
How do you know it was the moment that you took the trash out? Did you hurt yourself?
I broke the side off my knee.
You
I shot that thing because it was on step like this.
You didn't notice it when it happened? Really? Fuck. Yeah, you might have those diabetic feet rolling already.
I can't feel my toes. It might be right.
Is that true?
Well, not right now. Just surgery.
How long were you in surgery?
2 weeks ago.
Okay.
This is actually my last day. Get this thing off tomorrow.
Okay. Absolutely.
Man, I'm telling you.
Passed away. I love it. What do you do for work?
I'm working at HEB.
Oh, yeah! Wang, 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 wang. God damn it. I thought we had a goddamn American hero up here before, but my friend. There you go. Yes, dogs. Perfect timing for the dog sound effects after the HEB announcement. All the dogs. All the dogs. Hard as fuck. Absolutely. That's it. How long have you been working at HEB?
7 months.
7 months. Heck yeah. I bet they took good care of you when you broke your toe.
Actually, they're taking it right here. Absolutely. When I go back, I get a promotion to be an assistant store manager.
Whoa, look at that. That's one of the tricks of moving up the corporate ladder at HEB. Break your foot. That's right out.
What location? What location? Woodlands. I'm across the street.
Oh, Woodlands. The Woodlands is one of my favorite blunt wraps. There you go. Absolutely. All right, Joshua, what do you do for fun?
Usually just play golf and get drunk.
You play golf?
Since I was 8,
Wow, you must be good.
I suck.
That's what people that are really good say that.
Yeah, I'm just there for the drinking part.
Okay, I believe that.
First place I can go and try to be there.
Okay. All right. How about your love life? What's that like? You into white girls or black girls? And you talk really. You talk like you have the confidence to shoot for black women. Is what I'm saying.
There you go. I'm definitely on that track.
Really? Okay. How's that been going for you? What's your white girl to black girl ratio?
Oh, it's probably like 2 white girls to 5. I don't know.
It's interesting that you would start with a number without knowing where your But it's less than one. Oh, yeah. So you're saying like 2 to 1. It's no other number. 2. Or it might be 3 to 1, huh? 3 black women for each white girl? Yeah, 2. Maybe it's just been all together, not even a ratio. Maybe you only go with 2 black women and 1 white woman? Or white women. So I misunderstood the original question. I was trying to get president here even set this session. Trying my hardest. It was moments where I'm like, did I miss something? Okay. So the white women and the black women. What do you think of the black women? They're your favorite. That's who you're trying the hardest for right now. When's the last time you were with a black woman? 3 years ago. My goodness, when's the last time you were with a white woman? 2 weeks ago. Where did you meet her at some white place? You already knew her. Yep, that's as white as it gets right there. Boring as fuck. Already knew her. No fun at all. Friend with benefits. You already knew her. Easy. Absolutely. Hell no. You got I can get like her confidence, but not with crutches. How can she explain that to her friends? She couldn't explain that to her friends. I don't even know where the fuck did that sound effect come from. Is there a black woman in the audience by any chance tonight? Okay, I hear someone talking loudly in the background. Perhaps there's a chance. Joshua, so what's your move? What would you try differently if there was a black woman and a white woman? What would you say differently? Do an impression. Pretend like Allie is a white woman and then say you're the original pickup line to her. Like she's in a bar. You walk up to the bar. What would you say to her? You want a French wine? Okay. Now let's say she's a black girl. How would you grade the black girl? What would you say to her? Oh! You see how much more respect? See the respect? Wow. White women thought his self-oppressed go up. Fucking French black woman is like, now, how are you? How are your feelings? How's your day? How's your job? How's everything? You just talk for a while, and if at the end I get lucky, I'll just let it happen again. I'll still throw in a first. Josh, what's the thing that you notice most about the difference between a black woman and a white woman in bed? Yeah. Everything. Number one thing you notice. 60%? And you only been with 2? No, white women. Black women, no. They're one of the worst math students we've ever had on the show. I've only been with 2 white women, but 60%. 60% of white women.
I can confirm that that's true.
Joshua, any other special skills or talents? We'd be surprised to know you freestyle rap or anything. No? You do anything? Anything else? Just golf. Talk shit. Anything else for Josh? Am I missing anything, guys? This fucking cast on his foot.
I do got a question.
Okay.
This thing is clean. When I see there's no signatures on it, so we're not calling that one receipts on the side.
You want us to sign? You're taking it off tomorrow. You're gonna put that on the wall. You can't put a cast on the wall. Alright, we'll sign it after the show. You guys you know when you take that shit off, it's gonna smell. It's like bone marrow. Like you're not gonna want to throw that away. All the soft stuff comes out and the hard casting is still there. There you go. We'll sign it absolutely. Since the crowd went wild and they're not gonna find out that we didn't sign it anyway, we'll say we're gonna sign it after the show. There he goes, Joshua Miller. Everybody, he's on social media. JMill Comedy 68. So give him a follow. Seems like a cool guy. Let's go golfing sometime. I'll go golf with you, dude. She sounds like he could roll a blunt. You know what I'm talking about. Alrighty, everybody, your next comedian's Tamer Hassan. Tamer Hassan sounds like a new name. We love that. A lot of people get pulled up multiple times here in Austin since we started doing the show here. Tamer Hassan seems like a new name, new story. Could be a local legend, who knows? Could be his first time. Anything can happen. How about a hand for the band? Oh, band. How many of you were at episode 500 on Thursday in the Paramount? Oh, hell yeah. You guys know what the fuck's up. Had to send a lot of those special treats back to Los Angeles. Unfortunately, but boy, was that fun. Here he is, everybody make some noise for Tamer Hassan. Oh, he lost the bottom. Tamer, you lost the, yeah, plug it in and I'll give you a good reset. Come on, everybody, make some noise one more time for the great, the brand new Uphill Tony. Give it to Hallie, give it to a professional, please, for the love of God. Come on, people, make some noise for Tamer Hassan.
Give it up for the Jews! Love me some Jews. I'm Muslim, by the way. Historically, people say Jews and Muslims don't get along. Not true. I'm here to prove that incorrect. I trust the Jews, they trust me. Last week, Goldman Sachs, $10,000. Questions asked. Try getting $10 out of a Muslim. My friend. I think shit's not Jewish enough. I got the vaccine last week, the Johnson & Johnson. I got it quicker than John Steve and John Steve. This heat of love knows what I'm talking about. If it was made by Weinstein and Friedman, I'd be lined up for that shit all up and down the Gaza Strip. Maybe some of that Jew juice. I'm just saying it's impressive. We're 25% of the population gas station legends, 1% of the population Jews. They control the media, money, and the weather. Impressive.
Tamer Hassan, my God, barely really not that many jokes. More like when somebody says right before they shoot the place up with an AK-47. There are no weapons on it, though. We do have security here. My God, what do you guys think about Tamer Hassan? Hold on a second, Tamer.
I'm just glad he has better ratios than the last guy.
Fair.
You might be Muslim, but you smell like a Persian.
Miami, Cuba, California, Mexico.
Are you just naming places right now?
I'm sure.
What is this episode?
This is an area like Leeds. So here, Austin,
What? Tamer, what the fuck is going on right now? What exactly region of the Middle East are you? Does your what type of blood runs through your veins?
100% Egyptian. Parents came to Detroit in 78.
You were born in Detroit in 78. Okay. And how long were you in Detroit for?
Born and raised in Detroit.
Born and raised until when? How old were you when you moved out of Detroit?
They honestly just came for 500. But then my core really screwed up.
There you go.
Came for 500 a couple days ago. Big fan of stand-up,
Have you ever done it?
honestly, this is my first official set. However, I got the co-sign of a lifetime, believe it or not. 2011, if you Google.
We're not going to.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead, just tell your thing.
2011, Sarah Silverman on She Came to Detroit, big stand-up fan, obviously, everybody. Chilla, we can do a Q&A after the show. Tamer Hassan seduces Sarah Silverman. She gave me like a big cosign, basically saying that I should, you might be a comedian, you should do it. I've always been a writer.
She told you that if you try it and work hard at it, you can do it. Here you are 10 years later, doing it for the first time.
I've always wanted to be a writer. I'm a writer. Always written scripts and shit, you know.
Okay.
But honestly, I'm a big fan of you, obviously. I saw you at Eyeball 2016.
It's like supposed to look
Gonna
like
get tickets and shit, you
that's
know?
why I said I was like that.
Eyeball, saw you there. I was a little late to kill Tony, so like 3 years ago. Like my mind was blown out.
What's the plot of your best script? It's a
Honestly, with scripts and shit, I have an awesome script. Yeah, I would like to reveal it in a couple sentences.
Well, you don't want to. He doesn't want to give
I
away
say
the
the
plot.
name. You know what? I'm actually gonna
Does it
say
end with planes hitting the World Trade Center?
You know what? It ends with a tragedy. I appreciate that. It ends with a tragedy. I'm actually gonna say this. Believe it or not, I'm gonna reveal the name here tonight on Film.
What are you revealing the name of what?
The script.
Okay.
Even though I tell you the name, you'll never see it coming, but it's gonna be one of those
I
foreshadowings.
don't think we will ever see it coming anywhere near us, but
Final party.
Final
It's
party.
foreshadowing in the title with the writing, where when you see it's obvious, but you can, I mean, it's one of those things. Wow. I'll put you for the Muslim man.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a long night Shyamalan up here.
Fair.
What's the big twist? Is there a big twist in the movie?
It's literally the final party, but literally revealing it.
Final party.
Final party.
Like before the end of the world.
It's literally like a comedy.
Because I'm pretty sure that James Franco did this a few years ago.
Stop saying the word literally, too.
It's the final party.
It's
Back microphone.
the final party. Jesus Christ, the final party. So it's all comedy and all that. So it's people, ironically having their final party.
Okay, Taylor, I can't give you another fucking second.
It's real life. It's real life. It's real life. It's where everything ends. So just like we're having a sick ass time tonight.
Yeah, we're having the sickest time. So sick that I think we should get out right now, dude.
It's real quick. I'm gonna get it up there and then like a tragedy happens to where people are
Hold on, Taylor, shut the fuck up for a second. John Deese is gonna say something. Come on, step up to the mic stand, Taylor. Right up there. That's where you belong. There you go. Oh wait, no, you don't have to put it all sad into the mic stand like that. You don't have to make that like. You have to make that little cutie pie face that you give the TSA agents do. Come on, it's a comedy show, bro. Relax, all right? You don't have any additional inspections or anything. Anything else for this guy, guys? I mean, this is wild. I can't imagine how bad the veteran that kills Middle Eastern people is biting his tongue right now in the back. He's got his thumb right on the safety of his gun, just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Right.
He's a fake Muslim. You're like Al Quesadilla.
Smart motherfucking Norman.
How was the writing? Lisa?
Cameron, all you talked about was stereotypes up here. My friend, and then you just went on some really racist tirades about the Jews. The writing, honestly, I mean,
Sarah Silverman.
but what did she say? She didn't say it. I know what she said because she was being encouraging, because she's being a good person. She didn't. She stopped fucking talking, Tamara. But she didn't see any of the work that you had done, correct? You asked a question, right? And you said something. What was the joke that you said in 2011 in front of the room? Yeah,
Sarah.
put the fucking mic up to your mouth.
Sarah. Hello. My name is Cameron. If you could make up anyone in Hollywood, male or female, be honest.
It's not a joke. Why is it me? She made a joke.
Myself included. 5,000.
Did your question pop or did her response pop? Tell the truth.
Therefore, again, I will say, so I get to be clear, halacha is a halacha l'maisa, right? That a person's belief that this black card status is given an explanation, or that change, which means something or something. So let's say, so therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, shmuel, what Rashi says over here, Rashi says, well, other shmuel, Rashi,
How the fuck did you get the pop on a question? That's a question.
I made the joke.
It's not a joke. That's not a question. That's a question.
She's a Jew. She was terrified you were going to cut her off.
That's what I was reading.
I got mine.
I think you should be heading back to the audience. Here goes everybody. Tamara Hassan. Oh, goodness fucking gracious. god, that guy's gonna kill us all one day. It's always fun when you see the ones that are gonna be peeking through your window later that night. Nothing more exciting than that feeling. Even Team Madness fucking sees trouble in that guy. Yeah. Alright. That's exciting. We'll get that up here in just a second. How do you think I should pull for a woman, huh? Yeah! We haven't had a young lady up here yet tonight. Let's weight the balances of balance the scale.
There's something we forgot to do at episode 500.
Yeah, we had Jetski there. That was fun. Jetski Johnson.
By the way, if you're a female listening to this show in Austin, Texas, and you are thinking about doing stand-up comedy, please wait a minute and try to sign up for this show. We have such a lack of females in this
Really
insane.
insane. There's Vietnamese right now, and there's not a single. This is crazy. Dallin, Sam, Leonardo? Is Leonardo a boy or a girl? If it's a girl, you can come to this stage. If it's a woman, you can come to this stage. If Leonardo Joni is a man, don't try to come up and be funny. I don't think you guys know Leonardo? My God, what a debacle. Look at that, 4 different guys named Austin, though. Isn't that exciting? Real original parents out there in Austin, Texas.
Oh, wait. We got some movement.
Is that Leonardo? Oh, here we go. Leonardo Joni, everybody. How cool. God, make some noise for Leonardo, everyone.
What's up? Alright, if you guys didn't catch that, my name is Leonardo. That is Albanian for we were expecting Kakoi. Do we got any Albanians in the house? What a surprise, huh? There's like 3 of us in the world, and the other 2 are taking Liam Neeson's daughter. So, my dad watched that movie and was like, she's a daughter. Well, don't have to go to Venice. I was like, I hope I never get taken. Don't break her neck. I did turn 35 this year. And thank you. Any other women in here expired? I do miss how it felt to feel young, right, ladies? Because this only lasts for us until we're, what, like 13? Like, I knew I was getting old when I stopped being afraid of getting molested. It went from show me where he touched you to I'll show you where to touch me.
Wow, look at that. Saturday night so far. Out of nowhere. Wow. Knock that off your Las Vegas risky bet that the set of the night would be a female comedian for the first time ever in the show's history. Leonardo Joni, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
I love it. And you're really Albanian.
I am very Albanian.
Who else is Albanian? The very famous Rose Barton. Yes. Rose, you really do. Very like sort of like gypsy family members or whatever, like gypsy-ish. We don't call them right, exactly. I know. Gypsy's like a rugged word, but yeah. I love it, Leonardo. So how long have you lived in Texas?
I just moved here 3 weeks ago.
Wow. And again, how long have you been on stand-up? 2 years. 2 years. And where are you doing it?
New York.
Oh, great. Hell yeah, that shows that you see. You guys should work together. Why are they terrified of Leonardo?
She keeps it real on stage, and I feel it's
Yeah, a little too wokey for the jokey, huh? I love it. Well, we're always looking for more. I mean, we're literally just saying we need more women to sign up here. And the market here right now, I mean, even Emily Bukowski just comes to visit. She just does JRE and fucking Kill Tony and then skips town again. She's actually on the road. I'm just joking around. But you excited to be here in Austin?
It's awesome.
What do you? Hold on. Way to really win everybody over, Leonardo. It's your chance to have a built-in in-city fan base. She's just kidding. That's one of her jokes, everybody. That's one of her jokes. She loves it.
I just think we have better homeless people in New York. That's all.
Why? Why are they better in New York?
Well, they sing. They sing and they dance, and they do drugs, but they sing and they dance. So.
Yeah.
That's true. They really don't sing out there.
The Austin homeless are actually real homeless people. Like the homeless in Los Angeles and New York, they're just lazy hippies. Like that's
The ones in New York take their fucking tip jar and go into a nicer apartment than the people that give them money at the end of the day. What do you do for work? How do you make money, Leo?
I'm an LSAT tutor.
LSAT.
Yeah, so it's law school test prep.
Wow.
Got some LSAT.
Did you see you've gone through law school?
No, I just took the test, did really well, and then tutored everybody.
You did so well on the test that instead of going into law, you just said, fuck it, I'm going to stop right here. That's fucking awesome. Hey, Redman thinks it was a great business decision.
that's cool. I mean, you were that smart. You've always been a nerd, like growing up. Is that what got you into comedy?
I said, yeah, I want to keep that on the down low, but like blowing up my spine now. So.
You're a nerd, just got a real attitude. I do see what you mean now, Mark.
Just like Rose, by the way.
You're a fucking spunkmeister, this one. Leonardo, what's your love life like? You got a boyfriend?
I do.
Keep him on a tight leash, don't you?
No.
You beat the shit out of him, don't you?
What does he do?
He's a producer, like a film producer.
Oh, okay.
He's a hot black.
Hey, is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Blowing up my spine.
I'm pretty sure your black boyfriend's the one blowing up your spot, if you know what I mean. Let's face it. That thing was built for Albania, not for fucking WrestleMania. You know what I'm talking about?
I am bassist, by the way.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I love it. Leonardo, what else do you do? What do you like to do for fun?
I mean, that's a hard topic.
What do you mean?
Well, I just work a lot. So.
Yeah. What's like your release, though? What's something that you like to do? Like me, I'll take a couple drops of eucalyptus oil, put it on a nice little washcloth, boil some water, pour that shit on there, and throw it right on my fucking face. What's your version of that?
I have recently discovered paddleboarding in
Okay.
That is fun.
Okay.
Yeah,
Paddleboarding.
we don't have that in here.
Then the waterboarding.
That's true. Which our last comedian on stage has gotten really good at. I love it.
Did your boyfriend move out here with you? Yeah.
Okay.
How's he liking it?
He loves it. He's like, I'm never going back.
If he wasn't black, I'd say he was whipped.
Jesus Christ. Mark Norman.
Sorry.
Powerful.
You know, I'm always looking for new talent. I would love to invite you to the Vulcan show Thursday if you can.
I'd love to hear that. Oh, cool. Leonardo Jody in the mix. Thursday at Vulcan. How awesome is that, huh? Put your hands together for her. There she goes, everybody. It's Leonardo Jody, everyone. She just booked a show live Thursday night at Vulcan. I had Vulcan Friday and Saturday. Tony Hinchcliffe and his current friends. I just picked it up today, so you can be the first people to get tickets. Friday and Saturday, just stand-up shows. I'm gonna host them. Friends are gonna be here, whoever's in town. We'll see what happens. Okay, back to the bucket we go. You guys good with that? Bucket one more time, huh? Make some noise for your next comedian. He was on Kill Tony 500. He's back again. This guy, an incredible story. He just got pulled out of the bucket. Make some noise for Philip Garcia, everybody. Here we go again. Philip Garcia. Yeah. This guy, incredible luck on this bucket.
Really is. Oh, there he is.
Here he is one more time. Make some noise for Philip Garcia, everybody.
Hey, everybody. I officiated my buddy's wedding 2 weekends ago. Yeah, I was a preacher for my friends in college. They were like, it was a weird situation, though, because, like, hey, that's Preacher Philip with the whole family. Like, all my friends from college, like, that's the plug. You just don't know. It got even weird, though, because after the ceremony, I went to the restroom in the reception. And a little kid, about 5 years old, comes up to me, he's like, hey, mister, can you help me do my belt buckle? I was like, not this weekend, dude, I'm a preacher. You know, that's like, oh, Philip Seymour Hoffman, I get it. It's okay. You don't remember the 2008 box office smash hit Doubt? You remember the 2007 box office smash hit Transformers? Yeah. Remember those guys who thought driving yellow and black Chevrolet Camaros was the biggest personality trait? Hey, dude, I don't know about you, but I drive fucking Bumblebee, dude. I like to think all those guys are now doing is mentally well as Shia LaBeouf. That's where they're all at now. Thank you, I'm Phil Garcia.
There's Philip Garcia. This guy just won $500 on Thursday night. Thanks to our friends over at Ridge Wallet. You have your new Ridge Wallet on you?
That's actually in my girl's bag right now.
Oh, perfect. Way to really help us out with this
It's
one.
the best wallet I've ever had in my entire life.
Right, changed your life, didn't it?
Ridge Wallet changed my life.
Did it help you out with the extra money you got towed? You just moved into a new place here in Austin.
Definitely did.
Did you spend it on anything frivolous?
Yeah, barbecue. Because that's basically gold in this fucking town by weight. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What else? What else has happened this week since your newfound Kill Tony fame?
I moved in, actually. I'm a Austin resident now.
Oh, yeah, newest resident. What part of town do you live in?
Riverside.
What did you say, Rick?
I was going to ask if you want the Jonah Hill lookalike guy.
I've been told I look like I shrunk the kids and got myself bigger. That's what I was told.
Yeah. Hell yeah, blew yourself up.
Yeah.
Philip, what else? What do we not know about you? We've interviewed you 3 times in the past 4 weeks.
Oh, man, I've had more fingers in my ass than any other straight man this 24th.
Okay, hell yeah, explain yourself. How does that happen?
I've got colon issues.
Oh, sorry about that, Vince.
Help me out.
Let's see.
Semi or full?
Simi.
Are you talking about like male periods?
Basically, that's what started happening. I was like, that's a interesting
Is it internal or external hemorrhoid?
Wow, this is disgusting. Watching you
It was actually-
morbidly obese people talk about your bloody assholes. Incredible. Be sure to try the hot dogs here at Anton's. Everybody get yourself a good old delicious Cliffy dog. Everybody, when these guys talk about their engorged fucking Alberts. Okay, go ahead. Let's hear more of this bloody mess. Where's your fart board? I mean, if you're not going to do it.
I'm going to save the fart cord for next week.
Wow, look at that.
I like to talk. I don't know. It's always awkward being at the doctor's office and like having to bend down. I never know what to like say there. I'm usually just like playing with the subway like paper at the end of the bed, just like cough much, you know? What do you really say to a doctor?
So what have they treated you for? What are they calling it?
Polyps.
Jesus Christ.
They told me I could stop eating like red meat and smoking cigarettes, but I just can't stop eating red meat and smoking cigarettes.
Yes. This looks like a great guy for your cereal question. What kind of cereal do you love? Lucky Charms.
Now to say honey bunches of oats.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know you, but you look like you have allergies. You look like the human version of can I speak to your manager?
I feel it.
Really?
Actually, a stepdad. That's actually something you don't know.
I can see you hitting it.
Wait, how did this happen? How did you become a stepdad?
The fucking pandemic, dude. I was like, in the world might end. I was like, I gotta experience everything this hill has to offer. Our relationship really sped up, and then I just think I just became a stepped into
How old's the kid?
5.
1 5-year-old.
Yeah, 1 5-year-old. I like to say I got to skip all the hard shit.
I guess so, but now you're like a real dad. How long have you been in this position? Like a year?
A year, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's
Boy or girl?
girl.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Is her dad in the picture, or are you just the only dad now?
No, really. It's kind of a bad person. I'm just like, I don't. Do you like
You
it?
seem like the kind of guy. You seem like the kind of guy a lady would date after getting out of a really bad set.
Yeah, you're right. Like a pillow.
Yes, like a my pillow.
It's the only way I think I would have been able to have such a hot girlfriend, honestly.
somewhere right in between a teddy bear and a body.
By the way, that needs to be an app. Like hot chicks with kids that just got out of divorce. They need some comfort guy. You know that? That's me. I'm the comfort.
My goodness. Wow. The only trauma she has to deal with now is you waking up in the middle of the night with a bleeding asshole.
And getting sex.
Yeah.
Running in the middle of the night.
Well, Philip, you've been on the show a bunch lately. We're going to get you up and out of here because Philip Garcia. Philip Garcia comedy. What do you guys think? Should we go to this bucket one more time, huh?
One more! One more!
You guys really think there's some fucking talent here tonight, huh? You think someone's going to do good? How many of you think the next comedian's going to do bad? Make some noise. That's a pretty safe bet. Let's see what happens.
We should have her do stand up.
Gotta get a minute.
Yeah, you think you could ever do a
How much time do you think you have right now? You have a joke? I bet you have a joke better than that chickpea joke that the one guy did earlier.
My life is a joke. My parents being proud of me is a joke.
Hold on, wait, man. Hold on 1 second. We gotta hear this. We gotta have Kaylee's going for it.
This is a lot of pressure.
Look out there. We let it really soak in.
Kudos to y'all.
Come on, you do this all the time. Just pretend.
I'm not naked though, so.
Yeah, pretend like you're naked. That's what they tell people. You can actually do that.
Aren't they supposed to be naked?
Oh yeah, that's
Hey,
right.
get naked for me, and then I'll.
Everyone take off their clothes right now.
Y'all are timid me. I'm not doing shit.
There you go. Kaylee, everyone. Being dirty while cleaning up. Gotta love it. The yellow rose and the red rose.
By the way, if we have a bachelor party, you can actually hire her to do bachelor
Yeah,
parties.
if you guys come into town and see Kiltony, check out CM Smoke. Do the full Kiltony experience. Go to CM Smokehouse in Golden Acres, eat some food, come to Kiltony, and then you go to the Yellow Rose. Red Rose.
Hey, check out my Instagram. Bachelor parties. I got y'all.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
that's right.
Teen,
Hell yeah. The one.
but not naughty.
Not naughty. You do clean bachelor parties.
Please.
I don't know if I believe you. Every time you talk into the mic, you re-sanitize it. You must know something we don't know.
Wait, what if the bachelor party's just me and I'm at a Redder fan?
Red man suck. God, you're disgusting. There's a Me Too movement happening. Actually, Kaylee is Me Too proof if you're wondering. Everybody. We made sure about it before hiring her for this job. We had her sign a waiver that says,
And she's not ticklish, don't even try.
only her buckle, she says.
I'll eat her butt.
Hell yeah. We just got word she sold 3 bachelor parties after she made that joke. All right, next comedian goes by the name of Kyle Doty. Kyle Doughty or Doty? I can't believe it is actually. Kyle Doty. Wow, the handwriting on you motherfuckers tonight is inexcusable. Kyle Doty is next on Kill Tony. Wow.
You know, my girlfriend's been watching a lot of videos about like handwriting techniques. Like you can like judge somebody about how they make their T's and shit like that.
Yeah.
Very psychotic. Really.
Well, you saw the Jinx, right?
Oh yeah.
You ever watched the Jinx on HBO? It's like the greatest crime documentary of all time. And handwriting analysis is huge. Here he is, Kyle Doty.
Hey, folks, how's it going? Guys, I just figured out that I'm 50% white trash on my dad's side. I took a test called 23andMe Mole. Which pretty much, if anyone in your family gets called Meemaw, you're garbage. That's what it is. Actually, I have a mammal, so it came back inconclusive. I found out that my dad just got a Marine Corps tattoo on his arm, and he was never even in the Marines. What? He asked me what he got that for. He's like, look, son, you always got to root for the whole team, you know? I'm like, Dad, we're usually the away team. When's the last time we tailgate or war? My dad watches war videos like a fat guy watches football with a quarterback and he completes a pass, and he's like, I could have made that. My dad sees a drone strike video, and he's like, I could have hit that school bus, you know? I could have hit that. He is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so regardless of if he's watching football or war, he is rooting against the Browns, though. So,
Wow, I really like that. Kyle Doty. Some of the best jokes of the night But the interesting thing was you started with that. Was that meatball you were saying? What did you say?
Meemaw. Yeah, it's a real Ohio thing. What's a meemaw sound?
What is meatball?
That's your. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, I don't think I didn't, and I feel like the audience, a lot of them at least, didn't know what you were talking about or saying.
Oh, really? You guys don't have meatballs out here?
But you guys did know. I'm looking at my Family Feud table over here. 3 of them were saying they knew. My guy from Boston has no fucking idea. He seems angry about it. He's like, "So fucking noise if you know the meatball."
Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, that's a Texas thing, is what it is.
Is it Texas?
Texas shit. Where are you originally from, John? Oh, but you had meatballs up there? Meatball? Yeah, never heard of that. Yeah, I had grandma. Meatball.
Yeah, meatball. Yeah, that's normal.
Okay. Really? What the fuck?
I got mammal papal. That's more apple.
So why is the joke funny if you're 50% meatball?
Did I end up saying that like I have a mammal? 23 and meatball. 23 and meatball.
This is white trash.
What's up, white trash?
Fuck that joke. I don't care what these idiots say. When you switched and you went to your dad having a fake Marine tattoo, you had me. The fact that you had a joke good enough to recover from the Meemaw insanity was,
I just added the meemaw like.
By the way, you guys are all moving and awing about this Meemaw thing. You didn't laugh at the Meemaw joke. I could rewind and play it for you. It's fucking dead silence. So don't do it all now, motherfuckers. When he needed to do the most, you were not there. Much like I'm guessing his Meemaw right now. Is she dead?
No, she actually survived COVID, which surprised the shit out of me.
Wow, look at that. Those Ohio grandmas are not to be fucked with.
Dude, he's been an alcoholic since 72.
Shout out her OnlyFans. There you go.
Meemaw 69.
There you go. Okay, what part of Ohio are you from, Kyle?
Columbus.
Oh, very nice. That's where Red Band's from. What part of Columbus?
The Hilltop, west side.
West side.
Vermont, west side.
The Hilltop.
Wait, what? West. The west side. Okay.
All right. West of the 270. How far west of the 270?
Like where all the heroin is,
How
right?
far west of the 270?
No, I'm still in town.
In the 270?
Yeah, the 270.
Oh, shit. Look at
Like on
that.
Solomon Broad, dude.
Alright, okay.
30 minutes.
Are you just visiting here? How long did you move here?
It's been like 2 months.
2 months. Congratulations, Kyle. Look at that. What part of town do you live in now?
Just up north near Domain.
Oh, wow. You like the Domain, huh? The body works and shit?
It's not bad, dude. I smell great.
I bet you do. If you're anything like your fucking Meemaw.
Did you move here for stand-up?
Yeah, I moved to San Diego during the pandemic, and that was a bad choice. And now,
Yeah, California was not the place to flee to. Oh, that must have been weird. You're just on the freeway going west, and everybody's going the other direction. I don't know if that was the right decision, my love.
the traffic was great.
I don't know why I assumed that you were there with someone that you loved. Did you come solo?
Me and my sister.
Your sister? Yeah, from the fucking Meemaw to the seesaw. You know what I'm talking about? That
50% white trash.
getting all up in that sister blister. You know what I'm saying? That fucking sissy pissy. You know what I'm talking about? Get all up in D-Man. Sorry, you know what's all good with D-Man is only has 3 senses left. And he's all right, Kyle. So let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
Construction worker. I'm unemployed right now.
I bet you are. They don't need construction workers built like me. What kind of construction?
I do a lot of underground, like piping and stuff, like a water piping and shit.
And deck guy. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. You're building. It's not only are people getting spots for the Vulcan, but they can also book a spot for you in your deck.
No. I just need a private seat to park there. My neighbor has a hot tub, and it's disgusting whenever in the backyard.
Wait, you share a backyard?
No. I can just, when I'm in my back patio, I can look over to my neighbor, and he's like, "Hey, Red Man, what's up?"
He calls you by your podcast?
He knows me from podcast. Oh, shit, he's going to listen to this. So am I. Comprehended this out.
Dude, I'll build you a fence. I got it.
It's so frightening. Nothing weirder than a neighbor that calls a comedian by their nickname, right?
No, it's fucking weird.
It's so wild, man. Hey, the machine. What's
As you move into a place and you don't talk to your neighbors, and then some guy goes, "Hey, Redbeard, you want to get in the hot tub?" And he's like drying his tits off in the towel. And
You guys all have tits in that neighborhood?
yes, it's so weird.
Wow. Kyle Doty. So here you are. You're looking for a construction job currently.
I wouldn't for anything.
What's your sister doing out here?
No, she was in San Diego. I came here solo. And you guys broke up. It was making Thanksgiving's weird. My other sisters were getting jealous.
Oh shit. Do you really have other sisters?
I have 4 sisters.
4 sisters. Are you the only boy?
Middle child, only boy.
Wow. Look at you. My God. Anything creepy ever happened when you were a kid? Any of them tried to? I hear a lot of stories about young girls like sexually abusing their brothers at times. Like they give them like a dry hand job or something like that.
And Kosai.
I wish. You know how much more confident as a child I would have been if someone trying to fuck me? I was a very ugly child.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Religious family?
No, my parents would drop us off at Bible study just so they'd have to deal with us sometimes.
Got ya. Got
Did you
ya.
ever hook up with anyone at church?
No, I was only like 12. You know, I was
How about the priest? How about the priest?
You don't remember that when it happens.
How about special skills or talents, Kyle? Surprise us. You must be good at something.
I mean,
Other than stand up.
yeah, not even that great.
Say that shit.
I was born without the roof of my mouth. That's a weird.
Wait a second. What? Oh my God.
Well, my mom would feed me, it would just come right out of my nose. I was like a fall.
Oh, shut the fuck up. So what did they do? They put a fake roof in there?
Yeah, I think some guy died.
No wonder you work construction.
So can you have a dead person's roof of the mouth?
Yeah.
Does it smell?
I think it's an old person. I can't taste salt that much.
Wait a second. You had the transplant of a fucking... They gave...
I don't know what's going on up there, but sometimes.
What did they tell you?
That my mom just was like, hey, you're just working with that roof of your mouth.
So they did
That's all I
it.
know about it.
So they did it when you were a
I was a
child.
child, yeah, they had to put arm braces on my arms at one point, and I had a big head, and I would just fall over and be like a kickstand. My mom would just leave me out front for hours. I couldn't get up. My head was so heavy.
I did touch the roof of your mouth right now, and it's like a little creaky, like it might give in.
Yeah, it is haunted. It's like walking along to
Oh, shit.
Can I see it?
I mean, you're probably saying if you want.
Oh, here we go. We're checking out the roof. Look at it.
Flashlight in there.
It's normal.
Yeah.
It works. It does its job. Nothing comes out of my nose anymore.
Yikes.
Did your mom like drink or smoke when she was pregnant with you?
Like maybe like a pack of more a day, probably.
That's normal.
Hell yeah, we blew the roof off this mouth here tonight. Not really. Stupid. Not even close to your homeboys when you walk into a room. So. Hey, what? Don't say that to your homeboys when you walk into a room. Say what? Yeah, that's true. Wow. Wow, now that you're repeating back, that may be one of the gayest things I've ever done in my life. Jeez Louise. My God, it's good to have it's good to know that our keyboard artist is also like our worst enemy in the YouTube comments. Everyone here talking said the fucking gayest thing ever. Blew the roof off my mouth. All right, Kyle. Well, fun times. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Another good Buckeye here. Kyle Doty, everybody. He's on Instagram at Kyle D Comedy. All one word. You got it. All right, let's put a ribbon on this fucking thing. You guys ready to end tonight's show, huh? No, maybe not. Okay, well, we're gonna do it anyway, even though lukewarm response. You ready for that, Zach? Are you sure? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night, regular here on Kill Tony, just freshly, a couple weeks recovered from the coronavirus. Now recovered from ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, which has plagued him for a couple years, but this guy continues to write a brand new minute every single week as he is a regular on Kill Tony. He's an absolute legend in the history of the show. One of the funniest humans ever, a fan favorite. The only guy that could get us out on an episode like this. Former star from Chicago, 20 years at the Improv Second City game. Got diagnosed with ALS, decided to change the stream of being a stand-up comedian. Now he's one of the best in the world. Here is a brand new minute from the great and powerful Michael Lear, everybody!
Yeah! The West Coast has something to say. Yeah, baby. Fucking awesome. It's not a music city. Austin is a food city. But musicians are like 70s with craft services. So we make the best food. The musicians must but what you don't know is you're so good at food, but you're fucking cunts about everything else. Get off your fucking high horse. Damn musicians are only here because your food is so fucking good, alright? My bougie Cali ass is calling out all the rude customer service. Alright? Austin does not export rock and roll. Austin exports gal. Alright? And that's why everyone is such a fucking asshole. You're walking around on shattered glass from the fucking gal from the 3-week marinade barbecue that is fucking up your fucking food.
Who else in here?
I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm putting on notice that the West Coast has something to say. And the bangers on Restream. Just because you serve bratwurst doesn't mean you should feed your customers like they're at a concentration camp. I'll plug you in your $10 hot dogs. Get off your fucking cunt horse.
I could not agree with you more. I agree with everything he said. 100% of everything. The food runs the city. For those of you that just haven't been here and don't know, the food really runs this city. And I agree with everything, especially the fact that the Bangers is the most overrated place in the entire city. I would like to let you know. It's not, I agree. It's not it's called Bangers. They serve dirty hot dogs and have horrible customer service. The only bad customer service, the only place that's blacklisted by me, I tell everybody, I go, if you want to be my friend, you just got to make me one promise. You're not allowed to go to Bangers.
I blacklist restaurants every day. I cancel restaurants like SJW motherfuckers cancel comedians. I'm not playing. Like, I'm here to eat and do comedy. And like, y'all assholes, alright? Like, how about we're in a club, there's 100 people at fix. I'm going to order a fucking food and beer. Your food is good, but you're lucky the worst people in America.
What about the people exactly? What is it? What do you think? What is it about them, else?
Well, I am an answer for every question. I don't say shit arbitrarily. So to answer your question, regionally America is very different. And I'm 42, so I got to live in a lot of places. And here, they're so good at food. They're like, we can be something about everything else.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. They don't realize they try to push other things on the transplants. I think like people are like, well, wait till you go swimming in Barton Springs, and I'm like, oh, I get to get in the same giant pool with you and a bunch of people sweating out banger sweat. You know, I'm going to. They try one of my new 30 favorite restaurants.
Exactly, and food goes a long way.
Yeah.
So it's real good, but like, I don't know, like, food is everything, and I'm here to eat delicious food.
It's true. I mean, people don't realize everybody's here for the food. Like, if someone wanted to do a terrorist attack on Austin, they could just replace the salt with sugar and fuck up the whole city's tourism for a week.
Yeah,
Where's my sodium levels at?
Go ahead.
when we defunded the police here, we took away the option from switching from savory to sweet. And
Absolutely. Just decided right now when you were in the middle of that sentence, I'm going to let you talk.
Now, I've turned the threshold, like, we just hit 2,500, and before that, both I bottomed out with cocaine, and I got corona.
It is true. He really, the bottoming out from cocaine, I really just think that they just tested positive for corona, but I think it was mostly the cocaine. I think he truly snorted the coronavirus at one point off a mirror.
No doubt. Now, but I am here on the world's biggest open mic. I bet 50 to 200,000 people hear what I have to say every fucking week. How fucking nice is that? And but no, I mean, fuck your boss. Like, to the bring that shit. Like, everyone talks to me like I got what I have because of my business and not despondent. I'm in the fucking lab all day, every day, while you're bitching and moaning, and I'm getting better and better. Wow. And so, you wanna fuck with me? We're here every Monday. The West Coast here something.
What is it? What do you keep referencing? Is this a new branding? You're planting some seeds for some real branding? I suppose that's something to say because you started your set by saying that, and then you went in immediately into something totally different, and I'm like, wow, this is some real.
The West Coast here.
But you're not the West Coast anymore. You're originally from upstate New York and then Chicago.
Look at my outfit, I'm Cali, baby.
Wow. You bought that at Ross in Indiana.
I bought that at Ross.
You look like Stephen Hawking at the X Games.
Yeah, he's like Tony Hawking. Teamwork. Norman and Hinchcliffe 2024.
By the way, he sounds like he has no roof of his mouth.
One of my favorite parts of watching Michael up here doing an extended set for the third time in a row, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, breaking a previously held record for
Can't walk him.
2.5 minutes, and then followed up by 7 minutes of a killer interview. And my favorite part of it, and the whole time from my viewpoint, is in the lit up staircase. I can see the first regular. You saw William Montgomery literally mouthing apologies to me about his performance to start the show. So some of the fun things that I get to see, that when which I'm trying not to laugh and pay attention to the show. But it's just William lit up in the back going, hilarious. Michael just owning it. You would think William was the one with a disease that's going to kill him in months to years. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Nobody laughed at that. That made it weird. He knows he's going to do it. All right.
Look, if I wasn't diseased, if I wasn't on disability, if I didn't go through a million cities and end up in LA in the bucket, I wouldn't be here right now. My weakness is my strength. My disease is your cure.
Wow. The West Coast does have something to say.
West Coast has something to say.
Holy shit.
West Coast.
I'm guessing we're going to see a new t-shirt released by Michael Lair this week. That's my guess. Guys, how loud can this place get for the fucking... Great. Michael Lair, everybody. We did it again. Guys, make some noise for the great Ali Mikowski, the Resting Bitch podcast. Mark Norman, Tuesdays with Stories. We might be drawing a new t-shirt and out to lunch on YouTube. Check out his special. Guys, make some noise for the band. John D's on the keys. The Fix Vodka band. Fix Vodka. FixVodka.com. Get yourself a bottle. High alkaline vodka. Yellow rose, red rose. We love you. Make some noise for that. Tuesdays with Stories. Feeling on guitar, everybody. Follow Education. John Dees is on social media. John Dees. Justin O. J-O-N-D-Y-Z. How about a hand for D Madness on the bass guitar, everybody? Come on. And Michael Gonzalez on the drums.
Athleticism.
Drawing what the whole time while you guys were sitting there doing nothing, we had 2 artists drawing tonight. Let's make some noise for the great Ryan J. Ebelt. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Don't forget, you guys can walk right up to this stage after the show and buy one of the Kill Tony 500 posters from them, or a brand new Kill Tony the coloring book. Wow, look at that. Ali Mikowski in the middle there. Look at you, Emily Beecher. Wow, she's showing her butt. I think he just drew the very end when you pulled your chair out for Michael. Wow, that looks exactly like Mark. Look at that. That looks like me. And that looks like Redman. A very thin version of Redman. You must love that. Yeah. You must love that. I wonder if the paper stretches out like that. Come on. RyanJEbelt.com for all those prints. You can get a poster or a coloring book right now after the show. And of course, the great Chris Rogers has something to show us. What is it tonight? Oh, that's fucking Spawn. Spawn. Someone's gonna get it. Someone's getting Spawn. Local artist Chris Rogers. Chris Rogers art, RyanJEbelt.com for all prints, including posters from your favorite city and stuff like that. What else? Thank you again to Kaylee from the Rose, aka their sister company, the Yellow Rose, one of the best places in town, thanks to Yoni at Best Barbecue Show, and our friends over at CM Smokehouse for keeping us fed. CM Smokehouse at Golden Acres, one of the coolest places to go. It's great for dinner, of course, but I prefer for lunch. Show up at Golden Acres, the vibe, the picnic tables, there's more energy there. You can have some drinks during the day. Some real lovely energy. I highly recommend it.
Hey guys, Thursday we have a show at Vulcan Death Squad Secret Show every Thursday or Wednesday, sometimes at Vulcan Gas Company. A lot of people you'll see here on stage or at the show come out.
Yeah, it's a crazy week. I'm actually, like I said earlier, we can't make Thursday come out on Friday or Saturday. I'm doing 2 stand-up shows coincidentally this week. For the first time ever in Austin, a Friday and a Saturday with different friends on each show. We'll see what happens. Should be pretty crazy. Yeah. What time tomorrow night?
No, I don't want to do
9 to 11, and I'll probably be there. Who knows? We might be there. Yesterday, we had so much fun at the Main Sand Hotel. We went and had some brunch. Caught John playing with the Michael Hill Trio, and we support all these guys anytime we get a chance to go see them live. We do. That's the move. He-Man is at shows every Thursday. What's the name of that place again, B? Okay, Dee's going out of town. I don't even think he knows what town he's going to exactly. Yes.
judges who are not yet knowledgeable do not yet know about the authenticity of the city. But said
I love that. Don't tell me the album for the first time ever. I fucking love it. I love it. It's never been done before. The great John D is leading the band to a whole new evolution here on Real Tony. And yet special thanks to Mark Norman. If you listen to that show, you know who he is. Outside of New York City. Mark Alley coming out again with us soon. Thank you, live audience, so much. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
That if the diamond recognizes a signature, it doesn't introduce any additional testimony from witnesses to corroborate the authenticity of the signature. Maybe we can bring that out from that previous story. While Puma, the older name of the Pacific, maybe we'll be doing Shine Hapa, the Kamakana Hagabulakat. Maybe a person member again, maybe the previous statement, the cover that was simply mentioned yesterday, to how to just read dynamic, recognize the signature. The third is great, the first is not. So maybe again, in that case, if you only did the two of the dynamic testifying in the presence of the third, there was some level of testimony. The dynamic should not feel facilitate even people how to play. And also that the idea that if the dynamic, you actually have to do out the signature. You have to testify in the presence of each of the dynamic. No, even if I was even maybe in general, I would do that to them, the same number, these people different guys, you will become a kind of good exercise. The same number, you will become a kind of a weapon part. Because if you don't have any type of testimony, then the Mensa are going to be if the two would not have testified in front of the one, then Allah there will be no form of testimony at all. Okay, so let's say, so interestingly enough, the Gemara wants to highlight these three halachos, so yet the Gemara challenges these three halachos and tells us we can't necessarily derive it from the story. So let's say, we're going to see further, we will see the concept of Shir Nas Adaya, we will simply need to test the idea. But I will highlight the lesson that halacha is a lot of things that you have to look at through what really is dynamic to recognize the signatures. It is maybe for additional comfort. That is halacha l'raisa, and that is incredibly important as well. So again, the only thing we're going to need witnesses to testify to the authenticity of the signatures is in a situation where halacha l'raisa they learn themselves don't recognize. If they recognize it, it's good to go. Send the email right there. Yes, this is the Abba, the Kamil Hashmaita, the eight master died. So the Abba was going ahead and was coming over this concept that was eight is more into a diet. Which always, if you think about it, is a profound idea. Like an eight could become a diet. So he wants to eat, you're a Saka Rabbi Abba. So Saka is the question of the Abba. He says, yeah, we don't show them in David. So let's say I ask the question from the Saka to Rosh Hashanah. This is his case. Let's say three people struggling in it. Three people struggling in it. We don't talk about it. Any David. And then you obviously says three people struggling in it. And the three people struggling in it also happen to be a David. That would be a David. So what's the halacha? So let's say remember again, you need a day's work to be the Kaddish to hold it. Instead of to sanctify the new month, you need two things. You need two witnesses who saw the new moon, and you need to give over that testimony in front of a day's work. So now, interestingly enough, what do you have over here? You have three people who happen to be amazing, who saw the new moon together. So what should we do? Here we go. So you understand the issue of the so what happens? Two of the three essentially act as the witnesses. They act as the witnesses. So two of the three, two separate from the group, they become the witnesses. They add on two more dayanim, two more judges, via Idu, and ultimately again they give their testimony. Yomru Mekudash Mekudash. And then after the two give their testimony, then the three, also remember again the three were now the new Bezdin are constituted of the one regular dayan and two new additional dayanim. So then the new Bezdin could say, Mekudash Mekudash, the new month is sanctified. Why? She'in Hayakid Ne'eman Ayidei Atzmo. Because at the end of the day, an individual is halakha l'maisa, not believe on his own. Okay, so it says in the items there, these are like the eight master diamond, but if you hold that an aid could become a diamond, lama likulihai, why do you need this whole process? So it says, remember again, just to review, the process in Rosh Hashanah is you have a Bezdin that sees the new moon. They saw it together. So three guys, three got Bezdin, who saw the new moon together. Now, what do we need? We need two things. We need testimony and we need a Bezdin. Right? The testimony is necessary to ascertain their breaking the moon, and the Bezdin is necessary to declare the new month. So what do we do? Two separate themselves out from the Bezdin and become the Bezdin. Now we're left with only one diamond. So we add on two more diamond. So now again, with two witnesses, two quote-unquote witnesses, we're going to have the testimony in front of the two diamond. Besides the Gemara, says the Gemara, right for the Ina Sadayam, so if you're going to look on the Mesa, Ina Sadayam, then why do you need this whole thing? Why do you need this whole thing? Which the Gemara says, Lay spoke in the Kairu, but they can't just go ahead and let them stay in their place and let them be Mekadosh the Kodesh. In other words, I was saying, if an Eidna said Daila, then just go and do this. Let two guys give testimony, right? So in that moment, what are they? They're Eidim. And in the next moment, then what? Let them morph into Daila. In other words, and you can use the same pool of three for everything. To give testimony, and then again, after they give testimony, they can morph into Dayan, and they can be the very base in what is Mekadosh the Kodesh. Why is there a need to go ahead and halakha l'maisa? Why is there a halakha l'maisa? To enfranchise more people onto a basement, to which the Gemara says, Alalei, afli b'di kashi. So he said, you know what the Judah had the same kasha. You should build it. Rav Yitzchak Pashmo Barnata, Rav Yitzchak Rav Huna Mufkiya Barav, Rav. So I say, and all of these Rabbanim ask the question. And ultimately, again, they ask the question to Rav. Like they went up the ladder. Went to Rav, went to Rav, say, V'amalahu, Hanok La'edus HaKodesh. Apples and oranges. Kiddush HaKodesh, I will say, Edus HaKodesh is a Daraisa. It's Daraisa. Hanok La'edus HaKodesh Daraisa, V'kiyem Shtaras Dirabba. Oh, to which the Gemara says, no. Rav says, you're making a profound mistake. You're treating all cases of testimony the same. Like that they're all one unit, but it's not true. In fact, Allah again, there are different forms of Edus. Up until now, what have we been talking about, Vanessa? Kiyum Shtaris. Because
Uh,
Kiyum Shtaris is a Dramana, right? Remember, there was like Midbar, I said you have a star, star is a star is a star. Right? The Dramana is a concept that Hamachalam, I said, the star is challenged. So there's a way to go ahead and certify the star. That process is called Kiyum Shtaris. What do you need for Kiyum Shtaris? So you need a couple of different things. Either you need well, there's not clear is exactly what you need. But for our purposes, what you need is a based in to go ahead and uphold the shtar through testimony. So I need Dayanim and I need Aiden. Since it's the Rabban and Chazal and you can use the same rule for everything. A Naaseh Nine. So you have guys who act as witnesses and then more into judges. The Eidos HaChodesh, which is Eidos Da'araisa. When you Da'araisa, what's around with Da'araisa? I need Aiden, and I also need a Beis Din, and that case, you do not say Aiden, not say that. In that case, you need two distinct groups of Dayanim and Aiden, and therefore, I will say, in the example that we gave, in the group of three, or a Beis Din, see the remains, two separate themselves, they become Aiden, and once they become Aiden, they no longer be what? Dayanim. So we need to add on two more to this environment. This I will say, but it really incredible. Look, you gotta be able to recollect and so on. The whole thing that the guy, the only one case, that balance. But we go right, so we do not understand the master side. Incredible. Thank you. I'm gonna focus much to the corner of that. Those are these things. Three people sit down. Go ahead and see what how you got this. Listen, so remember again, this is all things. So I think you're going to understand what's happening here. I think these things coming to sit down to go ahead and certify your doc. They're going to work through this process and certify that the document is in fact and it is given a document. Okay, and you never know. What's going to be the result of that process? What's the result of that process? What we call thank you. And all your people to go and also certification. Certification is written on this document itself. So we set that. We call it here, I recommend that someone raised an objection or an objection was raised about one of them. So what was that essentially? The type of objection. Because of the objection that would invalidate this person from serving as a diet. So let's just say what I mean. So you want to just say, okay, so you want to optional customers using the person. And let's say here's a different date. You're going to clarify it each moment. There's just a different pattern. It's not moving human and moving. Like you're seeing that to certify the document. How do you do that in certification process? An objection is raised about the legitimacy or fitness of ruling. It happens to be that sooner or later you know that the objection is not a valid objection. So they can testify that they can testify that it's cashless of ruling. So the Gemara says,
sleek, amazing.
if they have not yet signed the certification of entry, the child that they have not yet signed it, actually must move, meaning they're allowed to host it. They can testify on behalf of Ruben's behalf, certifying that Ruben itself is fit as a diamond, and then there's their own sign on the certification on the next one. These must move, or by local myself, if they sign the certification, and then the objection is raised, and it needs to be upheld. Then it was like that's when you can already testify about you. Why can't they testify about you? Why not? Because here's the problem. The problem is now the testimony is fine. Because there shouldn't really be a sign of this certification so we can do the fallacy to run on a low spiritualist legitimacy. I love when I say this is it turns out to be unsafe to give this video value. So therefore we can't trust what they say because they may just be trying to save their own reputation. Look at Rashi. Rashi says in the Shafasma, Rashi actually that probably will be no in the Abus, that is point of time getting a deal that we just want to have a best interest in the testimony. nicht und zu you talk about a sort of people who are some of the so you guys said, let's talk about it a little bit. When you talk about the fact that eBay is an objection raised against eBay, what type of objection? Each creator has got a new set. So let's say if somebody comes forward and says eBay is a dying, you really does it. You don't have it. Like you gotta have any stone money. Stone money is guys like so you have to pop up companies and dollars. Then you train it. Now let's say here's the problem. So now let's say you don't see them maybe staying together. They might be certified doctors. Like so now what's happening? So any of these come forward and say you're gonna touch it, he's a guy. Okay, so now what's gonna happen? She may be doing someone and say, well, he's not a guy one. Okay, so no, you can't touch a guy doctor. Okay, let's say we put this come up. Say you say. So what's the say you say? Two witnesses against two witnesses. So here's the problem. Two witnesses. Two against two witnesses. And that's going to be enough to restore legally specialist to do actually have actually a tough case in the body. So the onion goes on cutting the stage plate. And then there's let's just remember again. So, let's go back to this number. What's happening over here? We didn't show that we allocate. We're sitting down together to certify the document. Right? They recognize the signatures on the document, so they can go ahead and certify it on their own. So as we're going through this process, someone, a sort of guys called A or B come in and say, you didn't do a C. He's a guy. So what am I supposed to say? It's similarly know it's not true as long as before they sign the certification, they can testify on legally behalf and restore legal justice taxes. Which you know says, no, that's not true. The plaintiff can come along and say, we don't got when we didn't shim and the other two guys on the basis say, no, she's not. That's 2 against 2. 2 against 2 doesn't restore the justice taxes. 2 against 2 prevents anything from happening, and 2 against 2 prevents anything from proceeding, but when I saw, the extra process has always worked, which is not that you already become a stop off. So maybe A and B are coming along, what are they testifying about? They're testifying that Ruben is unfit neurologically. Right? He's a manager. He's an editor. Actually, his manager's on a big level. His manager actually is right? But he's an editor. He's an editor. Ultimately, again, he's like he's an editor, and therefore, again, I'm not for myself. I'm not for myself. He's not fit for anything. So that's the N1. So that's very sad. So any of these come along and say that he's an editor. And shouldn't really come along and say, what? No, he's not. You know, says, I don't understand. In this case over here, it's where Mark says, in this case over here, look, in order to prevent the stalker, you need to miss the boundaries. So let's say, when you look into neurological agreement against someone, that is like, how do you resolve that case? How do you resolve the case? How do you resolve it? You investigate. You look before the listen to doctor. You know, it's usually a neurological case of things. But previous tells us that there's an issue that we should investigate. But that is something that we should follow. So I love that. It's somebody lazy, somebody walking the lazy, and says, you don't even die, and you say, I got, okay, if that's a female, you say, no, he's not. That doesn't do anything for us. We're not going to have to invest. The bottom of it. Which we have to do that. The only thing that feels about the reason. This is this one. This is stuff that you just know. Here's the case. Here we go. Get ready. You're going to remember the other day, you're sitting down certifying the document, and in the process of certification, before they sign certification, A and B female witnesses walk in. They say Ruben is a gospel. He's a pig, unfit to go ahead and engage in this process. And what's the one shimmy and maybe say, yeah, it is. You can honey, you're going to shimmy say, you want to pay the other shimmy. Yeah. You're going to shimmy say, okay, you want even the ones that you want to keep, but you have to know that hello for myself.
around thinking,
I love what I saw. He did sugar.
that's when I realized it was like,
That
how
was
do
your
you
ask yourself. How could you know that someone did sugar? So Rashi says you get right across the Rashi, David Shiva,
Okay,
the
and you're
Israel
starting
has
out
his
getting
love.
out in
His
57
hand
seconds.
is over the
What was that
So
last
we'll
joke?
say that's
You
how
were
you
in
know
a
it says very
sauna
something very
by
specific
yourself?
over there. You see, he has all the thought, with that, you know whether or not someone did sugar or not. But the other thing is too much to sugar. It is a mediate sugar, and ultimately the emotional or spiritual sugar. You can't say that someone did emotional or spiritual sugar. But when I say somebody for I'm like, you know whether or not it was her. So let's say, this is actually pretty amazing. So therefore, again, I love the Vanessa, but you guys are looking like this. So now you understand the right side. So we mentioned that we are out of days, we were sending them to certify a document. A and B rolling, you guys are fit. He's a basketball. He's a basketball. Similarly, we happen to know that we didn't do sugar. So they want to say, well, you didn't do sugar. So that's what's that about? Can we restore human legitimacy and finish the process of team status through civilization? Because what is it that I love? If they've already signed the certification, if they have not yet signed the certification, then surely they will be relieved to testify under the exam. And I love how much the certification is received as well. If, however, the certification is already signed, we no longer accept you then to the testimony. Why? You're no good at the government. He's got almost an invested interest in hearing the things believe. So there's signs that documents together. Incredible. How many do you how many say the Abishmir? And the Zurich said, I heard this. I heard this thing from Rabbi Abba. Which is not Rabbi Abba, the name Abba Shafaka. But we're not Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Abba Abba. I would have forgotten. Or is it, had you not reminded me? But I would have forgotten. Also, you need to listen to this halacha. What's the first thing go on? Finally, crazy. Let's say, if you think about this previous month, this is what you guys talking about every day. You guys were sitting on a baby. And that's granted, this is not just someone who I'm loving every day. But for also today's news, and what happens, sooner or later you know that we made a defeat. We didn't know defeat. And we also know that we made a sugar. We'll see you sometime, what keeps us.
You play harmonica? Do you have a harmonica on you by any chance?
Like the same
Andrew,
time
why don't
I
you play us
change
a little
certain
medley
things
on
about
the
my
harp?
life,
Well, how many of you want to
other
see
people
Andrew
have
play
said
the
that my life,
harmonica?
other people may find out
Let's see if this
about
guy
things
has
that
a
I did do, other things I didn't
talented
do,
bone in his
like
body.
styles I
Let's
did
find
have.
out right
So
now.
often again, people find me out about
Oh,
things
he's looking
eventually
at the band. I
and
think
making
he's
the
waiting for the
necessary
note hit. Maybe
changes
they're going
and
to coordinate something. No,
so
no,
that you
could
see
be.
here the
Oh,
true
shit.
the
Is this
prize of
planned
showing
out?
your personal expectation. Sometimes the person has to be like, you know, people know, people don't know. Doesn't really what matters is that I become the best person. You know, you're going to sitting on a date. You know, you think about it. You're just sitting on a date, dating a lady you know that he is you. They know it. But they also know that you're looking about you. And I would say more important than the knowing that you're looking for something
There it is.
incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. And also, not only was that great, but it was also funnier than your
All
set.
other people work for.
It's incredible. Very nice. Harmonica playing better than Joe's. Yes.
And can you like the typical just that's all I can do is like breathe in, breathe out, and that's like, did you ever get to play it?
Yeah, no, I have an ear harmonica.
Hard though, it feels like anyone can do
It is. It's very,
pretty much like
especially when you were in
like a child. You stick, right? So you continue your own thing.
yeah, that also just has playing the fucking blues.
What do you see at the end of the day? When you make the necessary changes in life,
Andrew, incredible. The harmonica. You ever use that to help get action in the bedroom? You ever hook up with someone that ever worked for you?
Maybe once.
Okay, maybe once or did it happen?
once.
Okay, can you tell us how that went down exactly? Can you like reenact it for us? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I was in a bar.
And I put it in his class, so it was pleasant.
Girl came up to me and said,
Someone's about sugar, there's no greater, no greater equity than like
Had sex with her right there at the bar.
yes. When she's 6 years old, when she
You know, she actually kind of like that.
Why
It
did she
makes
be
up
sick?
for more. So it's really good. Another interesting
Kids
piece.
like the harmonica.
Three people, if you're sitting down to go ahead and certify a staff. So again, this is the
Yeah,
basic.
kids like
So this is
kids
our
like drums.
certifying the document. without
So
English,
the
not
women,
English. They
women
recognize the
and
signature. So
guitars,
demonstration of
and even
such kind of
keyboards,
that
really
and
every
one of
instrument
them
that know
died.
the harmonica.
Straight in the
I
book,
play
they
guitar
have
too.
to write. And
Oh,
most
you
of
do,
plus
just in
Sahabiya,
case.
they had less help. I will say,
Alright.
to just illustrate what the problem is with this case. Not the problem, but that's the one of it. Relation of the separate base, then the ones that the
Yeah.
and ones that also
He was big,
everybody.
blues traveler.
And you see down
He
to
was a
certify
big
it
guy.
back.
But he
They go
was.
through the whole process. Document is good to
I
go.
think so, yeah.
Right before they sign, you're going to die. You're going to die. So this is so now the certification is valid because the certification was done with the base of the so we're good on that level. The shame that is how do you sign this document? You obviously can't sign with a thing in the death. So listen, what do? So you want to give a formulation. That's the formulation. We should say, the most plus idea, we were a group of three, the five less public, and one is no longer. And one is no longer. Right? So let's say, so ultimately, so listen, what do people see? What do people see when they read that certification? What they see is the actual certification itself was done with a group of three. A proper
How do
certification
you have a family of raccoons? How does that start?
was done. But the next 75 times compared to signing it, one was no more, one had passed away. I don't know how to install
Did you like work around the yard or
alternatively
anything like that?
Stara did not also like this document came before a base. This document came before a base. So let's say if you like this document came before a base, and that's enough. Why? What is the basic automatic? What is the basic automatic mean? So it's like the idea over here, saying is the certification. So let's say one time I thought we should communicate with the parent that we should have a base and a free shot to certify a document. And they look to pass the certification, but one dies before signing. The certification is still valid. But somehow, somebody, here's the problem. The certification is valid. I said, but when you run into a problem, how many signatures do you have on the certification? Only two. So the verbiage of the certification has to reflect the fact that it is granted in the presence of three. So now we have two possibilities. Possibility A is ultimately again, so like the most plus Avina, this document was certified in front of three, but one is no longer. But one is no longer. That's one possibility. And possibility number two is just to say this document was certified in the presence of a base. You only have two signatures. People will understand between the lines what's happening. And one of them goes on and busts like that. So you know, it says, there's no more base custody. For a second. Maybe it's what's up with the case? Watch this. If you show up, Schreier shut down in May and did. So it's actually kind of Schreier said that you could have make that deal. You could have two people to act as a base. You can have two guys as a base. And the Shanika base is covered. Schreier says the corporate puts the base. Technically speaking, you have the base that have two, that adjudicates what the adjudicate stands, but all the justifications. So that's on the side. So here's the problem. Maybe when you have a document that says this certification that says this certification is done in the presence of base given, people and that piece of literature, people say, oh, so you see here like what? A base in the two works. But a base in the two is public works with a base was the same day they Ashi. Said in the document, he used the wording of Bezdin, like the Bezdin of Rabbi Ashi. Rashi, and what's that? The Rashi, right plus, the Bezdin of Rabbi Ashi. Also, the lesson of fiction, you are your road to Shiva, the lesson of stuff, you have not the money. But the money is right, the bad that you do, the Rashi was the other. And it's just like, you add in some type of verbiage that essentially says this Bezdin operates in accordance with the standards of property. Like this Bezdin operates the Bezdin of Rashi. And what you're doing is, you're certifying that this was a Bezdin of what? A Bezdin of food. It's not completely one that they let him die before they could settle it back. Where it says, I was going to that all of the data of Ashi, Swedish was here. It's Susan, but all of us are right in the Ashi.
It's
Listen,
of
maybe
just
they heard it smoke,
curiosity.
but ultimately they're going to base it up to it.
For 2 years, how often do you
Well,
have
to which
this
again, the doctor says, well, I'm not she says, is that cookie, the babies are actually the famous people, but also, in other words, they're adding in the document itself, that I'm not going to mention this one, but under the guidance of the yeah, you agree on this one, but I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to mention it. There has to be something in the document indicating that these babies operated in accordance with the standards of what they do, which only use what they do next to each other. So then I say, sometimes they do something different. Whereas normally team starters will require use that level. If I'm not going to mention again, we were present for the active certification, but one guide before the signing actually declared the certification can proceed. Like people with the two, but it's not only because we with the three, but I'm not going to mention that there is some type of verbiage in the sign itself that indicates this was done to basket the game, this was done in accordance with proper version. Incredible. Where's that mission? It's fascinating. Aisha Shahaya, Aisha Shahaya, Aisha Shahaya, Jamanas, let's listen to this. Woman comes in front of Daisy, and here's what she says. She says, I was married, and now I'm divorced. I was married, but now I'm divorced. Let me say, let's talk about what? Yeah, no, she's believed. Why? That's also not that shit. But let's say, this is, again, another illustration of the things that we were using at the last time. So she coming to Daisy, and you provide information that you do not know then what? You are going to quantify that information as well. So let's say, what's the logic of it? It's a new way. What can you do? What can you do? You could have said nothing at all. You could have said nothing at all. You would have never known anything different. So a woman comes into the meeting. She says, I was married, and now I'm divorced. What do you say? What do you say? Okay, well, it's fine. Fine, well, we believe you because we did not know you were married. So now that you told us, you gave us the information. Right, that's your also what that should do. You asking yourself, so to speak, by saying that you're married. Right? Now you can make yourself by saying that you are divorced. When we believe you, however, even tries to reach a fish. However, it's your witnesses that she was married. You are married. And now she says, yes, but my husband divorced me. Things like that. She's not, I will say, this is she's not believing. She's not believing without producing some type of proof. But it will say, in this case, remember again, the status as a fetus is independently established through this. And therefore, the mere word is not enough to change that status. Similarly, unlike just basic knowledge of the business, she says, I was taken captive, but I was not violated by my captors. And then she was being right. That's also a question of truth. Let's remember again, we have no idea what she was, but she was taken captive. So again, she's providing us the information that she was taken captive, therefore she is believed to qualify. However, in this English realize to hold on anyone that wasn't a halakha race, however, if the equally that say that she was taken captive, but she claims I was not violated, she's not like I said, why? Because remember again, we assume that Shibud should be that living in taken captive is violated by the captive. So if the Shibud status is independently corroborated, she is naturally herself qualified without some type of proof. So again, let's say St. Jesus, the English says, well, again, how does it look like? However, if she remarried, and then this is done, she does not have to leave her husband. So let's say, it is not clear as far as what's that marriage and what's referring to, so we might well discuss. So let's say, here we go. Let's say, this is incredible. Amar Rabbi Yassi, Milan Lata, Shasha, Shasha, look here. Right, incredible. We talked about this for like 3 months. I just got to give us, by the way, how do we know because Akasha Asakasha. I would know that idea, but if I be purveyor of information, if I were the source of the information, I would be qualified the information as well. So yeah, but now as speaking of Sakura Yishasha, really shocked. Listen to this. This is talking about the father, now you know his mind was water. And remember, you must say this is a situation where the 100 things that she is not in the suda. She is not in the suda. So listen to the pasuk. As speaking as I believe Father says, I have given my brother to this man as a wife. So you must watch this. What's happening? You wish, and the father says, I've given her to this man. He has communicated his brother to everyone. I said, Itima. So this one of us are given this one. When he says, when the father says, I've given my daughter in marriage, she becomes a slave to him, to everyone. Is that for that statement? I don't know who she's married to. Then when the father says, Azeh, to this man, she becomes married to this man, and a slave to everyone else. And it's like, this is what I'm not suggesting that the source of Asar or Shemit. The father asks her to everyone by saying, I'm married to Allah. Doesn't tell us I'm married to Allah. She's a slave to everyone, and he commits her to the man who identifies as her husband. Fascinating. Which means that I was there. Lamanitra. Which is the most like, you don't be the puzzle. Or Pasha Asra Pasha, why not? Smartly. Who Asra? Who Shayla? The words like Pasha Asra Pasha is just a smart. And I was saying, in fact, it's a nigo. It makes total, you don't need a puzzle. You don't need a puzzle. If you are the only source of information, and you could have kept quiet and not shared anything, but you choose to divulge, then by definition, we believe your qualifications as well. It's smart. It's smart. So which the Gemara says, hello, you're right. The Gemara is right. So as it turns out, the Pasha of the Pasha is a smart, not a pasuk. I swear I use the pasuk for. First, listen to this. So if you're trying to do that for it, I'm allowed. But for the pasuk is making something else. You're not allowed to know my last start because of my I don't know that the father has the ability to ask his daughter.
She wears
I
a
don't know
vest.
what
She takes
I
it
don't know
very
his father,
seriously.
but father
A lot
has
of
the
people don't know
ability
this, but the yellow rose
ultimately
is
again to
a
ask his
famous
daughter to everyone
cheeseburger.
else in the world.
So
Which the Lord
even
says,
if you're not
Shemara
into
is speaking as happy like ish.
what?
Because the Torah says, I was giving my
They have
brother
the
to a
same
man.
menus. The
The
yellow
man
rose and the
when
red
he
rose
says that
both have
statement
world
before,
famous
before identifying who
cheeseburgers.
he's
So
giving his daughter to, I love when I say
I
what
guess
he's
they're
like.
just
He's
delicious.
answered his daughter to
I
everyone in
don't
the
know. I
world.
don't know how any of
Because
the
in that
world's
moment
world
before he says
famous.
Hazeh, I love
Hey,
when
it's
I
Butch
again,
Fernandez.
she's asking
Everybody
to
gets
everyone.
nice
Hazeh, Lamali. So what do I need ultimately again? To the Hajjah. So you know what it says. We invited to the sisters of the Rashi. She never left us because she could kind of allow she never would touch it. Because I mean, that's not she but now she how I could actually have a flame. She never knows how to touch. So listen, it comes to this father. In general, a father is believed this way. I need to publish my daughter to a particular man. He's believed. Why is he believed this way? That comes from this person. Iti Nasati Lehish. Father is believed to say, I'm giving my daughter over in marriage to someone. Father, I need to have that part. So you got to have that family. So you kind of Yona, speaking as I feel, Hazeh, Salomiyah. So this is very interesting. But ultimately, again, the grain of the lack of receiving, ultimately, again, it only comes from the Hazeh, cannot come from the Yah. Okay, interesting. Kind of what's the result? More cases. A woman says, I was married. Someone says, it was a very exciting studio. Very exciting studio. We have to just learn the source. How Pasha Asa or Pasha Hitler. We thought it was a Pasha. It turns out it's not a Pasha. What is it? Smara. Smara. We told us I did this and didn't be Pasha studies and populated that. Or with truth in doing this thing. Here you go. Isha Shama, Isha Shishani. The Chazal Ba'amra. Kuduya Ani. Ne'emanes. So the Gemara says, if a woman says, I'm married, she claims I'm married. And then she says, no, I'm single. She's believed. Again, as you see, that shots are that she will get. She has 1 second. Now, Shabi and Rashi look at people who see that. But let's say you learn again the concept, but you shouldn't understand. So she says, I'm a married woman. And listen, she conveys upon herself a confers upon herself a particular political status. So why is she just permitted to just flippantly change that? To which the Gemara says, Allah Barakuna, he mentioned Masna and Masna as well. Oh, so what's happening over here? And I say, we should use an Masna. A Masna is an excuse or explanation. So what's happening over here? She makes the claim on the married woman. And then she turns around a little bit later, she's single. And you say, hey, what's up? What's up? And she explains why she said what she said. After she is believed. So the Gemara says, "Ana recognize that the purpose of the Isha's Ishani, because of Amr Kumiya Ani, Ina Me'amaris." If a woman says, "I'm a married woman," and then she turns around and she says that I'm single, she's not believed. Because once she says she's a married woman, she's further from herself a status of listener. She's not then believed to simply say, "No, I'm not married." However, we must, first of all, on the bottom, if she provides an excuse or an explanation of the words, then she's believed. Now, that's a lovely story, isn't it? And my son, the Isha Achas Gedola, Shaisa Gedola Gedola. This is what it is. There is one very beautiful woman. And she was beautiful, she was beautiful, and she also was cautious. She had status. What happened? The cops who are not going to the touch. The other and the Gudashas Ani, as I say, what happened? So there were a number of men who were obviously very interested in her. They were pursuing her, and she kept saying to these men, "Oh, I'm sorry, sorry, I'm
That's the best part.
a little while ago, about the young, I'm going to teach us Hatzma. Don't say, by the way, as an intellectual, teach us Hatzma. Teach us Hatzma. She decided she was going to become a This wasn't a straight up woman, right? So no one was giving the package her. She was allowing herself, like teacher aspect, she was giving herself to people. So point over here is, a little while later here, she has Kedusha. So what's going on? So the Gemara says, Amrullah Kahalim Magaris Lasostem. Some say, how could you become a Kedusha now? You can't even get what already Kedusha. Amrullah. It's Ila Shabbat, I'm actually showing you running. I'm not going to do before I pursue this, you guys for coming to me, we're not worthy of this. We're not worthy of this. So I didn't want to hurt my feelings or say, like, the issue. So what did I say? I said, I'm going to do that. Try to take it already. I'm sure Shabbat, I'm actually running. I'm not going to do that. And now about Hashem, when I got a prospect, better what you do is, now I allowed myself to become extreme, especially if I'm going to establish myself. So let's say so. So the Gemara says, so this is an example of a master. Where a person says something, then changes. That person says something and sets their status a certain way, then says the opposite. If they give an aspect, they give an explanation in the second qualification. And this also she gives an amasla for her words. Ultimately, again, she is believed. We have a lot of situations happening every day. So first of all, we have Akasha Asaru Akasha. And so let's say, so remember again, Akasha Asaru Akasha is you get some information, you believe to qualify the information. That's piece one.
What else in your life? Do you have any hobbies or anything?
Now let's say that's different than what people do going out. What are you doing going out? What are you doing now? For a person saying one thing and then what? You know what? So let's say, my shots of passion is there is. When it's that, I was married, but now I'm divorced. Those are not contradictory things. Those are contradictory things. That's a narrative. That's a narrative. So if she's the one who gives the information to us, she's being qualified. That's just a question. How do you know that? Slow. There's two of those things. One shows up and she says, I'm married. And then she says, I'm single. Now she's saying contradictory. It's contradictory. So let's say in general, if a person says contradictory things, what do you mean contradiction? Contradiction? You ignore it. In other words, say no. Shabbat and actually contradictory. Right? Once you said first establish your status, you can't just simply flip that switch off. However, if the person provides an explanation as to why now they're providing a contradictory statement about themselves, then what? younger than me. So when he says, I'm married, and then she says, I'm single, he said, no. He said, you're married. Shabi and Esha, that's a Nazi relationship. It's not no longer to say, no, I said I was married. Because at the end of the day, I was getting propositioned by these guys for marriage. And not suitable suitors, so I just wanted them off my back. That's why I said I was happy. I'm really not married. Okay, that we can look at. And I'm not. What's this like? The one which woman up there, I'm not to lay on you because of I'm not to hold on you now. That's an interesting case. But if a woman says to her husband,
I mean, such a fun set. I love your energy. I
I'm
love it
gonna
when
rock
solid New York
and then she
comics
comes
come
out
out
and she
here
says,
and
I'm
show their
Cholera.
stuff. So thank you very much.
I'm Cholera. I'm not in the what's the hell? So I'm like, officially, in Rasta and Masla on the days, live by minutes. Okay, so what's like, again, she's seen a lot. If she gives her a Masla, if she gives an explanation, in other words, so you're saying you're in Ida, now you're saying you're not in Ida. Okay, so just what's going on? So if there is a legitimate explanation for this, then that's fine. So probably our bodies in the military. So it's Shmuel Reigns Halacha 40 times. 40 times. You know, it says that even Shmuel did not accept this halacha when it came to his own circumstances. And what's like, what are his own circumstances?
It's always an exciting element to the show. The guys love it. The ladies absolutely hate it.
Shmuel always got kicked in.
All right, makes no sense. Your next comedian, Phil Lombardo. Phil Lombardo is next on Kill Tony. Here he is, everybody. One more time for Phil.
Tomorrow, what she said to her, and I'm going up. I'm going to Ekmo. I'm going to Ekmo. Yeah, you know, you go up. They took the stand. Let's say you said, where you go? Where you at? I'm going to Ekmo. I'm just thinking about see how you, what is it out there? So I retired. So when I retired, I just got two different explanation. So just let me go. Just let me go. That's it.
I like you. You kind of look like Tom Segura's extra skin suit. I don't know what else to put it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like
Shmuel's right.
Alright, thank you.
Just a hard bomb and then trying to hit someone in the middle somewhere is a way that never goes well. Almost what? How do you make unfunny Carlos Medrano jokes? I don't even know how that's possible. I've seen this only 5 or 6 times, 5 or 6 times. It's starting again. I can't even help it. Life is eating you alive right now, Phil. It's incredible. Sometimes you can't afford it. Okay. So you only done this 5 or 6 times. You had Aaron Austin.
Yeah, I drove to,
Where'd you move from? New York. Sure. You never did stand up in New York. You did it like 3 or 4 times.
Other times that I didn't even end up doing comedy. I just made people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm sure that seems to be your specialty. It's different. You know,
So at least when let's be cognizant of
What
that.
would you like to
And
do? So
everything
I've been an entertainer since I was 13. Watched since I was
perhaps
12,
not
but I just started doing stand-up.
but when that's a certain context of the show.
I started
How do
doing
you think of that? But you make sure that when you realize that there's so many needs and a narrative,
I'm still an actor.
Really? Can you do a scene for something? Can you show us a scene? How do you want to see Phil do a scene for something?
I was tired.
Phil, just fucking do it. Don't let your instincts set me. You get a Carlos Mencia joke take over
So
right
you
now.
know, it says, so ultimately, again, so finish verses, has to shine with that, so Shmuel has to shine on that. Shmuel thanks for that, because we don't have stories, so we select our law. I'm late, I'm not supposed to write in 9 minutes. This is a case of a Muslim. This is a case of he's explaining why she said what she said.
So
And
of all the things that you
and
said
if
that
I'm
you
not going
can't
to
do,
say, practically
what
Shmuel,
else
like
can't
this
you do?
thing, also like, give her Shmuel, understood the halacha, for whatever the reason, he was uncomfortable accepting the halacha for himself. he was uncomfortable accepting the halacha. Therefore, again, listen, so I think it's clear, the halacha is the halacha the nice, and that a person believes that this drop on status, it can give an explanation for that change, which no himself didn't accept it. So let's say, therefore, again, I love myself, what Rashi says over here, Rashi says, well, other Shmuel can actually come out of another issue of doing, that's not also bad. Shmuel will not be with his wife, ultimately, again, such an mitzvah. So he did not accept the Amas, for whatever the reason, but I love the so we accept the Amas. Come out, Stein on the mace, Stein on the no mace, Stein on the statue, Stein on the no statue, was this in his face. 2 minutes to say I haven't been died, 2 minutes to no, so that's why you run this place over there. 2 minutes to say we you as we didn't die. 2 witnesses saying the husband divorced his wife. 2 witnesses saying he did not divorce his wife. Then I say, so what is the woman doing in these situations? How easy are they to go to myself? Ultimately, again, she shouldn't be married. She shouldn't be married because Allah is the way to this being testimony. In Lisa's location, however, if Allah she did be married, she does not have to second. Okay, so the message, I'm not going to let you, I'm not going to actively. If she did be married in a situation like this, she has to go ahead and leave herself. I'm not going to unless it's on the occasion, and when do I say that she has to leave her second? He's not the awful actresses. That's the piece where what? He is his first and she married him. And like, she's going to go so Raphael, who is the strong of the living dead? Who is the strong of the living not dead? She should not be married. If she be married in that case, when nothing by this says, she has to leave her. Aber, Mrs. Africa, but I'm also going to say that she married in the police after. So listen, let's say, that was my when 2 minutes to show up and say what? And say we didn't die. Okay, she married. And then after 2 minutes to show up and say we didn't alive. We didn't alive. And that is even though you're not going to agree, she does not have to go ahead and leave her husband. So okay, let's analyze this. Let's ask this one. So here's what it says. Here's what it says. I'm not going to myself. I'm not going to myself. Not going to myself. Witnesses show up. Witnesses say that we will die. And what happens? What happens? Now, according to the camera, ultimately, again, I'm sorry. No, let's finish. So two witnesses show up.
Just driving taxi.
Let's go. So two witnesses say we can die. Two witnesses say we can die. What one gets married? What did the Hakam say? What did the say? Okay, it says, fine, she shouldn't have gotten married because she gets married, she doesn't have to leave the second husband. Even if she goes to witnesses. And Allah Hashem covered. Listen, every single time Rachel is with her second husband, they have to bring Hashem covered. We'll say Hashem covered is a carbon that is brought for potential infraction because they're in sin. So let's say, so again, I'm not for the nice stuff. Not like maybe a married woman, so I don't understand. How is she allowed to be with her second husband? Which the Gemara says, oh, she just negotiations, the Akam Yoda. Interesting enough, what's the case? Who did she marry? Who did she marry? One of the witnesses. That was like, remember, the witness comes home and says that he has no son. He has no son. Therefore, again, he has relation that Hashem covered because he's absolutely sure that Uzo is dead. That's fine with myself. What about Hashem covered? What about she was someone not for herself? Not for herself, would be something for Hashem covered. Just be letting go. What's the difference? If she says, I know my husband is dead, how could she make a son and be like that? Because I know that my husband is alive, the fact that he's getting home, and the fact that the witness also that he's dead, tells it not up for us. That's why, even when you have cripples and witnesses who say that he's still alive, ultimately, again, these very specific cases, the Shemai's very witnesses, and she says again, so that for the husband is showing that Ruben is dead, Rachel knows that Ruben is dead, there's no Hashem covered. I'm not going to Shemai from the word to say, and we know this,
Well, when they try to be serious, you're an actor, right? You're even an entertainer, since you're 13. Yeah, so just let's play this character straight. That's some direction for you. Okay, again, I'm a hot chick. I'm just excited to play a hot chick. Man, wow. Hey, Phil, I really like your Saturday. You're super funny. I'm so dumb. I think you're hilarious.
She does not agree for something like
I mean, I understand. I
this is
appreciate it.
This is saying that everything divorce Rockwell,
Make me feel
this is
really,
getting
really
divorced.
good if
How
you
raise
told
your
me
little
honestly that I
message.
sucked.
Rockwell should not get married.
Well,
The new
you know what?
takes there's a this. So Yoko has a distinction. And Yoko's version, or Yoko's
You
version,
wanna fuck?
2 versus 2 in the case where you're going to die, she shouldn't get married, but if she did, she doesn't have to leave. But conversely, 2 versus 2 in case of divorce. 2 witnesses say that you're going to divorce Rockwell. 2 witnesses say that you're going to not divorce Rockwell. Rockwell shouldn't be married. But if she did, if you didn't want that Rockwell, she has to leave husband number 2. Now, you are a nice relation, nice message. Why did you think it in the first case and the second case? Into was about why you took them off the 8 after. What are you talking about? What's this is? Rather, what do you have? What do you have? An 8 after.
That is
So
true.
you know, so this
You could
is
have it at any point. Simon Nash is next.
and you have
Tell
one
me.
exception. Unless you want to do this, that we stop over for today. We'll pick up the rest of the rest of the tomorrow. We'll stay there. So here's that
Yeah,
show.
but you're the hardest to
At
get to.
5:45
Tim's right here on the
catch
edge.
up against that
We
show.
have to get through Tim just to
But
get
saying
to you.
incredible, you want incredible city tomorrow?
Simon Nash is next. It's a wild episode so far. A phone call to New York was the funniest part of tonight's episode so far, for those of you keeping track. And Simon Nash, everybody. Make some noise for Simon, everyone.
All right, I look like Papa Kramer fucked Barack Obama at a Vampire Weekend concert. I look like the Stephon Curry of graphic design. I saw a vegan with a Lucky Rabbit's foot. Pretty sure that's a faux pas. My friend came back from vacation. He said, I love Nicaragua. I said, first of all, that's their word. Secondly, it's called Hennessy. I figured out why it's okay to joke about murder and not rape. It's because there aren't any murder survivors. No one's going to come up to me after they said and be like, actually, I was murdered when I was 13. Kind of ruined my life. You should stop doing that joke. Then I figured out it's objectively worse because you would never sit around a dinner table for 2 hours and play a board game where you try to figure out which one of your housemates is secretly a rapist. Colonel Lester to the library with candles in my gun.
Simon Nash coming out shows. Listen, there we go. Someone was ready for this tonight. Welcome to the show, Simon. A real comedian. I was shocked. Incredible. You did real jokes. How long have you been on stand-up for?
Oh, 7 years.
Awesome, man. Fuck yeah, what a hand for Simon, everybody. 7 years. Coming on the show, waiting for fucking psychopaths for a chance to get up, and it worked. And look at that. Are you back there with these people?
There's 70 people like coughing on each other.
Oh my god. Love it. Great fucking job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
7 years. All of it here in Texas.
No, I moved here about 11 days ago.
11 days ago from where?
Orlando, Florida.
Oh, what a great escape.
Yeah, I wanted to move to a place where no one could reasonably give me shit for being from Florida.
Right? Yeah. No, yeah. That's the right move. Orlando is wackadoo.
It's fucking weird.
What were you doing for work over in Orlando?
Same job we do now. Everyone's remote and stuff now. Do business to business sales for team.
You want to just tell us how to
You're a T-Mobile guy.
Yeah, but not like the jackpots from the kiosk. Like all IT directors.
Is it T-Mobile? We all use it.
Sprint just became T-Mobile.
Yeah, they bought it with the N4 company.
yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that a really eccentric guy belonged there. That was like we do cell phones and I serve.
Yeah, one of those guys. Just like the Virgin Hotel guy.
You sure?
So welcome,
So
Simon. What else?
he
What
went
else in
through
your life?
a
Tell
number
us
of
more
different
about you.
parties again. Both sides was trying to stab over
My
him. Like,
best friend is a recently famous
no,
TikTok
how
comedian.
about
She's a
Sonny?
huge Tim
What he
Dillon fan.
likes to do, like,
Yeah, so I was wondering if you would say to the microphone that Heather Shaw should quit comedy.
Heather Shaw
Again,
should quit comedy.
yes, this is a writer.
Kill
That
yourself.
animal has to
I get it.
and then ultimately distract the money
She's
from
legit below on TikTok. She
not
blew up on TikTok.
about the
2
human
million,
rights
2 million is.
why
I
can't you
think
just
like she lives
Your sister.
no, she
that's
does like
free
she
fall.
is
That's a
like
free
a
fall.
skinny lesbian and she looks a lot like Jim
I
Carrey.
said,
Great
change the
actress.
existence now.
Heather
He
Shaw,
should think
yeah,
about
she's
it.
the
Therefore,
famous
be
TikTok.
which the
I
Gemara
can't
says
you shut
is
the fuck up,
my
sir.
father
Jesus
in my life
Christ.
by Isaac. If you are yours, have children. Ultimately,
So
there is
it's
something
so
that is
weird.
I love that is that
Wow. So I asked you about your tax or anything about you growing up.
I gave my grandma to be like a shredded. That was awesome. Juggle. I don't know.
I would
Yeah, I work a sales job because I have no other skills, but I
But
like
your
raising
family, what's your
single
family? What's your ethnicity?
my dad was black. I didn't leave with
Everybody
that
takes
because
the
that's a
check.
lot to unpack in a word that said. I know what I look like.
He was. He's
That
dead.
my brother,
How do you die?
Transition to
because how can this look more really sad?
How do you die? Did it
Most
stop?
I love
Stomach bug?
you know, I love myself. Whoever possession
Parkinson's
suffers
die from
that
Parkinson's,
is
you die with it. So,
ultimately is
Must have died young, right?
2 years ago, he was 67.
And a two else is Hala,
That's
and a
fine.
similar case in the case of Hala, which was exactly the case of our mission.
28
Right,
years
but
old.
essentially, wherever
What's
the
happening?
milk originates,
It's
or
dead now.
wherever the
Sorry,
milk
it's a
covered,
straight TikTok
that's
song.
the place
Okie dokie. That man combining three things at once for my pick. So he was black, your mom's a white.
Yeah, very white, like British Isles, blonde hair, blue eyes, Irish, English, Welsh, that kind of deal.
Okay. And she moved on to a new black guy.
No, she went back. She went wherever that old joke is. Looking for it. So yeah, my stepdad, another very, very white man, nerd, musical theater guy, whatever.
But what? They're funny as fuck. Yeah, very funny.
I slept with him. 30, 35, 40 years in the future. If you're free Wednesday, I'll have you in the fucking show. Oh my god,
Wow, look at that. He just got booked on a real show, everybody. Your dream is coming true. Here on Kill Tony. Simon, you are absolutely hilarious. I love it when rock solid comedians come on the show. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Simon Nash, everybody. Follow on social media at the Simon Nash. That's easy enough. You guys ready for a special treat, huh? This guy's one of the regulars on Kill Tony. For those of you that are big fans of the show, you're absolutely going to love this. A prolific joke writer every single week, giving us a brand new killer minute. Famous for his incredible roasting skills. How about you guys all make some noise for the great, powerful David Lucas, everybody? Here we go. David
I don't want to hear that no joke. Because too many of the niggas know about it. And I'm trying to explain that shit is the worst shit in the world. Like niggas like, you can't see the money, but it's there. I'm telling you that the shit is there. You can't see it, but it's there, nigga. I'm like, I'm supposed to trust you with my financial future, motherfucker. Fuck those corners. I'm from the South, but a lot of people ask me, like, David, is the South the most racist place you ever been? I'm like, hell no. They're like, oh, that's the most racist place you ever been. I'm like, nigga, YouTube comments. YouTube comments is the most racist place in the world. I get called a nigga in YouTube comments without a profile picture. I'm like, how the fuck you know I'm black? And I guess the real sentences, man. Like, why the fuck are you so angry under a cheesecake recipe video? I said the bitch she used everyone free. You said no. Next thing I know, you called me a nigga.
David Lucas, everybody. Man, games and machine.
What a song. talented and love that. Absolutely love that. Covering topical stuff and some stuff about you, yourself, and technology. I love it, mixing it all together. How you doing tonight? You doing this regular? You think so? I think he's that's not just because I think that's just not because I think we can sell a show to TLC. We'll change that. We'll fluctuate. Yeah. What's it like going out on the road? You guys know what it is. How is it for you guys? You guys have fun out there? And I know it's hard to not eat delicious stuff all the time. Yeah, I do. I have lightning fast metabolism. I have the chewy chestnuts gene. So, machine that's got ice cream machine. Soft serve. Always open.
If you say fact, you're talking here, Tony up here behind That's an episode of the dog ways to die.
At least I have a thousand. We only have one way.
How would you understand that? Develop when? Develop when?
Tony, you got 1,000 things to be.
Otherwise, during marriage. During marriage. So this
You
is
can
not
sit down, you can squat.
Instead, this was something that developed during marriage. You know, I asked them,
I love David
so what
Lucas.
are the
He's
listeners
definitely
like?
following in the
Talking about
footsteps
things
of the
that
great
have
Patrice.
apps, the level of the keys,
Definitely not going to make it to
Somebody
like
got me know
35.
you can tell you this passar of the people.
Oh, you look great though, David. I love this new look you have
Hold.
on.
Hold you and then know you can tell the truth how you develop your marriage. And again, this is saying
Jesus
don't
Christ.
work with more so,
I
but
think a
all
lot
the
of
more
people
so
don't
you
know
have
that
fun.
about my
If you
facial
had
hair
the
now.
condition, you would not work with
Alright,
the
well, I
so
mean,
why not?
okay, I
But
guess
again,
we're
if it was a
inundated with bottles of water.
anyways,
Thank you.
she knew about
Use
it.
that.
If she knew about it,
David,
married and
it's a new fitting. I didn't know how to make fun of it. It's
accepted it.
very off
Accepted
color.
it.
I feel like
But
your
the man done
tracks
my tongue
offensive. So
about
then,
no
one
food to work.
thing I noticed the other day, I was looking at a picture of you on Instagram, and it was taken at like a higher angle, and I noticed that you have a ridiculously short legs.
He said
That's the real thing. And you're built like R2D2. It's very like, but it's ever hard. I mean, it must be hard on your knees carrying. I think his hands just run out. That's why it looks like you're short. Bend at the knee real quick. Let's see what it looks like. Oh shit! Wow, that's not what I was expecting. I thought you straight bend over the end like that.
I don't know if I been at the knee.
I love it. I thought I was the gay one. Like bend at the knee, just doggy style. I love it, man. What else is going on? How's Austin treating you?
There's no discussion. It's normal. If it's pre-existing, then what? You know about it.
Are you
If you
serious?
know about it,
Totally just walked into the green room. I think he gave you a dirty look.
which the Gemara says no. Which the Gemara is specifically the owner of Kabel, the Akshas in the owner. Which the Gemara says not necessarily true. There's a couple of things that are so even if there's a thing it's possible.
I love young Bill
She
Burr.
knows about the woman's part. But yet, she assumes she became it.
Really?
And this after marriage,
Yeah. I was in, I did your show last night, and yours was not $2,500 worth of shit in the green.
I
I'm
assess
looking
the
at Dave Lucas'
situation,
screener,
and I
every
assume
young
I can live with it.
comedian's screener
And
is
then
exactly the
I
same.
get into it,
There's
and I
nobody
start
in
trying
there.
to
There's
I
two
realize
pairs of
I can't.
headphones just sitting
I
on
can't
it.
virtually work for any
And it's just, it's
one
one of
example,
those like, that's crap of orange juice, ginger ale, and something else.
here's the thing, no,
Nothing in your
this
fucking
thing, he's
beard
one
ass
one
green.
This is the art, ultimately, again, this in the hand, like this in the hand. You need to put up rock
Potato chips or something. I don't know. I expect more from you.
That's what I said. Again, in this context, broken foot doesn't mean something
You
is
do any athletics? You
like
been
if you
working
have
out at all?
someone
What
who has someone
what type of workouts do you do?
Joseph this is me, by the way, how again, the United
Powerlifting?
finds the women's logo as a physical heavy. Physical heavy. So if now, the other way up, and I'm looking for me. This is the other side, I think I look at follows, it's the namely, that I don't wish to say that you don't force the husband to divorce his wife. Ultimately, again, if a woman develops,
What do? You just jump in there and try to not sink the whole time?
Please no, this is going to develop now. Ultimately,
Where have you been swimming at? Outdoor swimming? In front of people? What time? I want to get video of this shit. I know you're for a 6 piece.
Yeah, no, no,
Let's go swimming
I
in
love
caves.
always followed the similar, you know. In which case, the last time I love it, I think it seems to be that in the case of one logo, we would force the husband to divorce his wife, which we have to quit, with the subject of
You're well
only
moisturized. You use cocoa butter to cook.
yeah,
Oh no, I'm running out of stuff. We've been roasting
right.
each other for
I'm
2
allowing
years
you to
now.
value the
Cooking with cocoa butter.
ultimately again, this is on the road, focus on the road. Ultimately again, this is just what is good for the so again, we're not going to do the halakha on city, we're not going to do the sutra. So I do want to
Roasting somebody else. You know, both of you should too much and Gary got an
halakha
audience.
on myself. Halakha on myself. You might
We'll do that.
that
Yeah, that
certain
sucks for those
meaning
big
developed
sucks for
in the
David
husband
Lucas,
over the
everybody.
course
We're
of
on to
life.
the next one. Back to the bucket we go. On to the next one. That's the great Jay-Z once said.
She makes the
On
tonight
to the next one.
support is right. The
It's going to be Jesse
right?
Burlingame. It's going to be next.
Whatever.
Burlingame.
She could also
But
make
how about a hand for
the
Kaylee, everybody?
But
Working
again,
hard
so
tonight.
you
Up and down. All around.
and it does have a
Go to the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. Support these amazing artists out there working the grind. Jesse Burlingame is next. Step
Now let's go to
back
qualifiers.
from
The English supported
my
also.
friend Jesse
But the
Burlingame.
art
Everybody, one more time for
right
Jesse,
after
everyone.
what's going on, guys?
My sister completely covered head to toe. And tattoos, she's like the worst tattoos. My sister's like 40 stars all over her body. I don't know what they represent at this point besides disposable income.
Here are cases where the father
This was
has this condition,
the best
we
tattoo.
will
My sister
force
has my
his wife
favorite.
to
She's a
we will
lower
force
back
him to
tattoo. It
divorce his
says
wife.
live and learn.
Just want to point out, what does it mean we force
Yeah, live and learn. I feel like every tramp stamp says that,
What
right?
that
You don't
means
have to
is the design
literally spell it out for us. It says
we do not see this marriage as a benefit
live and learn. I don't know what she's learned. I met all of her boyfriends. What have you learned?
They
You
get
know,
the
or can
hotel,
maybe. I'm not really sure. That's most of it.
what was the
I
solution
have said no regrets for the longest time. I was talking to my mom about it. She's like, it doesn't say no regrets. It says live and learn. I was like, oh, that is way
Here are the
worse.
cases where because of a
Because
certain
no regrets means I don't give a fuck. Whereas live and learn is like mistakes have been made. And through these experiences, I've gained some knowledge that I'll use in the future. That's a lot to take in for being my sister, right? He's gonna do missionary. Let's see what's up next. Essential phrases every time. All right, Jesse Burlingame, thank you very much.
Jesse Burlingame. Welcome to the
How many
show,
teams,
sir.
how many
Thanks for
guys?
having me. Shit,
That is what we're doing. That is science in the process. What we goes ahead and literally again, we're trying to happen. We'll see ahead. tanning. I must say, out of all
Do you
these
really
species,
love
the
her?
one
You
I
guys
understand
close?
is what?
No, she
Tanning.
lives in
What's wrong with tanning?
Mississippi now.
Tanning
Oh
is
shit.
a
Looks like she
terrible
never
word.
learned after
The
all.
issue is that
She
tanner
not learned.
She got
often,
married during
again,
COVID last year.
had that odor. In other words,
And then
like
like
just when you
moved to
work around
Mississippi
that
3 days
odor for
later.
all of the time,
Wow, she
it's
deserves
having
everything you
there's
wrote to
never
her.
smelled very badly. So married
My
to tanner,
goodness.
and
You've been doing
ultimately again,
stand-up
white
4
can't
years, you said?
odor, we
They
go
all
ahead
live
and
here in
ethically
Texas.
control
No,
the
I
house
just
for
moved
this
3
new
weeks ago from Worcester,
yeah, listen,
Massachusetts.
Wow, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Maybe
Dan,
some
I got some friends
Listen,
from
this is
Boston
true, by the way,
visiting tonight.
whether
Those
these
really
conditions
loud
could be
groans that you
physical
heard.
conditions, or whether they,
Custodians can't
or
help
whether
but to
quote
like
unquote they
claim a
develop
side or
after
represent
that.
you guys pro
Either of us
COVID,
are
pro Worcester or anti Worcester.
as objective
Pro Worcester,
circumstances
and
that
one
are
guy
regular
from
human
fucking
beings
Detroit back here just pissed
and
at the
therefore
world.
again, even if you
love
want to
it.
say, but you knew about it, right? Oh, you knew I was a tanner, right? Or you knew I had boils, or this, or that. You're nice, again, you understand that
Jesse,
objectively,
what are you?
even if
What
it's
else are you
fucking
into?
English,
Skateboard
you
or something
understand
like
that
that?
objective analogy.
Picking up some skateboard energies.
I did bring my skateboard with me. I used it once.
Why
Yeah,
you have it
Cuba,
here
I'm
tonight?
gonna aber ich weiß nicht genau, bevor die Bücher von der Schule eigentlich schon die Folge haben. Actually, the Folge haben, and that's once again, you just mentioned before, even though in all of these cases, he said, no, look, I want to be transparent about what I do. Right? I have foils, I have polipos, I gather, I work with copper, I'm a
What else?
planner.
What else do you
Just
do
put
for
it, I
fun,
just
Jesse?
understood the president. President, when I was, he was totally transparent about all of this stuff. And I said, at
What was
the end
that
of the
like?
day,
Terrifying. Yeah.
I got it.
People
I'm
were
not
doing
doing
nitrous
this.
oxide right in front of me.
I
Like,
understand. That's not the fact I
asking people to use the stage.
Yeah,
I've done it.
I got it. In other words, I know. You were transparent. I thought I could handle it.
Here's the secret.
Okay.
You just email them.
I can't.
Is that what you
Okay.
did?
Listen, yeah.
They
Okay,
throw
I thought
fake
what
news
some
at
of
you.
them say, the Cabela's alpha, but
Randy from
the
the
some
Trailer
say
Park
no.
Boys. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
She knew about it. She knew about it. And I love
That's
her
awesome,
Lisa.
man.
I love
So
her
when you
Lisa.
leave behind
She
in
said she
Worcester,
could
do you
handle
have a girlfriend
it. Then
or
she
anything
said
like
she did.
that?
And I was like, that doesn't mean that
I had
she's
a girlfriend who broke up
married.
March 1st,
But what it
2020.
means is we're not
Why'd
going
you
to
guys
ask
break
people
up?
for the half of the solution.
Some issues we
So
could
our
work on.
courts, we look
Yeah,
at shit.
that's exactly
What's the conception of look at shit? Somebody's covered in boils.
I'm addicted to pornography and I got it.
Today, Shemash,
Absolutely.
which we're
Tell
going to
us all
see
about your
as soon as
pornography
covered in
and
boils
your
with
pornography.
ultimately physical
Is it
intimacy
adult
becomes impossible.
pornography? People
And
are
in
like,
fact, this is the
how many times do you jerk off a day? It's just like one
so
time
in case
for
like that,
an
well,
hour or
ultimately
two.
again,
Really? You
condition
jerk off for an
pretty
hour?
much just
You know, you gotta like, you have like 7 tabs open, you gotta browse through.
So you hold on to the one load and you like really milk it.
Nice and
So what types of things do you find yourself saving for the big finish? Like what's something that you love?
Like she's quite happy to
Ready
see
to
that.
chapter an
And we've been
hour,
with the
7
planner.
tabs are
And
open.
the
What's
planner,
your
right?
final
And what happened?
Big
We
black
made
tabs
by
with
without
tiny
shame.
white
So now his white knuckle, one falls to his brother's shit, three revoked, and two is also a planner.
What the fuck?
And you have other. When a woman said, you hold me piece of number like, if I used to the phone with Kaba, we will call, we will call Kaba. She can say this. I was able to stand your brother here, planner. I can't stand
Were you
you.
paying for it or was it all free?
That's what the rest of
Okay,
the
yeah. So that's something that shades get out of
we have
control.
many
That
things
shade
in
has
the
to
house.
stop.
And therefore, again, I was able to go ahead and enjoy the fact that we had this thing. You know, brother should have been a nice guy. Yeah, you know, I don't see the same qualities in you. And therefore, again, even though you have the same profession as my husband, I don't think I could be legal because of your profession. And ultimately, you would accept that thing, and therefore force someone to go out and do something. That was the reason that just because a woman accepted one husband,
Damn, how long until you came home?
that's incredible. So, you know, my doctor, what is doctor? Like, remember again, one of the conditions, the definition said that the trigger of divorce, that is divorce, that's the
Was the midget in a wheelchair? Like a
I'm not leaving for a walk.
got a fun
little
bitch.
bit over of the nose.
Yeah, well, this
The
hurt
nose
problem is
and
already
this
got
some
enough
type of
positive
odor.
anyway.
This is not a
I
real
think she was a sex
chronic
addict.
bad
A
breath.
sex addict,
Just
a
for him.
midget
The
in a
last thing
wheelchair
the
who's getting fucked
actress.
so
One
often
of
that
Sino
she
give
won't
a
go.
remember,
I
Shmuel
love
was not
it.
doing the religious
Girl,
circle.
go with you to
The
touch
Shmuel was
down.
constantly giving opinions
I
about
love that there's a
the
midget in a
Shmuel was
wheelchair
very
that
sad,
fucks so
bad
much she has
breath.
a problem
Was
with
this
Phil
coming under the
Lombardo,
theme
the
of
magician
nose
actor,
odor,
has been
nose
waited
odor and
2
bad
years.
breath? Again,
That's what
these
I
are
want.
chronic. So,
Meanwhile,
right,
there's
right,
a
these
little
are
tiny
chronic
lady in a
conditions
wheelchair
that
out there
can
getting
be
fucking
again conceived
what
as
the
being
12
related
steps.
That's how she ended up in that wheelchair. She was fucked into a wheelchair.
That is incredible. What's the craziest porn you ever saw? Something stand out to you to where even you're like, fuck, I have to get off the internet. Oh, there's just so
This
full
is somebody
of
going
pictures.
right to collect blood expert.
And the guy
And also
face
this
fucks
is
girls until they vomit.
established blood levels. No, yeah, practice is not so that much. She actually says, I don't know if someone would do this. Right? But also, you look at this and going to be right over here about the Ashkenaz, right? This is the Ashkenaz, right? You see, she started around the dog and make both some yummy and like he used to be broadcast.
They were just like,
I saw Ashkenaz that they would let the produce sit in it for a day or two before long. At least if you let the produce sit in it, whatever stains you keep on it no longer matter. Right? So again, when I say unless it's dried out or whatever, however they use it, the point is that was as you understand in different receptors, sometimes drug activity is also used as part of the handling process.
Yeah, that was my next
Okay,
question.
in any event, the point is there's a reason for it, but this is occupation. This is occupation. So therefore, yes, such an occupation will be down ultimately for the divorce. So they say mechanics of this, look at the elsewhere advice in mechanics is a
Do you think, was she a tiny or was she like a tiny fucking take those things off?
mechanics found inside the process got worse.
Did you ever think
So
about
let's say
inviting over
Arnishna
a random
states
black guy
both
to have sex with
mechanics
her?
and worse and panel,
Yeah.
which would indicate that they're not the same thing. So
Why just a random no?
Shloka Kashyap, kind of worse together, kind of worse together. Maybe we should make an emphasis on hands. Like there are I guess that's one thing I mean,
There you go. Right, man, just giving actual advice. Not really,
that was trigger of yours. I love you. The pressure. Thank you. You know what this was like tonight. Not just tonight. As the house you go ahead and define it. The kind of mechanics is that we see. So you know the base of mechanics. That's and then some mechanics is Sabbath. The single.
Jesse Green interview, an incredible set there. I so love the great stuff. Jesse Burlingame, everybody. He's a Jesse Dunn Burlingame.
Even she knew about it ahead of time, and she thought, I can handle this. But she turns around and says, I can't be allowed to
They did the porn, though. I don't think that's a real thing.
I'm retired from the social job
Because
work.
you can't even leave
We'll
the
say mine
house.
retired from the
You're
process. What is the
child
importance of
support.
your military
It
funds?
sounded like he was
So the
heading
action
that
of our
direction.
custody,
Kaylee, is you think
the
sex
action says,
addiction is common in the stripper industry? I'm curious. Never had sex. What?
I hate sex now.
Say that again. What is that?
Sex is like not a thing anymore.
So that odor,
How about your friends, the people that you work with, their partners? Really? I always wonder about strippers because it seems like they, the kids always they look at great big meetings. They deal with assholes all day, right?
On a host or vanilla and then up there stripping.
Damn, really? When you say super vanilla, how does someone super vanilla get into the industry?
All right,
Everybody,
Answer there from Kaylee.
I'm not going to support you. No TV
There's another speaking soundboard for some reason. Ladies and gentlemen, Garrett Fitz is next on Bill Tony. Garrett Fitz. Now I just called it now. I'm coming to the back of the room. This is always exciting. The people waiting out on this side will decide not to mix with the casual comedians upstairs.
as a matter of fact, I'm kind of freaky. We
Like
got back.
Barbie's animal food.
The
Barbie's
backpack
animal
is
food.
coming off. I do believe there it is. There's the backpack set down, fully masks. Here he is, Mixed Master Garrett Fitz, everybody.
Something like the chocolate. Once I said, again, he said, go farther to our level. What are you talking about? Actually, Covenant Solo see, with a full Muslim. Again, instead of forcing him to divorce his wife, forcing to what? Forcing to what? To support him. Forcing to do good. Forcing to make good on this. But that's it. You can't do that. Even other than that, is not much you can do that. You can't keep it a snake in the basket. Because it's a special thing that's how you can have the idea. You can't go from marriage. I think it's incredibly important to say. You get to know what you do, you want. You can take a piece of this and really replace my marriage. This is the kind of guy. He says to his wife, I'm not beating you, I'm not supporting you. It's okay. You force me to support you. You can't go to marriage with a person. You can't live in the basket with yourself. You tell it that we zero. And we zero again, I should zero the number. Kayyak is just the number which made the other. Kayyak number of it. You sit it. Throw it away to you. Only I go access to only. I'll go access to only another brother. About this matter, they give another to each father and father. In the Asian eloquent, it's just the right thing. The only person who comes to the voice is right from tradition when he's married to someone who is hustling. Yeah, we say maybe she wants to go to a point level, you know, not of the point level, we should have a little point level. Nam zai to shi ba sisra, the sin, sorry, ba sisra and the sin of the man. They say, when do we divorce? Divorce? What is it in the marriage? Right? Because one is married to a widow, right? The regular Cohen is married to a divorcee, these are married to Mamzeres, those are illegal marriages, and that's what we're supposed to do. Ava. Also, you should have shut him, also shut him in a yoga. But also, let's say a man is married to a woman, and they haven't had children for 10 years. So, a hoping also, and that is not forced to divorce. Now, what's a refuse or what's the knowledge of that? Even though a man has an obligation to pay the Israel. As I'll say, if you live with a woman for 10 years and you don't contemplate the mitzvah of marriage from the Nisa and Dennis, is the mitzvah of divorce from marrying someone else. And the children, the Gemara says, we don't force divorce. We don't force divorce. So the marriage represents active discipline, active prohibition. And it means for marriage is not allowing opportunities to perform the mitzvah, ultimately when you're not working for it. Here, being in this world, unless you should be trying to determine a little bit further also. Not true. Even in the case of Allah, the Mesa, I mean, like this together for 10 years and don't have a child, we will force divorce in such a situation to allow the husband to fulfill his ability. So essentially saying like this husband, I guess, everyone agrees we force divorce when the marriage represents an avera. What's the shaila? Do we force divorce when the marriage stands in the way of the performance of a man's life? One opinion says no, second opinion says yes. So Shemaz, either scholars that I see, or the other Mishnah says, when do we force divorce? Mukashem Ba'politwas, Bishon Ravasi. According to Ravasi, I understand again, this is in front of cases like Labanos. Like these are Labanos cases. The rights of Okatama. The Mishnah doesn't include a case where what? The couple lived together for 10 years, they were kids. Of course we force divorce in a case like that. So the husband took up and says, all right, so up to that matter again. Even when he slaves, all right, so Allah Tafiqa Baradini, listening, Nasir, Yusuf, and Sharia Asad. So I'll say, well, Tafiqa Baradini, why doesn't the Mishnah also include the case? After I love the Lamaisa, so again, thank you for listening. Mishnah also has the Labanos, not including any Baraisa cases. But then Tafiqa, why not also include the case of Mishnah of a man in the Mishnah of 10 years? There are no children that will force them to get divorced by husband for that children. Mishnah like says, Mishnah, or Matthew, no Kasha, last final also, how the release. Ultimately, again, the Mishnah talking about cases where we force divorce with words. The coercion to get divorce with words. What don't we utilize physical force? Yes, in the case of where they demand for 10 years. And what? And the other children, and Matthew tells them, we do sports. Two people doing a lot. Look at that. I fear Bolivia, the medium in Mexico, the shooting low to Latina. I'm not the shooting money right now, and I'm some side. Yeah. The case of the Mishnah, they will force divorce even with physical force. Even with physical force, the shooting. The case of Peter Bolivia, ultimately, they're going to force divorce, but not with force. Not with force, only with force.
Garrett, what is the craziest thing you've ever done? You do have wild energies. You are really hard on yourself after saying unfunny things. We're hearing that. We're curious to know what is the craziest thing you've done. You could kill an innocent animal or something like that.
as well as the police appeared in video, divorced with physical force. Hassan, listen to this, Hassan, الأمر عشيرة بعدين شاكينة. Was really good.
Wow,
In
you
the
have the
cases
whole
of
audience
militia,
on your
so that
side,
is
and
a
then you
point
went
goes
and
down and
said
says, you
something
know what?
like that.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. The guy didn't look this thing, right? The guy is with anger. She says, you know what? I'm okay with this. So listen, she says she's okay with it. And what?
Have you ever thought
You
about
gotta tell
moving out?
Papa in case it couldn't really up. I thought
Everyone
that's what
else
I'm
is
not
moving
having
into
a day.
Austin. Have you
Made
ever
shot
thought
to
about
them.
trying some? How many you think you should move to a different city?
Ultimately again, even if
Look
she
at
says I'm
that.
okay
That's
with
pretty
this,
good. The
we
crowd,
don't allow the
crowd
marriage to
supports
be
you.
wise because that marriage stands in the way of peace for her to feel the I look at تعرف that أنا حبيبة بحبيبة شكيلة was realistic in the The guy covered with toils and she said even if she says what? Even if she says I'm okay with this, you don't let them stay together. Why? Because no, what's in the discrimination of us? Oh, also because remember, you put in the power of those like that remaining married and having a different life is physically detrimental for each people. Because I'm awesome and instead of I'm not trying to get no, but how do you study? Checking a lot. There's a difference in the up in peace and the same. We should feel a deep look together in the presence of witnesses.
7-year relationship that
We
ended.
sure that there's no intimacy. Okay, that's how they want to do. You like marriage. Also, I found out the guy we have the happy to have the let's say, but it's pretty good with faith and love. We look together as witnesses, obviously that's not told you. So let's say, so essentially, you have a really of three categories. You have the kids, and you have the marriage representatives.
Like all over it,
You
you
look at
know,
the
red and
point
blue.
now, point down the
What
marriage
do
to
you think is the
widow,
weirdest thing about
regular
you?
point marriage to you saw marriage to
Like,
guys,
you
in
get
those
to say
cases,
that
I love
in
the
your
first
professional
automatic
part of
says,
your daily
so I love
routine.
them as
Like,
you
what
have
part
to
of your
get.
daily routine that we don't know
Then you
about?
have the
Like, what do
next
you think's the
category,
weirdest
what
thing
we
that you
grab
do?
on, which is powerless, which are really situations
Like,
of either
chew your
physical
toenails
conditions
or
or
something like
confessions
that.
that make the normal married life impossible.
No, you
In those
cannot
cases,
strike.
what shall Allah, you will
Well,
actively on her behalf to the
the
solution of
weirdest
the
thing
matter,
of
forcing to
all,
divorce her. What if she says, I'll leave it to
y'all
the
just
no,
think
okay,
me
if
out
it
here to
was,
be some
he let her.
fucking
With the
jerk
exception,
off
of course,
over
of
it.
Lucas Skin. Lucas Skin will ultimately again remain married to you, and you feel like systems of another thing will force
All right,
divorce.
there you go. Garrett
Third
Fisk,
category of
everybody.
insight is let's say
Bumping it
where
up and
marriage
out
has
really quickly.
existed
Garrett
and
Fisk.
not
Oh
to be
shit, here he comes. There he
so
goes,
now we
everybody.
see
Garrett,
that
just go, go, go,
this
go, go, go,
marriage
Garrett.
not goes to exactly
Jesus
here.
fucking
So
Christ.
here,
Once
marriage
he starts
doesn't
shaking
represent
hands, then
this way.
everybody
What
after
does
that
marriage
wants to do it.
represent? An inability to perform the mitzvahs as such.
Tim, I'd like to
For
be
the
the first
husband.
person to
Because remember again,
apologize to you
a
for
woman does not have an obligation to look for you. It's on the husband. What is your matches? What's the video she's supposed to do? Like first look what is the halal
Should we
woman
get a
herself
female up
forced
here? You
to
guys think I
divorce.
should pull
She's
until
forced
we
to
get a
divorce.
woman? We haven't had a
This
female up
marriage
here
stands
yet
in the
tonight.
way of the husband's
See what
fulfillment of
happens.
the
I don't think
mitzvahs.
Shad is
Second
lady.
is
That
the
sounds
ones
like a
who want
guy's
to stay
name.
out.
We
What's
know
the
Nick.
in this case?
Let's see what happens
Which
here.
says,
I'm sorry,
in
Chad.
marriages which we
You're
know
not here
are not
tonight.
going to be
Okay, here's
children,
one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise
this is what the
for
couple
Leanna
wants, and
Patch,
this is
everybody. Here we
by the way,
go.
what's the name of
Leanna
that in your bonus? You're going to say that if a young man is going to marry a much, much older woman, in a way that I'm not going to mention that
It really does pay off to be a
you
girl.
don't let them get
It's the
married.
first and only
Which is
time
what
that's
says,
ever happened to me.
today,
Y'all, it's been a rough go. Dating wives,
even
I
though
keep dating
there's a marriage,
refrigerators.
and even though the
I know
outset
this
is not
because they're all 6'3",
or the
ice
couple
cold,
married for 20
and
years,
there's nothing I
and
really
they
want
have
inside them, but I keep going back just to check. Like,
I'm
are you still a dickhead?
You
You are? Okay, you are. All right, great.
So let's say,
Love that journey for me. But
listen to
that
this.
one here
So
last night,
Yossi said an old
Saints,
man from Jerusalem,
Jeremy
one of the
shit
older
that he
people
doesn't
told
eat
me the
pussy.
problem.
Just so you know.
Heston
Don't date him.
Ba'adwa
That's going out on the internet.
There are 24 different types of oil conditions. Like 24 different types of oil.
Y'all knew about memory foam, right?
The cooler Mukhammad
You
has
found
this
a memory foam
also
mattress?
all of these physical conditions
I want to know when they're going to make selective memory foam.
by
Because shit has happened in my bed that I won't forget.
right? The hardest
One
form
last
of
thing.
nutrition,
Grammar
most
quiz.
intense
Y'all
form,
know the word cloaca?
ultimately again is ballet
Anyone know
yes.
the word cloaca?
Yes, so
Cloaca is
that was
a
the condition.
bird's
Remember I said,
asshole
you
and
might have
vagina and
how do you
egg
get
hole at the
lost?
same
Where does that
time.
come
It's
from?
what I
Most of
like
the
to call
time
the
it's
yoni
descend
hole.
egg is down
Okay,
the
so
chute. And
philosophical
the first
question
thing
for
like
you.
blood letter,
If
and
your
then has
asshole
relation
and
to
your
the
vag are the
right?
same thing,
How do
does
how
that
do you
make
know
the
one
rest
is
of your
this?
body a
Do you have
tank?
weak children?
Have
You keep
birds
his name
just been
secret, but
flying
ultimately like
dates
the
this
blood
whole
letter and
time?
There it is. The egg
how do you know
for
bunny
sure.
bunny
We
is
had a
ballet
patch,
rest?
everybody.
We will choose you
Got some
to
boys. I
digest.
love it. Hi,
Some
Leanna.
of
Welcome to the show.
the comment
Great
on your
job.
comment
Great
is
job. How long you been doing comedy?
On and off, mostly off since
about
2012.
time
Since
easily let go
2012.
of
I love it. Almost
some
10
of the
years
blood
coming
letters
up. Yeah,
and
that's
then
awesome.
evolution the children will be okay.
They're people and they're
You know, the mice and
break
letters.
dancing and
So
all
what
fucking a bird, all
how
that
do you
stuff.
what is the symptom
They have
of
to
rest?
say things. That's
Like
not
for
wrong.
instance, we'll say something interesting. Even though the Gemara is grouping this
All
together
right. So
with
Leanna, what was the thing about Jeremy Shin? Is that a real
Oh,
human?
that's a real
we're
human
going to
being.
see
And he
Russ
didn't
on
eat your
Russ
pussy.
and
He
doesn't
didn't do
actually
fucking
just
anything.
present the photos. How does
What
Russ
did you do for him? I went down on him.
12.88,
I'm
two
letting him have
eyes,
access to
the
this.
diabetes
You know?
a dripping
Excuse
nose,
me?
the icy ray between them, and
You're
ultimately again, drooling.
What's the
So
ever?
three eyes, runny nose, and drooling.
All right, we're
So
sorry
you
about
must
that, Leanna.
be
That's why
running
you
the
place the
diabetes
wacky
in
I
line.
know.
and your eyes
That's fine.
So
in
you
my
did
essence,
everything and
so
you
listen,
had
how
sex
do you
with
go
them.
and what,
How many
how do you
times did you
cure,
hook up
how
with
do
this
you
guy?
cure
Just once. I'm visiting.
that?
I'm
So,
from New
and
Orleans.
we'll say,
And that's a real guy. He
That's
has
a real guy.
access.
And he
on both
unmatched
sides
me
of this
after we fucked. And the only reason I was mad about that was because I lost a hearing in his bed. I wanted nothing else from him but this hearing back.
This
It
is
was
one
okay
thing
because you could find anyone on the internet. So I found him and I was like, get my hearing back, you dickhead.
Right.
Yeah.
Some
Did he
type of
respond?
parasite
He did.
which
He
is
said,
red
I'll
and
look
which
for it.
embeds itself
I
on the
said,
membrane
great.
on the brain. So let's say
Yeah.
so.
Maybe we'll
Incredible.
find
So
it.
that's how they identify it. So how do you cure it? Let's say get ready for this. I want to point out, do not
That's the
try
nuclear
this.
option.
Right? Again, remember, in every Islamic medicine, this is not unique to the Jewish. This is what this is the conventionally held opinion. I'm not by what you do.
Basically, he was
You love,
interested in getting off, and
you
then
love
he
a
was
little,
done
no? Want to
touching
take
me.
Penny Royal,
And I
warm
was
wood.
like, hey, I
You're
didn't.
the
He's
Dagosa.
a good magician.
You
I
bark,
didn't come.
you bark
No, he's a
of a
marathon
nut.
runner, so I guess he saves all his energy for
You
that.
the
This man is a true
shavings of a
psychopath.
house.
His
The
apartment is
color of
entirely
Malta.
empty, and he runs
Take
20
a
miles
little
at a
flower.
time without
The
music.
muscular diplot
Oh,
sunta.
man, that
Take
is
the
I really
husks
know
of
how
the
to
cake.
eat.
Of cake, dark cakes. The son of being about your life, the follow this thing together. From the island in the base of the sea. Take it into a house of marble. Or below, if you can't find a house of marble, below you put this in the ship. So mine below the base of the shed and the ground. Take it to a house. The wall of 7.5
we had a lot of
bricks.
male comedians eat it
Yeah,
up
here
here
also
today.
over
So
here is
maybe
you need
maybe
to
one
apply
of
this
those.
lemon in a place where there is no
Yeah,
grease.
and then I
There is no grease.
Which
I want
one?
you to
Tried
do.
to do a bit
The
on me, so I
Northern
had to
Flora made
Oh, yeah,
antibiotics
he's a good one.
for 300 cups of this
Fuck the shit
concoction
out of that guy.
on the head of the affliction. I did not
Then
get
the last guy would
the
kill me for
muffler
sure.
until
He'd shoot me
the
from
top of
afar,
the
from
scalp,
a porch.
top of the scalp
Leanna,
becomes
what do you do
soft.
for work?
The color of the
Copywriter.
open up the scalp.
Copywriter. What do you do for fun?
Open up the scalp.
I
What might see out of the house.
I'm on a
Then
Mardi
of
Gras
us is
dance
saying,
team.
open up the
And a
scalp. The
volunteer
scalp is going to
You're on
expose
a
the
what
parasite.
dance team?
Mardi Gras
When you
dance
expose
team.
the parasite,
What's a
then what
Mardi Gras
happens? You might
dance
see
team?
other
So there are all
types
these
of
little crews in New Orleans that do like
in
their
4
own
weeks,
parades.
the market
They
for
have like
Kara, the
floats
most
and
type
dancers
shop in the
and
chicks.
handheld
Was like
things. And
each
so
leg,
I'm
the
on a dance
parasite
So you
team.
like
has
dance
like 4 legs.
while
Put
marching?
each
Yes.
leg
That's
on one of the
incredible. Can you
leaves.
give us a little
And
example?
right, and one at
You
one
guys
at a
have
time.
beautiful
This is the idea
music,
that
right?
the parasite legs don't eat.
Oh,
Because otherwise,
shit.
that's what happens. It will
Louisiana,
embed itself on
baby.
the brain's motivation. The most you kind of shove in the
Louisiana
chicks,
bitch
then
gets
what?
it.
Then pick up the
Yeah.
parasite with
Oh,
one,
shit.
the cummy one, and burn it. And burn it. You know
Alright.
how good you do that. Ultimately, again, because if not, the parasites will come back. So look, that is the cure. Says enough for us. I'm going to stop over
Oh,
here for
my
today.
goodness.
Then,
Wow.
I don't know what the survival rate
That's
was,
awesome,
right?
yeah.
But when I saw it, I said, but
That was
again,
like
this
sex. I
was
also
the
don't want to
medicine.
touch
That
you
was the
after
second
that.
guys going to give you coming attractions tomorrow.
I didn't say it was good.
Tomorrow,
No, that was
ridiculously
awesome.
amazing tomorrow.
And like you have like
Ridiculously
a
amazing.
like
So I said,
beads
so
and
that's my
stuff.
start
You
from
ever
there.
show
So I
your
said,
boobs up
start
on
it up
this New
tomorrow.
Orleans?
We're back on track.
Misconception.
Right.
Right, yeah. I don't know how it works. cards.
It's not a big
And it's not like,
I've only seen Mardi Gras on old Girls Gone Wild.
yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he show them to you?
Yeah, that's it. He shows me all his old VHS tapes. I love it. Leanna, how long are you visiting Austin for?
Till Saturday.
What else do you love about this city? Is there anything else fun that you've done? Or
anything or anyone? No. I love that there are people here that I didn't grow up with.
You grew up in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Hiding from your past. Is there a reason?
It's just too small. At a certain point, it's like it's nice to go out and see a bunch of people you know, but sometimes you would like to not.
You know you can move.
I know, I'm thinking about it.
You thinking about moving here?
Yeah. But then another guy I matched with recently last week, I said, I'm thinking about moving. He said, don't do that. Everyone's moving here. And I said, wow, rude. And he said, it's true, though.
What an idiot.
What an asshole, right?
Yeah, that's
It's so easy to get in there. All you have to do is not be an asshole.
Why matching so much? Why don't you have like a permanent boyfriend? Are you a crazy person or something?
No, broke up with my last one last year on my birthday.
Okay.
Present to myself.
Why did you break up with him?
You like thinking I was
Not the right fit for me. That wasn't the right fit for me.
today is hot.
Adult mature.
Okay.
It's kind of serious.
Yeah, dude.
Sorry.
Not a lot depressing. It's sad now.
Well,
She's like, yeah, cancer.
I really would have stayed
I
with
didn't want to stay with him till the end.
Yeah, I love it. What's your favorite thing about New Orleans?
There's always something to do, and everything's very close by. Where there was before COVID,
Yeah, it's an amazing city.
Yeah, there's cool shit. Yeah.
But the comedy scene's almost non-existent.
Yeah, there's no kids with comedy. Actually, we'll fuck up on
There is
accident.
a lot of comedy here.
Yeah, but no club. There's no big club.
There's like, you're right.
It's a different culture.
There's like nights, but yeah, we don't have like big nights.
Well, Leanna, we love your set tonight. You represented ladies very well. There she goes, Leanna Patch, everybody. She's on social media at Punchline Copy. You guys think we should go to this bucket one more time, huh? All right, this is it. Let's get one more up here and see what happens. It's going to be Andrew Sachs is going to close out our bucket portion of the show. There's Kaylee. I believe Kaylee, what is it? Kaylee Dunn, Fun 73. Kaylee Dunn,
And she's her own podcast, by the way.
Kaylee Dunn, Fun 73.
You're the best. Shout out, Maddie, my partner.
There you go. I love it.
Nether can be doubled up.
There she goes,
One
everybody.
nether
Kaylee
another
and
nether.
Andrew Sachs
Cannot
is
have
next.
another Tua piling up the nether.
Waiting for Andrew. How about a hand for the staff here at Anselm's?
Nether being the person
Letting
creating
us do this chaotic show every Monday at one of the most famous booze clubs in the history of the
we're going to
world.
be
So,
born on
no
one item.
accident.
Ever was
Okay.
Tua,
All right, we're seeing how this happens.
oh,
You have to have a new checkout system or something. If people leave, they have to let you guys know, or else they get blacklisted.
no room,
Wow, this is crazy. This guy made his first appearance on the show on episode 500. Very, very interesting character. Very Texas. Make some noise for Rich Hirschberger, everybody. This guy ended up. This guy had such an interesting story. He ended up getting the first ever lap dance in the history of Kill Tony from Kaylee. She ended up upside down on his lap. Rich Hirschberger, it's your baby. Rich is coming. We got him, right? Alright. Rich Hirschberger, this guy's wild. Represents Texas very well. You guys are gonna see. Real flippin' Billy Goat. Here he is, everybody. Rich Hirschberger, everyone. Come on, make some noise for Rich, everybody.
As possible, as straightforward as possible, to go
Holy
to the
cow.
I do want to let you know, well, the way that the
Rich, like a mountain.
And I know what you guys are thinking,
there
Rich.
are other ways of
That's
doing
unique,
every
Dave.
line within this
Yeah.
tomorrow.
I was named after where I was conceived.
Just for example, when we talk
The
about
North
being
Ridge Mall.
truly dark, does that mean that it ends up manifesting itself in two consecutive
That's my middle
dark?
name.
So when the first one is over, the second one is
Rich
that?
parking lot
Well, that
Hirschberger.
means that at the same time, that it has nether 1 in effect, nether 2 is in effect as well. So if I were to violate the nether,
My
I
brother's
would
name
have
is
to bring 2
Corn
up.
Silo.
We're going to go with the
Farmer friendly ground, eh?
first thing, which is the route.
I'm from Pennsylvania, and I grew up around a lot of Amish people. And before I came to Austin, one of them got struck by lightning.
doing this.
Right?
And
Which
this
is
is the
crazy.
effect of the
I
Gauss
wonder if you'll
effect.
get shunned for using electricity.
The Gauss effect
Hey guys, here it is, Rage Hirschberger coming in and
as
out.
well as the
Jump,
relative
jump,
I
jump,
didn't
jump,
get
jump.
discussing.
I love it.
There is
You're
also a
real.
lot of
Fucking
discussion.
everything about you is real.
There's also a
When
large
I first
discussion
met you
of
on Kill TV 500, I thought you were like playing it up. I'm like, this guy's trying to be like a hillbilly character, like from the middle of nowhere. And I've done some research on you since then, and it turns out you really are this guy.
Research this man.
Again,
Yeah, I got some deep intel reports on Rich Hirschberger. Someone found your Instagram and showed me a picture of you in front of a real Confederate flag.
Oh no.
think about
What?
you have
Yeah,
time
you didn't
today.
delete that
Let
one
me
where
think.
everybody was
You're
talking
able to
about
find some
Confederate
literature on
flags.
stuff. Fascinating discussion.
It's not true.
Wrong.
It is true. You
Wrong.
bring it up.
Wrong.
You deleted
That's what you said.
That's Rich
Around
Hirschberger.
I know you're watching my TikToks.
There's
Jim,
just
the
so much
last
very
name of like
but on a simple level,
entertainment attorney
the
from Los
agenda is
Angeles.
agenda.
Yeah, Rich Hirschberger.
The agenda can't be doubled
Like
up.
I've been
The
hired
school of
Arthur
the school of me, the
Hirschberger.
school cannot be doubled up.
Financial
One
stuff.
school at a time. That's it. Once you apply a
That's
school,
a deep
it's like
insult to
it's
you
book.
when they
You
say
have to come
that.
back to it.
I'm sure you
So
react
that's
kindly when they say I'm Jewish.
now.
What is your least favorite
Hey,
race?
hey, that is Omar, a lady Muslim, Nazir, okay. I will become a Nazir if I eat. It says that
How
it's
about you?
exact
You have
same
an
phrase
answer
again.
there?
A Nazir is okay. I will become a Nazir if I will eat.
You almost got
Okay,
to
let's try to write it that that's wrong. Spoken about another, all of a sudden you on
They use electricity.
the natural. What does it have to do? Why do you put it back here?
What are you looking at?
Second of
There's
all,
more than one.
more than that, why did you have to make this Nazir
Confederate flag
contingent
Instagram.
on whether
Yeah,
you will eat it?
it's a real who's who.
Spoken about another, why couldn't you
Where are you
just
from?
say,
Where are you from? Central
okay,
Pennsylvania.
first you said, Honam Pinto is there a lot.
Imagine it's a
Honam
population
Pinto
of
is
a
there
place
a
like
lot.
that.
But this
That's
goes
60,000, but
instead.
the town
Come
I'm from
from
is
this
500.
twice.
What's that town?
So the mission of beg the question immediately.
Okay,
Why
you're
jump
in
to
sex with a
Nazir?
wild
And
animal.
why make it contingent everyone? This is not my house, but everyone has to touch it. This is the Quran suggestion. But ultimately, that's the case
Oh
with
shit,
Mr. Trump.
Haley dropping
That a person
missiles
says,
from
I will be a Nazir
Yeah,
if
but
I
she
eat.
hates
I
sex,
will be a
remember?
Nazir if I eat. Now what happens if he eats?
She likes races.
Then it becomes a double Nazir.
Okay.
Double Nazir, so we're going to explain what it is. It starts with
I
eggs,
have
goes to
collected
period
semen
10
from
days,
a bull
and then
You have
starts all
collected
over
semen
again.
from a bull.
Yes.
You did that. How'd you do that? With your butt or your mouth?
Now,
Swallow or spit. There is two different ways you can do it. For one way is you can use an artificial vagina. And it's like the size of a rocket launcher. You bring it
How
down
big's a rocket launcher? Can you show us?
Next,
like 3 feet. So that's how long most penises are. About 3 feet. So then you bring a female cow in that's in heat, and you tie her up. And then as you bring it forward, and as the bull's jumping on the cow, you put the rocket launcher on its penis.
once he activates the first
Jesus.
floor,
The cow
by
over
itself,
the
it
moon. My
will
goodness.
there's
That's
no more
like
room for another
the
floor,
dirtiest
therefore
nursing
you
rag
can
I've
send it
ever heard in
100
my life.
times, and you only do
I love it. So how long did it take you? Were you showing the bull any
Now,
kind of
this
porn,
specifically
perhaps
asks the
Dick
question,
Trader's
why
dot com or
would you
something like that?
The reason
Well, we didn't do it that way. We
the
did
way
the
that
other
we
way, which is
know,
easier. You just like put an electric dildo in its ass and electrocute it, and then it just comes. Wow. Now I know what David Lucas's jokes are going to be noted on me. And you catch it with a cup, and it kind of looks like melted ice cream.
Now, why does he have
What
to
do you
make it
do with it?
contingent?
You put it in liquid nitrogen to keep it cool. Why do you do
This is
this?
where the show
Oh, to
goes
breed
to
cows,
the,
1 cup will breed 500 cows.
explanation. And ultimately, the answer is that since we came to straw,
Do you drink it?
the way that the straw will be explained is by saying a person takes the straw that you won't eat.
Yes.
So we want you to have a consistent language in Mishnah, where when it came to the nether, also called shakti. So just like when the example of a straw that doesn't take effect, is when a person says that straw,
Anyways, I love it, Rich. What do you think's one of those like hillbilly things
you
about
also
you?
want to
What
be
do you
first
think? What do you think you still
I mean,
do?
knows
But
what
you're
you
like,
know.
God,
But
that
again,
is just so
it's not actually
country.
important that that be
I don't know. I
the
was
case.
here in
That's
Austin
just
like
happens to be
3 weeks ago,
that
and the
is
first
the
night I went out and I went to that place that has a
um,
mechanical bull.
smooth
I'm
way I
trying to
got
ride
it.
it.
Now,
when it was
we're
broken.
really tomorrow.
So I convinced
Tomorrow,
some people that I could fix
according
it.
to the rock,
And let me try to fix it for half an hour.
therefore, I'm going to draw your attention down to the second wide line of the rock. And we're going to focus
No,
on
I wasn't able to
both
fix it. I convinced him I was
parts
an
of the rock.
electrical engineer.
According to the rock,
Rich, if you had
tomorrow
any, we
is
found out the reason why you got a lap dance on episode
not there.
100 was because
Therefore,
we
we'll
found
learn
out that
that
it's been
text
a
from
while
the
since
rock.
you were with a lady, right? And you
See
got
that?
lucky and all
According
since
to the
then.
rock, tomorrow starts with follow. Even though I'm already
Have
knows
you
it.
talking to girls or anything
Once
like
he
that?
said already knows it.
Sometimes.
I believe knows
How
it.
does that normally go for you?
He
Where do you
also
think it goes
Cuba,
wrong?
who knocks
I
the
don't
head.
know. I'm
He
just
goes ahead a lot with the hustler.
I just,
Kind of a call, feel about
interested
feeling.
in all the
Those are the words that Saran has
like
in
country
about.
girls.
That flip in the rhyme explains that there are two questions. Go down one line. The word father. It says there's two questions. Father, what will we when mixing the zeros to Akila? The thought, he was already knows there, already knows there, already knows the kind of This is the question that we ask. According to the Ran, actually the Gemara's question, why does the Gemara have to make the zeros contingent on eating? Question 2, the calculate no Sue. Gemara has another question. If you include the zeros, the Akila, the already knows there, and Ophel, we're making the zeros contingent on eating. For the Zimna, Sagios, he doesn't have to say it each time. In other words, the Kaimel of the Smush Kaimel Basra, this question will also feature that. I'll call Zayas to Zayas Shagonista. In other words, the Quran is saying this problem. Person takes the Shua, and could not go into the understanding is, he decided once to use the Zayas because once the Zayas is friend, violated his Shua. He gets down to another Zayas is friend, violated his Shua again. A third Zayas is a third violation. That's the way that it works, says the Ran. And why do you need him to actually say, already Nazir in Oka, already Nazir in Oka, once he made the exception of the zeros, dependent on the eating, so every time that he eats, he gets a new zero. Why does he have to actually express that he's going to be a Nazir a second time? Once we understand that if a person makes something contingent on his eating, then every time he's going to eat, he's going to have a zero. That is, according to God, the second question of the Bible. Now, if you skip all the way down in this large rock, over 3 lines before the end of the rock, Umitarsa. Gemara answers to see it's the third word on the line. Umitarsa, I did the Kapani Shmuah Shlo'ofa. Since the Mishnah said, Shmuah Shlo'ofa, Enough Tanasi. You already know there, already know the side to us. It would have been enough if you just said, I'm an usher. Because again, I want to be an usher. Now that following the years to vote on the God, already knows there, and also side you like I was Mr. Shlo'ofa when this foul. On Nabi Shlo'ofa, to low, Jesus in the kind of Allah. Says the Ram, ultimately, the Gemara concedes that it doesn't. In other words, this did not need to say over. But he wanted it to be smooth. And it is not, and therefore, in other words, this is one of the cases where, according to some who shows this was a question that the shows had, and they explained it on their own. According to the Ram, actually part of the Gemara, I encourage you to focus on the part of the Ram. So you want to say,
Do you think Rich Hirschberger ever has a real chance with you? Rich, what do you think about this? You think you can handle a girl like Haley?
Very interesting challenge in relevant. Once the Ram explains that Gemara is asking that a person takes a school on a particular item,
Fun to have you on, man. Congratulations.
how
A
should
great
you
second
second
appearance there. He was Rich
Every society
Hirschberger.
that starts with the school with There's a stylist
Which
who's
means we just have time for one more regular, everybody. This young man, very Hilltony famous. Famously made the entire system of comedy over in Second City over 2 decades of experience. And at Second City, got diagnosed with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, and decided to chase his dream of being a stand-up comedian. Was a regular on the show immediately.
Now, what happens if
After
the end
that,
one gets
ladies
right?
and gentlemen,
Is he $100
I present to you the great,
for
powerful Michael Blair. Everyone, here he is.
This is actually this
Always exciting, always a brand new minute for Michael. Absolute crowd favorite here. And Austin resident. Here he is, everybody. Michael Blair, everyone. Come on. Your final comedian of the night.
I heard the style as well. The person accepts one is nice. Somebody is nice. Everybody knows you see the house. There's that paper over there on the side of the night. There's certain acceptance there that somehow never gets pulled out. Right? Now there's one brave guy who's able to learn of the second student. He's able to learn. Now what happens if you go to the Shiva house? So he goes to several Shiva houses and he fills out that necessity. So you have to learn it for each Shiva house that he went to, or could he learn it once and say, hey, listen, I accepted myself to learn the stuff with Edos or Caleb. You know what? I'll learn it once and we'll knock it off for everybody. Again, it's also very much dependent on this. It's not very simple if you just learn it once. So be careful. It's not going to take a bunch of time. This is, again, it comes from the city from this rock. There could be one acceptance of another and actually double itself. Now we get back to the actual text of the tomorrow. What's going to happen here, just a little bit of a preview of the tomorrow. The rest of the tomorrow for today is a line that Restream says he limits the halakha that a person can't double up another. And as long as they try to disprove a number of things. So let's just keep focused on that because tomorrow has to go through a step. And ultimately, it's really not very difficult. You're going to make a statement. And Mark's going to challenge you, and that's today's topic. Amar Abuna, Lo Shanu Eladama Harini Nazir Hayom, Harini Nazir Lama. The Nubuzi become Yitosis Yomi Yisera, Kaila Naziris Al Nazir. Amar Harini Nazir Hayom, Harini Nazir Hayom, Ain Kala Naziris Al Nazir. Says Abuna, while it is true that a person can have a double nether, the way the word
Jackson had to coach Michael Jordan, my friend.
the exact replica.
If Michael Jordan wasn't in a fucking wheelchair,
And at least some. It says that through what to do. Person says, already knows that I don't. He says, already knows that I'm not. Now, we started certain material already during the period of the Muslim. So it says that you're starting it during that period, so you extend beyond that period. And then, since you have that extra day there, then the previous 29 days as well take effect. Right? In other words, let's just get this clear. According to the Ran, the first accept period of time of the year, what happens is, you now have to observe 60 days. 30 for the first Nazir, 30 for the second Nazir. Now, if you cannot initiate a Nazir when a person is already a Nazir, then the second expression of already Nazir is going to be arbitrary. It's going to be nothing. Once you say that a person can initiate during the period of the year, then the second expression of a Nazir can take effect. But says the Puna only be added on one day. If you added on nothing, then the second is zero as well as goes to. That's the Puna's opinion. Now, interestingly, the way it works, you look at Rashi, you look at Rashi as well. It says, I really know if I want to start doing the Nazir today. I want to start doing the Nazir tomorrow. Essentially, what happens is, the first 29 days, you know, that's all effect. Well, once the expression of the second zero actually works, and works only for one day, you find yourself in trouble. There's no such thing as a nuzzer for one day. So since the minimum time for a nuzzer is 30 days, so the truth is, your expression of nuzzer only works for one day. And there's no such thing as a nuzzer for one day. So it stretches itself out for another day. That's the way they're on it. So again, straight up Rapuna. Going to Rapuna, and not a double nuzzer. The only way that can work is if you add on another day. Once you're adding on another day, so then the first expression has to work. And consequently, what happens is that that's what we're going to do. You got to get inside. Remember, Rapuna, Lo Sanu, our Mitzvah is not Ella, the Omar already knows her Hayom Herlamah. Becoming a nuzzer today, and I'm becoming a nuzzer tomorrow. Immediately becoming closer to Yom Yisrael. Since you're adding on one day, Hayla Naziris on Naziris. The Naziris can't double itself over and take it back. Ava Omar already knows her Hayom. Nuzzer Hayom. So the exact same thing twice. Becoming a nuzzer today. Becoming a nuzzer today. Is a Shala zeros, the second and the zeros, and that's the perfection 30 Well, Omar will disagree. It says, Omar already knows Yom, Hala, zeros, Al. Mishnah tells us a neder can be doubled up. He says, well, take the Mishnah at face value. It says you can double up a neder, the zeros is neder, therefore, and it can manifest itself twice in one period of time. How do you observe that? According to the Ran, you're going to observe that twice of 30 days. Now the Gemara says, now we're going to try to disprove the truth. We're going to do that by analyzing it. According to Rapuna, as the Tana in Shua b'Sok Shua, this Yesh Neder, B'Sok Neder, they Neder B'Sok Neder. In other words, this is the concept that the Lord has used this language. But often, we are talking about the language of this loaf, this leaf, and this loaf. Anything else before we go? You're trying to teach me.
There it is, Michael Lair, everybody, MichaelLairComedy.com.
Don't outsource yourself to this halacha leather,
Chris Rogers, what do we have over there?
halacha
Shua,
and then you start comparing the
art.
Just teach me about yourself. One teach me if there's a difference between a double nether and a non-double nether. Just know there are some times when you can have a double nether. And there are some times when I can't have a double nether. And what is that? How is that going to look? Already knows your hayom. Already knows your lamachar. The only time you have a double nether is when a person says, already knows your hayom, already knows your lamachar. That's the example of when you could have a double nether. However, already knows your hayom, already knows your hayom, when you take the top of the sign of it. A nether is a nether. That's the example of the case. When you can't double up a nether, so why do you have to compare the Torah to schools to say that a nether could be more intense and it's more up to the nether to double up, and you can't double up? It's not in the garbage cell. Sometimes nether can double up.
2018, 2019, 2020, already on his way to get taken in 2021. If you're not, and I know that you are, so you guys that are fans of this show, the real biggest comedy fans who guys talk about comedy, comedians talk to comedians about comedy. So I'm sure you already are, but if you're not, of course, become a fan and a Patreon member of the Tim Dillon Show. Get into the game because this is the future and the present right here. We love you, Tim Dillon. And thank you to the live audience for coming out. Red Band, anything else? Hey, we got a show at Vulcan this Wednesday and every week here at Vulcan. Check it out. Thank you, Anton. Thank you, audience. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
One more attempt. Nick Nether, the Nether is full of Shua. Mishnah says that there is a case of the Nether, the Nether, and someone that cannot double Shua. The Gemara says, hey, what's the case? Clearly, the Gemara is not looking for the Mishnah of the description of Nazir. The Gemara is understanding that this is Omar Haredi Nazir Hayom, Haredi Nazir Lamachar. If your Tuna is right, but the way that Nazir works is by saying, I'm a Nazir today, I'm a Nazir tomorrow, and then the whole logical explains to the line how it ends up working out for 60 days. Then the Kabbal Sagabi Tua, the Okel Sa'odim, but the Omar Tua, so enough. Remember, you're not comparing one case to the next if they are parallel. So the Gemara says, if the Hunin were right, that the case of Neder is that a person says, Hareinu Nazir Hayom, Hareinu Nazir Lamachar, then you have to have a parallel comparison by Shua. You can't just say, Shua Shlo Okel, Shua Shlo Okel. That can't be the case, because it's not parallel. They don't line up. They have to be the same. The case of Shua was today and tomorrow, but there needs to be something different. Sorry, the case of Neder was today and tomorrow, then Shua also has to be this and that, which is first case of Shua, will also say it. Shua also enough. You won't eat pigs, you won't eat grapes. Gemara says, "Am I allowed to follow In other words, if Rabuna, you're right, that the only time the neder works is when you take two separate gedarim on two separate days. In other words, a neder manifests itself on days, and a shul will manifest itself on two separate fruit. Why can't that work? What's wrong with having itself as shul? What's the shul not to be sick, not to be sick? That should also work. You are to tell a hate it must be. So hate is only to local shul. What's the case? Where shul is not going to take effect on the shul. Because the Omar shul will also take him. Because of the Omar shul will also take him. He said the same thing twice. In other words, that must be the case. In other words, you must identify a case of shua where the shua cannot double itself up. So we'll start on that side. What's the case of shua? The case of shua is where a person says, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. So he reiterates. He says the same line twice. And that's the case where the second shua is essentially just run the tail of his mouth. Then let's go backwards. The Kabbal Saga what's going to be the parallel case when it comes to a Nazir? Eichidam. The Omar, Haredi Nazir Hayom, Haredi Nazir Hayom. Just like when it comes to Shavua, the person says, I won't eat. So Nazir is, I'll be a Nazir. The Katani, Yesh Neder B'Sof Neder, Mishra says it is Neder B'Sof Neder, that's the double that it does work. So again, if you're going to compare the cases, says the Gemara, then you have to have a parallel case. And you clearly establish when it comes to a shua, it can't be the person says, I won't eat grapes, I won't eat figs. So of course that's so shua. There's no reason why that shua should not take effect. You know Allah is only one shua at a time. First takes this shua not to eat grapes, and not to eat figs. So then no grapes, and no figs. The parallel case of a neder, so there must be that the case of shua that doesn't work is a case where it says the same thing twice.
What a great church
Now,
going
the
start to the
shua
show that we
that doesn't
have.
work
An empty tables here. What is happening? The ticket scalpers are getting the best of Hiltonian.
so grab that to another.
You get to figure this out.
If you're listening to this, do not buy your tickets on the scalpers. Just don't do
Must
that.
be
Because
wrong.
you're going to help
You
them
said
out, and they're going to do
only
this
time
shit every week.
neder.
And also, why not swing by if you're working on Monday and see if tickets are available at the door? Because
So again,
15 minutes after the
that's
show
all you have
starts,
to get a
we're going to
little
start
further.
seating
It's
these
not so
tables with
complicated.
human beings
Essentially,
anyway.
all the Gemara is saying
Those of you
is
that are
that
buying your
you're
tickets
telling
legally,
me
how do you
that
make
the
some noise,
neder
everybody? We're
one
here.
and neder
It's
two
a
have to be a
Monday
little
night.
different
No one
different
has
days.
more fun
The
than us.
shua one, shua two.
Very, very, very exciting
And once
stuff
they're
happening.
different,
We have the great Ryan
so that
J. Belt all the way in Los Angeles, California,
either
drawing
the
tonight's
old
episode. All prints are
or
available
you're
at
wrong about
RyanJBelt.com,
something.
including the new Kiltony, the coloring book, and other fun stuff on the way. Big stuff coming there at RyanJBelt.com.
Again, if
If
you don't
you
know,
were to do a road episode or anything like that, the posters from that show are still available there. We also the local artist Chris Rogers right behind us. And he draws every week live in front of a live audience. We're still filmed on food thanks to our friend Yoni over at Best Barbecue Show, Sam's Smokehouse, and Golden Acres. I swear to God, people, this is not just like a sponsor that we just talk about because of they give us food or money or anything. We're literally massive fans. The raving reviews of people that we have here every single week. This food is amazing. Literally, and you know I would never say this if it's not true. The best Philly cheesesteaks I've ever had in my life. A brisket patty melt.
It's a Crunchwrap Supreme. It'd be like the
I'm not
Taco Bell
going to
Crunchwrap
eat big
Supreme. They have
and
their version
the
of
first
it,
thing
and
is
it
holy.
blows your mind.
You guys have to
Then,
check it out. It's
the
called
second
Sam's
expression
Smokehouse
is
in Golden
good
Acres.
things
Make a
again,
Monday routine out
but
of it. Go to
it's
Sam's
overlapped
Smokehouse in
it
Golden
with
Acres before the show.
grace.
Come see Kill
In other
Tony.
words,
Go
that's
to
the
the
way
Red
to bring
Rose,
on the
Yellow
thing.
Rose
In
afterwards.
such a
It's
case,
called Kill Tony.
the
Super
Buddha, the
packed.
school is not going to
I'm gonna hand for the
The
band,
one-
everybody. They're
such
here.
a case, the second
John
expression
Hayes
of
is
the
up this
school
week. It's the
is not
official
going
Fix
to
Vodka.
Okay,
Kill
sometimes
Tony,
I
man,
put
brought
on
to you
the
by
next
Fix
one.
Vodka.
Let's just be clear.
Alkaline vodka. John Dees
That's
is
the
out
way
this week
we
and
put on
looking
the
fucking
sensitive.
stepped
This
up.
is very
Great Day
basic.
Madness out front
Of course,
tonight.
we're Buddha. Mr. says,
Have
the
some fun
agenda
with
is
my
up
boy
you
D.
can have a double measure.
Madness.
It means the
Lorenzo
person
Jackson,
says,
I'm gonna hand for
Already
an
knows your
electric guitar.
hayom,
Matt Muehley
already
is
knows
here,
your lama,
everybody.
knows your lama. What happens
He
before
has a
your Buddha?
collection
You
of
come to measure
Oreo
for 60
figurines
days.
that he gets at
First, you have
HEB.
the
Who
first
loves
day.
HEB here?
The
All
carbon
right, HEB people, we love HEB here at Kill Tony.
Then
I'm
starts
a big
over
fan
with
coming
the
off
years
of one of
for a
those,
second
not
time.
one of, coming off of the biggest
Once again,
Mexican
before that
drum off
does not
in
work
the
for
history
your
of the
Buddha,
show.
a parallel case
Drummer
exactly.
Michael Gonzalez,
Person
ladies and
says,
gentlemen, all local
Lord,
Austin
Lord,
talent. This place
first
is
he takes
filled
the
with
Buddha,
great
not Jesus.
musicians.
And then
And
he
we're
says, you know what?
super
Lord,
excited about tonight's
to
show.
aim
We
in.
have a fun one
God,
for you.
I'm
But
not
before we
going to
start tonight's show,
big
here's a little bit
and
about the amazing
the
sponsors
second
that made
store
tonight's episode available
included
for you here
both
right now.
big and
Hey
great,
y'all, are you
which
hiring
essentially
for
was already
spring?
accomplished
What
with
type of
the
roles are you hiring for? Maybe you need to hire someone to wear many hats, which can be challenging. Or you might have a simple position to fill, but it's taking forever to find someone who's a great fit for your company. That's where ZipRecruiter comes in. ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
The all
Whether
out
you
to
need to
8.
hire a civil engineer in
The
New
8
York,
in
a nurse
who's
in
violating
Nebraska,
good.
an attorney in
What's
Colorado,
done? What
or
did
a
you do there
mascot
for
in
Carbon?
Missouri,
Separate the
ZipRecruiter's
Carbon.
matching technology
For
finds
Kapara.
people with the right experience
To
for your
atone
job and
for
actively
violating
invites
his
them
word.
to apply.
Now,
It's so
second
effective
to
that
solve
4
that.
out of 5
Because our
employers who
beyond
post on ZipRecruiter
because of the
get a
all
quality candidate within the
now
first
you went
day.
ahead and
From accountant to
That's
zoologist and
How
everything in
will
between,
I love him?
ZipRecruiter makes
Here,
hiring
he
easier.
will be
And right
carbon
now,
on
you can try it for free.
That's
And
Bravo.
only our
When you
listeners
went to
get
that,
it.
it's
Link
great.
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
He
You
already
go to
had a Kapara on the screen of the
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony today to try
Now, I
ZipRecruiter
know
for
them.
free. We
You
get
can't
credit for
bring the
sending you.
carbon
Once again,
because
that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
it's only half of what he offers. In his work, he's prohibited himself from great and big. Now, when he ate the grape, he only violated magic. Can't be carbon.
Just try to not think about it.
Point is, says Gemara, Alma, Hepha, Amar, Shvuot, Shlomo, Medina. Because of Amar, Shvuot, Shlomo, Medina, another, Nigu, the Kalshua, another, in other words, what doing to Gabriel Carbon?
Privacy of your own home. A U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, it ships to you free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete
Is
an online
when you
visit.
say,
Take
I
care
won't
of
eat
your
this,
ED without
then it
leaving
says
your
I won't
home.
eat this,
Complete an online visit today to connect with a healthcare professional and take care of it.
Why is a lot of times you don't bring carbon because it's about to here, talks about that person that's just another half.
It's really time to take care of your
There's
ED.
no other half.
Get
It wouldn't
started
work.
today and
You
you'll
say
save
you don't bring carbon because
$15
the
on your
school
first
was
order of ED
nonsense.
treatment.
The school just
Use
didn't
the
mean
code
it.
Tony to
Clearly,
help
when
with
you
your
rather
well-being.
than it does take
And we're
effect.
back. Are you guys
More
ready to
says,
start tonight's
Buddha is
show?
really bravo.
Live from Antone's in Austin, Texas. Every single one of these episodes, we always have one or two of my favorite human beings, some of the best comedians in the
Does
world.
say,
And
only
this is
reason
a
why
big
it's no
one.
carbon.
For those of you that are real comedy fans, you're about to lose your fucking minds because this guy, an absolute legend at the Comedy Store, closed the main
So
room under
you
Mitzi
try
Shore's
at least
tutelage
twice
for
now to
decades.
disprove
Everybody, this is a guy that all of
Rabuna
your favorite
was
comedians
has worked.
hustle into the room to go watch. This is the guy that your favorite comedians watch late at night. He's an insane man, Comedy Store legend, Kill Tony legend,
Needs to
make
know
some
their
fucking noise for the
team
great
is
and powerful
first and
Brian
themselves.
Holtzman, everybody. Oh,
Whatever the case
shit.
was. First and foremost, Rabuna
This is one of those off the rails episodes.
The
Wild goat.
So he has
Brian
two
Holtzman is here,
Zeros,
ladies and
Zeros,
gentlemen. Brian, how are you?
Zeros, and he has to go ahead and observe. So Mona Zarishona, he did the first one,
We're
the
gonna have
zeros,
so
the first
much
period
fun.
of
Let's
the
get
zeros.
this party
There's
started,
this part.
shall we? Is there
And
anything
he
I'm
took off the
missing?
card.
I don't think so.
Part
You
of the
guys know how the
process,
show is. We
part
have
of
a
the
record
process
here
of
tonight.
coming
By the
out
way,
of
make some noise.
the
It's a
zeros.
record for
This is
signups here
But
tonight.
then the
We
initial
get over
he decided to reverse.
85
He went
signups
ahead
for
to
the
the road.
show.
He
People
was
are up
master
on the
Neder on
second
his
floor
zeros.
watching a
So he
stream, a
upped
giant screen,
So
watching
again,
the
he
stream
took two
of the show
zeros,
that you're in the room
two
watching.
zeros.
Did I
He
pull
observed
one of their
one.
names out of this?
He wrote a
here?
card for it.
If I
And he
pull
said,
their
you know
name
what?
in 60
You got
seconds,
it.
uninterrupted, you know your time is
I want
up.
to go ahead
You hear
and
the sound of the key.
he uprooted the
I
first
need to wrap it
two.
up.
What's
We're
that
also going to
about?
bring out the angry
Also,
warehouse
Lucia
district there.
Barisha.
There it is.
first
That's
one's
the bear.
gone.
There's a sheep and a
But
bird
he
from
was
that
this out.
picture.
You went ahead and reversed it.
Holtzman gets
The
excited.
first
Here's
zeros
the
is gone.
animals.
But he observed the period
You
of time
guys
for
ready
the
to
zeros.
start the show?
So the one he's got credit
Anything
for.
can happen. It
You already
could
earned
be
the credit
the
for it.
local
So
legend
you
that
already
I pull out of the
observed
bag.
the
It could be
period,
one
the
of you.
period.
Perhaps
Of the
you
zeros,
signed
the
up
therefore he's
for your first time ever doing stand-up comedy here tonight.
How does this
You guys
work?
sure you're ready to start the show?
You live on
Come on, this is Austin, Texas. Home of the Blues. Are you guys ready
I
for a
might
crazy
also
Monday?
There you go.
There you go. Okay, good enough.
This is
That's a
problematic.
6 out of 10.
You told
Yeah,
us
it's okay.
the only
It's
way
all
to
right.
effectively have
Definitely
two
Monday
zeros,
energies here
two
tonight.
zeros running at the same time
Get
is
some
if you add on a
tables,
day.
some tables, some
But
older
if you add
people
on a
are here.
day,
Get some noise for the
then
older
how do you
people.
get credit
Everybody
for time
freshly
served if
vaccinated.
there's one day that wasn't observed? It
Don't
doesn't
forget to
work.
shut your fucking mouth off.
In other words, according to Stroll,
That's right.
according to
And
Stroll,
here
everything
we
is good.
go. The
You
show
should have
starts
observed
now.
the
60
zeros
seconds
the
uninterrupted.
words
Going
of the
to a
zeros
man
can't
named
to be
Paul
about the same time.
Cyphers.
Already knows your hayom, already knows your hayom.
Cyphers is going to
So
start
it's good. The
tonight's
same
show.
30 days. According to
Very exciting
extra
stuff.
day added over there. How can you see
Paul
that when I
Cyphers is coming to the
reverse
stage
the
from one
first
of
set of
these
the
areas.
zeros, I can use the credit of that time the
Paul
second zero.
Cyphers.
The problem
Here
is,
we go.
it's
Here
the
he
next two
comes.
days.
That
What's
flash
observed?
means Paul Cyphers. Here he is. Everybody make some noise for your first comedian
Must-
tonight, Paul
Rama
Cyphers.
already knows your hayom, already knows your hayom.
Oh, I'm so happy to
Must
be
be
here.
it's right. You have to do it for them. Must be
I got hit by the
It's
same
decided
truck
to
driver
tomorrow.
2
No,
times this
hold
weekend.
on. No, hold on. Already knows your hayom, already knows your lamot.
My eyes. So,
Indeed, President Huna, the expression that he used was, it will be a Nazir today, and it will be a Nazir tomorrow. By also load. What does it mean? Also, what does it mean the first 30 days? For him, the fireman who you say, well,
I'm a vegan. Hold your applause on top of
I mean,
me.
he's completely done. I mean, he gets credit for the time that he actually observed being a Nazir. But this is one more day. The line, he will serve one more day as a Nazir. Not because the Gemara goes to evil things. This is not the case of Huna or Shmuel. Now he says already knows Hayom, already knows Hayom, or already knows Hayom, already knows Hayom. Look in Rashi Paris, second line, where he says it is. Zamar Hare Olai
There he is. He's
Nazir.
spot on.
That's what
Paul
he said.
Cyphers,
First,
everybody.
he
Hell
accepts
yeah.
upon himself, two Nazirs. So that's it.
Welcome to the
That's
show.
the
Super
It's
Sun
the
Love
Lord
Race.
just said, shall be upon me
Fucking healthy,
two
lean and
periods
done.
of Nazirs. Lucky Titus Stein. We love this. Eyeball. Omar already knows where you go. Already knows where you go in the Nazirs style. Obviously. That's one way of doing it. He says, Hare Olai, get a voice. Problem? It just essentially is you have to be a Nazir. So the Torah, that case, that price is what we brought in, where it says, basically gets credit for it, probably
Maybe the drive from Western.
and in that case, it works.
Just the two of you.
we have another roommate from Worcester.
And
So
if you will
he's
stop
super
here,
down with us, pretty awesome.
How many men did you live
I mean,
with?
there are a number of interesting runs. If you have some time,
And you all made the move together.
a lot of the runs
You
here,
seem very
especially
close
the
with these
big
guys. You ever do anything wacky with
do
them?
go to a lot of projects. The reason is because the more it goes to
You're
the
vegan, you don't believe in
I
putting
didn't really
meat in
spend
those
so much
types of
time on it.
places.
It's not so clear
You have a
that I
girlfriend,
would have
Paul?
initially thought that the parallels
When's the last time you
draws up
went on a date?
are the right parallels.
Yes,
There
sir.
could have been better
Really?
steps in
Oh my
parallels.
God, tell
So
us about it. How'd you find this girl?
these runs would be the right
She's a
one
comic,
of
so
the
I'll
Shabbos,
talk about it too.
Oh, come on, it's okay. We have to. Trust me, she would throw you under the bus in a heartbeat if she was up here right now. So, like, what, you guys were, like, doing an open mic or something like that? And,
Yeah, I found her, like, she added me on Instagram when I was moving here, and we just went out a few times. Last night being the last time, and so I'm hoping it would be a girlfriend situation, but too early to call, I guess.
oh, she's gonna love it when she's gonna get so wet when she hears this part of this podcast. Like, oh, Paul, you're hoping it's a girlfriend situation? I love it. Did you land a kiss or anything last night? Anything crazy?
Yeah, a little bit of heavy petting, making out.
Heavy petting? What are we talking about? Is that heavy petting? What do you think that measures out? Is that 3 fingers?
That's the thumb. You're doing the hitchhiker twirl. Yeah.
Some heavy petting. Did you exterminate that pussy, dude? Oh, yeah.
Take it. Thank you. No, Dad, take it. What are you doing?
So what is heavy petting exactly, Paul? What does that measure out to be?
Just on like over the pants stuff. You're saying about
Over the pants. Oh, shit, dude.
It's when you grind and you have like that crash.
Do you have blue balls? Do you have a little upset belly
all
after the
right,
day?
so
I mean, you take care of it afterwards.
I know, but answer my question.
I've never had
You've never had blue balls? Really? Jesus, you got low testosterone.
No, actually, I had my first blue ball when I was like 32 or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's what they're talking about.
Really?
Yeah, I never had it
Oh,
work.
yeah, it hurts like a motherfucker, yeah.
got 'em right now. Look at that beautiful head of hair you have. How do you handle split hairs? What do they call it? Split hairs? Very beautiful hair. We're gonna fuck you after the show.
That's exciting. Not over the pants either, Paul. We're not under the pants when we fuck. You're gonna do the thumb thing. I love it. You seem like a really cool guy. What else about you? What do you like to do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
Play a lot of video games.
Alright, how exciting. What kind of video games are we talking about?
I play a lot of like Counter-Strike.
Alright, what else? What other than video games, Paul? Something a little bit more exciting than video games.
I don't have a job. I just walk around for hours and I go to open mics.
Okay.
I'm pretty boring.
Where do you walk around?
Just like trails by my house. I just walk around.
Do you listen to music? What kind of music do you listen to?
I listen to a lot of stuff, a lot of like punk and hardcore.
Okay. You ever been in a band or anything like that?
Yeah, like 5 years ago before I did comedy.
What's the name of the band?
I was in a band called Red. They're like
Red?
R-E-N-D. That's French for like
Can you give us a little example? Sing us a little you come on here, you absolutely positively have to. That's the catch of getting the catch with coming on the show and getting introduced to, hundreds of thousands of the biggest stand-up comedy fans in the world is that you have to fucking bare your soul every once. How many do you think you should sing a line from a folk song right now? It's the exchange right now. Okay, you absolutely correct. I know, but you're really giving it away. Like this is like a magician saying it's gonna be a pigeon that comes out of my sleeve. Like you're supposed to surprise the audience with the yelling. You're not supposed to really tip it off like that. But now you have to look at your body language. You're crossing your arms. Everything's shutting down. What kind of one singer crosses his arms before? That's like, all right. There you go. Just make you feel it up a little bit. Just warming you up. You want to punk? Michael, give me a little punk beat. Give me one of those wacky fucking. You think T Madness knows what Everlong is? That's what he calls his dick. Come on, give him a wacky fucking. Give him some. Yeah.
fucking.
But when I see this now, so after the
Ladies and
dialogue,
gentlemen, this is Paul
what
Cypher.
happens is that I get annoyed that you know love that you have to.
Fucking yell, motherfucker.
What the
And now
fuck
what
is
happens?
that?
So her husband knows that. Now look at the escalation of stuff.
I said, what the fuck
Now
is that?
she has no idea.
Alright, stop.
She has no idea.
That's
You know that, that's not her.
That's why I never got into fucking punk music. I never got it.
She has
You guys
no
all
idea.
act all tough, and then you're like,
You
I don't know what to do. I don't even know why you doing this to me.
Teenage angst, man. You grow out of it,
I'm
right?
telling you, dude. Give this fucking guy an AK-47 and a middle school. You know what I mean? That's what he's. All right. Paul, fun times. Thanks for getting the party started for us. Great stuff. There he is, Paul Cyphers, everybody. Wait, Paul. Jesus, Paul. God, you're running away like you're fucking.
Don't you know, Volkswagen always gives presents to the guests.
Yeah, look at that. Whoa, you're getting two gifts. That's a pair of. That's a thong. Give that to your girl. You can slide that to the side.
You're not gay if you're wearing only your underwear.
It's very cool. Women's panties and a microphone keychain. Gifts from Brian Holtzman. You know what? I got one more for you. Here's something really cool. Okay, this is a really cool thing. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but who better to give this to than a vegan? Do you use leather products? You don't?
You're right.
Are you gonna give this to this little whore you've been sleeping with?
I'll value it.
It's a leather joke book handmade by there's the man, Adrian Cavazos. Are you gonna keep it for yourself? I swear to God, if I see you in a comedy club, I'm gonna ask you to show me this. And if you don't have it, I'm gonna blacklist you from this show forever. Alright, this is made by Adrian Cavazos. He's Bonsai on Instagram. I don't know if you guys can see that. It is an incredible handmade leather Kill Tony joke book. And there you go, that's for you. Punch a goose.
Let me have the panties back. I'm gonna have to do your comment.
Ultimate takes the panties back. Why do you have that? Here he goes, Paul Cyphers, everybody. He's on Instagram at Real Paul Cyphers, CYPHERS.
Why did Holtzman have panties and the hangers still on?
Because he bought them. Those are real.
Hey now! Holy cow, I got the football now!
Maximilian Manzikov is next. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the Red Rose, I'm going to begin for our friend Kaylee Funk. She's here. That reminds me, the Red Rose, this Thursday, people, is celebrating her one-year anniversary, featuring adult film stars Teal Conrad and Nina Elling, sponsored by Fleshlight. Haley wants us to keep the microphones clean between every comedian. All right. Here he is, your next comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Maximilian Manzikov, everybody.
And therefore, then, he spoke on
So guys, you can't tell my people, I'm Hispanic, we grew up Hispanic. I have a little cousin, she's 5 years old, and she's 5'5". And my mom thinks if she plays basketball, she'll become a lesbian. That's what my family thinks, which is kind of weird, because honestly speaking, if she ends up being 6'4", she's eating pussy regardless. Just saying, give her a chance, she might make a top young kid, make $40,000 a year. Some of you don't like that. All of you don't go to the front gigs. I've been running recently, so I think all the ladies go through their sex now. Don't even 30 seconds into it, I'm like, man, I don't want to do this. 30 minutes later, I'm like, yeah, that was good for me mentally. If my legs are shaking, I'm getting ice cream.
All right, getting it at 48 seconds. Maximilian Manzikov. Welcome to the show. You've been on here before, right? That's I always remember Maximilian. Welcome back. What did we find out 2 weeks ago when you were on?
I read the news.
Oh, that's right. Last name. Absolutely. What do you think about Maximilian's performance, Brian?
I thought it was very we hit out racial racism. We tried to put that on the side. Hatred for white people.
Except,
And
I'm
your
not accepting
your
this
ability
one.
to support LBGTEBN.
Accepting nothing to do with work.
Absolutely, I could. That's everything I was gonna say. You said it better than I could have said it. Maximilian, you were here a couple weeks ago. I remember now the running of the polls, the one thing. But something, have you thought about your appearance on the show in the last 2 weeks? Did you think about anything else that you might want to share with us about your life or anything that you've done?
I saw you, I think, last week talking about like the shooting, the mass shooting up north.
Where did you see me talk about that? Here?
Feels like, the only good thing
That's
that
fake
you
news. That was fucking fake
That's
news.
part
I
of
was
the
at the Target inside that same parking lot they got the factory.
Wow.
Yeah, and just send us outside. There's a active shooter. Told us to go outside. There's nothing seems safe, but
Especially when you're in a place that literally has a target.
were you scared? Were you like really scared? Yeah, there was a lady. She was on the phone. She was like, "I'm with my daughter. There's an active shooter outside." And it was terrifying. We had no idea what's going on. We tried to set ourselves up. Like I said, they're just shooting us outside. All the old people still carrying their guns. Did you hear any cool TikToks? I didn't know. I should have.
Question, any cool TikTokers that the shooter was actually the comedian that was on right before you. So, very interesting stuff. Maximilian, fun times. What ethnicity are you again?
Argentinian.
Argentinian. What's our Argentinians known for? What do you notice about your life? Like, I'm Italian, so I can always eat pasta.
Italians of South America.
Everyone wants to be Italian. We know that. I mean, we do.
A lot of your people came to Alaska.
What are you talking about?
Your people came to Argentina. You guys fucked up our culture.
What do you mean? What do we do?
Put a lot of political hostages there.
Alright, you know what? This is racist. And I'm not into racial humor at all. We helped you guys. You guys didn't know how to make bread before the Italians did it. That reminds me, I had some of the best cocktails. Some of my buddies are here from the great restaurant Shades. You know about Shades? They're awesome. We just randomly stumbled into this place. We didn't even know what we were going into. Had an unbelievable lunch. Our friends over in Shades. How does Austin have this much food? We were just hearing about it, since we moved here. Mine's just walking every single day. Today I had ramen and Tatsuya for the first time ever. Oh my god. See, the catch with some of these things, like Tatsuya just fucked up edamame everywhere else. For spicy edamame, literally 20 times better than any other fucking edamame I've ever had. I eat it all the time.
Where's the best barbecue spot?
Sam's Smokehouse at Golden Acres. That's an easy one. We love Sam's Smokehouse. There you go, 100%. What's your love life like, what's your love life like, Maximilian? You're a good-looking Argentinian guy. What's going on with you?
That's true. That's true.
She's about a year now. So you know,
What does she do?
she's a doctor.
That's
What kind of doctor is she? Family medicine. She's like a real doctor. She makes doctor money.
She just graduated.
Are you pointing a gun at me right now under your jacket?
Just in case.
That's great.
I thought it was a knife.
A little bomb there at the end. He has a grenade. He's flicking us off. That's what he's doing. He's an Italian. She's a real doctor, and you're up here just fucking gootsing around. She supports your comedy career?
She does. I actually met her at a comedy show.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, laughter is the best medicine ever. All right, Maximilian. Well, you were just on a couple weeks ago, so we're going to listen on to the next one. Another minute from Maximilian Mantikov. Thank you. There he goes. Max Mantikov on Instagram. Max with 2 X's. Wait, we got to that. Here's the gifts from Ryan Holtz. Oh my God. See what's that? Oh, those are some underwear for a legit doctor right there. And another microphone keychain. Those keychains are so cool.
Spandex. That'll give it breathe.
Talon Garrett is next. Talon Garrett, but not before the great Kaylee Fun switches up the microphone for a brand new, clean, COVID-friendly microphone. You can find Kaylee at the Red Rose, not to be confused with the Yellow Rose, the sister club. Both are here in Austin. Those are the two most famous strip clubs in Austin. How many of you love strip clubs out there? Make some noise. son. Alright.
So what we're going to see is like this.
Okay, so Dallin Garrett, I do believe this is a new name. Here comes Dallin, everybody. Big surprise for Dallin Garrett. Anything can happen. This is still Tony live from Antos in Austin, Texas.
2 weeks later, he
All
finds
right,
out
thank you guys for the applause. My last place at the special
on the day that he hears, I'm like, is he out? Oh, is he
So
out?
this first joke
Okay,
is for
what
you,
time of
Tony.
day? Calgary, excellent.
Yeah, I know,
Now
right?
we'll say what happens. He's about to meet her.
So I'm in Turkey Gauntlet.
He knows forever. Then we'll say,
Just out of Shreveport.
so one of the things we're going to see on the
Because that's how bad traffic is on the moped.
and this grandma himself was a little bit
So I find dating can be weird
her husband
sometimes
is
for me.
800 likes
A lot of women, they treat me like I'm a big god.
What that does is it shuts the neck
It's because they only talk to me when they need
generally
something.
the way this works.
So,
When it's a experience, I'm going to
so there's a fascinating book that I recommend. It's on the bestsellers list. It's on the history of fake news. I recommend everybody check it out.
out of the gate. And that's
It's
usually
called the Holy Bible.
you can have these cases where he doesn't know about the
Alright, so here we go. I'm gonna try this real fast in honor of Humpty from, nope, never mind, I'm not trying to see this.
There you
He
go.
doesn't know about it for 2
Dallin
weeks.
Garrett,
For
everyone.
2 weeks, she's been in the
A
zero.
lot of people
Now
say
he plays
describe
Valley.
this
Now
comedy
he
as
shuts it
slightly
down.
funnier
So
than
what's it?
pancreatic
What's your
cancer.
no, Jackson. So what's it for? So she's gonna have 2 weeks in
Incredible,
the
Dallin.
zero.
Welcome
So
to
now
the
what's the
show.
shout out?
Thanks, man.
What's the shout out?
I love it. First time
Does
doing
she
stand up?
have to win
6
some
times.
type of
Sixth time ever.
contest?
How about him?
Now
Before
it's
he's
a
getting
confusion
started.
of her,
Getting his footing
and
underneath
again,
him.
her confusion is that
Dallin,
we're both of us
what was your last joke going to be? Let's see if maybe it was going to be the big redeemer here. What do you know?
It's a horrible joke.
Try it.
horror, which has
It's
the
not good,
ability
and
to
then not
be
much worse than
sexual acts.
everything else you
I
said.
got quite looks like you go to direct acting. Horror is not sexual acting. Horror shuts it down. Listen, that's by the way, that's on the previous street. Right,
Dallin, I don't think you realize how bad the rest of the jokes were. Like, it's really cannot be that much worse.
She makes something to do with
Try it, Dallin. Here we
go.
go.
Alright, here we go.
This
This is a real story, by the way.
How long is this?
What's the
Listen,
light?
I'm bringing it up. Here we go.
The website. What's
I
that?
too have gotten busy at work with that.
Yeah, that's she gets
I had to take a shit. I was gonna take a while. I was gonna be there, so I wrapped up and finished
And
with
this
you.
part going forward. Remember again, that is not sexual activity. We have to
I'll
analyze
look
those
in
things.
for digital
She's
integration.
liable
Normally,
for
that's a
everything
joke
she's
just for
done
that.
up until the moment
Dallin,
of
just take a breath for a
going
second.
forward
Breathe. Are you
now.
breathing at all? Have you been holding your breath the whole time that you've been up there?
2 weeks in, she's made it in that.
So, Dallin, let's talk about your life. You've only done this 6 times. You started recently, right? How long ago did you start? How many times have you spoken 6 spots into?
I'm not
2
buying
weeks, 2 months?
That's not insane.
9 years.
Your first time performing was 9 years ago.
Yeah, I did it 4 times in Florida. Still looking bucket list kind of thing. It was fun. And not to kiss ass, but I didn't want to go on stage again until the
I'm
show.
gonna be a
So
regular.
I really made all the guys like the show.
I'm gonna
So
go.
much fun. It's
I'm gonna be
amazing. I
coming
feel
with
anxiety.
or I'm gonna be a lesbian. Set. I'm gonna take you can't do that.
We're on wearing those pants. I think we would know if
That's
you
what
had
I
or not.
said.
I don't know
When
what
it
those
comes to
things.
Barbados,
It's like a giant fucking roll of
there's no
toilet
part
paper
on the
wrapped
factory
around you.
Loaded
Pants over here. Dallin, how old are you?
I'm 40.
40, and you fought in the military, am I correct?
I joined the military, but no, I didn't fight. So
What happened? How did you join and not fight?
I got this.
You heard your jokes, so we can't send this across the seas. It's because you're going to work for the military, not to mention politics.
That's it. It's done.
What happened? How did you join and not serve?
For that part
Just I had an ankle injury from my
A
basketball.
lot
Lost
of
the thing.
basically where you have
Oh, like they say back in the middle of Mason.
What's the original question? What's the original question?
I should be doing either.
Look at the open site. You open site with
I was drunk one night and it
I feel like Dean Madness would be
what does the husband do? What does the husband do? You make the part and what doesn't
So let's talk about it. What else have you been doing your whole life? What do you do for a living?
I definitely cannot tell you that I'll get fired.
Really? Can you give us a ballpark of what you do?
along the way.
Really?
I'll tell you what I do on part-time if I'm on them.
Sure.
So I'm a kayak guy. If you guys ever want to check out the beds on the Congress Bridge, Waterwise and Scuba Instructor. So I got some crazy stories to work on that.
beach tonight, so it's incredible. And then your scuba instructor, it's incredible.
shuts it down, but it's not that
How long you been doing that for? What's the craziest thing you ever saw under the water?
Me take the shit.
You took a shit underwater? Oh my god, wow, you also took a shit on stage tonight. That's incredible. I could do this on everything you told me you do. I'm gonna say you did it on stage.
But I really did it down like 40 feet under. Wow, there's no avoiding it. Then the car roll reefs in Boston, I heard just amazing coral reefs.
Coral reefs. There was Christopher Reeve's brother or something I'm talking about. Coral reefs. Sorry, these are 5150. What's this job? You're a cop? Oh, wait a second. Oh, shit. Oh, you can't admit to being a cop. Uh-oh. Way too soon. I don't know about that. I don't know. That's not true either. What else about you? What's your love life like? You seem like the kind of guy that's had a couple ladies tied to the bed while you go out and do stand-up and things like that, right?
You know, I've never been married, no kids.
Hell yeah, especially when you're a police officer, you get to just do whatever you want with the ladies. You pull them over.
It is a federal resources officer, so in case somebody doesn't know, the fact that you know that Joe proves that you're a cop. He has accidentally admitted to being a police officer.
Alright,
All of the cameras. Why
what
you
else? I
telling me
feel
that
like there's something else. Let me ask you this, because you seem like a real man, right? You seem sort of like a tough guy a little bit, right? What do you think is the coolest thing about you?
The coolest thing about me
You
is
seem like a real so that's it.
that is so narcissistic. You know what? I mean, I don't know, I travel a lot, well, in sports, things like that. I travel sand volleyball, softball, anything.
Sand volleyball, you exclusively only play women's sports. You know, sand volleyball, softball, pussy tag.
It's my understanding that here lately, guys get joined with the sports, and that's a big trade for you to say. That's like to make fun of that. That's just saying.
What it's
True.
I'm not done eating with shits because I'm going to shits their guts as a bill.
So you're speaking like you said before. Then you just said before, just like
Alright, Dallon's an interesting name. You ever ask your parents why they named you Dallon? D-A-L-L-O-N.
It's a long boring story, but I do know the reason why they named it.
It's a long, boring story. If you ever think about doing it in your minute, to really figure out
I said long story. I know it comes out for short. 60 seconds is a short.
Dallon, we pull names out of this bucket of all different shapes and sizes. It's always fun to see everybody get a different shot. I love that you're a fan of the show. I love that you came out here and gave it a shot. Thanks for having the
Real
group.
fast, anytime it works out when people do this thing that you're about to do, you got the ability, you can be the chosen. I can tell you why I signed up.
Okay,
That's
now.
for a huge favor.
Oh, this is the worst of the worst. It doesn't get any worse than
Hello?
this.
Should we do my
Get ready.
Actually, Ella, my years coming up, I think it's the contracts are open massive in
I want to be Joe Rogan's bartender.
like that.
Okay, let me tell you something,
Yeah,
Dallon.
that's fine.
I love that. I asked him at one point during this interview, what's the coolest thing about you? And he goes, oh, man, I don't want to sound narcissistic. And then he just literally asked for the coolest job ever invented. I just, look, I've never bartended. You ever bartended before?
Oh, the rock is
Not really. Because I literally asked you what you do for a living. I can't tell you that, but I'll tell you, my side job is kayaking and scuba diving. Nowhere did you mention
came to hang out with them. Let's say you're competing against. She's already got the job now, and you're a psychopath for asking. I don't even know who you're talking about. I know. How would you know? How would you know who the biggest bartender in the comedy business is? How could you not? She's a lawyer. Let's ask Joe exactly. This guy thinks, yeah, exactly. This guy thinks he should be the bartender. Joe, what do you think? I love that you have the balls to ask, though. There might be multiple bartenders at this position, so I'm sure there's not a snowflake's chance in hell. This guy's getting a bartender job. It's okay. Let's do this. Because you seem really disappointed about this. So let's ask you. This is a good opportunity that you have. I like you, by the way, Dan. I like you. I wouldn't hire you for a bartender spot at Joe's Club. You're not hiring me. I'm asking for a recommendation for Joe to hire. 100%. Listen, maybe there's a thing with this, and it's like a lot of people ask for things when they're not qualified. You don't know how are you? Okay, in that case, this just got very interesting. Tell us exactly your resume, and if it impresses us, we'll call Joe Rogan right now and speak. Give us your bartending resume. Let me remind you, okay, Joe, he's not gonna answer your fucking phone call. Jesus Christ, this fucking guy. He's not gonna answer my phone call. I'm telling him a recommendation. He's not gonna answer you. You're a fucking I don't even care. Okay, I'll answer on answers. Then you gotta give me a recommendation. Then you can literally just give me your. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? Just saying. Just saying. You see, what's your resume down? There's no sense. Even if I call him and he picks up, I have to give the recommendation. Do you even hear yourself? No, if he doesn't pick up, okay, shut the fuck up. Tell us your resume. Tell us your bartending resume. This is so interesting. Me too. Maybe I should be the bartender. You know what? Matt McConaughey's journey bit up in his proper bartender class. QT coaches, y'all. You wanted a resume? I don't know. What else have you done? What else have I done for bartending? Yeah, man, the job you're asking for, yeah. And being honest. I'm being honest. I'm not trying to be cool, but a name drop. QT coaches, a name drop. Matt McConaughey, that's not a good enough resume. I did all the private parties, like, I did all the private parties, like literally like this. How many private parties has Matthew gone to during the course of 4 or 5 years? Dozens of times you've worked in private parties. Do you hear what you're asking me, man? Do you know how many giant comedy clubs there are across the country with bartenders that have worked there for decades? And like everyone knows, that's not a club though. You asked for my resume. I was trying to think of a line to impress you, which obviously nothing does. But it's okay. No, like, I could just ask, what is, I'm gonna give you a drink, and you tell me what's in it. Bartending, you're gonna do that. So funny. Alright, so what's in the comment well? Have no clue. Okay, how about an old fashioned? Let's do something super easy. An old fashioned. I know this one. You must know this one. There's multiple versions of old fashioned. Not really. Of course, you can say that. How about a basic old fashioned? This is very simple. I have delicious whistle pig whiskey that I utilize in a bunch of different. That's another local Austin brand that I absolutely. And I love making an old fashioned. If you need help, I'll help you. I can tell you how to do it. But you may now go on help if I do like your models, like your bubble wrap. Now, did you want sugar? There's no bubble fruit. No bubble fruit. Old fashioned, really? No. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking positive. Are you sure? You know I bartended for years. You know this? I didn't know that. Well, you just fucking learned, didn't you? Jesus Christ, you never bubble fruit. You never asked for bubble fruit for an old fashioned. Never know once. There is a one. You can add an orange ring. You can add, look at the bartender shaking their fucking heads back there. Literally going like this. They want to cut your fucking head off. You're talking about funneling fruit. Our bartender's here. Shove that you're asking for this. Hold on, she wants to say something. This is gonna be fucking great.
coward. The Kayuki Eagle is right there, Swiss Eagle News. That
How
I
many
want for
people think we
myself.
should break a glass over this guy's head
You're
right
there.
now?
For others, your kind of
Yeah,
love.
we're gonna let
And
you
what
off easy.
if you
There's some
needed to
Peppermint
repeat
over there.
it to you
There you go, Stalin Garrett, everybody. A little extra long interview. Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Devlin Garrett. Kaylee Funk giving him a little kick in the rear. Kaylee Funk more qualified to be the bartender at Rogan's Club. Still hasn't asked for it. Alan Garrett decided to use it as his closer. But remember, before he asked about that, I said this never goes well. By the way, he could even do 2 drinks. Like 2 out of 2 drinks he didn't know. But to be fair, the one I asked the Commonwealth does have 71 ingredients in it. But an old fashioned really only has 3. And it's whiskey. Half the amount of sweet vermouth to that whiskey, 2 whiskey to 1 vermouth, a couple dashes of bitters, maybe a couple cherries or an orange rind, a little bit of plain water. But you never crush the fucking cherries, and you don't crush the fucking orange rind.
Don't pump the cherries. Don't pump the cherries.
Unbelievable.
He is definitely a cop.
Totally a cop. Totally a cop.
By the way, on the way,
Warren Green. Yeah.
the other night I was getting pulled over on my way home from my show. And I was like, oh, fuck, here we go. And then the cop pulled over and just gave me a peace sign and went away. So that might have been him.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy out here. Texas knows what's going on. Shout out to the, how many people love the police here in Austin, Texas? Okay, still all ready to get police love. Just checking. How many love HED? How about the police?
Because I want others to
Oh, okay, still love these. How about HED?
All
Alright, here he is, everybody. It's Warren Green.
Hello, this is a date. I'm going to give this out long, but I think I'm still doing it because all the comedians are really encouraging. I had someone come up to me after their show once. They said, Warren, I think all the jokes were good, but no. I was trying to get to that. I want this for my half and half, but I can only afford one.
Why do I go to the Valle? I want to go to the Valle. Why do I eulogize? I want to eulogize me. Why do I help the Valle? How do I get the Valle? This is not a professional. What I'm doing is true. The person who's dead can't do anything back. There's a focus on dead. There is focus on the new Valle. So this is not a professional illness. So listen, this is what I'm doing.
Bisexual, so I did pretty well for it. I recommended running a lot of stop signs.
What is
Also,
that?
I have
He says,
a number of jokes, but I did.
the guy
I did
also
originally be
used
a
the
prop
argument
comedian, but
exact
you guys know how that
mass of
story
sugar
goes.
in him is a conflict. So the vicious
Warren
is
Green,
really
everybody. Warren.
What's their name?
Warren, I love your set. How would you like to be the new bartender at Joe Rogan's Club?
What it
I
means
think you're
is like this.
overqualified for
The
the
same
position.
way. I'm eulogising this person.
I love you as
One
the
day
producer
someone's
of
gonna
Tim
eulogize me.
Dillon's
And you're
podcast. You're
cool. The same
incredible.
way I'm
So
trying for
glad
this
you're
person.
here.
One day someone's gonna try for me.
It was
2
cheap.
years apart, the same way I'm
Hell
trying
yeah.
this person.
Congrats
One
on
day
your
people are gonna
I
try
think
me.
it's hilarious.
What a
Welcome
reciprocity
to the
is
show.
What
How
is
long you
it?
been doing stand-up?
I've done it a couple half dozen times.
All right, awesome. You're on fucking great pace, man. Real jokes. You fucking got swimming through Alan Garrett out of the water, and he's a scuba diver, so that's hard to do.
I was really nervous until I saw him come up.
One
And I was
day
like,
it's going to be me. I will say, what is that?
I was really
What is that
nervous.
to me?
Hey, but I saw doing comedy. I think seriously, that's like the number one thing when you're a new comic and you go into an open mic and you're like nervous about your shit and you see the shit in front of you and you go, oh, I swear to God, that's the story of my first time ever at the Comedy Store was the first time I ever signed up for an open mic. It was my very first time at a comedy club, and I somehow got out of 15 people. I somehow was lucky enough to be like number 11, and I watched those first 10 minutes first. I'm like, I don't know out here, but this is crazy that I'm starting at the Comedy Store, and then I watch,
because it was only five
and I'm
for
like,
you.
I might
Very,
be
because it
one
was
of the
very,
greatest
no,
comedians of all time after this one first spot.
it's a reality. But when I go, I also know, doesn't
Thank you.
everyone
Shout
have
out
this
to all the
thought?
horrible comics that keep mediocre comics going so that they can one day become great. So Warren, let's talk about your life. How old are you? 24 years old, just a little fucking baby bear out here in this house. Yeah, absolutely.
One thing
Absolutely. 24 years old, what do you do for work? Right, so you're a security guard.
one day,
Where are you a security guard at?
and when they're lining up to pass in the subway, put it together, one day, that's the MS.
Okay.
Not for
Alright,
less
what do you ever have done for city
but
work?
it's stop time you became illegal. When you realize you don't put it that one say no that's me. Suddenly what the hell is that?
You go up and you smoke the weed.
Yes, I like it.
Absolutely. Hell yeah, 13 an hour.
Okay, so let's just clarify what you said.
What else? You're 24 years old. What is 24-year-olds doing for fun nowadays? You out there TikToking yourself, slipping on banana peels or something like that? Like, what's going on? When did you move from Minnesota? Oh, okay. You there's a voice in the world. We say both. Have you ever thought about getting LASIK surgery? Yeah, you definitely give me some real Jeffrey Dahmer energies for sure. Those are, what else, Warren? Tell us a crazy fun fact about your life that would surprise us, or your family, or your upbringing, or something else. Oh my goodness, you're Wow, what was your fraternity known for? What's your love life like, Warren? I mean, you ever tried, have you ever been with a girl and you take your glasses off and you shake your head like that and you turn into like a hot guy? Has that ever happened to you?
Not to the right benefit.
Have you ever tried, have you thought about trying it?
Okay. How many do
you think you should try it right now? Hold on, wait, take your time, make the audience want it a little bit, right? Just get ready and change the ways. There you go. Okay, there it is. We tried our best. Now, I think there was a bit of an improvement there, ladies. You agree more with the glasses? Yeah, there are some fucking chicks in here that will fuck anything. That's incredible.
Like, remember again. Yeah, that is not the box. leaving behind a bundle, and Cleo is the corner of the field defensively left and target so as a subject. Consequence. Taking an angle, not to get benefit from people, from anyone else, right? So husband, so how up to part one. Part two, husband doesn't have the ability to love another. Part three, she has the ability to go and get relationships like that. Also, why does she have the ability to get relationships like Cleo? Is she made a network, not to get benefit
It was
from
good.
other people.
Warren, and you know what? For your hard work, not only is Brian
All of
Wilson
the
going to give you a gift, but going to give you one of these extremely limited edition, you write your notes in a book. Really? You
Let's
use
tell
this?
us around
It's a
about it.
handmade
Don't
leather
talk
Kill Tony
shut
joke
up,
for
lecture.
Adrian
Should
Travassos.
tell us, and
Again,
then
that's
it's so
Bonezy
real.
on Instagram with a ZBONEZEYE. Also some women's panties. It's see-through ones with a microphone keychain. Heck yeah. You can put those panties on the cold dome that you have in the office.
Therefore, again, the letter,
Unless you're about to ask for a job you're not prepared to take or anything like that. We're good. There goes Warren Green, everybody. He's on social media. Warren Green, all one word. We're having fun here tonight.
that's
What do you guys think? Should we do a special treat? You guys want a special treat? How many of you have been fans of Kill Tony for a long time? Well, you're going to love this, everybody. All the way from Los Angeles, California. I mean, this guy, an absolute murder. Very, very, very famously incredible joke writer, incredible roaster, a prolific Kill Tony regular. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one, the only David Lucas, everybody. Here he is live in the flesh with a brand new minute. Here he is.
I think women are a little stupid because y'all really think giving us the silent treatment is punishment.
The left hand column the rush. I got
It's
some
like,
on
bitch, I enjoy that
hold
shit.
on column
You
of
should,
your
you should give me the silent treatment
she
more
must
often,
nice
maybe
with
this
our
relationship
purple.
will work.
The Tobas are not in a moment. So we're going to see all of this.
So I have
But
to
I'm not
make
going
a
to
punishment
answer.
by being
Finally,
quiet. I gotta hear about your shitty ass thing.
Interesting. Time.
Slaves used to
However,
work
if she
from
says,
sun up to
so I am
sundown.
able to
That
be
shit was
able
crazy to me.
never
We
meet
all
you
think
up.
they was happy as hell because they like slaves.
I hereby forever be strong.
I hate being a slave. It's okay if I don't want to be trouble.
But other kind of
That's what most say.
like
Like if I was saying, oh, I'm confused the
we
fuck out
have
of slave. I
Buckle.
only had blackout
We have
curtains
Buckle
in my slave quarters.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Them
That
niggas never
no
know what
one,
time it
no one
is.
thinks she is not going to get benefit.
Yeah, another minute from David Lucas. Welcome back. I love it. I love it how often you're here from Los Angeles visiting us.
Yeah, you set it up.
Yeah, man. I like your, you actually wore something other than camouflage tonight. Right, we need to hold on the underwear for just a second. Right here, else I'm getting more and more excited to get to the underwear on this show. It's incredible.
Actually, y'all don't know that's Tony's private collection.
Oh, there you go.
Almost extra the
Here we go.
ultimately
Here we go. Son of a bitch.
If you smell it, the pussy parts smell like dick.
Why would you say that? I love your wearing Dennis Rodman shirt today.
Yeah, this shit signed.
I don't really know about that. But you're shaped like a basketball, so you're good on the court, the food court. Makes sense you're repping Chicago. She thought it was the Windy City. You still don't know who's looking every time. For the record, I've never owned a dildo. I love your repping Dennis Rodman, though. You're good at dunking donuts. You're what a lot of girls consider the worst rebound. So you look up to Dennis Rodman because he can jump.
but from the husband, she can't be penalized. Yes, I listen, see,
David
working
Lucas
with other
jokes,
people
everybody.
seems to be actually
Tony likes donuts because they're
there's
round.
one part of this stuff, if you see it, that's rough, and that it's the husband, that's the husband, and all that. Again, couldn't benefit from that, and all the fact that the husband can't provide it to people, it's still benefit from the husband. But then it says, as a result of this mandate, you can get like a chip from there, which sounds like you can get like a chip from there, but can't benefit from the husband.
You are the kid,
What's
baby,
going on
Tubby.
here? How about the obvious? There was a list of the husband would
You are always filled with Jackson.
would be
Tony, you
would
only
be
playing for
Chicago Bulls show.
Tony got the basketball team just for the showers.
I'm like, looking at this, right? We all love this obvious. In reality, it's true to recognize the husband is not a
David specializes
Therefore,
in the full court
so
panini
that's
press.
a lot of other stuff. He doesn't want to, but you don't know why. You get nothing to see. Right? It's not really like that. I don't think it's not part of they know what they know. Furthermore, it's not supposed to also, I don't think it's supposed to right? But oh,
The only time David walks his out is when he's leaving a restaurant.
Furthermore,
To
he
go
says
watch Jim.
that even if he was included in this, which he's not, it's not that she's that why? It's not that she always great. Not that
How did you even know
so
that?
there's another form of benefit. There's another form of benefit.
Well, David, what have you been doing fun in Austin, Texas this week? You've been
Yo,
here.
lot de Fabio. Voy a hablar de eso, pero no. There's only a lot de Fabio. Husband is not included. You know, it's actually, it's not the book of We'll pick up another tomorrow. Three opposite influences is the message. What was I?
Oh, yeah, Lucas.
All right, so Lucas, you might have remembered him on Kill Tony. He's the he or whatever. He destroyed so hard, like literally harder than I've ever seen somebody destroy in a long time. That everyone after it had like bad sense. It was insane.
It's a shame he's non-binary because it would have been the best set by a female anybody's ever seen. You could almost.
That's true.
I can write an album for that dude, bro. Because the way he dressed, the way he looked, the way he talked, it's like, bro, you got a monopoly on comedy.
Right.
I've been giving a slot every
All right, so
single
let's say
week
good morning,
now
good morning.
because,
Let us
I
begin.
love watching.
Begin by thanking our sponsors.
That's one person.
But let's do that for a second. Hey, last time we set this Nazir. So we'll say we are beginning today thanking our Talmud Torah sponsors, Paul and Kathy Holly, for dedicating all the Shema Joshua's this month in memory of Paul's parents, Shmuel Ben Zechariah and Sarah Das Avraham. We also thank Ali Machine for dedicating all the Shema Joshua's this month in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Reina Bas Yoshua Hashem. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an Aliyah and the families be with us. And also with that, let us begin. We'll do a lot to do today, but right now is Summit Vault 66, and we are picking up the Mertz Hashem on Summit Hamlet days 65B at the Mishnah. At the Mishnah, no, that's the second Mishnah, but the first Mishnah. 2, 4, 6, 8. It's embarrassing. 9 lines down from the top. Okay, good. Mertz Hashem. I'll say some really great Sugi said. I'm so close to this. Okay, excellent. We'll say, let's go. A lot to do. It says in the Mishnah, called Suffolk Higlaim. So we'll say, what is that? Because if you have a Suffolk Saras. You have a Suffolk Saras, it's something called a Mega Saras.
The man lives with an Indian family. Aaron Fisk is next. I'm looking in for Candy. Candy, look at these people. Take off your mask for a second. Show them your beautiful face. Blow them a kiss or something wild. It's Kaylee Funk. Look at those perfect lips. She refuses to be like, oh, she flips off the audience for some reason.
Oh,
What the fuck? Right, fucking on you doing? Okay, like, get out of here. She's cussing us into a Me Too situation. Thank God this is in live. It's fucking Christ, man. Katie, please don't tend Brian Holtzman like that cat. I just saw a finger. Oh, here's Garrett Fence, everybody. Oh, one more time for Garrett, everyone.
Thank you. I need that shit. That's a lovely fair mom. So, Amy Schumer, if she were to move to Austin, Texas, I bet she'd steal all my barbecue. If Amy Schumer ever moved to Austin, Texas, I bet you she would steal all of my queso. If Amy Schumer ever moved to Austin, Texas, I bet she would eat all of my breakfast tacos as well. And just wondering if you didn't know this, I have a really bad diet, so sometimes my food really smells. But I've been with Amy Schumer a couple of ways. Speaking tongue with Joe, would you probably steal that too? I really wish I could have the same parking spot as our Governor Greg Abbott does at 4 p.m. at HEB. God, that would be so lit. That's my time to get so much room.
Come on.
Let's do it better than the last year. Last week, you were thinking here. What are you talking about? What do you mean we couldn't air it? First of all, I hope it's not take yourself breathe for a second here. I can already tell you're very excited right now. What are you talking about? We couldn't air what happened last week.
Well, first of all,
No, just not first of all. Answer the fucking question that I just asked. I looked it up. What did you look up?
the show, it wasn't aired last week, unfortunately.
You're talking about 1 week ago here at Ansel. You know how it goes. Yeah, it's not how it goes. You're horrible, Garrett. Thank you every possible way. Wow, what the fuck did you say up here? What was all that Amy Schumer stuff supposed to mean?
I don't really like her. She steals a lot of shit.
Yeah, but why would you do those jokes? It seems like she wrote those jokes herself. That's what it's like if she writes her own joke.
You're so fucking right. That is fair. Honestly, God fucking hates me. Like, I can't believe I got over here for the second week in a row. It's my This is my third show I've ever heard an audience that like gives a shit. They got laughing at something.
They don't give a shit, and they did not laugh at any of us. What are you talking about? I don't think you know what they're laughing at exactly. I don't think you realize what's going on. Kaylee's talking something on the stage. So brought to you by Fixed Vodka. I don't know what's happening here, but Fixed Vodka is oh my god, Kaylee fucking caving in it. No, you guys stop it. You're being fucking beyond disgusting right now.
Yeah, this is so creepy, right?
No, you shut the fuck up. You're the creepiest thing on the stage right now, Garrett. Jesus Christ. What's a redeeming quality about the Garrett? Because I fucking hate you right now. Give me a piece of shit. Now think about the question that I just asked. And then give an answer. Are you listening at all? You're talking while I'm still talking. Give me a reason to like you, Garrett.
I try to be a nice guy when I can. I'm doing this is my third time again. Like, on the stage, so I'm pretty focused to be here in general. So, yes, that was my answer to a shit.
Has anyone ever told you you're funny before?
Yeah, I've gotten that many times.
Many a times?
Unfortunately, clearly they were all fucking lying.
You were good at autistic, like hospital or something like that?
I speak vaguely to autistic coworkers. Yes, that's exactly what happened. So I want to know while I do online sales, I'll just say that I sell a lot of solar equipment and do other shit along those lines. Whatever makes it easy.
Garrett, shut up. Listen to me. Go do open mics other places. Take a couple weeks off signing up for this show. Go do other open mics. Try different things. Don't ever do those fucking Nothing worse than a bad Amy Schumer joke. So, I mean, if you're gonna bring up Amy Schumer, you gotta crank that fucking thing out of the park. You gotta hit that nail on the head. I mean, there's so much there to make fun of. And you're talking about stealing your breakfast stuff. Also, maybe make the suggestion that when you're ever on a podcast, to listen to what's happening in the current time. Like if someone's talking at the exact moment, maybe that's the best moment to talk. There he goes, Garrett Fisk, everybody. It's been prescribed other open mics and time off. Very rarely do I tell someone not to sign up. There he goes, Garrett, there he goes. There he goes. Almost walking off the side of the stage, this fucking guy. How loud can this place be for Garrett Fisk? Huh? Yeah, go ahead, Kaylee, go ahead. Kaylee's a little firecracker tonight. She can't keep that middle finger to herself. Hi, honey, I'm home. Oh, I had a hot day. Kaylee.phone 7 Jack Timmons is next. Jack Timmons is next on Kill Tony. That's right. Jack Timmons. You guys having fun out there? Anybody thinking about signing up next week? There's one chick that's delusional. You want a woman up here? Alright, we'll do that next. We'll pull until we get a woman up here. There you go, absolutely. Did you sign up? You signed up? Okay. Here he is, Jack Timmons, everybody.
Guys, my dad's kind of gay. That's cool. There was sometimes we said something looked like that one time. I thought they were having sex too, and there was a third guy in there just like the referee, so I really don't know what was going on, I'll be honest. Having gay dads is cool, because like, when you're a kid, some kid will come up to me like, my dad can kick the shit out of your dad, and you're like, oh buddy, that's a tag team fight, my friend. It doesn't even matter if they're gay, that's 2-on-1, that's just a numbers game, baby. They'll fuck them up, crazy style, they wrestle, they know what they're doing. They'll come to school the next day and pick you up just like usual. So this time he's standing between my two gay dads, he's holding their pockets. It's my third gay dad. Dresses like a referee now. Thought it was close.
So he said, actually, we start with
There we go, man. Sure, absolutely. Jack Timmons, everybody. Jack, you been on the show before? Yeah. What happened last time you were on? Remind me.
What happened?
Well, we find out your interview.
Again, you don't, it doesn't matter.
I'm just saying, you work at a country club. Yeah. Austin Country Club? Okay. That sounds great. That sounds awesome. I will. Message me on Instagram or something like that.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, good. I'll complain your country club. So Jack, you work at a country club, you're a personal trainer, or you have two dads, they're gay?
No, my uncle, but it's kind of like
Is gay?
blood related, but he is very gay still. Never fucked around with you as a kid. No, not like that.
But you have a gay uncle, but not your blood uncle. No, what do you mean exactly?
He was my dad's RA in college, now they're best friends.
RA with
Like Italy is president.
So what does he do for work?
My dad,
Yeah, your uncle who gets a shit on your boring ass dad. What's on his unfucking uncle, my friend?
he's like a, alright, he does like sales stuff, but like, there's like, he never tells me it's more interesting that he's gay things. It's like really boring stuff, but I don't even know what the title is.
What's your look like, Jack? You seem like the kind of guy that,
why not? Why
is
not?
bang the
Because
dude
the nice thing
before.
is, see, so we get number 3,
I'm
single right now, baby.
Yeah, what are you into? What's your dream girl or boy? What are they like? Like, if you look out in the audience and point to someone that you consider your type,
And so
I'm just gonna
they
tell you,
go
like,
shit about
anyone that's gonna have sex with me, back there, you, baby.
okay, so no, but
Okay,
you really gave it softball there, and you just did nothing with it. Have you been in a relationship?
Last relationship was like 8 months ago.
Okay, how long was that for?
Year and a half.
Okay, what happened?
Broke up. I lost 60 pounds. I moved to Texas.
Wait, was this at? Where was the relationship at?
Ohio. I think I'm from Columbus.
Okay, and you broke up. She broke up with you, or you broke up with her, him, or what? What is this?
Broke up with me.
She broke up with you?
Yeah.
Why?
She was fat. Living in Ohio. So I
You're
changed
60 pounds more. Were you a personal trainer back then? No, you were just a little fat boy. Do you now?
I know.
Does that girl know that you've got in shape and that you're cool and like,
I think so. We don't follow each other on anything anymore.
you don't?
No.
Really? You were together for a year and a half? She doesn't know anything about you?
Yeah, drank a lot after we broke up, and then just woke up to a lot of texts I probably shouldn't have sent.
That's Ohio shit. Like, what? Can you give us an example of like
You know, well, you know, like, when you, like, there's always that, like, text you send, like, what do you want, like, from it? You know, strapped. You're like, this is gonna be the one.
In this, you
Right.
can't
And
say
then I got
that
drunk and sent that one, like, 5 times.
oh shit. She was just getting railed at the time.
Yeah,
There's no way for you to know that she was just bent over, squirting.
I was really high
So you gotta
the
get
fact that she
right.
made
So
a
say, where's
decision,
this
I
from?
think.
Like, where's what?
But now, okay, do you think she'd be into this 60 pounds less muscular? Wears his shirt tucked in?
So, right?
Went to
So, everybody's
fucking,
right? Tip number one. That's the status.
for
Status.
glasses or something like
That
that?
big up just like
Extreme
about
makeover.
that.
If you're right with a straight guy or something like that.
It was
I
like,
don't know. I
doesn't
haven't
matter why
asked
that
her,
definition
But
came
you don't
about.
even care. You
No.
moved on.
It's
It's
just,
you don't care.
it's
Because
still,
you went on a date.
doesn't exist.
Eight months ago.
Really? With that son you kissed a girl 8 months ago?
Right? So we'll say now,
Say 8 months ago. 8 months is a long time. Is there a girl in the audience that wants to give this guy a kiss on the
mission
ass?
number 2
It's the
is
Kill
always on
Tony.
what?
It's the Kill
It is
Tony
not
trash. We have the
the
best
result
fans here at
of
Kill
external
Tony. If
stimuli.
there's an audience out there, or any
Now we
woman
come
out
to
there with
mission
the
number
courage
3.
to come up and give this man his big 8
Hold on.
long
Let's say,
months, the crowd will go wild. Everybody will appreciate you. And we've never failed at this. We know that there's a girl out there that's willing to do this.
It's really big.
Well, shout out your Instagram if you do it. Oh, there they all come.
How about a gay guy?
Is there a gay guy in the audience willing to kiss this man on the lips?
I did shit. It's been 8 months. I'm fucking.
Nobody? No, Kaylee. Plus, money if Kaylee does it. There's not a single lady out here that wants to give this guy a kiss.
Yes, that wasn't that bad.
Are you vaccinated? Are you vaccinated? Have you had the coronavirus yet?
I'm working on it.
Hold on, Kaylee wants to check you out.
All right.
Okay, hold on a second, everyone. Kaylee's okay. I guess hold on, everybody doesn't count for something when you're
Stop this sexy serial killer. You know, the type of like, is he gonna make love to me or is he gonna fuck a bunch of
Kaylee, are you gonna give him a kiss or are you
kids?
gonna run your fucking mouth?
My ass, bro. Look at it again.
How many of you think Kaylee should give this man a big stooge on the lips?
As well as had 2 videos already. There's like a sub only again comes to it.
big paranoid
Or
career
because
and yet
it
another like
also says
like
that
yours,
Leo
like
is one and Mercury
That's fun.
two and
Really
three,
is. That's
both
that's
the
it.
second
no, yeah, we won't do that
in
again.
life, and doing the
We love you. Haley's the best. What a good spirit up here.
I love that.
Since no other ladies wanted to be fun tonight.
Zon
Knock
S
up all
solo.
female comedian.
Kind of Zon S solo. Zon solo.
Now, since no one wanted to have
Says
fun,
Zon S solo. S is a
let's do
reboot, and
Charlotte
S comes
Adams
to
is
like
next
number
up.
one.
Charlotte. That's a new name. Yeah,
So
maybe
for
we'll
review
see
number
what
one,
happens.
you don't have to check.
I've never
For
heard of a
reviews 2
Charlotte.
and 3,
Anything
you
can
have to
happen
check.
here.
For number 4, you don't have to check. Fine.
It's
You
fun
might
to
say
see
that
you
there
go.
was a question that one of
Back
the
from that. Step back from that.
I love the nice stuff. We don't accept all of us. Like, we accept
You gotta step back. That's the big folding chamber. There are a lot of stairs. That's why I thought I should have picked the name. Oh, wow, here comes Charlotte Adams. No, keep going that way. You're going the right way, Charlotte. No, not that way, Charlotte. Come on, keep coming towards the stage. Here he is. Very excited. Oh, this is going to be great. I already know this is going to be great. Make some noise one more time. Come on, Austin, Texas. It's Charlotte Adams.
Remember again, the Mishnah says, always focus on the circumstance or ultimately outcome. Topic, by the way. There you go. Look in this suffix, causa. Can't be a case of which is a suffix in itself, so you get into that case. Although Baba causa, what's the suffix? It's the case of suffix itself. It can't be a suffix in itself, a suffix gives you, and the Baba causa, you definitely saw. Right? There was definitely an issue. So I was like, what's the suffix? Right? Suffix, must just practice that. Suffix, must read. So I was like, what's the question over here is, was it not so ultimately necessary? Meaning, was it a similar mission that potentially had less this or ultimately again, was it just a complete definition? Which is what it says. Even she's got the come on,
Hell yeah, Charles Adams.
Something
I'm
like
sorry that I called you Charler because your S looks like an R the way that it was. That's what we call in the business a hard R. And you can't quite read it like that. You can't. Charles, you've been on this show before. I remember you being on. I made a joke about you like Kimbo Slice and went over really well. I know, man.
Doesn't have some Jesus mixed into it. So am I.
Charles, I'm just scaring innocent.
What is that mean? You know not if you want to say that someone
Great
touches it,
energy,
so
real
the nice
great
thing
stage presence. How long you been on
is
stand-up again?
if I drive it up.
12 years. I love it. You've been here in Austin? Where are you from? Born and raised?
I love Zara shows up and coming to us.
So that's one of the fun things. There's something we haven't done. We've almost never, by the way, this is one of the only cities we've ever been to where we almost never meet anybody from this setting. Tell us some fun things about Austin that we need to try out. You seem like you have a lot of, what's the word, soul. Oscar nominated. Tell us some cool things that we have to try out. Oh, right. Say your favorite places you've been to in Austin. Really? You go to the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose? Really? We know we're going to change that case. We need to get him in there.
You're being
They probably think you're the bouncer. That's why they want you out there.
why would you shit like that out there? Under those circumstances,
Charles, what else do you love about Austin? Any restaurants or anything like that?
How does it make regular season? How? Not that. Just not myself. Not that way. The kitchen of the shit by Zara and the sub, you make up for coming, even by myself. Even by tiring, I said even better. why is that? Kişi aşağıdan üretecek. Você disciplina da sua religião certificação. Só quase ação de vários therefore, I want to myself about the AA law. It's I left for myself. If I'm going to do that, check regular stuff. Let's see if I can say do that. Regular stuff for myself.
It's so funny every day. Even like I was saying, like they stumbled into Shade C the other day. Am I saying that right? Shade C. It's French. CHEZ. CEE. Right? Yeah, exactly. And and then you end up going there, and then you find that place, then you get find out you're recommended 3 other places. So the list never gets short. It's such a fucking good way. I know. But the weird thing is that we go to Houston and Dallas 3 or 4 times a year. There's nothing like Texas films or something about it. We go everywhere. We travel the entire world. There's not a fucking city like this. Yours pretty good place. How do you stay in shape, Charles? How do you stay away from looking like David
And then
Lucas?
ultimately again, had the sub-mission afterwards. The sub-mission afterwards. It was like 80 from that guy, what's kind of what's kind of it can't be attributed to anything other than
Cake here, so it's
that has similarism and then has a substance.
how do you stay in decent
Watch this. It says any Tobin, any Tobin should maximus hakari body. You do not say that the seminary mission was the result ultimately again of this. You do not say that the Zavi mission was the result of the seminary mission. It's not the Kari Mutara as it is many stories. You should not worship these
connect with the children.
There's a certain level of
Not in a like Jerry Sandusky kind of way,
yeah,
but
like
like a
this. I'm gonna show you it's actually fascinating. So
Charles, what else? What did we not find out about you last time you were on the show? What's another thing that you do or that you're into?
That substitution could be attributed to us, to the physical weakness that occurs as a result of the suffering. Right? So therefore, again, what I saw, if this is talking about the result of mission number 2, what the potential for then that mission can come to so that's the key. So again, so one more time. Generally, a man has a similar mission as self-freeze. Each of the two is that sudden mission 2. Physical weakness in general requires seminary, and therefore there is some mission specifically
in a city where people get drunk and you have to kick them out sometimes.
Weakness,
Six, basically 5.5. That's awesome, man. Oh, Austin, very cool. What's your favorite show that you've seen there?
Allora va, bravo. Allora risponde. Se sopra la compagnia di lavoro, hai un show because it must be again as a result of the revelation of the weakness gentle by the same mission. That's what he had to submit. Watch her, listen to her. Expression is Gaia.
Austin gets a bunch of great artists. I declined a show in Gas Company last week on a Saturday night, and they had a show after that. They had like an 11 p.m. show, and I went. The show had been over, and I went back into the green room just to see if like the people that I was there with were in there, or they were sort of like lost, or whatever. And I walked in. There's just one guy sitting there. It's young adults. This Tennessee rapper. Okay, nobody knows who I'm talking about. Charles, like, you have me up here. You don't tell them.
Amalei, em the car, all the dragons that was a conversion causes weakness. Also, now what is conversion causes weakness? The average time frame in Ziva, which is bullshit, Mali Somali, Tych osób dobiega, że jest
Can you do any more like catchphrases like that with a band? Like, well, you're very good at that. You have any other cool saying we're all black and it's the lights that you have any more like that? Or we can just do it right. You say no. You say nobody leaves this place without singing the blues. Another fat guy in the back knows what you're talking about, Red Man. How about you just do what I asked you to do before Red Man hijacked the momentum? Any catchphrases or anything like that? More of those where the band pops at the end. Really anything works. Do it again. Do another one, Charles. Anything works. Just do it. Alright. Literally the one thing I hear you say.
Just talking shit now, man.
Do another. Nobody's saying the fuck for the very least year the juice. So come on.
Well, I looked inside. I looked at all you. I say it's in my focus tonight. It sounded really good. Shit by Sarah plays out Italian song. Homemade study. Any shit by Sarah. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, I love this man. Incredible energy. What I would give to
shit by Sarah of the
school
song.
teacher.
Song.
You guys are
It's
such
coming from my
assholes.
song.
You got great fucking energy about you, man. I hope you come back. The opposite of what I described, Garrett Fisk. I want you to come back anytime. Sign up anytime. Come on, how long would this place get? Charles, I want you to have the lights, the availabilities, and the Tony. Other bucks, keep working on your stuff, man. Everybody loves Charles. I don't even give you a real damn shit. Oh, shit.
So my bad.
Charles Adams, ladies and gentlemen, that's how it's done.
Someone who's very problematic.
Alright, you guys think I should pull a woman out of the bucket? Alright. Here we go. Oh, Yoni, you're so close.
Who's not
David Flores, a legend here on Hiltonium Foot, smelling comedian. Something.
After the positive says before the evening,
Okay, you know this young lady, she was famously on an episode of Hiltonian in New York City. Skankfest, she just got pulled all the way from Los Angeles, California. We know this from her comedy store, famous for mixed voice for Emily, everybody. Supporters of live comedy. And the comedy swirl is every night, even throughout the pandemic. Come on, guys, make some noise for Emily.
Ultimately, again,
I can't see any of you. That helps a lot. Okay, cool. So, I haven't been slacking. I'm in so many need to get the priorities straight from the time that apartment exploded in Florida, right? So we're gonna have roommate's bedroom fire sobbing over some $35 handbags from Macy's. I'm like, woman, you're at St. Bonfire here. Leaving work. Track week. No. She's still got the tags on it. She's rolling her eyes out now. Me, granted, I'm talking like Florida City bonfire, right? I've always wanted a skyline. Never thought it was something to just dance in that bitch. Maybe some juices, right? So, anyways, me and my pack, I got like a couple chairs, a couple changes of clothes, water. I grabbed like a fucking packet of tuna for some reason. And I run back into her room in the middle. Always about to have to drag this bitch out of our carpet, right? I'm thinking like bridal style cross the threshold, some curtail dress is flowing behind this fucking wedding train. She looks look at me, look at the tuna. Oh, damn, bro. You need to get your priorities straight.
kind of that if you see my suffering, you see my difficulty, don't forget me. And you give me a son, call me Mechayev Umora, I will give him to you all the days of his life. Umora, Moyala Arasha. I would say, what's Mora? What's Mora? Razor. Right? He will never cut his hair. I knew Shmuel was a Nazir. So Ne'emar Zumar, Ne'emar B'Shmuel, Ne'emar B'Shusha Umora, Ne'emar B'Shlomo. It says B'Shusha. Shusha was a Nazir. This is like Shusha's Mora, and this is like Shmuel Mora. My Mora Mora Shusha Nazir, Mora Mora Shmuel Nazir. Just like Shusha was a Nazir, so too Shmuel was a Nazir. I will see. No. Bahana in Mora Eretz Basar Kibram. So listen, if Yossi says, Mora, that Mora, sorry, that Mora is right. Rather, Mora ultimately again doesn't mean fear. Again, often so what is kind of saying? Hashem, you give me a son, I will give him to you for his whole life. Mora, the Ya'ala or Roshel, he will never
My favorite thing is during about 40 seconds in an MLB set,
you
was
have
when he
no
was
fear of
tripping
anyone
was
else.
furious. I look at her and she's staring
So
at
I'm
me
going to
like
do this by law, more first of all,
she goes, this is
so
how
you're right,
women,
so
by the way, they're wondering how why we make fun of female comedians sometimes because they don't support each other. It's one of the most hilarious things, and she literally goes,
so you're right, this country,
during her set, instead of paying attention to her set, could have been a funny moment.
this is after.
So I guarantee you're probably just as bad. You have no idea. So everybody figured that out. We can see that. You guys think we should give this girl a chance? All right, Emily, you stay on stage. Stand back here. No, not on Miss Lab Ryan. You stand back here. You want a fresh mic or are you good? You need a fresh mic or like a real fucking diva? Fully vaccinated. What's your name? What? Deanne Wallace, ladies and gentlemen. Deanne Wallace, everybody. Here she comes. Already getting kisses flown at her from Ryan Holtzman. They're flying around the room. I think Holtzman's really mad this one. Ladies and gentlemen, here she is. One more time for Deanne Wallace. The clock starts now.
Okay, hey guys. Okay, so this whole thing is called like Kill Tony, but it was just like back people like fuck Mary Kill. Right, just like fuck Tony, maybe he'd like me. You guys have like fuck people for them to like you, right? I mean, I've done that before. It's not like a lasting thing. Maybe like a day or two. But I've also fucked like Whataburger. That's more fruitful. Like you know you're getting a burger out of it. I feel like this is like a California crowd. You know how Whataburger is like in and out in Texas. So okay. Oh, yikes. Okay. Okay, so I feel like the pandemic has disproportionately impacted single people. Has anybody else been like super fucking lonely during the pandemic as a single person? I feel like I spent so much time just like masturbating and looking out the window. Because like I feel like just like looking out the window like at how life used to be like turns me on. It's not pretty and I remember like when I used to do stuff. Okay, so the low point of the pandemic for me was okay, so I was visiting my boyfriend and I took an Amtrak. Like, have you guys ever had like a boyfriend or girlfriend that they're like not actually your boyfriend or girlfriend, but that you thought they were? So I went on Amtrak. I don't know if you guys ever been on Amtrak.
Holy fucking shit, man. This is a real conundrum here. I thought Emily getting silenced throughout her set was bad. Somehow Leanne was able to get all the booze from the audience halfway through her set.
I heard horns.
You heard what?
Horns. Remember like the Simpsons?
Are you doing a Simpsons reference right now? I have no idea what's happening. So, how do you feel like that went?
I feel like it went better than Daryl. Is that his name?
Yeah, you're thinking of Gareth Fitz. I'm gonna correct that name.
Like his stance was making me nervous. It was so wide. Like I know his pants made me nervous. Like his stance made me nervous.
So let me ask you something. Is that how you thought it was gonna go?
I mean, I'm not like a I mean, like,
Have you ever done it before? This is your first set?
my cherry.
Very, very good. I'm a top 100.
better
When
to
my
be the one
actual
who's
cherry
making
was
the
really
job
done, I
than
cried
most
halfway
everyone
through, so I
else,
could do
and
that.
not the one who's
Cherry,
listening
that's
and
fun.
ultimately again being
Like
wasted.
when my actual cherry was popped, I cried. But like I couldn't cry this time too.
It's more fun
You
and
guys
more fun than
want?
Let's just see. Let's see what the audience thinks, because this is a real battle of the titans here, and I think we should let the audience decide. A lot of people think I'm a mean guy, so instead of me making any decisions here, I'm gonna let the audience decide which set.
I like women. I want to be like girl versus
Oh,
girl.
look who's trying to fucking fix her reputation right now. This is it. This is Joe Biden 2 weeks before the election. Like, no, I swear I can talk.
Amém.
Hold on, ultimate votes. Okay, yes, I see what's happening. Alright, how many of you have Emily? And how many of you have Leanne? Oh, shit. Oh my god, the guy that's fucking her trying to cover the mouth thing. Where he tries to make it seem like the whole audience is going, yeah. Leanne, is this something you think you're gonna try again? Is this something you've always wanted to do?
Yeah.
Right? Because why? They want to feel
I feel like it's
so to be
should I just like do a single teardrop?
It's going to finish.
Okay, what did you
My
like
son,
about it?
the one who answers, I mean, it's even bigger than the one
Did
who's
we
not
not
himself.
like about it?
Who's the one who's
Yeah, is that what you just
I know
asked?
he's not focused on the sound.
Like, I'm the feedback. I'm like I'm a coachable.
Okay.
Let's say both the one who makes the
Uh,
and the one who answers
much tea. Too much tea. What does that mean? Okay, that's fine.
There's the fully vax table will people if you don't want tea.
Okay, you're still trying to don't drag that cute table. People into this. We support the elderly. Here, kill Tony. By the way, for those of you listening, these guys are just like in their 50s. They're not that old at all. Not old at all. Kaylee, what do you think about these girls? What do you
It's fascinating.
Wait, there's a third
Right?
chick?
So this it's really like not worth this anymore. Is it better to be the one who
Oh
leads,
shit,
or
what
is
the
it better
fuck
to be
is
the one who
this?
ends? What's this? The answer is
She's got the
not
starter
focus.
shades already.
Not
She's gonna
focus.
take this.
So it's like so being the
What
one
is happening right now? This girl is in her pajamas right now.
in the
Like
car.
Wolfman would say, just take
Right?
it, Tony.
This is just what we have to do.
You're the one
It's up to you.
making it rough up.
What's your name?
Making it
Christine,
rough up.
I had run down here to kiss the guy. So I was like waiting.
Really?
So
Yeah, I was
here
waiting
the thing is
there.
being the right. So it's like, what's the start? What's the start?
Yo,
Ultimately
he was
against the
talking
sex.
to
No
And it's a
communication
greater
when a girl runs down here to kiss me. He's a guy too. Yeah,
Jesus
yeah.
fucking Christ.
Somebody gave me the underwear.
Okay, what's your name?
Christine.
Christine, and you've done stand-up comedy before?
Yeah.
You guys think we should give Christine 1 minute? Alright, here it is for all the redemption of all the female comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 1 minute from Christine, everybody. Make some noise for Christine. This is where you clap to begin the momentum of a 1 minute set.
And I had solidified and concretized
Look, I'm here to defend Jeffrey Epstein. He's not a monster. Look, the youngest girl was 14. Do you remember who you were? 14, what you were doing? I was a slut. A lot of us were sluts at that time. Plump and sexy. Listen to me, a 14-year-old is not a child. You cannot trick or treat. You are not allowed to trick or treat. You are not a child. Plus, you know, we killed an innocent man. He had private yachts and private islands, millions of dollars, private planes, gorgeous. And I don't know if you remember the pictures. If he had picked me up when I was 14, my parents would have driven me to the airport just to meet him. Okay, thank you guys for that time.
There it is, 58 seconds. She did not take her time. Reminder that the other two girls both brought up their extended sets to a minute 13 seconds.
And I think I'm in
There was a
when I
joke
say
that
I'm
was
around
Tony. There was a verified joke. We confirmed with the judges that there was a single joke in that 1 minute set. And no point to you audible booze. That's very exciting. How many do you think Christine took in
And
here
so I
today.
am just giving through my homage, I'm just giving you
Very Christine there. Look at that, ladies.
my
Support
homage
ladies.
has
I
given
love
something
it.
else. Look at it, beautiful.
Will you tell me to get off my phone? I'm supposed to be on here.
It's okay. Emily, you don't see it about me.
Won't see everyone else.
2 years.
All of it here in Austin,
So the
Texas.
personal
New York,
experiences
and I
homage
moved down here.
transforms Ruben's act
Wow,
from
look at
the
that.
visual
Jesus.
aspect of that was
Storming right into
sometimes
this.
Got to.
the greatest spiritual
I'll be
accomplishments in
fine. I'm
life
gonna
are
throw
not
trash,
the
you know.
things
Right.
you do for
Yeah.
yourself.
Okay.
The
Very
things
good.
you do for
What do you
others.
think's
You're
happening
so
right now?
focused
Great
when it comes to
band,
whatever
kids.
growth is
Great band.
to our
No,
own
that's
growth.
not how it works.
It's
God damn
dramatic.
it, great band.
They're just as important as our own personal
Unless you
growth.
guys want to, in which case the crown logo. Oh, no. All right, just kidding. Just kidding, everybody.
I don't know. Like, I'll do anything for views, I guess.
Really?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance yet. You know, I've been a loser for so
Wait
long.
a second. What does Emily think about this?
Sorry, it's one
We can have a three-way kiss right now. Is that good?
Three-way with a boy Goldsmith?
Be the guy who gets his head up by everyone else. Don't be the guy whose needs are picked for everyone. Be the guy who takes care of everyone else.
You know, I've had
Be
the
the actor,
opportunity
don't
to
be
go
the
to Norway.
spectator.
It's
Right,
supposed
be
to
actor,
fly,
don't
you know.
We created a ruckus here in Angeles. We're gonna hang out in the green room at Vulcan Thursday if you want to. Great man. Great man. You're out of control. I love it. It takes a lot of courage to get up here. Emily, thank you so much for signing up. Christine, thank you so much for storming the stage and coming up here. Give Emily the underwear. She took it like a champ up here. Emily, wasn't there something else fun about you? What was it that you like to wrestle or something like that?
I mean, like, I might have had time for the layout.
Didn't you once body slam someone on the
I
show?
didn't, indeed.
What's that? What's the one thing you still don't have clarity on the last half of this? Is that
Wow, I wonder if there's any other fragile people here.
How was that though? Is it good or bad? Like, show me another, should I be like, what's it? It's okay to learn clarity about it.
Sit your ass down.
What's it? How do you do it?
Kaylee brought to you by cocaine tonight.
There you go.
Control. It's so early in the day.
I enjoyed
It's
it.
9:30 at night right now. Kaylee's been sipping for 2 hours all around the place.
It's a rough news. I love it.
Emily, thank you so much for coming on. Welcome to Austin, Texas. There she goes, Emily, everybody. She's on social media as Emily, spelled like M-O-I, 0-1,
But again, this is incredible. No?
0-1. Are you guys ready to close this fucking show with a bang, huh? Austin, Texas, this young man full of the roost in Chicago, Illinois, the very famous second city in improv, the guru. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, diagnosed with ALS a couple years ago, decided to knock it off his bucket list and do what he always actually wanted to do. Instead of being an improv group, he wanted to be a stand-up comedian.
And then
He was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease. He decided to chase it. We found him immediately
But you have to use it for something else.
Every
Every single
single
episode that you're going to take in
fully
this
recovered
world,
from his
you must make sure
large
that
cocaine
somehow,
bender.
someway,
Ladies and gentlemen, I
exerts
present
some
you the
higher
new
power,
and improved
advances some spiritual agenda, and in some way, any utility is going to be a great power. Ultimately, leads you to the life of Christ. That's what it means. It's time to hear that. But then, I mean, those are, you know, I did get upon a man in trouble, but let's see, we just began there first time. I did get upon him go ahead and part of the communication of system search and now the organized in the world showing without showing. So that's the ultimately again, we end a number of the sectors in this way. One, the comment is again, when you only this thing decided to have the rest of the things for that point. And that's also telling us, showing us beautiful back home, and then very beautiful back home. The show. When you tell us that this is sense of intellectuality, the sense of inner peace, you cannot get from anything else. Many things give us pleasure, right? Many things relax us, but if we're looking for that one thing that gives us power, and one thing that gives us true essentially the true life, again, so see you tonight, the episode from the show, from the Snap Us, and tomorrow we begin with the website. All right, back on Zoom. Nothing to everyone. Larry, great to see you on. Great to see you on Zoom. So come and welcome my friends, which is nice welcome. I can see you, so I can manage this phone.
Absolutely
I got to be
incredible.
good. Nothing.
I almost forgot what punchlines were like after the three female comedians were up here back to back to back. That was like you did so many. There were so many jokes there. That was like having 71 female comedians on stage at once. Oh, you're being generous. It was incredible. My goodness, just joke after joke after joke after joke with actual audible, very very funny punchlines. My goodness. So do they. I promise you, so do they. That's not an excuse.
I've been having a great day. Now I fucking tested before the pussy
Holtzman and Michael Lair have a very interesting rivalry. These two hate each other for some reason.
fucking pederast. In Western, smooth like little boy butt. I will beat your ass. Dude, shouldn't there be some news car somewhere?
Handicap fans, I guess, yeah.
My goodness, Michael Lair absolutely up here shredding, wearing a new tiger outfit. Look at this getup. I mean, you are just a fucking rock star.
So what happens?
That explains all the tigers. I get it.
Since I've been on
What really? What happened? Oh, you bumped him up the secret show. It takes that very seriously. Okay, you know what? We had 12 tonight, 18 comics on the last show. And sometimes it's like, hey man, I got too many people. Michael Lair has been on every episode, every show since then. Yeah, so I guess you don't want to be on this week, motherfucker. Red Band is
What any of those other comics does it take them 2.5 hours to get dressed?
Oh, good question. It seems genuinely mad. Mind you, he has 4 Jack Daniels in right now. I don't think he's taking these like jokes at all. No, I mean, look, Michael, I try to give everyone as many spots as possible. Sometimes I don't have, it's like I overbook it, all right? So you gotta be like, hey, I thank you for giving me 14 spots since I've been here. I can take a week off. You don't be a little bitch about it. Michael, what do you Red Band playing the sounds of Michael's wheelchair. This is getting personal right now.
You don't want to be getting on an airplane when this fucking guy's on the same flight.
And why they phone me up and put me in the radical
Michael fucking Lair. What a force. What a force. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of highlights. I mean, who could forget the guy asking for one of the coolest jobs ever imagined? was basically because he did a few fundraiser bartending gigs, which anybody that's ever bartended knows that is the absolute entry level bartending. Fundraising usually gives you like maybe maybe a red wine and a white wine to pour in a fucking glass, and extremely cans of beer. Like it's like it's either beer or wine. There's no real mixing of alcohols or anything like that. Really, but like he swears up and down, according to him, dozens of fundraisers, which could be up to 24 fundraisers. That's 24 for those of you that are at Matthew McConaughey's like, you know what, this is a great beer. You did a great job, bartender. You deserve whatever bartending job your wildest dreams have fucking. I love it. And then, of course, we got a triple threat female comedian face-off where we. That was awesome. You can do that like every week. Just have 3 females. Wow, the Red Man, the king of bad ideas, ladies and gentlemen. It's incredible. Really, and if you want bad ideas, email redman at redman.com. Michael Laird, I mean, you are just a fucking. The word cherry has been used a lot tonight, and I'll use it again. You are the cherry on top of a fucking very fun episode of Kill Tony. You know how to bring this thing home better than anybody. How loud can this place get for the great Michael Laird? Michael Laird, comedy.com for everything Michael Laird. And we did it again. This is another banger of a Kill Tony episode. Let's check in with the drawing for Brian and Jake. Ultimate, look at this mamma jamma. Ooh, look at that. Get in a little bit closer there. Ultimate has a shotgun. Oh my god, this is incredible, the detail. I'm in a coffin with a bandana. That is so cool. And Red Man, very cowboy, very western Texas edition of a Ryan J. About trying. Guys, I am Ultimate, everybody. Our guest tonight, the Dead Air Podcast on the Dead Squad Comedy Network. Everything Michael Laird, michaellairdcomedy.com. How about the band tonight? Deep Madness on the bass. He is the absolute man on electric guitar, Matt Mueling, ladies and gentlemen. He's at Mutation on social media. The Deep Madness is at Lorenzo Dwayne Jackson. And guys, the man on the drums, the fucking Mexican, Michael Gonzalez, Mike Agon's 13 on social media. John Mays will be back next week. Of course, he's at John Keys on social media. That's the official Fix Vodka. And Sony Mays is so great, man. I love Fix Vodka. I had a screwdriver this morning to get my day started. Before I went to the gym, I had a delicious screwdriver. That alkaline vodka gives me energy like you'd never believe. I just sit there like Samuel L. Jackson and Jackie Brown, slow sipping on that mamma jamma. Great way to start the day. Again, Brian Holtzman has the Dead Air Podcast, RyanJable.com for all the prints available. Check out the 1-year anniversary of the Red Rose. It's this Thursday, featuring a couple of your favorite porn stars. How about one more hand for the wild and lovely Kaylee? She has did a line of cocaine on the bottom of her shoe, for those of you just listening to the podcast. It's a wild time out here in Austin, Texas, right, man, right? Hey, Johnny, not only do me and Brian Holtzman do a podcast together called Dead Air, we had Kaylee on the latest episode, but we have a show every week at Vulcan called the Dead Squad Secret Show. We have a lot of these people on there. Please check that out. Go to deadsquad.tv for tickets. Live audience, we did it again. We love you, Austin, Texas. Feels like home to me. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you.
and you find it right, loud for it. Immediate thing to do is now for the right side. The nicest thing you can do is if I get to look first, and then somebody finds it, one of the countries directs the find it to do it, you put it to the women, you didn't have to wait a long amount of time to how you reconcile the distress with the rest. So if I talk with the I'm going to look at you. So if I'm going to get it for a private size, I got to make sure. I'm the not going to try to show out for 2 months. I'm the not going to screen my show. It's a really discovery. One case is talking about commission, talking about a case where the caravan passing through. Bryce is talking about a case where the caravan. And she has a different case. So we're just talking about a case where the area in which the death is found is the area behind the death being traffic. Basically, the Bryce is talking about a case where the area where the death is found is not the area of the death being found. But let's say, remember again, when you get a loss and when it's found, what's the concern? Why not just give it, why not just give it back? What's the concern? With the debt, where the concern is a different debt with the same name. And as we look at the possibility of yes, it sounds like you have to be concerned because we have also said that you have over the second dollars. Whereas one is reason. And yet the written is not enough. We have to say that I said I don't know stuff. I can imagine it. So what is fascinating? Where it says what the author is trying to say is that concern only applies in the area of the rescue child. But if I look to the myself, it's a relatively untidy area. There's no concern that maybe someone else must be making a decision. So therefore, again, let's go. The mission of that cell, that if you find it again, if you find it immediately, you can return it. But if you find it after some point, you know, if someone will have to see it again, you can't return it. That's something like case, again, is less than an area of half the pedestrian drivers. The right side. Which seems to indicate that if you find the wrong guess, as long as the husband said it was headed, you're allowed to return it. The area is not high pedestrian traffic. So, back here, welcome to our church. There is one more qualification Rabbi says, provided even in an area where there is high pedestrian traffic, as the usual city, then the shimmy of the house. There are some things about even in an area where there is high pedestrian traffic, the only reason not to return again is if you happen to know that there are other people in the same name, in the same way. Right? So I'm giving two qualifications. When do we say you can't get back again? Right? Because that's when you say you can't get it back. You get it back immediately. Number one, shayos v'suyos, pedestrian traffic. Number two, chuksuku, shmei yosef ben shimon b'yerachos. With no certainty, that there are two couples with the same names who live in this particular area. Those are two criteria ultimately against the ones who turn to the left. Very incredible. But you might say, when I say that, now she understands what we are. Maybe that actually not doing the right in church. See what Rashi says? Love the rabbi, Amara, ala hashas within the cycle. The Amar, the heart. So if you rabbi look into church, to see us, who should switch it? And it's just a technical issue that she suggested. That is Rabbi can do that last statement, that puts the issue as information. Rabbi is the okay. You do anything wrong. He's doing something so good. But we're going to formulate this into the position of Rabbi. So we're saying, so when you should talk about what we have. You're the Mishnah. Okay, the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah teach us? If you lose a get, if you lose a get, are you allowed to return it? You have to return it. Right? It depends. If you found it right away, you're allowed to return it. If you didn't find it right away, you're not allowed to return it. You're right, son. Yeah, son. If you lose a get, you're allowed to return it. Right, son. Sounds like a rent that will be subject to you're allowed to return it. No matter how much it can run. How do you reconcile the two? Rabbi's position is like this. The Mishnah is talking about a case, high pedestrian traffic, two people with the same name. You know, two people with the same name in the city. Right, so he's talking about low street traffic, And then we don't have to people with the same relationships. Because what we looking at is the don't
Hey, this is Remy coming to you live from Antos in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for our Tony. Let's clap.
Fuck yeah, come on, Austin, Texas. It's a real live audience for this podcast, guys. Make some fucking noise. It's the birthplace of the blues or something like that. Great band's here.
What's up, everybody?
Very, very exciting. We've been having fun every single week here at our new home, Antones in Austin, Texas.
It's a lot more packed today.
Yeah, we've gone to another level. The beautiful Comedy Store reopened to a capacity crowd of
6.
yeah, there's a few people there. We are just fucking spreading and forgetting here. How many of you already had the coronavirus? Make some noise. Where's my people that have been sick? Good news. All of you that haven't are going to have it after this. So congratulations. We are building a herd immunity. Speaking of herd, how about a hand for the amazing band, huh? Wasn't that they fucking diabolical? I love it. We got D Madness, Matt Mueling on guitar, D Madness on bass, the great Michael Gonzalez on drums, and Elliot. Nathan, that's right. Looks like an Elliot to me. Looks like a fucking Elliot, bro. Nathan. Let's get what? Nate? Oh, you're going by Nate. All right, Nathan. Sure. All right, Mr. Cool Guy. Yeah, I guess so. All right, Nate on the keys. We're going to have fun tonight. Very exciting stuff. Have a guest. Everything's ready to fucking rock and roll. But before we get tonight's episode started, here's a little bit of the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you for free right now. Hey, y'all. Are you hiring for spring? What type of role are you hiring for? Maybe you need to hire someone to wear many hats, which can be challenging. Or you might have a simple position to fill, but it's taking forever to find someone who's a great fit for your company. That's where ZipRecruiter comes in. ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
Whether you need to hire a civil engineer in New York, a nurse in Nebraska, an attorney in Colorado, or a mascot in Missouri, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. From accountant to zoologist and everything in between, ZipRecruiter makes hiring easier. And right now, you can try it for free at only our listeners get it link, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
If you go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony today to try ZipRecruiter for free, we get credit for sending you. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. You know, ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire. Hey y'all, this spring, as you get back outdoors to explore, take bespoke posts on all your adventures with a new lineup of essential box of awesome collections for guys, guaranteed to upgrade your life. I was wondering about this stuff. I got my box of awesome, and it is so cool. I got a bunch of whiskey drinking stuff. I got a cool flask, a cool decanter with some glasses, and hacks. This stuff is awesome. Whether you're out taming the wilderness or taking your home bar to pro-level heights, Bespoke Post only sends guys the best stuff every month, no matter what you're into. Box of Awesome has you covered. From style and premium goods to barware, cooking tools, and outdoor gear, Box of Awesome has collections for every part of your life.
Yeah, this is really cool. To get started, just take the quiz at boxofawesome.com. Your answers will help them pick the right box of awesome for you. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or cancel anytime. Each box costs only $45, but it has over $70 worth of gear inside.
So get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KillTony at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com, code KillTony for 20% off your first box. Yeah, we're back. You guys ready to our tonight's show? That's right. The band is here. They're going to be with us all night. The official Figs Vodka band, brought to you by Figs Vodka. The first ever alkaline vodka, less hangover.
No heartburn. It's distilled 10 times, so you get a lot of acid reflux. Try it out.
Nice clean buzz. I can tell there's some real fucking girly girls here tonight that like vodka, probably have serious drinking problems. That's the way to do it. Get your girl a bottle of Figs vodka, and that's why they call it Figs. It'll fix all the problems that you have in your relationship. What? Yeah, absolutely. We have a guest tonight, everybody. You want the guest? Huh? Want a guest, everybody? Last week we had an epic episode where we found out that three women out of the bucket in a row to a funny woman on stage. It was a tough week for the ladies last week, but the cool thing about this week is to overcompensate for it, we brought out a hired gun all the way from Los Angeles, California. This young lady is a paid regular at the Comedy Store. I've been working with her for a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my little firecracker of a pal, Larry, Jessica Michelle Singleton. Come on, people, make some noise for Jessica. I can feel that, oh, it's not Joe Rogan vibe from this crowd tonight. God damn, it does like different episodes. They're like half different episodes. I swear, oh, fucking shit, I'm fucking girl, man. Fuck the shit, man. Look at all these fucking alpha beef heads here. This guy wore a fucking TikTok out on a Monday night. You know he was voting for Joe Rogan, this fucking sloppy fuck. I love it. Jessica, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
We're going to have so much fun tonight. We're going to see comedians get pulled out of a bucket. You guys know how this works. We have a bucket filled with comedians. I don't know if they're in the ones we changed things today. How are my standing room only people doing? Hell yeah. We're going to have fake enthusiasm. They want to sit down so bad right now. They're going to murder the person next to them just so they can sit on them like a warm couch. Yeah. We're going to see how this works out tonight. Some people are comedians. A lot of people signed up. If you pull your name out of the bucket, you get to come on this stage and you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrapping up that or we're going to bring it out all the way from West Hollywood. He's back. It is the West Hollywood Bear. Wow. First time back. Normally we had other gay areas of Austin, but we figured it out. We just paid the money. We flew to West Hollywood Bear here via Spirit Airlines. So stupid. I don't know what I'm saying. Ryan J. Evil is drawing tonight's episode all the way from Los Angeles, California. I'm going to hand for Ryan J. He draws all the tour posters every single episode of the show. A really wild thing if you're into art and all, but RyanJEvil.com, every single episode of the show has its own personalized awesome drawing matching the tone and the guests of the show. And here tonight, a local artist, because we support all types of wacky fucking art. Here he is, Chris Rogers Art, everybody. He's right there, live in the flesh. He's a real local artist. He's really from Austin, born and raised. He's wearing headphones. If you're wondering, he's listening to this episode of Kill Tony. He's not listening to music. He's still such a fan of the show that he wants it loud in his head. I love it. I'm all filled up. We had Best Barbecue Show. CM Smokehouse before the show. Our favorite place, CM Smokehouse in Golden Acres. That's CM_Smokehouse on Instagram. Brought to us by Yoni, our ambassador of barbecue. Follow him at Best Barbecue Show on social media. Jessica Michelle Singleton has a podcast, Two Filthy Nerds, and she has a brand new country song for the first time ever. It debuted just about a month ago. It's called Now I Need a Whiskey. And she stays true to the art form. That is real whiskey, thanks to our friends over at Whistle Pig Whiskey. Not to be confused with number one tequila. We have sponsors for every type of liquor. That's how you know we have serious problems on this show. Normally you have one liquor sponsor at a time, not here. We have it all for anybody that's into anything. We have it if anyone likes sweet vermouth. The show's alright. Let's fucking do it, shall we? How many of you are big time fans of the show? You've been listening for years. Alright. In that case, since there's so many of you here, why don't we start off with something special? This guy has his own entrance music because he is the longest standing regular in the history of the show, beating out Ali McCloskey's record. He has been a regular for, geez, I think almost freaking 3 years or something. It's something crazy. He writes and performs a brand new minute every week. He has an incredible style. He's the real deal. I call him the Big Red Machine. Makes some noise for your first comedian. Not out of the bucket, a regular all the way from Los Angeles. Makes noise for William Montgomery. Wow, it's really him.
Yeah, it really is fucking me. My dad's so old, he used to spank me. My dad's so old, he remembers when Dr. Seuss was a sex symbol. My dad's so old, he made Jesus' mom and convinced her to believe it was a miracle pregnancy. I love how we're supposed to listen to Bill Gates about COVID as if he isn't responsible for a software that is constantly being exploited by viruses. Did anyone else cry during Blue Man Group? I'm starting a home improvement store that sells fans and fans only. I'm just trying to think of what to call it. Let me do that one more time and y'all say OnlyFans at the end of it. I'm starting a home improvement store that sells fans and fans only. I'm just trying to think of what to call it. Man. God, thank y'all so much.
Wow, there it is. William Montgomery getting the show started with a bang. Always fun to have the great and powerful.
You are really sunburned.
Yeah, I went golfing today. Thank you, William.
Where were you?
Fun to have someone redder than you on stage for a change. I'm the medium red.
Shut it off. Thank you.
William, welcome back.
No, but you're really soft.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I smoked a bunch of weed out back. And they had maybe with spice. So I am badly on edge.
Fresh off of spice. Okay. Very good. Welcome back to the show. William, you are of a very indented belly button this evening, I'm noticing. It appears as though perhaps someone has been digging in your belly button. Can you explain why your belly button is so concave?
Yeah, I actually, last night I watched a wonderful movie called 1 Hour Photo. Today I bought a bunch of stock in Nikon.
Okay. Did you pay for it with Bitcoin that you found in your belly button?
No, I've actually started a cryptocurrency. It's called Baby Ruth.
Oh, okay. So it's the candy bar?
Why didn't you laugh at that? That was hilarious. Can you not fucking say anything?
Hey, what can you do?
Fucking shut your mouth.
That's why has been called in the field. What's that red spot on your shirt? Oh, it's part of the shirt.
No, it's actually blood.
Okay. How'd you get blood on your shirt?
I started doing Cat's Cradle. It's a game that you use. It's a thing of string. I was doing a Cat's Cradle last night because I was watching 1 Hour Photo and I really messed my tummy up.
Yeah, how'd you do that? By digging into
Just my finger. Just my finger. I really hurt myself.
William, what's one of your favorite things about Austin, Texas? You keep coming back. It appears like every week and a half now. It used to be
Probably the horrible fucking heat. I was sweating like a motherfucker. Tony, I'll be quite frank. I don't think I should move here. I hate this place. I hate Austin.
Knowing you, William, what do you want to say to these people?
That don't buy my cryptocurrency. You can get it at 7-Eleven. You literally have to buy a Baby Ruth. And I get the proceeds.
How do you get the proceeds? 7-Eleven gives it to you?
It is one of those things where when you
go to a restaurant, you take a picture of the menu.
Let's talk about this process.
What is that called?
You're
Go help me out. Okay.
Red man has got you so good with that sound effect. I mean, yeah, it really
He did. He's a real bitch tonight. Shut up. He's a real motherfucker tonight. Don't make you want to tell these people what we did at your fucking house last week. I feel kids. Hang out with each other and tennis waters.
It was in for sure, yeah. But I also fucked her belly last night. Oh, wow. Is that what happened? I didn't realize Red Man's dick could do that much damage. You finally fucking really.
Yeah, good thinking on the drums on that one. I got Afro Man on the bass guitar.
My goodness, are you roasting people, William? I've never seen this.
I am roasted on spice.
He's on skate too. Perhaps a little dehydrated from a hot day today.
I am really dehydrated.
How do you know? What are your symptoms?
I have only been drinking Yoo-Hoos.
Yoo-hoo is not the drink to have.
It is a chocolate water drink.
Yeah, it is. How many
I've had like 4 of them today for 16 ounces.
Oh my God, William, you are
I've been sweating all over the fucking place going to this goddamn Red Man.
a real cat.
I've been going to 7-Eleven.
That wasn't even Red Man. That was an actual
An actual cat. I'm not lying.
William, what else? What else has happened this week? Anything else since the last time we saw you?
To the movie. It is a masterpiece. It is a 20-frame time.
How many times? What is it? Dick?
Yeah, play that song again and let's you and I kiss, Red Man.
William, yeah, stick with me over here. When you say that you're addicted to Pretty Woman, how many times have you watched it?
Like twice in the past 3 years.
Oh, it's very serious, actually.
It's no real reason.
William travels all the way from Los Angeles for this show. How cool is that, right, people? For you, here, his part doesn't even go on the show on the internet. We edited it out.
If y'all could only admit, what did you say?
I'm telling them that it's very special. They perform just for these people. We have
If y'all could only picture what I am seeing in my mind, I am picturing going to one of those tall buildings and fucking jumping off. After this fucking set, I've been sweating all day. People are buying my shit. I'm gonna jump off the building.
Right, you have a new t-shirt available. Where can they buy that at?
Yeah, y'all look at my merch.
Plug the site, William. This is your one chance to do
On
it.
Instagram.com, my name is William.F.Montgomery.
Great
Y'all get the link on there. All proceeds go to my mother.
Hit the link on your Instagram, William. Where can they go to buy your t-shirt?
Hit the link on my Instagram. All proceeds go to my sweet papa, Larry Montgomery. He is co-signing all my apartment.
Hey, new apartment in Austin.
Wait, how old are you, William? I am 34 and I am acting like the fucking college student. Because I have no credit, I have no verifiable income. I am fucking going to 7-Eleven trying to tell people to buy fucking baby bread. They're not, that's a lie. I was lying to y'all about that. It's not a true thing. It's not handsome.
Wow, I thought you were being serious when you said that you started your own cryptocurrency. You may not have made your roots exclusively sold at 7-Eleven.
I want to thank my sweet papa Larry for co-signing all the apartment.
Well, William, we're very excited to have you in town. This was a great way to start the show. How about you guys make some noise for William Montgomery, everybody? Yeah, I had a feeling you guys were gonna do that. Feeding a man's addiction, a little pretty woman. Stylings of Roy Orbison. How about a hand for the band, everybody? Come on, whoa, ladies and gentlemen. This is the great Kaylee from the Red Rose. Not to be confused with the Yellow Rose, their sister club. The two best strip clubs in all of Austin, Texas. Kaylee, why don't you wave to the audience? How about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? Isn't she adorable? She has her own podcast, 18X After Dark. Ooh la la. All right. Bunch of comedians in the back, bunch of comedians on the sidewalk. Let's create a little path if we have to for the stylings of Aaron Sorowski. Aaron Sorowski, our first bucket full of the evening. That means anything can happen. I'll tell you right now, we've had a lot of people with mental health issues on this show. The past month has been basically, I don't know if there's just a tunnel coming from some asylum, but like we've had some real heavy hitters, you know. Leonardo from New York, a hilarious young lady, but it's really been a hit or miss. I can't forget about his name, Lucas Pickering. Oh my God. That's some heavy hitters, but it has been some deep sea fishing here in Austin this month. Here is Aaron Sorowski. Make some noise for Aaron.
Yeah. I was in New York and I saw Peddler, and the only thing he was selling was a box of condoms. Right? And so I was like, pretty new. He's like, they're refurbished. And like, if it works for him, those condoms in my car right now will use $100. Thank you, Jim. It's the only way because I got weak hips. Yeah. Right, guys? You too? It takes a village for me to have sex. Literally. There's me. There's a person having sex with. And then there's a person that guides my hips in and out. You know how it is, buddy, right? It's got me. But like, let me tell you. That's 3 minutes of your life. Okay. That's 3 minutes. I don't last 3 minutes. I'm done after 2. I paid the guy for 3 minutes. So some way, some limp body is like slamming hands. Thank you guys.
Okay, Aaron Sorowski. Weak hips. A little bit of trouble in the bedroom. What are you fucking exactly, Aaron? Whose dead corpse are you fucking?
Different every night, you know.
Yeah, the fun is that noise, Michael Gonzalez out awing everybody. I have an auger behind me. You feel bad for me saying that he fucks corpses? Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. Last thing I've heard, the drummer's feelings. I thought you were pumping up after a couple months of doing this show. D-Madness will not turn a blind eye to your antics. Michael Gonzalez. I love it. Aaron, welcome to the show. This is your first time here, correct?
Yes.
I love it. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like 3-ish years.
3-ish years. All of it here in Austin?
So I started in San Francisco. But like, I've mainly done it in Austin since.
You mainly started where?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. And how long were you there?
Just a year.
Okay. Just a year. All right. Did you live there before that?
No. So I moved there.
Where?
Austin.
Okay. You moved to San Francisco because Austin was a football and yeah, you had to go straight to the fucking
Yeah. I graduated high school. Then went to San Francisco and lived on a boat.
Oh wow. I mean that is just it's fucking was like a Joseph fight in Vietnam or something like that. What kind of fucking hippie are you?
I tried until I
You're a
was
weak hippie with weak hips. Weak hippies. Weak hippies. I love it. So welcome. This is your first time on Kiltony. I feel like there's so much about you that we can find out. what do you think we should know about you? You know, the show and all, you know how it works. We're like, we ask questions and try to find interesting things about the people.
I mean, if I'm completely honest,
Yeah, I'm honest.
I never knew Hilltop existed until you came along.
Okay, perfect. Good. We can say the same fucking thing about you, Aaron. Jesus Christ, this fucking guy. Yeah, maybe if you were living on a fucking boat, you'd have Wi-Fi and you'd know we're the number one live podcast in the world. Son of a bitch. I'm kidding. I'm just joking. I'm not offended. You not I barely know the show exists and I host it every week. I love it, Aaron. So welcome. So what are some interesting things about you in your life? Like the highlights of your life? You ever win a trophy for anything? You ever fucking do anything cool?
I know Jim Master. I wish you could case for that.
Yeah, answer the question I asked a second ago before you threw in that killer dungeon master line. You fucking really rocked the room. Totally worth it.
We were vibing and then you just had to jump in the middle.
I know. I'm still waiting for an answer to that question. 35 seconds ago.
What I do, let's try rock climb. You hear a dog.
I love rock climbing. It might be the most boring answer in the history of answers. Oh, well, do you like to climb with your left or your right hand? I'm kidding. What else other than climbing rocks?
I don't know, great boring person. I go to school.
What are you studying at school?
Communications.
Oh,
Yeah, you're freshman. This better fucking work out.
must be a dozen masters. Okay, so let's talk about it. You talked about sex, you talked about condoms, weekends, you talked about fucking. Who are you fucking? How often are you fucking? I'm so interested to know about this. I cannot picture it.
You need to think. Do you want pictures or?
Even T-Man just doesn't want a picture of you fucking. What can do nothing with it is disgusted by the thought of seeing a picture of you fucking. T-Madness, what do you think this guy looks like? If you had to guess. If you had to guess. If you put one of those microphones there and if that even works, will it help the audience hear it at least? Yeah, sure. Share with T-Man. Share that microphone. Just put it right in front of his face there. What do you think he looks like? Just go for it. Tell the truth. Definitely nailed it. That's exactly how I would have described it, without a doubt. I love it. So let's talk about your sex life. How are you? Have a girlfriend, boyfriend? You have a girlfriend? How long have you two been together? Okay. You guys having sex, sexual relations. A lot of people that talk about sex on stage end up not having a lot of sex. I kind of feel kinky. I feel like you're a kinky guy. Yeah, I'm getting those kinds of vibes.
Well, you're thinking wrong.
Oh, little missionary position. You're used to having boat sex. Boat sex, a lot of the boat does not work for you. It just rocks.
You just sit there and like wait for them to rock away.
I swear to God, babe, when this high tide comes, you're fucked. So let's talk about what are some of your moves in the bedroom. You lead up to, you top and bottom, you like doggy style, you like froggy style, or you jump around. What are we talking about here? I'm in such a silly mood today.
I mean, like, let's be real. It's what most of us do. It's just like, we're sharing and we're done. Wham, bam, go to sleep.
You really think that's what most people do? There's a bunch of fucking Texans that want a tank top tonight. You think a guy in a tank top has two positions? Look at him, look at him, storing the feet, slap that nobody knows in real life. He's very excited, barely masturbates a lot. A lot of Joe Rogan masturbation going on there.
Two Joe Rogan?
What's that?
Masturbates two Joe
Yeah,
Rogan.
he thinks about Joe Rogan. Absolutely right. It happens a lot. Just single position. You said missionary, and then you're done. How long do you usually lasts? To be honest, here's a big question. You have a minute, 7 minutes, 15 minutes, 30.
Any ranges?
Yeah, what does it depend on?
It's like it depends if I'm intoxicated.
Your shut up. Whoever's asking questions, shut the fuck up.
You don't do that, so welcome to the show. You don't ever do that again. Welcome, my friend. Bring up a good point. He does have 2 phones.
Oh, okay.
Brandon is deciding to increase the audiences from the question because
Why the fuck not?
they not like the world on fire over here. As for yeah,
Yes, I love it. The true gentleman. Hey, I'm with you, buddy. I carry my fucking passport with me all the time.
Let's go, definitely. And my phone, everyone. You never know. Fat stack of cash. No, I'm kidding.
What the fuck are you on the run?
You never know.
You never know when you need to get the fuck out. Alright, this was fun, Aaron. I wish you would have gotten something else out of you. What's the wildest thing you ever did in the bedroom? You say your missionary position in your own, but I want to know what the highlight of
Do you want like the full story?
Let's fucking go. How many of you want the full story of this fucking guy? Here we go.
Fuck this up, I see. I'm sorry.
It's is this it? Are you about to fuck the mic stand?
I'll demonstrate all the
Fuck you on the full story. Just
jumps on it,
takes it right up the ass.
Let's see where this is. So, full story. So I was like having sex with a random girl on Tinder.
Okay.
And so like and everything's happening, you know, we're going at it, I'm like on top of her. And then she grabs my head, pulls me forward, and she just goes, I love you, I love you, I love you.
Did we fuck?
Probably.
She said, I love you, I love you, I love you.
Yeah, I've never been screwed before.
Was she on top?
No, I was.
How deep into the sex was this? Was this immediate, like, first pump or like minute 10?
We were like minute 15.
Oh, look at you. We're finding out more about that range we heard about earlier. Alright, so minute 15 out of nowhere, she just goes, I love you, I love you, I love you. Yeah, I love you too, I love you too, I love you too. Did you come immediately?
I started laughing, and like nothing made me softer in my life than someone saying I love you that I've never done before. But then I didn't want to disappoint, so I kept on trying to pretend like we can still have sex and I think it was working because she was still into I don't know.
Yeah. Wow, it's scary. That reminds me, this is years ago, but I once had like this girl I was hooking up with, right? And one time, and I don't know why I did this, and I never did it since, but one time I was having sex with her, and at one point during it all, I go, I didn't mean it, so it's gonna sound bad when I first say it, but I was like, oh God, I fucking love you. Like that. It wasn't like an I love you. It was like I love this. You know what I mean? And I thought, because I didn't hear I love you, because I heard what I was thinking, right? Which is like, oh, this is fucking hot, right? But with the words that came out of my mouth were, I fucking love you. Right? Horrible. And sure enough, when that ended, whatever, a few weeks or whatever happened, you know what I mean? After that, I got a fucking, she went wild, lots of text messages, and at one point she goes, you told me you fucking loved me. So I had to answer to that. Amy Schumer, everyone. Yeah, that's who it was. That's who it was. Red coming up with Dungeon Master finds himself. Aaron Sorrelsi, thank you so much, everybody. Aaron Sorrelsi is at Aaron.com. Wait, Aaron, come here. I just want to say we have these Kill Tony leather jump books made by Bonsai, a local leather artist here in Austin, Texas. The coolest shit. Kill Tony. The actual crossover, the new gun crossing with microphones. But we're going to give you the tiny one. We have tiny ones as well. We're going to give you one of the tiny ones. Aaron Sorrelsi, a good sport, good comedian, Aaron.com. There he goes, everybody. Follow him on social media. Going totally a different direction than how he came on the stage, but there you go.
I didn't remember how he got up here.
That's the adrenaline of the show. Here's Kaylee, everyone, keeping everything clean for us, keeping the show nice and sanitary. Incredible. No better to keep everything clean than one of the dirtiest little girls we've ever met in our lives. All spur hands, fresh out of what appeared to be a cocaine bender last week. I love it. Lots of energy last week. I don't know what happened. She seems pretty chill today. All right. This looks like a fun name. How about make some noise for Mariano Di Vincenzo? Mariano Di Vincenzo.
Not the beach book inside post points. For example, he says there's a hole by the limit of
Let's get it on. All right, here we go. Here's Mariano Di Vincenzo coming to this stage. One more time for Mariano, everybody.
A real type of cynic. However,
So there are people who call me a conspiracy theorist, but as far as I'm concerned, those people can fall off the edge of the earth.
money is not going to work. For example, the army all over the woods.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist now. I think for myself. Nobody controls my thoughts.
That's not right.
So I could sit back and
Highly despicable within the gap itself. Fine.
just kidding, by the way. I did get my second dose of the Pfizer. I think it's too late for me to get out. By the way, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm actually from South America, so I'm like vaccinated from like 3 or 4 world diseases. And I just generally feel like cultic conspiracies are the right thing. I feel like you don't get a lot of science on this.
There you go. That's a minute right there. Mariano Di Vincenzo. Very fun. Yeah, building momentum throughout the set. You were on the show a couple weeks ago, right? Yeah, what happened there?
I just said most of it's in my hair.
Right, that sounds about right.
Yeah, you made everyone look like that. So, shout out.
What was Vagabond?
My barber was on the show.
Right, no, Agamar made Agamar look really bad, and he did that again on this appearance as well. Nothing's changing the hair. The set was fantastic, but that doesn't mean anything about your hair. Even Carrot Top has good sets. Luckily, we're not judging your hair here, Mariano. I love it. I also love that even when you're wearing a shirt, it still looks like you're like one of those barber apron things. What the fuck is that? What are you, Conor McGregor's valet driver or something like that? What is that? We're doing Cosby Show shirts like that fucking
I
thing.
started wearing like vintage shirts. I was really shy, so I was gonna
You would be awe and autistic.
thank you.
There's the sound of autism, for those of you wondering. A lot of people think it's a seal. It is our autistic friend. There you go. Wow, look at that. Does everyone here have an autistic cousin or something like that? Let's talk about it, Mariana. So what did we not talk about when you were on a couple weeks ago that since that appearance you thought like, shit, I can't believe I didn't mention that. That would have been fun for us all to riff on.
I heard my grandson was bad.
Really? What was this?
It was like 2 months ago.
Okay.
It was right like the pandemic ended. It was like 20 months.
You hurt your ACL during ACL?
Wait, you guys ACL?
Yes, I'm just guessing. You said you hurt your knee.
I hurt my knee on 6th Street right like 2 months ago.
What was the dance move? How do you want to see the dance move? And, yeah, there we go. It's a little like this. Wait, what kind of dance move are you at? Show us dance. Dance, you son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Your autism is contagious. Wow. Were you dancing with someone? Were you by yourself?
No, I was trying to dance with somebody.
Hold on, play that song again. I just want to picture you dancing like this by yourself. Do it again. And everybody around you is just pointing and laughing, right? Alright, that's enough. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Was that like your approach to someone? You're like, hey.
Honestly, I was very drunk. The person I was talking to was very drunk.
Who are you talking to?
I remember it was like last call at a bar. Girl like that, just talking to somebody. And she mentioned that she was like, why?
You say the guy left you? Oh, I got so excited there for a second.
And you're like, she'll fuck anybody.
Yes, dude, it's
And then she kicked you in the knee.
She was probably standing on one side of you and she was into you, and then she went to the other side and saw your hair. Yeah, it's a real dark side of the moon over there. So let's talk about it, Mariana. When did you start wearing shirts like that? You said that you were shy, like 8 years. Okay, so you sort of have it's like your own little trade group. What else do you do for fun, Mariana? You seem like an energetic guy. You're out there dancing.
Just kind of boring. I don't know.
What else?
I went to
rock climbing.
I went to a wedding right across the border. I walked into the border, which was pretty interesting.
The border of Mexico? Jesus Christ, bro. Why? Do you even know the people?
Yeah, obviously. I wouldn't do it otherwise. Well, I'm not Latino people things. I have like a friend from Peru. Married a girl from Mexico, so we talked to her on the U.S. border, walked into Mexico.
You just walked across the border?
Yeah, I have a picture right between the river, right between the two bridges. You can just do that. You can go into Mexico and go through the shit.
Like, yeah, no, get out.
Yeah, right. Just leave and no one cares. But if you want to come back,
They don't care if Americans come. They're like, did you bring anything? Do you have anything with you? Can we have something? Sorry, Michael Gonzalez. See, you don't on that, but you on the other guy. I'm making fun of all your people right now. Okay. I mean, how long ago was that wedding? Oh, wow. Okay, so fresh off the border. Wow. That's fun. Anything special? They do anything extra Mexican there? Did they, maybe did she throw her bouquet over the wall or something like that?
Just a typical Mexican stuff. They wouldn't like to sing. So just always like one per person who wants to like sing mariachi karaoke.
Is that you?
I was extra respectful just because I knew that was important.
You look like you're part of the mariachi band.
Yeah, there's a very mariachi energy to you. It's a very mariachi or something like that.
Mariachi.
Alright, Mariana, what's your sex life like? We've been talking with, we just had a real serious discussion here in Sarosi.
Really?
I sort of slow for the last few months ago. I'm kind of off the dating after I'm just trying to take care of myself.
Clearing your head, yeah. Get down.
No, I'm trying to do it organically or whatever. Just trying to grass fed. Just well, the dating after I my head, so I just felt like I was
Just like put on the shirt and meet a lady. I like it.
Normally weddings, ladies are very turned on. They're very like horny and things like that. Did anyone make a move on you at this wedding?
was pretty scary.
Did you tell them you're American? You just have a name tag that says my name is American on it.
I told him I was Argentinian.
Yeah, Michael Gonzalez just threw on a snare drum when you said you're Argentinian. All right, Mariana, you guys walked here a couple weeks here. Welcome back to the show. Congratulations. You know what? You're so funny. I'm gonna give you a full-size Kill Tony jump book. Lightstorm friend Adrian Cavazos. He hand makes these. This is another local Austin artist. You can follow him on Instagram at Boneseye with a Z in the middle. BONACEYE. Boneseye. Having another hand from Mariana Vincenzo. We're on air today. Wait, remember how to get off the stage? It's very weird what's happening here. And then sort of a. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian helps us out here on the show. He is a barbecue specialist. He has his own show called Best Barbecue Show on the internet. He feeds us regularly. He is basically our ambassador of food here in Austin, Texas. Any type of food, anything that we want to do, we always ask Yoni first, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is. It's Yoni, everybody.
Texas, I love Texas. I've been here for 12 years. Which means I'm not one of those new people. I've learned a lot about Texas living here. One of the things is you can't drive slow. If you want to get on I-35, you better hit the gas like you're on the last lap of the fucking Daytona 500, or someone's going to be right up your ass. You know, if we walked around downtown or grocery stores that way, people think you're crazy, like if I stood right here, you'd think I was insane, right? I was standing so close, right? This is how we drive. I love Texas barbecue, that's my thing. I love it because it's the best big dick energy. It's a giant black tube filled with hot meat. If you want to eat Texas barbecue, you get a big black cock running all day. You also have to cook barbecue by burning an entire tree. You can't cook like for 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. You gotta roll the fucking tree and that thing, chop it up, get some strong arms, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, dude. I love it. One of the reasons why I love Yoni, you'll notice that I have a lot of love for Yoni because he's doing stand-up and he is admittedly green, right? You're brand new at it. Brand new. You've been hitting up with mics, though. You've been hustling around town. He tells me all the time. Never misses a chance to tell me I'm doing an open mic tonight. I'm doing a mic tomorrow. I did a mic last night. I love it. You're working it out. You're talking about stuff that you know. Let me ask you this. If you were doing a normal show with a normal audience where people aren't on stage with you, how does that joke about the I-35 end if you're not putting your dick next to the guest on the show?
Well, he used to stand a lot. But a lot of the open mics, there's a wine bar where there's a lot of people in their backs to you. And a lot of times I'm not paying attention, so I'll get like right behind one of them.
Oh, wow. Really do comedians mix their Me Too with their performance. Normally we wait till after or something like that, but not you. You just go for it. I love it, Yoni. You talked about the 35. I mean, you got a good point. I guess that's sort of everywhere. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with people out here, but I mean, if somebody can tell their friends with the giant trucks that the far left lane is not for them, I greatly appreciate it. It's frightening that the far right lane, for some reason, has become the passing lane here, and I get it. You guys love that shit. I think you're doing a little bit slower. If you're running late for things, maybe you should leave the house a little bit earlier. I can hear all your Texas bullshit. I understand how you think. Trust me. How about you just fucking get over one thing? There's 4 lanes. A lot of you are in the far left lane. This also goes for dumb girls as well. I noticed that it's not a gigantic truck with an old school suburban countryman in it. It's just a normal chick checking out her phone in the far left lane because she feels safe, because she's not going to get nervous about cars on their left and their right. You get a little nervous, so the wall makes you feel safer. Get the fuck over. No one's hitting you from the left. No one's hitting you. Just get over. You don't belong in the far left lane. Thank you. Sincerely, Corvette owner Tony Hitchcock. So anyway, sorry, I had to get that out of my system. If everybody could clip that clip and just spread it all around the internet, maybe I could be like the change. I could be like the Barack Obama of change of one lanes, even though I think anything I'm gonna say. I think Texas actually does the left lane way better than any other state I've ever been in. You know, like they actually get pissed if you're in the left lane here.
notice additional horses on the road more.
I don't know, man. I went to Dallas last week and it was fucking embarrassing.
Dallas is a little different because that's just Austin, Texas.
Hell yeah. Jesus, right, man. You're so gay. You're so gay sometimes. That's coming from me. Alright, so Yoni, let's talk about, you talked about the 35 and then when you go into barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue.
Absolutely talking about what you know. When you cover there, you're talking about big black tubes.
Big dick energy.
You know, tell barbecue. Tell these people about your Saturday routine.
Every Saturday I go to Snow's Barbecue in Lexington, Texas. Opens at 8 a.m. Only open Saturdays with Miss Tootsie, an 86-year-old pit master. Just turned 86 years ago.
86-year-old lady.
Yeah.
And I bet she doesn't, even 86-year-old lady doesn't stay in the Fort Worth. This is a lady that knows how to utilize the middle lane. Just go the speed limit. Life's easy there. That's it. Those of you that want to go the speed limit, that's the fucking lane for you.
She drives like an angel. It's adorable.
That's so sweet. 86 years old, still working the hits.
Hell yeah.
What else? You go there, like, that's kind of a weekend for you, right?
8 a.m. So I get there around 6:37.
Do you ever get sick of barbecue? I've had it, I've had it like maybe 10 times, 15 times since I've moved here, and I'm like, I'm kind of over it for a while. This looks so looks like you're hungry, or like where like have you had your blood checked to see like what your sodium levels are or anything like that? It's
Not recently, I probably should.
Have you had your blood checked?
yeah, I mean, it was like 4 years ago.
Alright. Looking at there's a walking camera right down the middle. There's a camera right behind
Yeah,
us.
there you go.
Anybody that's ever right there in that little zone, try not to stand up. This especially goes to the people standing right there in front of the camera. Thank you so much. And reunion, save the huggies for another time, shall we? I know you're excited to see each other. I promise you, this is a recorded show. It really is. I love the standing room. At first, I was a little curious about the standing room, but leave it to Antones to know rock and roll. Now that I feel like a rock club, it feels good up here. Shout out to the famous ticket scalpers from a couple weeks ago. Leaving one empty table here in front of the center. I love it. So, Yoni, fun times. You have, I gotta be honest with you, and I think everybody that knows you agrees with this. You are one of the most positive, homeless people, and you've made a lot of people's transition to Austin residents very easy, very smooth. A lot of you people that are Kill Tony fans and fans of comedy have to thank this guy out on the streets when you see him because he keeps us all feeling real at home here. How about one more time for the comedy skylights of Yoni, everybody? Best BDQ on social media.
Best mustache rides.
Real thick mustache. Very thick, earthy mustache on that guy. Juicy mustache. Here's Kaylee. The Red Rose just celebrated their 1-year anniversary this past week. How many of you have been to either the Red Rose or the Yellow Rose, huh? These guys, you guys haven't been over here at the high top? No, you guys seem like you gotta go. Tank top, you ever been to Red Rose, Yellow Rose? You ever go to a strip club? No, I think tank top is even be a tank condom. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, no, middle finger. The old middle finger, that's a way to kill Tony. Alright. Dubs is next. Dubs General. It's a wacky name. Should be interesting. That's a story. See, we get insurance company. Dubs General. For the best jokes you've heard in town. 1-800-DUBS General now. Here he comes. Oh, he's on crutches. Everybody, we love people on the road. I just met this guy. We love a good fresh injury. We're going to talk all about it after this. He's got a funny shirt on. Oh, wow. This guy is very likable. Representing Bucky's. Yeah, he can't. He's got an injured foot. He's getting an injured foot. This is the moment where an injured man tries to get around a blind bass player, everybody. It's a real life thing that happened. One more thing for Dubs.
I hate bitches with braces. Yeah. Dude, yeah, you're not something to get all.
what this is all about.
You don't hear it.
I love all types of pussy. I love white pussy. It just needs a little bit more seasoning.
Imagine having a 9-inch dick and then get that's nuts.
What's wrong with pussy? Pussy is just too fertile.
Imagine.
Pregnant.
Yeah, it's not conversation. It's not a conversation. This is a conversation.
Dubs, General, I remember you. You were on the show before. You have not been correct. Welcome, sir. Indeed, absolutely welcome to the show, Dubs.
I figured out how to do open talk, and I figured out how to type in all the chat with it, and then make it a directory.
Why exactly is that? Is that because your cum is going to crash and you were from above?
I didn't say that. You're gonna say that. You're gonna, you think you need this the whole time. That's the whole. No, it's just somebody else. No. I can somebody else's louder. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good thing to do with cum. It's never fun to pass to your friend when you're going to shoot a load, you know what I mean? Now, General, $1 million question. What happened to your foot?
I said, I know what you're doing the whole year. And then it was.
Even though you're playing basketball, you like to make sure you don't want to mix the two. You don't want to get confused every time you shoot a load on your son. That's the last thing you want to do.
What are you doing?
Hey, look at that. That's how it works.
What are you doing, buddy?
Before he's going to come, he'll Scotty did that and then he drove inside.
I don't even care if you're doing the
All right, Dubs General, how long have you been on stand-up? 3 years old in here in Austin, Texas.
You're always checking in.
Sweet in California.
Citrus Springs, which is an hour north and an hour east of Tampa.
Very cool. All right.
Festival here too.
Festival there.
August 6th, August 7th.
Wow, that is so cool.
You're gonna be there. It's
Well, not going to be at the festival size letters. But that's not part of your festival, is it? That is so crazy. I was going to ask you if you wanted to open for the inside splitters and people, but you're doing a festival stuff. Wait a second. It's in the same weekend of your own festival.
Yes, but I have workers that will work it. That's why you're on
Oh my God, are you sure? I mean, I don't want you to freak your foot.
Absolutely.
Sweet. Well, there you go. 5th, 6th, and 7th inside splitters in Tampa. Now, this General, 3 years in the game. Somebody's got to do it. That's where I started. Plus, this is an easy way to make sure that you don't complain about that Kobe joke on the internet when the show premieres. See that? It's a fucking house of cards. Keep your friends close. Dubs, what do you do for work? What do you do for a living? Awesome, man. Okay, that's fun. And living in Florida, out there.
It's in Antonio, like right when you
Yeah,
guys
And you go to Florida back home.
let's go into a song.
that's
We're gonna do one song. And my wife, our ex that we took on now, lived in Florida. You know, wanted to be a great dad, have my kids close to their mom, so on and so forth.
Oh, there you go. Good dad. Good father. Don't see a lot of those in California. That's terrible. That did not get what it deserved. That's Jessica Michelle Singleton right there. Cranking it. All right. What do you like to do for fun? What are some hobbies? You seem like you're not playing basketball with your son, coming and yelling Kobe on someone's chest. What are some other things that Jesus Christ. God, you guys, please, the one table that can't stand continuously. I love you guys so much. Please stop standing. Did someone tell him they're talking to you? Please stop standing up. Please, there's one camera that gets most of the show. It's right there. Thank you. I love you guys so much. Family good tits. Jesus fucking Christ. So does, what was the answer to that question? I guess they give you for fun again. That is true. There is no Tyler Perry presents and of course, I don't know, I'm actually from an unlocked neighborhood. I know that you guys might not believe that, but it's true. And one of the movies that I was raised on that me and my young African-American friends would watch was a little movie called Tales from the Hood. And there is one of the anthologies that features a lot of scary black puppets. Black puppets shockingly scarier than white puppets. White puppets are fucking child's play compared to black puppets. Now, is there a name a smart child's play with white dolls? Thank you.
Is your puppet something that you bought that say like humans? Because I actually bought a black puppet after some research, and it was an accurate puppet. It's hard to find a good puppet.
Puppet didn't work for you? It didn't steal your wallet or anything?
Poorly made. That's probably my next favorite puppet. My puppet is Mexican. Oh, that's
Not the first Mexican anything to peek up over a wall, right? Yeah, that's true. Fucking jokes, everybody.
Did you make it yourself? Selling Mexican puppets.
What's it called? I don't know. They don't even allow people like me in there. Tell me. You son of a bitch. Such a shame that I'm going to be bringing totally different people to Tampa to hope it's short first weekend of August. Alright, Dubs, so much fun. Congratulations. I'm going to see you August 5th, 6th, and 7th. You'll be going up first on those shows. And anything else? Anything else for Dubs?
With the Kobe joke, I think Lou said in his response, it's actually a very clean joke to go like, because I shoot a lot, we're thinking about how to cut it. The setup run a really hard run. I wanted a hard run.
I appreciate that. I really wrote that joke last night before. I just didn't know where it was going.
Yeah, I think just the honest answer of like, because I shoot a lot or something like that, like, because it's set up for a hard run.
And also, listen, I can't do this part, but you might be able to. You can also say because a bunch of children die on Earth afterwards. Anyway, that's for those of you that know what happened in Angelo Tony Hinchcliffe at AOL. Yeah, that's my email. Trying to reach out to me. Guys, come on, make one more hand for Dubs General, everybody. Follow on social media, DUBC General, all one word. Hey, can I have a Crown Royal and Coca-Cola whenever you get a chance here? One Crown and Coke. Actually, sure, because I've whistled, maybe I'll do whistle. But whatever, Crown and Coke is fine. How about a hand for the staff here at Anson? Yeah, all filled up. And here's Kaylee from the Red Rose, fresh off their 1-year anniversary. Everybody went there. We had a blast. I mean, the place is so much fun. And they have a world famous cheeseburger at the Red Rose. Thank you very much. For those of you that love cheeseburgers, I know it might not be the place that you think of first for your cheeseburgers. No kids.
The only reason I go there is for the cheeseburgers.
You guys want another special treat? Alright. Clearly you know. You guys want another special treat? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you yet another regular of the show. Feels like we're in Los Angeles. All the regulars are here, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for this guy, one of the best joke writers in the show's history. Always a brand new minute and one of the best roasters in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, he's already here. David Lucas, believe it or not. It's spoiler alert, David Lucas.
Yeah, what's up, man? I don't want to do jokes like this, but I said, fuck it, I'm gonna try it. I'm killing Tony. So Bill Gates and Melinda Gates are getting before the show. Fuck that shit. I heard that Melinda Gates is leaving Bill because he has a thing that's Microsoft. Oh shit, it worked. Ladies, I want you to know that if your boyfriend can't beat you up, that means that you're single. So you got one trophy from the immigrant pussy. I'm feeling your ass. I'm having sex with women. I don't know that they're screaming from my dick or if they're screaming because I'm hurt. Like having a girl fuck me, she feels like she's been raped. Shit, that feels fun. My legs hurt, eyes hurt. Hell,
David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. That Bill Gates Melinda Gates thing is today. That happened today, and it's going to make it worse. That's another big one. These rich guys claim they're talking about like hundreds of millions of dollars. Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates. They're proceeding to prove it. That there is no amount of money that is better than new pussy. I mean, it is just unbelievable. Everyone loves a fresh, fucking, dirty little fucking niggity snatch. You know what I mean? Just even the gay guy with the tank top's nodding his head. Even he looks fresh pussy. Whether it's man pussy or not. Dana, can you believe he can't even do gay jokes on me tonight? This guy is in the front row, flaming it up. By the way, it's only funny because he's barely not gay. You guys are such a mess. We're going on about this. Yeah. Tell me he was gay and he got turned. Fucking later and find out if he's gay or not. I'll find out what's on. Use the old fucking number to check his oil. So David Lucas is here. Welcome, David. Back in Austin, Texas. What's shaking with you? On the water. Let's see when you sing. Really? You know, bring in a kitty-sized swimming pool. Did you go swimming in Atlanta? Country shit. What's country? We should give us more fishing. You a shell cracker? That's racist. Some white birds. Some fishermen. You seem like the kind of guy that would, I forget it. He would dress like this and wear the blue collar and shirt.
I've imagined that he's Jewish guys because he just really And then these Jewish girls are saying, I'll tell you what these motherfuckers got. Yeah, kick that. They just love that. And then that's good for, that's actually good. So that's good.
Slammed her ass. We haven't even seen that before. You're on. I love that you're dressed like a old school TV when it goes out of when it goes off the air. David with incredibly short legs. I mean, it is incredible. I've never seen someone with a big
Just think
You look like you need to do a doobie doo. It's cool jokes happening.
Because you got that fucking, I just got out of college lawyer shirt on.
Oh my god. It's just a Alright, man. You did not need to make that noise. There's the dildo drop. Celia had to drop some dildo on stage. I see a lot of my personal friends out there really enjoying that. David, I love what you're doing with your hair. You're matching your body. It's getting it just good. You got dreads, which is exactly how waiters feel when you walk into the restaurant. No fancy lights on that one? Wow, right, you're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. Let's see if you can do it.
Tony, you got a calculator, which is exactly what your boyfriend did.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. You're lucky you made that gag, so I'm gonna turn it into a like joke right on you. Everyone knows that shit. You bailed out of that real quick. I love it. Somebody on stage earlier, a young gentleman, also of African American descent, says that he yells Kobe when he comes. Is there anything that you yell when you come? There's to be a thing that the African Americans do. Is you a motherfucking man? Oh, really? You wouldn't have a lot of kids though. You've seen this before. The only thing that he pulls out of is the Cane's drive-through. I don't think you cook your own food. I think you ever take you seem like the kind of guy that would take a bird scooter through a drive-through.
Tony can run a cooking shit out with his ass cheeks.
How did you know that? How did you know? I do. I put 2 oven mitts on my ass cheeks and I pull baking sheets out. And the dildos fall out of my ass. Is that what you want? Yeah.
He got all pizza dough with booty cheek.
Pizza dough with my booty cheeks?
Which is one though.
This show is not a good show. This show is off.
Danny Brown for the lady.
And for the great Danny Brown joining us here. I know, you must have been thinking, why did they kick that insane person out of the front earlier? And there you go, Danny Brown's here.
My favorite song every time I put a bitch in the car,
There you go. Absolutely.
okay. Talk about how he eat pussy, even if it's snake, I'm gonna put a bitch in the
I
shower.
love it. And you're a big fan of people eating things no matter what they are. So. All right, David. So much fun. You're an absolute killer. I love everything that you do. Quick on your feet for a guy that's morbidly obese. Always right off the top of your head. Okay. Tampa? All right, great. You want a feature for those shows? All right, sweet. There you go. Maybe a guest spot. Maybe your feature will be ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for David. Wow, this energy in here.
You're going to have the most urban show in Florida ever.
The energy in this room, standing room only, I'm telling you, I like it. You guys having fun tonight? Yeah. Incredible with that stepping from that ledge, cause you are my friend. Have a hand for Kaylee. Look at that. She's got a real butt. Does she have mace? Is that mace in your back pocket? All right, John Waters. Wow, I wonder if it's the famous John Waters from, oh, here he comes, the real guy. Oh, no. That's not him. Here he is, John Waters, coming from the back of the room. Hey, here he is. One more time for John Waters.
Well, everyone, it's official. Quit sex. I'm done. Can't deal with those awkward moments. You know when you get that fucking hair in your mouth, and you're just like, what do you do to deal with it? Like, I tried to be sexy. I'm like, what's this? Oh, I think you awesome. Keep it on your eye, and not in my mouth. I think the worst thing during sex is if you kind of repeat yourself. You say it's not dirty. It's like, you know, a little something dirty. You're just like, you like that? And they're like, what? And you're like, do you like that? They're like, what? They're like, never mind, it's over. I'm done.
There it is. Jessica, what do you think about this guy?
Listen, when a woman goes, what? After you try to talk dirty, that's her giving you an opportunity to realize that's something you should never fucking say.
There you go. Force of truth activated. That force always chimes in with pure honesty, as we said on the field.
But I love that idea of it. It's funny because we've all been there where you're like, Daddy,
what do you say? I want to know what you say in the bedroom.
hey, fuck me, Daddy.
You say,
Oh, you got me, daddy? She goes, why not do like that?
So you're like, yeah,
They don't like
I
it.
love that John Waters. You look like you were created in a video game. You don't appear to be like me. You look like you were like molded by a man and like worked on this like wax puppet or something. I don't know if it's bad or not. I can't really tell.
you kind of look like a ventriloquist.
Thank you. I've been told that. Well, congratulations. You're the 1 millionth person to say that on the show. Goosebumps. And the same amount of laughter every time. You would think that people would use something else.
You like that?
What? You're dirty talk. See what I did?
Hey, he convinced.
John, how long have you been on stand-up? 3 months. I love it. You're from Texas?
No, so from Maryland.
Okay.
So I actually moved to Austin like 3 years ago, and then I started doing stand-up 3 months before the pandemic. You like this?
So just commit to your answer. Don't try to read my face.
I moved back home.
Tony, am I doing all right? You're still on the show, dude. Ask me afterwards if you did, okay? All right, I'll say no. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking, John. I'm kidding. For 3 months, rock solid set. For 3 months. For 2 years, it was dog shit. You know what I'm saying? So, John, what do you do for work?
Well, that would be not talk about my work.
Why?
I don't know. Restream sucks in here, but
Well, instead of naming the exact corporation that you work for, can you give us a ballpark of what you do? Advanced guessing police officer. There's no way this guy's
Pharmaceutical companies. All right.
Yeah, all right.
Pfizer.
Are you one of the Johnson brothers?
Johnson.
Johnson & Johnson? No? Johnson Waters? Yeah. John Waters, good cover. Johnson. I love it. So you work in pharmaceuticals. What's your love life like? Do you have to marry like with a little fucking princess?
I have a girlfriend. She's in
Maryland.
No, she's in Florida. She's in school.
Oh, she's in med school to be a veterinarian? Okay. Taking care of this little fucking redheaded beast. Did you meet her like in real life? Did you guys separated or where'd you meet her at?
Did she just live in Florida?
Where in Baltimore? What was happening when you met her?
So I was just out on St. Patrick's Day, and I met her through one of my friends.
Were you out on St. Patrick's Day because you were in love with her?
It's my job.
You're staying at home. That's why I can't talk about what I did to her.
I'm a leprechaun. Give away the secret. Have to go back to imagination land any minute now. I love it. So you're out on St. Patty's Day. You're wearing the same thing you're wearing now, I'm guessing. Married St. Patrick's Day. I love it. Absolutely. And then you meet her. When you guys meet, what do you say to her?
I say, hey, I love coffee, like leprechauns.
No, when you really say, John, stop trying to be funny. We know how that works out.
Well, she was actually in her veterinarian outfit, and I was like, oh,
Scrubs. She's just in scrubs, blackout drunk on the streets of Baltimore, and you're like, hey. She's like, hey, you'll do.
Hop in the car, get in the passenger side.
Alright,
So what happened?
I just said hello.
John, what the fuck is going on?
Do you see how obviously awkward I am with like sex? Like,
Just answer the
I
question.
said, hey, I like your scrubs. She said, I like your leprechaun hair.
Okay, shut up. Did you guys fuck that night? Did you fuck the first night?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you listening to the audience and answering? Or are you John, are you fucking retarded, dude? Just listen to me. Think about the question that I asked you, and then answer it honestly. You don't have to lie. You don't have to keep referencing the leprechaun. You don't have to hear somebody say something and then repeat what they say. And there's no wrong answers here. The only wrong answer is it not being the honest answer. Did you guys have sex that first night that you met?
Yes.
Where? In your bedroom.
Yeah, did she like that?
Maybe. I mean, she's still with me.
Right. She's still posted it.
She's just getting real.
Oh, yeah, for
She's in
sure.
Florida by that guy with the broken leg. Where's Kobe?
Right. Dubs Jenner. She's singing Dubs Jenner. So, John, what else about you? Any fun facts about John Waters we should know about before letting you go? There must be some crazy fun fact about your life. Any special skills or talents? Okay, I don't know what that is. I've never, to be honest with you, I don't consume a lot of comedy. I've never seen Napoleon Dynamite. Are you serious? I'm serious.
Did you learn that because people told you you look like Napoleon Dynamite?
I did it in Mr. Green contest.
I don't know
Oh,
what that is.
what round are you in?
I know.
All right, bro. You like that?
That's literally me.
Very interesting. Do you guys know the Napoleon Dynamite thing?
What song is
You guys know
that?
what that is?
trying to look at it too. We're trying to give you an opportunity to be yourself, John. Oh, there we go. Here he is trying to drink that potatoes. John, this is going to be interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. Crowd goes wild. Okay, audience seems to love this. Alright, this time we clearly did not a second of history of the show. Oh, I'm glad you were all with us when we reached a new low. Oh, wow. Still actually completely matched up. Watching the dance on this is pretty accurate. Oh, there you go. Alright. How crazy is it that Tony's never seen Napoleon Dynamite? There's a lot of comedy to be shocked to know the comedies that I haven't seen. I'm a big believer in very few comedic things. South Park, I believe in 100%. The old Jackass movies, I can rewatch those anytime.
Bottom of line is literally last 2 words. 79. He says to him, how many seconds? So it's like he's
comedy stars, almost every single one of them. Old Jim Carrey movies I like.
Concept.
I recommend this movie, man.
That's the thing is that's a very interesting idea. So here, what I'm saying this stuff is that if you have a woman and you have kids, and those kids follow axes of school, that is enough to solidify the geological fitness. The fact that they follow after her, that indicates that those are her children, and that's enough. So as Loki says, Lo Shana Ella, the Kachat fool. That's when you drew how long women people Kachat fool. What's Kachat fool? Lo Shana Ella, the Santina Kakufu, Ella Kachat fool. In Cohen, hopefully the Kachat fool, you should hit it on the shop. She wrote it, so for Alabama, Kufna for Lomar, Bana, and the Ink Color. So it's Kachat fool, things like Shuma.
You guys think we should get a lady out of this bucket? We haven't had a female here tonight. We're going to do a new tradition called polling until we get a lady. Pull it out. Nico Jordan is a boy, I'm sure. Charles Adams is a boy. Okay, here we go. Only took us 3 to get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian goes by the name.
That is
But
only
first,
a lot
let's all
of
take a
stuff
moment to
in
give a hand
Kachat
to the
fool.
great
That's only
Kaylee.
for things like Truman Carlo. Imar says about the youth singer.
on Instagram.
Interestingly enough, it
Follow
doesn't
her on
work.
the Insta, and she'll drag you to the red rose. She'll get you
Why?
there.
Because the whole topic of
Also,
it
the
is
yellow rose.
like
How about steakhouse in the country or both here in Austin? Your next comedian goes by the name of Mary Bryant, everyone.
Brooklyn,
Our
children
first
following
female
after
comedian
a
of
mother
the night,
only works for
Mary
Kachat
Bryant.
does not work for
We
you.
had a wild
The
time last
Yokohama
week
says
with the ladies. Here she comes.
the
Nice
does
steady
not work
pace.
even
Yeah,
for
look at this. Seems
even for
confident. I like this.
that could be awesome. Good. We're gonna
Mary
drill
Bryant, ladies and
down to that a little bit more in this session. Yeah. So Rashi says over here about Yutzin. Rashi says in Yish
Let me
Bahanos
just
in
tell
the
you, there are some beautiful people here in Austin. Yes, I love it. I just moved here on Friday.
That's what we're talking about.
I came here to get sober.
It's funny because I actually
So
the
Rabbi
worst
Yochanan
drunk
says,
night I
"Afilo
ever
Yosef."
had was at my brother's wedding a month ago here in Austin. And ironically, I came to the town that I got the most fucked
So,
up to get
so Rabbi
sober.
Yochanan says, "Afilo Yosef."
I
Right?
actually,
So
so I
Yochanan
also
said,
moved here
"Yo,
because I
this
was
works
a
even for you.
permanent refugee at my
Yochanan
parents'
is
house
enough
since March.
to go ahead
And it was
and
time
say,
to
I'm
go
not
on
going to
top of that.
myself.
My grandma moved
This
in. Me
family,
and my
these
grandma.
children are
She was
us,
really rough.
and therefore these
She was
girls,
terrible
could
to
not
me as a
even
child.
if
She gave me a
that
lot
was
of shit.
Rabbi Yochanan was
She
going
moved
to
into
do
my
his
parents'
reason,
house.
which
She's
is
a
actually
cousin,
fascinating.
and I just got
The
so
Gemara
shit.
says, the Amar Shiva
So
Abba
I
Rabbi
left.
Yochanan,
My
Malkin
grandpa
ala
did
Chazakos,
die.
is
My
soaking
grandpa
the
died, that's
serpent
why she
ala
moved in.
Chazakos.
And
The
he
serpent
needed
Shum ala
blood
Chazakos.
before he
Listen,
died.
Rabbi
Nobody had
Yochanan in
saved his
general,
life. And
that Allah
let's
can
get
myself,
remember his blood type.
like this.
And he was so inspirational. He kept
He said
saying,
you
be
can administer
positive, be
Malchus
positive. And
on the basis of a
I
Chazak.
just thought that was so inspirational, and I live by that now.
Like a presumption which
Great sense.
so Chazak says no things to be certain way because at one point no things to very certain way, and Chazak says that things very certain way to continue to assume that they are that way. So Yochanan says that Allah wants to be administer Malchus based on Chazak, and we go ahead and we administer Stila, right? And Tzvika based on Chazak, but we won't burn Truma based on Chazak.
It was her trauma that
No,
induced
that's a
my
lot of it.
alcoholism
When
and
we burn
forgetfulness.
Truma, so which punishment do you burn?
She was a bitch. She used to lock me in a closet.
Right, you burn it. Watch this.
She used to tell
Let's
me, you're
not
not level, you're not funny, you're gonna be alone forever. I didn't want
Which is interesting. Let's see a woman
get out of the closet.
establish
There was
that
no change there, but
Chazaka
I
as
did
a
prove that I
midah
was funny.
in her neighborhood.
So,
I would say now, where halacha, what does
I
that
may
mean?
still be wrong on that one.
That a woman
In the
establishes
arms of an
again.
angel,
Remember,
it's my tender
Rashi says,
profile.
"Sharash Shinasashi Ayom."
So you really trying to get sober as well? Yeah, I got 5 days, which is more than I've had in 5 years.
We're separate
That is the cardigan of someone who is holding on by a
so what's the
thread.
case over here? The neighbors see that she's wearing the clothing. So because she's wearing the clothing, so therefore again, halacha l'maisa.
He died with 50 years.
So by law, no kala mishum. So if her husband was having issues with her, that would be enough to base the safradim based on the fact that she is wearing a bikini. Maybe she the nice again is wearing wearing clothing. You guys have to establish chazkas midah, which is enough to cause it to be fine if he has relations with her. The Gemara says, "Soaking the serpent ala chazakos." What does it mean that we administer stila? So safe but based on chazak. Not about a isha tino tino. This is fascinating case. There's a man and a woman, and then boy and a young girl. She revealed the soul about it. It's the most expensive power of this. We have a situation where people present as a family. People present as a family. Are they a family? Are they not a family? They present as a family. So what's that about? So you spell it Zet al Zet. So what's this? It's fascinating. Let's see at people who've been to a community. Man, adult man, adult woman, young boy, young girl. See that? Circumstantially looks like they are a family. Right? But now let's have also the Mesa. Then suddenly we're going to people within that community begin having a relationship with each other. So the Gemara says, what's that about? The spelling is out, Zet, and the spelling is out.
I went Starbucks when they got me. I had a job at Chip Frappuccino. I swear to God. What? Yes. I had a job at Chip Frappuccino in my cup holder.
When you smuggle people here?
Sweet place between father and
That's okay. So explain to us what happened. You got drunk
again,
and then
you know that
with the Mexican man.
adult man, adult woman, a father, mother, two young children, do we know that? We don't know that. And we have a
You brought him back to the United States.
together as a family, so that presumption ultimately allows us to take legal action against them. So I'm not sure that as I'm going to leave you to Bakapa, is this nice Isha Shabasa Yushalayim.
Let's just take a step back. We're not going to talk about the cartel boy that you smuggled into America.
If I'm gone in a week, you'll know why.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if your kid is sent to Antone's, we're going to really...
But nevertheless, it's better to learn facts
part
that
of the set. We'll make leather Calzone books out of your
best
skin.
story.
First, that'd be
The
great.
Gemara says as follows: "The Ma'aseh V'Isha Shabasa Yerushalayim, the Tinok Murkav Al Kseifa, Al Kseifa." So the woman brings Yerushalayim, and when she brings Yerushalayim, she's holding a baby on her shoulders. Big deal. So then baby grew up, Ufa'ala, and ultimately she had relations now with this boy, with this young man. ויזיר בבייזן, וסקנד רק בבייזן, לא מפני סקילה, כלומר זה לא מפני שבנה ודאי, אלא מפני שקרה so basically the minister of death penalty, now do we know for sure that this is mother and this is son? We know that for sure. So they know for sure. But rather again, this is a pretty good halachic presumption, considering the fact that she was introduced, the way she was introduced to us in the community was as mother and son, and that's the way they lived. So incredible. They start from Shuma, Alachazakos, or you won't burn Shuma based on Chazakah. You know, Saran Shimon Lakish starts in Alachazakos. Like Shimon Lakish says, we burn Shuma based on Chazakah. Rabbi Yochanan, Amar, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, we don't. Bazul Tamai. So what's the really see this? Quite fascinating. Bazul Tamai. It's not. Tinok Shinim Sadikanai Yisaf, Shubatsik Biadam. Listen to this case. If you find the child by the side of a standing right by goat, then what happens? Batsik Biadam. With a piece of dough in his hand. So Shabbos says, in general, Rashi, just a moment. Rashi says over here, Batsik Biadam, Biadam, actually, not only that, obviously, and he's holding on the dough. So holding on, what does that mean? It means you know that he touched it. Right? So you know that the child touched the dough. So that's not like, so the man says, ultimately the dough is hard. The rest of the dough is hard. Come say, no, the dough is coming. Why? Because it is the direct of the child ultimately to go ahead and what? No, if you look at actually the Tahiyah, is Shrasim in the village of Ashma. It's the direct of the child to touch things like garbage, Shrasim. So therefore, because it's the direct of the child to touch things, therefore what? So what is happening right now? The assumption is that the kid touched Shrasim, and now I know that what? I know that the child touched the Isa. How do I know that the child touched the Isa? How do I know that? Because he's holding the piece of Isa in his hand. So you put those two things together, come and say, ultimately again, it's nothing. And therefore you can burn it. My time is very near. So we'll say, what's coming near? What the thing that's hot. I said it's coming. We say that the burn of the tuna in this case is again, the direct of the child is to touch garbage and shrubs. Right? I know that the kid touched the Isa. I know that because we're all in the piece of his hand. So it makes sense to say you're going to burn it. What's the logical right there? Says you're not going to burn it. To which the Gemara says, Kasabar rose tinokos mekafri, the meal of the Gemara says this. Why? It's true. The majority of children play around with shrubs and even garbage. Garbage is not really common. It's not shrubs. The meal came down. The minority doesn't play around with the shrubs. The Isa, the Festus Taro, the dough itself, remember again, has a Festus Taro. Like the dough itself is a Festus Taro. So you must say, some of these don't the Chazaka, he's trying to do this. So I was like, what is my mayor? So my mayor says, take the meal, what's the meal? There's a minority of kids who don't play with shrubs. Take that meal, combine it with what? The Festus Taro of the dough. So now you have a meal and a Chazaka. A meal and a chazaka together are enough to what? To override the rove. Override the rove, that's the rove ultimately again, that the rove of children go ahead and play with shrubs. And therefore, again, that's why the mayor says we can say that the dough is hard. The Rabbanon, nonetheless, the Rabbanon say a meal is something as if it doesn't exist. As if it's general conventional, yes, when it comes to the word meal. So you have the majority of something, like how do you choose the minority? Is the minority ultimately again used as a because of this? I know the minority doesn't exist, it's because of example. You know that the Lalai says how to choose, like the Lalai says on the level, if you have the majority of this, you have to make one piece of non-Christian. The Lalai says, like the minority is but the majority. So what is that?
Literally one of my favorite musicians in the world, Danny Brown, is here.
And all depends on how you view it. We say that when there's a low, the view disappears. And therefore, again, what we say is, cut out the low pushing, cut out the low. Right? The view ceases to everything. No, the view is there. The view is there. It's just with every single piece of meat, this is part of the road. This is part of the road. So again, it's interesting to see that that's not what the marriage come as well. The Mary will say the milk is there. So if you take the milk, go ahead and combine it with the cassava that the dough was hard, and that's enough to go ahead and essentially combat the road so the majority of kids play with trust. Shmuel, I'm sorry, come on the other end, and say the halach on so the milk is as therefore what you have is robe of kids play with trust. Chazaka, ultimately again that the kids Chazaka that the dough is hard, and therefore ultimately again the robe will overcome the Chazaka. So the Gemara says. So the Rabbanon, you look at my list stuff. Good. So the Gemara says, look at Chazaka, look at the Rabbanon will say the meat is if it doesn't exist. Therefore, you have always a clash between robe and Chazaka, and when you have a clash between robe and Chazaka, robe wins. Which is nice. Why is it that when there's a clash between robe and Chazaka, robe wins? Chazaka is based on what was. Right? So Chazaka says, we say what was is what is. Robe tells you what? What tells you what? What is right now? So when you have this clash between, again, robe and Chazaka, that's why robe ultimately again is
super white guy energy.
also reality is much more what is right now.
I mean, this is just incredible. Thank you. You're whiter than everything.
Really determining ultimately again
You're
what
whiter
is
than the White House.
Welcome
to the show. Appreciate it. What's the most non-white thing about you? If you had to guess, because I have this theory that you're the whitest guy ever. Just off of 60 seconds.
shit, man. Your status
I can play bass.
determined by where you're holding
Really?
right
You can play the bass guitar? Really? Is that
now.
true? Jesus,
But
it's
it's
a
like
shame.
2 minutes ago, being in Korea. And 3 minutes ago,
Madness doesn't share. Wait a second.
He says, your status is not defined by what was. Your status is defined by what is. So I'm being
Ladies and
so right
gentlemen,
now, I am
sharing
excited.
his bass guitar. This is rare in the music world, especially in
I'm gonna search up. It's fascinating flash in Yiddish as the most
Now
incredible
that's the
words.
joke of the night right
Best
there.
words in the entire show. Best words are Michael Hava. What was for us. The best ways to sleep. Slippery, right? Because all of us stuff around so much stuff.
The irony is that he plays like he's blind, and Dave Madness doesn't.
Practically that's being reinforced every year. You have a clash between roles as Zaka, between past and present. What's going down is present. Because the power of the Jew in general is the ability to live in the present, the ability to define myself by what is the present. Tanya, if I'm holding in a deep solution right now, we're learning Yimon, but what about later on? What about beforehand? It's like Karen Shumra and again, Yimon is like, don't talk to Yishabi Yoshio. Zuki is certain Allah as a true. This is the case ultimately again, where we will go ahead and burn it. We just want to go. The opener of our Insus has a and the opener says, no, that's not the case. We're a bird Shiva. Ella is a Chazaka of the opener. She's up as a Shiva. So what is the case meant for the opener? Well, ultimately again, you're a bird Shiva. Kyrgyzstan. He's still a Sokhalat, so this is a fascinating case. So the opener will disagree. This is the previous case we mentioned of the child who clearly grabbed off a piece of himself. And the opener will say, we won't burn Shuma in that case. I have the opener. So what is the case where you will burn Shuma? What is the case? So watch this, let's discuss it. Kyrgyzstan. He's still a Sokhalat. We trust him to study in the Kaplan Shah. Listen, now watch this. You have in the house, you have Shvatzim and Sfari, right? So you have Sheretz and Frog. Now listen, look at Raji's actually interesting. Raji says, first, second one, Raji, Shvatzim, Sav Adom of Sfardea, and Sav Kalevan Sfardea Tar. So listen, this is actually quite fascinating. So Sav is a code. So code apparently, again, is Sheretz, and Frog is not. Fascinating. But obviously, I don't know. it before, right? Apparently, again, they resemble each other. They resemble each other. So now watch this. Here's the case. So let's say you have Tino, which is card inside of the house. And Schmutzing was starting in the cabinet structure. So let's have codes and frogs in the house. So remember again, codes, shadows, Schmutzing should pay tomato into food. Obviously, a frog will not. Into Chatitas Isa. What do you find? You find little animal parts inside of it.
You guys will decide after it's all said and done who's going to go first. Then Michael Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, this is a drum solo
now the
from
shadow is apparently
bass player / drum player Davey
right, so now the shadow is right, so you don't know what you're going to say, so it's like that. Right, so ask me to be more like this, and sequence reaction, so that. Right, this is fascinating. You know, we are part of such a disposable society. Right, but again, once upon a time, you find little pieces of something inside a dough. You pick it out. You pick it out. That's what you do. You pick it out and you try to figure out now, is it ritually important? So what's that level? So it says the Gemara, in no shutting, the majority of stuff in the past are shutting, then ultimately again it will be coming. In both Sardine, if the majority ultimately are frogs, then Tahora. Ultimately again it will be Tahar. So the Gemara says, Tanya Kabasa will be open. So Bryson, let's first have a look. And Shnei Dvarim in by and Das Lishal, some everyone would agree, it's easy for everyone to use it. I love the myself. There is a situation, or there is a scenario in which you will go ahead and burn something. You'll burn Shema, you'll burn the Esau based on a second. Like it's all based on a Hazaka. And so over here, all based on a road. It's not focused just in which case you're going to allow to fall down. Which is why it says, think about the opening. There's a right side to the opening. Shnei Dvarim, Eban Das Lishal. There are two things that are also technically speaking, Eban Das Lishal. You don't have the ability to inquire of them about the actual reality of the circumstances. However, I'll define that better in just a moment. Some Chacham pronunciation Das Lishal, but Chazal made it as if they do have a Das Lishal. I will say that in general. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says it's actually the last Rashi on the graph. Rashi says, Communication that's in charge of Emma, which is a Yafin Snake of Tommy. Darish Emma, that's in charge of Emma, that's in which is a Yafin Snake of Tommy. Unless I remember, when it comes to come up, you generally have two operating principles. Operating principle number one is suffix Emma, your shows,
Ladies and gentlemen, here really shows how it's done. To be honest, I got a little nervous.
Suffix Emma, your shows, what happens is going to be that's piece number one. Piece number two is we have a general, along that same lines, if you have a suffix come up your shows hayavit, then you should use the dasishah. In order for suffix come up, doubtful piece of come up, to be coming in the private domain, the object, so to speak, a person involved in the Torah, has to have the ability to converse. That's to be able to ask questions. This is all based on sofa. But if I'm up for myself, the person or the object of that matter is in dasishah. Don't have the ability to converse with them, also about the circumstances of the Torah, then ultimately again, Steiko is Kalha. There are two exceptions to this rule. There are two times that Chazal went ahead and took something that doesn't have Das Yisrael and made it as if it has Das Yisrael. What are the two cases? Then the Gemara says, Tino Ka'odacheres. The case of the child, and the Yisrael. So Tino, Hadam. So what's in the Tino case? That's the case we just said before. That's the case of the kid who's playing next to the dough, has a piece of dough in his hand, and what? And again, you say that the dough is going to be coming. Why? Based on the fact that roll ultimately are going to children play around. You trust in Volda Paris, now what's the other case? He's a Besoka Vice, is the case. You have a piece of dough inside of the house, right? Or a dough inside of the house. To kind of go in, you also have chickens, right? You also have chickens in the neighborhood, right? Beforehand, you have poultry farms, and now you have chickens. So the kind of golden Pumash containers. Now, also you have chickens, and you also have impure liquids inside of the house. So watch this. What's that? Pumash containers, the Nimsu, and you find how much days. The Nimsu, you clean the Isa. Now listen, interestingly enough, what else do you find inside of the house? What do you find inside of the house? You find a little, what's the right word? Pet marks, right? So it's clear that what happened that the chicken's been pecking at the chickens been pecking at the goat. So what's the now let's explain this. What am I concerned about? What am I concerned about? So I've got dough, right? I've got dough which is tarred. Good. I have chickens. Size of chickens. Chickens are chickens. Right? Where's the problem? Where's the problem? The problem is now I have mushroom tomato. I have infidelity. So what's my concern? My concern is that the chickens drank from the mushroom and let it happen inside of the dough. That's my issue. That's my issue, and that's my real concern. So what's that? So what's the golden mean? He essentially keeps his dough like suspended animation, or we kind of just leave it. We'll open below surface. We're not going to eat it because we don't eat it. We're not going to burn it. Why are we going to burn it? Why not? Because it might not be coming. It might not be coming. And obviously, again, burning truma that's not tomato is a pretty significant transgression. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Swolin, it eases the shal truma, as Shinun Shema Shasat and Adon, Mashkan Tmeim, Ubaot Hamashkan, the Faktumeim, Nikru Yisa, or some good. The Kamar State Ron Halalu Asam Kisha Asu. So that's the shell, the shell, the opposite told him about the Tino told. So what's that? So again, here's another example, by the way, on the case of Ainbo that's the shell. Right? There's no ability, obviously, to inquire of the chicken. You don't tell the chicken what happened. Right? Tell me what happened over here. You can't do that. And yet, again, halach for myself, we're still told. Also, unusual Levi, Moshe, other than Mashkin Levana. This is a neutral ultimately again. You have clear liquids. So what's happened to clear liquids? Clear liquids, I don't know what happened. What do I know? What do I know what happened in this case? So the only thing I know is that chicken tactics. What don't I know? What don't I know? Did the chickens drink some of the water and bring enough of the liquid to the dough and pack it with, with the liquid sweat enough on its feet? They want you to go and thereby can bring to the dough. I don't know that. To be more in Isa Unica Maybe of the but again, if I look for the rest, again, it was red liquids. It wasn't red liquids. If the chicken had come to the blood, I would know that it was in the dough. So we might do not follow suit. So maybe it was even in case of red liquid, we can always the possibility that what? But maybe again, the moisture got absorbed by the dough. If you open the that shimir that we parachute. So sorry. Kerusho no shimir. I'm going to open double that shama baby. I heard this particular halacha from the Rebbe Rabbi Shimon actually says, "Ukerosha lo shama." But again, I didn't hear the full explanation. Lo shama ala mashkim solulim shebubar shatirok mikvah. Plus, even with red liquids, right, or even liquids in general. So the Gemara says, when do we say that there's a suffix about whether or not the chicken went ahead and took some of the liquid and then touched the dough? That's talking about clear liquids. Clear liquids, ultimately, again, what's the definition of clarity? That you can see the reflection. Like you can see the reflection of the child in the liquid itself. So it's looking back to this one. The Rishon Rabbi told you to check the Mishnah. Rishon Shmiyah, the Ba'adunim Nami Idol Mefarish, the Chalikim, through that word. So this is something that's happening over here. That Rabbi Yochanan is saying, I heard that explanation from Rabbi Shimon Levi, and I never really fully explained it. I read the explanation. Rabbi Shimon Levi is clarifying, even in the case of red liquids, there's still something. You can have a case in red liquids where the liquid itself is still clear enough to be able to see the reflection of a child through the liquid itself, not off the child, in the liquid. That could be a case where Inachinami might have been absorbed into the dough. But obviously, again, if the liquid itself is dark, which you can't see in Inachinami, in that case, if the chicken would have touched the liquids and then gone ahead and pecked at the dough, I would have known that. And if I don't see that, therefore, I'm off. But I might say again, I could have seen it down. So bottom line, what's the step over here? The bottom line was coming out is like this. If it's clear liquids, then Inachinami, that's going to be the case of total. Because I don't know. If it's red liquids, then what's the halacha? It depends on the nature of the liquid. If it's a lighter shade of light, which you can see the reflection of the child in it, then Inachinami, that will still be a suffix because maybe it was absorbed. If it's dark or red, then halacha l'maisa, if it's true that the chicken really pecked at it, then you would see that in the dough itself. And if you don't see it in the dough, that's indicative that the chicken didn't peck at it. And if you see it, then you can be so with this. And if you don't see it, you can eat it. Because it will be suffered in that case. All right, well, thanks.
Why doesn't everyone perform like they have months to years to live?
All right, so let's say good morning. Good
This
morning.
is the real
We are continuing on
deal,
Hey on
everybody.
the days,
Look at that mustache he's growing on.
and Mishnah says as follows. So this
Apparently
actually
this guy's about to
exclusively
be our
just
new
a part of
barbecue
the
guy if he keeps this
So
up.
Yisaki Adam is doing Russian.
By the way, just a little fun fact for anybody who hasn't been
About
paying
Isha
attention,
Ash,
JD
this
Banks
is
got
Hadis and
beat
Shana.
so
He's
badly
actually
in
the one
the
man,
bass and
things
drums that we
two,
actually
but
decided to
one
replace the
has
white
the
keyboard
ability to go
player
ahead
with
and
John Hayes, everybody.
Shimon
Got
Shimon
beat so
says,
badly, the resident keyboard player John Hayes is back. He's on keys.
Shimon says,
Welcome back to
one
the
man
show,
could
my
also be
friend.
along with two women. His
Michael,
man should
you
be
are
shtoking
unfucking
as long
believably
as his life is
talented. I
living.
say
So
it
again,
every week,
so
but I
interesting
mean,
enough
this
to
was
remember Rabbi
funny.
Shimon is not really arguing right. So the mission should be to us to the concept of the man is not that there's a concept of seclusion. Now the parameters of seclusion is what we have to see. Also, principle number one, a man should be along with two women. And a woman is not be along with two men. And Shimon says again, a man could be along with two women as long as his wife is with him. Russian Iman is so the Shimon is a good step further. Not only can a man be alone with two women, but a man can even literally sleeping in the same
Yeah, I
bed.
know how you
What
feel.
you know that
I'm
Rashi
telling you,
but
I
a
play
man
drums so
ultimately
much
sleeping
better
in the
before
same
the
room
audience comes
as
in.
other
I
women,
know
as long as
exactly
his
how you
wife is
feel.
with
A
him.
few
Why?
weeks ago, Michael Rick got COVID. You had
Ultimately,
that
again,
one
because his
episode
wife
where you
loves
could barely
was
speak.
in
And
general,
it was
so
very
found
like
so
discerning to all of us. And discerning is the word that I was looking for.
and guarded things that make it dramatic and dramatic states. That Lashon of Ishtam Shamarto is a fascinating concept. The Zakid Adam in Imod the Indigo, a man could be alone with his mother, with his brother, the Russian Iman
The
Kiva
show,
Basso.
for those people that watch
Go
it
ahead
on
and speak to
YouTube,
them in the same bed.
and
Kiva
you know,
Basso,
wild thing about that episode,
right?
Michael was
Kiva
on a
Basso means
cocaine
physical
bender. He was
contact.
on a
It's physical
big
contact.
alcohol bender. I mean,
Physical contact between your bodies. So you'll see that more and more in the Gemara. In the Kilo, but once they become of age, you shame the Ksuso. You shame the Ksuso, so you shame the Ksuso. You sleep in the same bed, but both of them have to sleep. Okay, so a lot to unpack in this mission. So also, so first, the concept over here is that because of Jesus, the idea that ultimately, again, men and women, there are parameters. That's the seclusion between men and women. So the first thing Mara says is my time. So first of all, Michael had COVID that week, that one man can't be alone with two women. Obviously, there's a coronavirus, two hospital visits in one day later, and you got fucking Donald Trump drip and everything. Polio in Russian Gaitan
So we knew that he was better.
So as I said again, fascinating concept. So literally translated. So first of all, this is Rashi actually translated. My time up. When you second Christian Russian Bishop
It's just wild. You want to talk about a fucking
he wasn't
comeback for
asking
someone.
as
I don't
much
think
as
I've ever
why
seen anything like it until this run of Michael
that's
Bear as
that's
Wade.
included and that's obvious that
It just reminds me of how talented I am for bringing someone like this on the show and making them such a permanent part. You see thousands of people. How do you pick? How do you know? Hey, William seems funny. David seems funny, but how do you make the decisions? I do that with my brain. And it's just incredible how right you make me feel, Michael.
There was a greater possibility that when only two women, that the women would be agreeable to sin, right? More than ultimately again one woman with two men. One woman with two men. It had to be with two women, it would be to sin and cover for one another. But men, which interesting to see when men are
I'm always looking for someone that is so intriguing and compelling that I want to talk to them once a week and listen to a minute of theirs once a week. And so it's not something that you guys looked up and you hooked yourself onto it. You had the utensils to do that, and you did it, and it makes me so fucking happy. I'm such a big fan. Thank you so much. Another new minute from Michael Larry. Back to him. This was an action-packed show. Let's check in. The entire time that we were all here enjoying ourselves, Ryan J. Emo was drawing this episode, and this is that drawing. Look at that, Jessica. Look at you. Little Spunkmeister there floating around. Oh, wow. Little homage to Leprechaun from earlier. Me holding strong under a lamppost with a spear. RyanJEmail.com for all of those prints. Let's check in with our art from the local artist Chris Rogers, Austin's own, at Chris Rogers Art. Ryan J. Email has a lot of fun things up for sale. Look at this. Little photo combat. Let me see that. Get over here. Yeah. There you go. Absolutely. Little Sub-Zero or Scorpion or something like that. I love it. I love it. Michael Lair is Michael Lair Comedy. MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Tons of merch, tons of fun stuff. Bottoming in for the band, Sean Dees. Dees on keys. Matt Mueling is at Mutation, MUEHTATION. The great. Come on, guys. Make some noise for D Madness, everybody. D Madness is on social media at Lorenzo Dwayne Jackson, all one word. Be sure to tweet and Instagram at him. He reads everything. How about a big hand for the first time in the show's history? The first Mexican drum off without Joel Menes was won, without a doubt, by Michael Gonzalez. He's on social media at Mike A. Gons, GONZ13, Mike A. Gons 13. And Jessica Michelle Singleton was our guest, everybody! JMScomedy.com. She's going on tour. She has a great podcast called Two Filthy Nerds. And be sure, whatever you do, go on iTunes right after this and download Now I Need a Whiskey. That's our debut country song. As you found out, comedians can shockingly play musical instruments very well. Now I Need a Whiskey for Jessica Michelle. Just look tight. I had so much fun. How do you like Austin, Texas? And you're all waiting. So what are we doing? Could be another high-level retreat. Shows all week. Right now, it's Thursday. Secret Show at Vulcan. I got Friday and Saturday. Don't tell me Hinchcliffe and his current friends. Those are always action-packed. And, yeah, a lot of other fun stuff. I have a full schedule this week of comedy.
Definitely. By the way, George Perez is going to be in the show Thursday. If you guys are fans of him and his podcast and show, he is a show. You'll love George. It's
your
Thursday
brother,
at Vulcan.
the son of your
Austin,
mother,
I mean, truly, every single week
I
it goes
asked
forward.
you
A lot of
then
hand for the staff here at
they have
Anton's.
enemies. I
And
don't
that's
understand.
all
It's
through
only,
And this is it. We are at, this is a brand new capacity. This is a
bad
whole new level. Coming out this fucking pandemic. And we thank you guys for being this special standing room only episode of Hilltony. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
It teaches you that a son is not to be alone with his mother. Now, where do you get that from? The idea that there's like, let's see if you can do something, someone can do something bad. What do you do that? Where do you exploit close relationship? So that's the idea. Someone who has nothing to do with you, they're not going to do something bad. Someone who you have a close relationship, that's what they do to do something bad. So this is where you have to know that someone who's your maternal brother. Why you put your maternal brother? Unless you try to spending a lot of time with him. Like, why? Because you're spending a lot of time with your brother and your mother. So you must from here you see that you're allowed to be alone with your mother. And once you see yourself, my God, why would I allow me to trust and allow you alone with my mother? It's very simple. My mother is an airgun. My mother is an airgun. Right? She's one of the alliance. So I would have thought that because she's one of the alliance, maybe they can kiss you. No. Even though my mother is an airgun, I am allowed to be alone with her. But the fact that there's a Russia to teach me that I'm allowed to be alone with my mother tells me what? That there's a concept used by other alliance. Now, again, here, the concept is used with Pilatona. Right? It's Pilatona. It's not the right stuff. It's not the Pilates. Also, the second declaration is there. The word says fine. So let's say so that's the Russia. So this is where Chazal, this is from where Chazal went ahead and took this concept of Yichud. I asked the Gemara, how did you come like this? So let's say, okay, that's very nice. Beautiful Russia. What's the Russia that? Like, what's the simple understanding of this? The Russia, Rabbi, Lomi Brai Mama. So Lomi Brai then have this sunny lay the Ayitz, they eat some rows. So also those that you might want to come up with myself. Like, when my eternal brother gives me a gift to go worship about his own, the chances are I'm not listening to any of my eternal brother says why. Because you listen, there's always an inherent animosity to eternal brother. Why? Like most family must know this. That is over, money. There is a natural strife between eternal brothers, because remember, they're always super competitive for Yerusha. So when my paternal brother goes ahead and tries to tell me to do something bad, I'm not going to listen because I know he's just trying to get me out of the will. Right? So the Gemara says, Ela Filu Ben Aim, the low anyway. Maternal brothers often don't have that same level of competition, right? Ema Sais, I might have thought I should listen to him. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon, that again, Torah's telling me, even if you're a maternal brother, if you have no inherent strife, tries to get you to go ahead and do something you're not allowed to do, make sure to resist the temptation. The Gemara says, Ema Masiki don't have a show. I'm not sure if you have a show. What does that show say? We'll say now, remember, when he's talking about over here is a Mishnah, which talks about halachos of evil, which says that a man, right, that a man is not allowed to be alone with two women, right, is not in conformity with the tradition of Abishal, because Abishal says a man can be alone with two women. What does Abishal say? This is what it says. Isanya, Kosh Loshim Yom, Yotzim Behek, Yenikbar, Yikisha Afas, Bishmei Anoshim. Let's say when a baby left mother with son, the baby left mother's son passes away. So the idea of the baby is that you carry out the baby. You carry out the baby, literally again, the parents goes out carrying out the baby. Look at that, because this young, Vlad Sameach, is so decided, Vlad Shemes, is so social known, even start to have the emotional of seal through a levinito, for the Kiva out of the family. So the idea is generally, you will take out the body of the nita, on a deal, on a funeral deal. A baby is just held in just
Very fun. Thank you, lady. Yes, I love my shirt too. It's the most Texas shit. I didn't even buy this. I just woke up this morning and it was on me. Texas is fucking crazy, man. I woke up on a little haystack with a piece of straw in my mouth. My butt hurt. I don't know what happened. Excited to be here. Fun stuff happening. How about a hand for the band, everybody? That's the Fix Vodka Kill Tony band. Brought to you by Fix Vodka, the first ever alkaline vodka. Less hangover, more fucking jamming. They support local artists. How awesome is that? That's John Dees on the keyboard, the great Matt Newling on guitar, Dean Madness on the bass. And of course, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Very exciting stuff. We're all stuffed up. Great food. We had an amazing weekend. We went and visited CM Smokehouse, tried their brand new jalapeno taco. Our friend Yoni over at Best Barbecue Show took us over there. You can follow them on Instagram at CM_Smokehouse. Also, check them out. They're Golden Acres. It's absolutely incredible. They have unbelievable barbecue. Such good food. We have another cake made for us with great people over at She's. So awesome.
Abishal says, I feel the ish echad ushte amoshim, even with one man and two women. So let's say seeking the rock, Abishal holds there's no leader with one man and two women.
Fun stuff, very exciting stuff. We have Ryan James, the blues artist, always drawing every single episode. Tony in Los Angeles drawing this episode right now. And also right behind us, we have a local artist, Chris Rogers, everybody. He has a blank slate in front of him. He's drawing something tonight as well. So much fun stuff happening. Such an exciting episode ahead of us. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, you ever have to look for a job and you have, then you know exactly how hard it can be. It can be super, absolutely super stressful. You have to look at all those applications. It takes a bunch of time to fill them out. I know I recently had to apply for a bunch of different jobs and it was a nightmare. You lose your appetite, your eyes burn from staring at job listings. It takes the patience of a saint to fill out every application. ZipRecruiter knows that the general experience of looking for a job is pretty sucky. That's why they figured out a way to make it unsucky. When you sign up on ZipRecruiter.com, you create a free profile and you get matched to great jobs. Plus a lot more. ZipRecruiter will proactively pitch your profile to employers so jobs match your experience. Unlike with other job sites, if an actual person with the company really like what they see, they can personally invite you to apply for their job. Candidates are invited to apply on
Gravando sabia que disco. Gravando que disco, gravando disco, mas only other fights versus murder books of us from April, mas only the other fight, the other outcome to us. So literally again, literally over what could like what could a living person contain, like my only other fight, the other outcome to us. Living translated as a person who becomes immense for what does this mean? People discuss a new social order, Yisro is Gabra Allah. Gabra is beginning of any journey can feel daunting. We all know this. Always give you a Sapara a trust, Revaya, not Revaya, Sunfas, Saras, with Sapara, you can be more informed. It's such a fundamental everybody knows that on Kiltonian you get a reality check. Sometimes you get to see really where you stand with your comedy. That's exactly what Credit Karma does for your money. It shows you exactly what the creditors and where your debt and where everything what they can see. You need to know where you stand, and you can do that with Credit Karma. Our show says yes. Yes, there are children like who the heart is so broken. We're ultimately an individual is so broken. The heart isn't keeping it down because I want to say absolutely not. The heart ultimately again is always there in the battle. Is always there. Our show keeps it. What is our show? He says our show keeps it. How we can try my little sexes. Our show says this concept is talking about someone who goes ahead and complains. And someone who complains
Find out first tailored just for you. That's creditkarma.com/Tony. Or you can see your offers on the Credit Karma app. Apply the confidence today. Go to creditkarma.com/Tony or the Credit Karma app. Be smart with your money because it's 2021. Go to creditkarma.com/Tony and get your life together. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Alright. I have very exciting news for you. Usually we have one amazing guest tonight, but tonight you spoiled folks shall get two amazing guests. They are two of the biggest comedians in the entire fucking world. Ladies and gentlemen, former Keltoni guests are back. Two of my favorites of all time, two of the greatest to ever do stand-up comedy. Make some noise for Ron White and Russell Peters.
It says that it's a person who says going to way back to his only other time. The living person, how we picture something about it, he says, but the driver out talk again, it's your house in order. Are you the right to see that? Have you vanquished your own desire to sin? Have you put your own spirituality, your own personalistic seek, your own personalistic hope? Is that the order that Mary Passion for the Sparkle? Dario, Saye, Shnasati, low. You should be one of the stuff. You should be actively right. Otherwise, sometimes it's incredibly so. But sometimes
That's one of my favorite parts is watching people realize D-Madness is blind. Well, you guys have both been guests on the show before. You know what it is. It's chaos. We're going to have fun. Audience, I'm sure you know how it works too, but just in case it's somebody's first time, a bunch of people signed up before the show, people that know the show, maybe some hopefully comedians, maybe it's somebody's first ever time, maybe they're a local legend that's been doing it for decades and is here to help build their fan base and become a star. Success here on Kiltony. Wait for their name out of the book and they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time is up here, the sound of a kitten. Wrap it up with that, or should we bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear? Yeah. All the way from West Hollywood, we flew him out. It's a part of the show. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? This is it. Anything can happen. Literally over 100 people signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. They're out on the sidewalk. Some of them are people that here mixed in. Might even be you. Maybe you signed up tonight. So let's see. Your first comedian getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight goes by the name of Abe Rabinowitz. Seems like a good name for comedy. Abe Rabinowitz. Yeah, good lawyer, right? I'm gonna get Abe Rabinowitz on here. We're gonna sue you for everything. God, I love this man. We gotta get Russell Peters to move out here.
spend that time spend that time as well as
You
resources
gotta move out here, bro.
want
What are you gonna
I
do,
do
dogs?
not share a
Just sort out my baby mama drama.
want from house. Personally
Such an
trying to
honest answer. I
nationally
love it.
trying
You need to
to
hire
focus
Abe.
energies
Yeah,
on
Abe
what
Rabinowitz will get you custody and vast sums of money. Rabinowitz and Rabinowitz. Where the fuck is Abe Rabinowitz? We got him coming. Anybody see anything?
Pitiless.
Oh, big X coming from the back of the room. Wow.
Again, the total is important. Of course, there's always
Abe Rabinowitz. Okay, on to the next one. What a great way to start the show. Thank you, Abe Rabinowitz, for signing up and not being present. Your next comedian goes by the name of
que o mais
Shannon.
da isso só dava o da
Jacob
batis
Shannon.
la
That
bana
sounds
was
like a
so
guy
again
that is going to be here
la
even
bana
though
was
this
by
is
the way
not.
just this concept
Jacob
that is
Shannon.
how to apply even
Oh my goodness, what an electrical energy
story
in the room
is
right now.
mais a ideia isso só dava o
Nothing
da
better than the first person not being here. You really can't beat it.
That's why we always need to have like a William
so what do
Montgomery
they
at
do?
the beginning or something.
So
Oh,
what do they do?
William's
So
not
what she
here.
says over here
Thanks for the
about
advice, Red Man. I love that. Jacob Shannon isn't
she
here.
says over here gosh a filho talvez disso talvez disso logo os caminhos que chamaninos but also actually kilos Latino place here in the area okay Ugo dava Ugo like this about fixing Latino tie that's
All right, we know this guy's here. It's been on before. Asians never miss an opportunity to shine. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans Kim will start tonight's show. Hans Kim, a local legend. He's been on the show before. Here he comes. Look at this guy.
or utilize that as a teacher.
Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your first
I
comedian,
can also
Hans
find. So
Kim.
bottom line, again, there's much more discussing a people. The construct as we see it ultimately is one woman is sorry, one man is not allowed to be alone with two women, and one woman to be alone with two men.
Which is unfortunate because only women were sexually attracted to me. They're pretty into anime.
One is this
They
still
really
beats
have
up or
resting
not?
anime
I
face.
was all saying no, that one
I'm on
saying
dates like,
yes.
oh,
Again, it seems to me it's the first thing that I definitely think I like that as a struggle with this.
I'm not a racist, but I did hit Arabic
So
dude reading a book in Arabic on an airplane.
that's the end of
Which kind of freaked me out, but then I saw him fold the corner of the page and put the book away. So I was like, oh, thank God he's got major plans. I think trans people should be allowed to use whatever bathroom they want to use, but I don't think
All right,
suicidal
let's
people
say
should
good morning.
because they
Good
make
morning.
a
Let
mess.
us begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Excuse me, our first sponsors for the month of Shop. The month of Shop. This is Summer Wolf. They're dedicating all the children's instructions this month to promote gratitude for the fullest from Hashem and America for the first thing for all of those in need and the Swiss are brave soldiers and the sisters that turn of all lives. And Johnny Shea sponsors today, Matt and Diane Marks in memory of Matt's mother, Sarah Esha, Bas, Moshe, Mordechai, and the Bracha, we hope that in America and the Torah, and Shana Maria, and the family. All of the second level Kabbalah, the evil Yishma, and that's the Sergeant Gabriel, the Father Khalid. Hashem Kamalah, look at America, and the Torah. He's the Shem having a Leo and his family. Once we that, let us begin with a beautiful job.
I asked you this before. Very interested in what you're jerking off to, it seems. Right hand or left hand? Can we get a little, no.
Tickling is an Asian. No, it's any race.
Tickling is a city in China that you really love.
This chick named Tickling.
I love it. So, Hans, what kind of Asian are you again?
I'm South Korean.
Oh, South Korean, the best of the Koreans. There you go, there's some drums for ripping, because he thinks that's South Korean. Super racist ripping. I love it, Hans. So what has changed since the last time that you've been on the show? What's going on with yourself?
I started an open mic in a park in Silver Park. I do it out of my van that I live in.
Oh, you live in a van?
Yeah.
Okay.
He lives in a fuel van, not just a van. He lives in a really nice van. He puts solar panels on your van. Yeah, recently, Yoni helped me out for best barbecue.
Oh, okay. There's a shout out. There you go. He just got his payment for helping you with solar panels. He just used us as a vessel to plug in there. Hell love it. So, what else is going on in this van? You got lucky in it yet?
Not in Austin. No.
No. Where did you get lucky in the van?
In New York City and in the desert next to Joshua Tree lady.
You went with a lady?
I had an intercourse with her.
Oh my goodness, that sounds so missionary. Slow and safe. Did you use a condom? I don't know how Asians do it. You guys put a little mask over your penis before you put it in? Okie dokie, yeah. Do you use protection when you have sex with women?
I try not to, but
Wow. Lord knows that if there's a raw dog around, a South Korean will eat it. You know what I mean? Come on, just getting warmed up here. You know what I'm saying? We're just getting a kickstart. Oh, Hans Kim is rubbing his belly right now. For those of you listening, he's starving at the sound of the endangered puppy. Hans, what's the craziest thing you've ever eaten?
I guess I ate octopus and squid, which is pretty normal in South Korea. They weren't alive though. It was just the tentacles were kind of yes.
When I asked you the weirdest thing you've ever ate, I thought puss might be part of it. I didn't realize octo would be before that. Do you have any tricks when you're with a woman? Is there any special things that you do with your mouth or your penis or anything like that? Do you have any special Hans Kim trick that you can show us?
So there's a lady. I like to.
I love it when I can actually get people to answer this question. Very rare, but when it happens, it's beautiful. Go ahead, Hans.
I mean, the missionary, I like to cradle her head and just hold it really close and just.
Oh shit! I love it. What'd you guys think of Hans Kim's performance? Ron White. This is first time seeing Hans, right? What do you think of this guy?
I thought he had a couple of really strong jokes in 60 seconds, so I gotta give one that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just going on to these shrimp, sorry, I don't really pay attention. Until I really gets kicking in, so he'll be the first guy. So.
I love it, Hans. Do you have any other special skills or talents? You seem like the guy that starts the races in all the Fast and Furious movies.
I can jump over my leg.
Oh, we got it. How many of you want to see this? Can we get a drum roll for this? Yeah! Absolutely. Here we go. Hans Kim's about to jump over his own leg. Oh! Incredible. You didn't land it, though. You want to try again and land it? Let's do this shit. Hans Kim. Live on Kill Tony. Yeah! That's a Kill Tony first right there. That's the first South Korean to ever jump over his own leg in the history of the show. It's been 8 years running. New milestones every day. Hans, we have you got a great set, and we have brand new handmade leather Kill Tony joke books that are completely empty, and you get to write whatever you want in this thing, made by an incredible local artist named Adrian Cavazos. He's on social media at Bonsai with a Z and no bones and I, all one word. And here you go. It's a brand new, awesome Kill Tony book. There you go. That's Hans Kim, everybody. There he goes. The stylings of Hans Kim. Have one more time for Hans, everybody. There he goes. Yeah. And now to give us a brand new microphone and keep everything clean for us, here is the great Kaylee from the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, everybody. She's here live in the flesh. She's got a giant bucket. She's looking it up here tonight. How many of you love strip clubs out there? There's some guys here that say, well, the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose are the two best strip clubs, not only in Austin, but in the world. These are world-famous strip clubs with a world-famous cheeseburger. If you haven't tried it, sometimes I go there just for the fucking cheeseburgers. I go in, I close my eyes, I don't let myself look at any of the girls, and I just eat a cheeseburger and then go on to the next one. The Red Rose and the Yellow Rose are two different places, but they are in conjunction. They're brother and sister clubs. So whatever you're into is what they are. They are the best. Your next comedian goes by the name of Esteban Fuentes. Whoa. Put this bucket right behind you, Ron.
That's
Oh,
what
that thing's heavy as shit.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's Mexican shit, bro. That's why I can't get it out of
Here comes Esteban.
And it sounds like the way that I love all that stuff. Had I learned from, like, had
Here he is.
had
One more time for Esteban, everybody.
I would be able to go ahead and create that character. So it's like, so two versions
I know you see me, and you're probably thinking, his ass is pretty hairy. So to save money, I started washing my body with Head and Shoulders. I call it Head, Shoulders, Dick, and Balls. Equally.
Version number two is you
I'm
can't
big
take
on
the
hygiene. I'm big on
character
hygiene. Quick
and
question.
play
How do you
that
brush your teeth?
the other party
Do you let the brush just fuck
but
your
it's nice
face?
to see that it's like it's over.
Or do you do a little head bob
I
with
mean,
it?
I got it. What's it?
Now, me personally, I like to, hum a little song, pass the time.
I mean, I got it.
I'm walking on sunshine.
Let's get it started. So this is once we're on the topic
You don't brush your
of
teeth, that's the thoughts.
and it's just really
Let me tell you a quick story. I was making out with this girl in high school, and out of nowhere, she hits me with, "Your hands are really soft. You must jerk off a lot." My first reaction was, "Oh shit, she knows." But I didn't play it cool. I had to play it cool. I hit her back with, "Your lips are really soft. You must suck a lot of dick." And she did. And she did. Thank you so much. God bless.
Oh, Esteban Fuentes. This is what I like to call all types of bad. An incredibly horrible performance, Esteban. Is this your first time doing stand-up?
I've been doing it about 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months.
Yes, sir. 4 or 5
At
months.
open mics in front of audiences?
Yes, sir.
Mostly comedians?
Yes, sir.
And they probably laugh at that stuff. They just want to see you fail. They laugh. The comedians at open mics will crack out the bad jokes in hopes that the comedian will keep doing that joke and stay as bad as they are. Fun fact for those of you that don't go to really shitty open mics, little insider information. You think that's what's been happening, Esteban?
Actually, I was listening to get a guest spot on Aldo's The Tequila Talking Tour, and I did a little with him in Vegas. So
How in the world did you get that guest spot?
His opener didn't show up.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm guessing you have really soft lips after you got that spot. Welcome.
my cousin, I was actually great. My cousin met him, did some work for him, made some real badass cornhole boards and some merch for him and stuff like that. So he basically did it as a favor for me, and
He's in your cousin still have that job after your performance?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, sir.
How long did you eat it on that stage? This was 60 seconds. I can't imagine you having enough.
This is my first time even signing up, so I was even telling him like I have a feeling I'm gonna get picked, but I was only supposed to do 7 minutes. I was doing really well there in Vegas, so I actually did 9 minutes there before.
Wow, you went longer.
Yes, sir.
He's like the guy with the brush isn't coming and sweeping me up the stairs. This is really great.
The room was his cousin.
Esteban, you just started stand. You've been doing it a few months. What do you do for a living?
I'm a cook, actually. I've been working in restaurants for about 10 years.
So I believe that.
Yeah. I used to manage a steakhouse, but I was working about 60, 70 hours a week, so thankfully where I work at now,
Such a little amount of time for somebody so Mexican.
I know, right? At least 70 hours a week. Yeah, I'm like 80, 90, right? No, and I really wanted to pursue comedy, so thankfully now where I'm at, I'm just 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and I try to hit as many open mics as I can afterwards.
Okay, yes, sir. Awesome. I love it. You've been doing this for a few months. What made you want to start?
I just love comedy. I've been watching it since I was a little kid. Obviously, all of your stuff I've pretty much watched, and I really enjoy comedy, especially the comedy scene here in Austin. I give so much love to everybody. They're so supportive and so fucking just awesome. I can't tell you.
Supportive to you.
Laughing at my shitty jokes.
I think when you said they're supportive, nobody clapped.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that usually.
It's okay. The guys in the very back know who I'm talking to. Yeah. The guys on the drive.
Are you talking about Gabe Rabinowitz?
So Alex Rondo is my partner number one.
You might really like it. I'm not buying it. I buy it for
noticed that on your match
the
all
cost of the
and
next
AC
one.
perform
The
before you on this
legal
fucking show.
how
No,
love
I'm calling him right now. Yeah,
Please do, because again, he even told me, this never happens. I never let anybody move on my stage that I've never seen before. But, by the grace of God, I was able to get that opportunity, and I actually drove him to Killeen.
Okay, all right, now it's starting to make sense.
Yeah,
You're right.
once
God
it
had nothing to do with it. By the way,
Oh my
God.
Thanks to be able to go ahead, I say, well, but,
Well, I think it's amazing that your self-esteem is high, because I thought everything I had said, if I were you, I would kill myself for your benefit. I thought about killing myself on your behalf.
Well,
I didn't gouge my eyes out halfway through, so I didn't have to see this, and I could never like get away from it.
Let me ask you something.
I dispatch someone.
Let me ask you something, Stefan. You've been doing this a few months. What else have you been doing with your life? What other hobbies or special skills or anything else other than comedy have you been doing your whole life? Anything you're good at? Again, cooking. I'm very passionate at cooking. Come on, can you jump over your own leg or some shit like that?
no, jump over your own shit. Yeah.
Once I go ahead,
We'll do a new drink real quick.
see
Stefan, we
you
And people are gonna like me. We're bringing it the fuck up.
It's gonna be a number one fucking news right there. That's gonna be.
That's the name of it. You always like that. You know what it says? I'm not doing that.
I'm a big sports guy. I played baseball for about 12 years, so I mean, get me on the court, we'll play some.
oh, on the baseball court. Oh, incredible. Great stuff, Stefan.
Great play basketball. I don't play baseball no more. I don't play
What
baseball.
about the golf field?
Oh my God. Wow, that's incredible. Did you ever do anything musical or anything like that? Really? Really? I can sing karaoke pretty poorly.
What's your karaoke go to?
Like Simple Man by the Skinner.
Wow, okay. You got anything for that, Matthew? What do you got?
Nobody wants to hear that shit.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's skip it. No, I'm not trying to make you sing. Listening to a simple man sing Simple Man doesn't sound like the most enticing thing to me. Yeah, it's a very complex situation. You singing Simple Man. But I'll tell you this, it was fun to have you. We love people of all different shapes, sizes, experience levels, and things like that. And you know what? You were so mediocre that we have these very tiny Kiltony beat by Adrian Cavazos. There you go.
And number four, I'm
There it
buying
is, a very
size.
tiny
Even if
Kiltony
I
book.
could,
You can take that to the ace court and sheer crabs.
that's enough to allow me to do that. Okay, it's fascinating.
Hey, the
It was
sound of
another fact,
basketball. There
another
it is.
fact. So I'm not moving, I mean, I said, love this, go back to the
Jose Treviso is going to be next, but not before the amazing
I love it.
Kaylee comes up
Let's say
here.
There's
There's Kaylee, everybody. Make some noise for Kaylee, everyone. She's trying her hardest. She makes the job a lot harder than it has to be. Bringing stuff up, doing other things that isn't microphone related. She's great at her job. She's also great at her job at the Red Rose. I'm telling you, the place is unbelievable. They just celebrated their 1-year anniversary last month. Have you been to the Red Rose or the Yellow Rose? Yeah, goddamn right. These guys see how high they raise their hands when they clap. That's a good sign. That should tell the rest of you that you need to go there and check it out. It's an unbelievable place. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, our next comedian. Anything can happen. It's Jose Treviso, everyone.
I was gonna come up here and do some positive material about my sobriety, but I realized like an hour ago. So shit's all out the window now, man. From the hip to the ceiling. So I'm telling you, fucking love basketball. I love smoking weed.
The whole way that
I love smoking weed and playing basketball at the same time. I tell you, I just feel like I do dad hits before I leave. You smoke my vape, dude, and then all the way to the gym. I'm just sitting there playing defense, getting rebounds, scoring baskets for the wrong team and shit.
go ahead and really collect, really capacity. So the turns out he decides to exploit the situation a little bit. And he adds his point. So I think he knows to be first. Okay, you know, even because he told any Habilas alive, he actually was in even in the current situation. If I go ahead and I write this guy, anyway, I hereby empower you to go ahead and collect this object, and I write you it, we must off any expenses that you incur.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was just thinking it's been so long since we had a Mexican mom on this stage.
I love the myself.
There we are.
I go smaller rooms, I hereby spend my spend, or I give you the right to collect thumbnail up all the expenses you incur on a meeting. That's what's happening.
Absolutely. Well,
Vamos,
fear and
now
loathing in Chihuahua. Welcome to the show, Jose. Absolutely. That's why I don't ever do that cocaine smells like smells good thing ever again. Apparently the oldest joke was written by St. Peter. Very, very famous. No, you didn't, but it's okay. Just don't promise everybody right now that you promise you never heard that joke. No. We haven't heard that joke. Yeah, we haven't heard that You're like, maybe I'll just do this old-timey closer. Something cocaine smells good. You got your fucking cokeheads to laugh, and it made it seem like the whole 60 seconds went anything like that whatsoever. You ever seen the Carlos Mencia versus Joe Rogan? I never heard that joke. It's okay, you know. Okay, the right thing is really weird about this shit, but we're just gonna keep the comedy part of the show moving along. The promise isn't that you haven't heard it. We don't give a fuck. We know that you've heard it, whether you realize it or not. The promise is that you are doing it. You promise this audience. I'll promise I won't do it ever again. There you go. Thank you so much. Obviously, the real comedy fans know progress. I love it. So, Jose, let's catch up. Have you been on the show before? I was judging it over Spiral Los Okay. Awesome. How did that go for you? There you go. All right. Jose, so how long have you been on stand-up?
Like 10 years. I just need someone to execute.
This is a very special moment where we light the entire stage on fire and burn in front of all of you. This is Rest in Peace, our show. 10 fucking years, man.
Congratulations, you just killed Tony.
10 years. All right, let's do another promise. Promise me you'll never tell anyone you've been doing it 10 years again.
How would you rate this in the 10-year career league?
Probably one of the better ones. We already know. I'm trying to milk them for the ones that you gotta get.
That's the thing.
Yeah, 10 years. So where the fuck have you been doing this for 10 years?
New Mexico.
That's fine. These are the new Egypt. But the nice thing regarding another party, the other party is right. Remember, we didn't want to do as much as that. And she was like,
Are you sure you just haven't done it for like 2 or 3 months and it's felt like 10 years?
Harry closely looked at the shop. Sorry, no see of the cheater, should overload.
So Jose, what else? What are the redeeming what are you good at? What do you tell us about your life? What do you do for work? How do you make money? Comedy shows. Give us another fucking answer than that, Jose. Come on, dude. You just give it one, Jose.
Trying to produce this festival, basketball tournament, music festival,
shit. Deal with
That
me,
sounds great. Sounds like Fire Festival to me. Sounds like a bunch of things that'll never happen. Oh, yeah. There's basketball. There's never got music playing in the background. Live music. Forget it. This 3-pointer.
What did you say?
Sounds great. Sounds like you're gonna love that festival.
Sounds like Esteban's headlining it.
That's
They're playing basketball in Rome.
that's who I am. And now again, who they stands to gain or
Jose, how do you actually make your money though? Yeah, the festival hasn't happened yet. You said comedy shows, we're not buying it. What else is there? How do you make money?
Okay, so there's one first of all,
That's the question that I'm asking you.
So right, now it says if you don't like this,
Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen. I almost forgot. Put somebody on a roof. Very good. Do you ever like stand outside of Home Depot or anything like that? Yeah. Did you really relapse an hour ago? Is that true?
No, I'm actually sober.
Right. But you said during your set that you relapsed an hour ago. It sounded honest and it wasn't. Nobody laughed.
No one I want today to execute something on my behalf, something transaction on my behalf. And there's no one contesting that. I have to go through all of this. Just get ridiculous. This is coming up with a situation where there's like every single night at 9:15 for reasons for 9 machines or so about the I'm giving coverage of my background. And I want to think in that case,
which is usually a younger person from like the future. He shows people at 9:15 for 15 minutes when it used to be like it establishes a base for the insanity that they're about to see. So that comedian's role in Turkis Hamilton is basically to be a throwback comedian for 15 minutes of the show. And he does that joke 7 nights a week for the last 35 years. 7 nights
none about
a
this
week.
guy. We
Think
talk
about
about
the
the
one I've never heard.
that was another folks that one member again.
Have you been to the comedy store? You've seen Arcus Hamilton. You've seen a guy in a suit. Am I right? So you've seen that joke.
And sell or slaughter. And then specifically you're going to shoot or an ox. And I love that it is kind of a definition. You have to pay 4 or 5 times
To be honest with you, I never knew what my mom wanted when I was like a kid. She was like teaching me how to be an adult. And she's like, you know, the worst part is
go ahead and still let it.
but right now I understand it. Like the way you keep driving it. I swear. I've never heard everything and then you just fucking.
Oh,
Are you sure you didn't relapse an hour ago?
I think you're gonna realize an hour from now.
Secretary, this is sell slash slaughter. So these are some less hours.
Was that another killer joke?
You have to pay what?
Okay. So it's not as contagious, Jose. You're actually everybody in the room. So it's actually incredible. We're going to keep it moving along, Jose. Thank you so much for coming on. Here's a tiny. Wait. Jose, get over here. There's a tiny Philly joke for you. Here he goes. Postage for Bezo, everybody. Boy, oh boy.
None of them look at the
There you
shots.
go. You can have one more troll underneath everything I put on the internet from now on. There he goes, Jose
And I sold it
Chorizo.
on shots.
You know what's so
None of
funny
them
about
look
that
about
video
it.
is that
Or I went
pregnant
ahead
girl
and
in
sold
the
it.
Frozen
I
Sea versus
stole
Troy
it. I sold it.
video actually
I
said that
stole it.
man's making fun of
It's
Argus as being one of the most
Brought
generic
up
jokes
how that
ever.
young people.
And we love Argus, by the way. That's the fun thing. And it's like our uncle. Everybody loves Argus. His role is to be a throwback comedian. So just know I'm not dissing Argus.
And it was like,
Who
none
knows,
of them
right?
talk up
Honestly, Argus could have
One
written
of
that
them
thing.
shut up.
He
One
could
of
be a
them shut
professional
up.
writer.
The cover up in the heart. And what's like,
All right, we're having fun. Can't we already clean the mic? You guys having fun out there? Sometimes the show gets serious. Sometimes there's drama. All right, this should be fun. This looks like a good comedy evening. Make some noise for Kiko, everybody. Kiko! K-I-K-O! Let's go. What do you know? Oh, the audience is chanting Kiko, ladies and gentlemen. This is very exciting. He must be a local favorite. I don't think he's ever been on Kill Tony. We're going to find out here. Making his way to the stage.
So whenever you do one half, this result ultimately again is
Ladies and gentlemen, here he
one
is.
half of
Live on Kill Tony. One more time for Kiko, everybody.
set aside because again, so you're list out all these cases. None of them show others. The top of the
I'm taking a new yen.
because it's the case. Over here, I stole my father's sheep. I slaughtered it and I sold it. And afterward, the father died. So there's something about this case is after the father dies, he owns the sheep. The son Keith. The son Keith. But technically speaking, again, the theft, slaughtering, something occurs before the father died. You see all these cases. None of the top of the or again, I stole, I slaughtered, and then I was makdish. All of these cases is felon petrol out of the country. You still have to pay the 4 and 5 petrol. Again, so we'll go through all of these cases in the none of the cover for the let's say there's a stole sheep, and I slaughtered it, but for medicinal purposes. I wasn't too much fucking for me. My intention was, or it was for
I don't do cocaine because my mom died from it. She
only
didn't overdose. It was just too much cocaine. When I pressed the pallet, it got crushed her.
or I show
She was tiny, so a
or I
pallet
steal
is
the
too
sheep
much
and
cocaine. Thank you very much.
or I show the women that I sell,
Kiko,
or I go
welcome to
ahead
the show,
and
sir. It's your first time here, right?
It is my first time inside here.
all of these cases,
For this purpose.
Well, man, I feel like I've seen you before, like maybe you sold me weed at Monterey
again,
or something
when you
like
go through
that.
all of this, you should have
I'm just an Indian.
It should have ever happened to you. Ultimately, again, in the case of the chef Campbell, where it turns out to be true,
The
or
fact
you
that
chef
weed sound like a bag attached to you, though.
It is my medicine bag, that's
We're
true.
going to see
Alright.
the shit mold.
I
She
love
does
it.
shit in
And you were, what, 100% Colombian, like coffee or something?
Yeah,
sheep
I grew
that
up on a
was
coffee
not
farm.
produced before they consumable
And you're also
animals,
sleepy.
not milk.
Because that's my medicine. It's
It's
sleep
a
here.
animal, it's a trade off. Like
I love it. I love it. I would have guessed that you were raised around beans, but I didn't realize it was coffee.
Different trees will say there's no life in it. Let's focus on case number one. Later, my sister
So
looked
your
at it.
family does
Amisha
the
does
coffee
not
business
affect the
anymore?
BWP. So remember again, what was the first destination? The first destination was I steal and I slaughter and kill. It wasn't that happened every 2 years. I went ahead and I steal the animal.
Okay,
First,
what's
then I
you're in a band?
second, instead of the
I have a backing band.
That's awesome. You've been doing
Music in town for like 15 years.
15 years. Fucking awesome. We love local
yes,
musicians.
one
I
for
had a
that,
gig with
one
Dave
for
Madness
slower
on New Year's Eve one time, like 8 years ago.
Wow, that's incredible.
I'm naming my band as my name. BW Sound. I'm a singer,
Why
but I
not?
play
It's
guitar. I play different
I'm not.
What do you sing? You sing anything that the band can cover?
Basically,
Like
got
a
the
little
Cuba gold again.
Alright, something. What do you give them? Tell them the 5/8 of the beat sound good or something?
You remember Dave Madness, you remember
Based on the testimony of Steve, this is
It's okay. Do you have the sheet music team that
All
you're
right,
supposed to?
can I play guitar? Alright, we can do blues. That's a standard business.
Shit.
Alright, real.
Browns with the blues. There we go.
Sorry.
Love it. Alright. I feel like this is gonna pay off this anticipation that's happening. This is very, very exciting.
Government news, witnesses have testified about their entire testimony.
Alright, here's a little tune by the funniest comedian of the night so far, also the most talented. It's Kiko, everybody.
And separate that are slaughtered. So we just say that this is testified out the entire event, which will be provided. Remember again, so we just testify that what's that look after that? That's good. That's good. So we just testify that all of us are great, all the testifies that slaughtered. All of us are different yet people with the same life. Let's look at how what else is in the
Probably have a real set of pipes on you, and I'm not talking about the glass walls in your weed bag.
It's just one. I only need one.
He's got the voice, right? He's got, I mean, a real good voice. It's no wonder. I mean, you're built like Adele when she was in her prime.
The most specific components of this. I'm not going to
I'm so proud of I like your style. Hey, you're like Stink Floyd.
And again, I
You're like the Grateful Dead.
years
You're like the funniest caveman that's ever been translucent.
says that's
This
my
shows so
problem.
much.
You do?
Thank you so much
You really do?
for having me here. I'm such a big fan of. Hey, give it up and put pizza on here, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Some goddamn respect.
I gotta say that I love the opening joke. Which one was that? Correct me. I might remember exactly how it goes, but I think it's like these are just
What
next.
happens
Yeah, I started next Wednesday, so the jokes aren't even.
And those three testimonial units combined serve hello.
You can see when the
Yes, that
mushrooms
works.
wear off and
That
come
works.
back in on
That is
Kiko.
a
You're like,
I'm
man, it's like, oh my
I
God,
only
oh,
came.
shit.
I wish that
Whoa, Piltonius was my
I
favorite
also
shows. I totally forgot I was there.
Either I'm
Kiko, you're the fucking man, dude.
Like a
I
man and a
also
half right now. I'm trying to
you
slim
know,
down.
How long have you lived in Austin? 15 years. And you're originally from where?
I'm on Miami, Columbia.
That's basically the same. That's where they all come in at.
That's what I do. That might be a real stomach. Most of them get to the fake asses. We would just.
Yeah. It's just a fix of flying in there right now.
That's true.
I love it. Kiko, you're a real fucking talent, man. Please sign up again. Come back anytime.
I will. Thank you so much. I'll need a brown version of like David Lucas Montgomery, like a fat brown red person.
Hey, man, I love it. If you could write a new minute every week, but who knows? We could announce a new regular at any given point. Anything can happen in the future. In the meantime, take a big Kill Tony joke about full size. Hey, that's big and proud, so there he goes. Kiko Comedy is where you can find him on the internet. Kiko, K-I-K-O, and comedy with a K. All one word, Kiko Comedy. Very exciting stuff.
How are you going to sit up and
Cool guy. I like this. I like these joke book things because you know in the future you'll see like a comic with a little one like, oh, you must suck ass. Anthony Knight is next. And now before the amazing Kaylee up here. Very easy on the eyes, a crowd favorite. Everybody loves her. She's got a fun energy. You're going to notice her energy increases as the show goes on because she likes coming out.
And how do you put it in
There he is one more time for Anthony Knight.
What's up, everybody? Get up for Uncle Kiko one more time, guys. Like many of you, I'm not from Austin, and the other night I got called a colonizer. That's the last thing I thought about Texas. You know? It's like shit, don't let me colonize Austin. I'll fuck around and give it back to Mexico.
Whatever you get, like, okay.
I like hearing Austin and they have a little culture shock, though, because I've never seen so many white people on the Martin Luther King Boulevard before. We used to go to MLK's, rocking an ounce of weed and a bottle of Mad Dog 2020. And also all I got was a bubble tea and a parking ticket. I said, what the fuck am I doing here? So, you know, for the band, they're doing good, you know? Like, when it comes to music, I like this. Some bare naked ladies in my basement scream for help. Joe guys, I'm basement. I'm at the house, I'm wrong. You know, y'all voted me out. So I can go. There we go. Thank you.
Anthony Knight, welcome to the show. How are you? Well, this is your first time here, right? How long have you been on stand-up?
3 years in June.
3 years, all in here in Texas. Where are you from?
From the DC area, DC, Maryland.
Hey, there we go. Shit, watch out, they have guns. DC, I love it. You still live there? You're just visiting? Okay. What part of town do you live in?
On the west side of Austin.
Okay.
Yeah, so
How far west are we talking
That
about?
works. That I can type out of the
Second Street. I
but
don't
if
know
I
if
should
you
say
get
for the
operation.
anybody who's
A little nervous
research
now.
this is for
West 22nd
so
Street.
you're
We're
gonna
gonna write that down, and I'm sure there's some other places near you. West 22nd. You can need for work here.
Well, I'm actually just door dashing now. But, you know, I jobs about a couple years ago. So like work
let's see
data
the
basis wasn't fun. This was sometimes. So,
How's DoorDash work
so
out?
shit sucks. It's like the stingiest customer on DoorDash. Like Uber Eats
got a
was better
problem,
than
right?
DoorDash.
I don't know how to speak to everything about those two. Really?
Bullshit. Just DoorDash, like the lift.
You ever eat anything from that?
Yeah, when they order $47 worth of sushi and don't tip me, I'll steal a couple bucks, you know?
Well, how do you know they didn't tip you if you didn't deliver the sushi yet?
Because it tells you, so it's $3 if they don't tip. And like that's the base rate. So if it tells me I'm paying $3, that means they didn't tip.
Give my shit. But I heard a lot of people, they'll tip if they get everything fresh and good, and they'll go back and change it. Yeah, did you ever think about not eating? At least you're only eating with the rich people that could possibly change your life with a tip.
And there you go. You're losing $2.
Love it. Anthony, what else do you do? What have you been doing your whole life? Tell us a crazy fun fact about the life of Anthony.
Yeah, so I played football for a lot of years on different levels, man. But it's funny that this happened in a football game. So,
Someone's not gonna kill it on the guitar tonight.
When you have two sets of witnesses,
Do you ever like what does that
one of the
hurt at
testimonies
all?
stands on its own. Just the other requires the first, that's still satisfies the experience. So therefore, for example, if you have two witnesses, you can testify that Ruffles represents to
It's the weirdest thing. It's kind of
so those are the first set of testimony that stands on its own. So just a second set of testimony requires the first. Because that's double. That's double.
I love it. So Anthony, let's figure out some more. You played football at different levels. What else? What else about your life? Anything crazy about your family or anything?
Yeah, family is crazy. Both sides, my mom's side, they were like that.
They require the first set.
It was tough during those 4 years. Kind of just talking with them.
What was tough exactly?
First set of witnesses to testify against what? I stole a sheep. Their testimony stands. Therefore, because this testimony stands on its own, that's called double. There is just a qualification position right here. So when there's that double testimony, and neither testimony is meaningful without the other. Then the most of the people will say that it's the relevant testimony. However, if you have two testimonies, one group doesn't need the other group does need the other, that satisfies the other. That satisfies the other. Therefore, if you're going to stuff that the people be okay why? Because this is testifying about their testimony stands on its own. The witness testifies on his story, but it's going to say the story. They require the first. The first doesn't require the second. The second requires the first. That they can still work beautifully and cluster together to generate liability. I've done a little testimony.
She was a white chick, which I liked.
You don't like him anymore?
No, I think listen, that's why I'm wearing all these crystals. Because of the tricks. The wife of it, you know. But like, she gave me this love that I really appreciated when we broke up. Like, someone like shot her backyard and like on her head. She thought it was me. And just kind of like, somebody shot up her backyard with a BB gun, not even a real gun. And I was like, your number one suspect. My love in your ass. Everybody was live rounds, right?
A BB gun. How did she know that her backyard got shot up by a BB gun? Did she find BBs?
Maybe she had some empty cans of White Claws that had some holes. I don't know. I really don't. She thought it was me. She said, "Who are you?" I was telling you before a chick. So it wasn't shit or outside. So here in Austin, you know, going on 86th Street and just see where life takes me, I guess.
Okay. Did you own a BB gun at the time of all this? For sure.
I didn't, but it was a BB gun.
Oh shit. Okay.
This one.
Maybe
Because
goes
you have one this one here.
a mellow drive-by shooting at it.
Where it says, nice,
Canadian, it sounds
about
familiar.
who's trying to find your place.
I've heard of the Rough Riders,
So
but
that's
I've
an
never heard of the
example.
Red
Let's
Riders.
this
Yeah,
is
I mean,
testify about the
inside
subject
BB
of
gun
the
shooting
trail
range.
of
It's
my
very rarely where you
Another
see
thing
one of
is
those.
points of very different part. That would be an
So
example of
Anthony, I
toxic.
love it.
Having
This white
the high
girl. So you're saying that you don't like white girls anymore after her?
Well, just
Have you been with a white girl since her?
What comes out of your traditional, you're so funny that even if I do something that's another set of things that say that I slaughtered my soul, ultimately I'm the high out of the friendship. That's how I think.
it's a weird story.
Think
Like,
about it, if you know, it's just,
I know Japan's games
He
right now.
says, Davar Elokatsu. Why
She's
isn't
halfway
this
halfway
Katsu?
Iranian.
The Lord says,
Iranian
thank you
can't
for
have
the
white
love.
gray. Like
As
that's
long as you
just
never
a
get
great
this,
I'm just making it very
as long as
We're gonna go to our senior Middle Eastern correspondent here, Russell Peters, to
that's
tell us
called
exactly
Davar.
what does that
That's
mean.
called Davar. So it's a weird too, but only called Katsu Davar, right? When everyone's like that, so for example, in the police, the electric you have, I'm living on a property for 3 years. And I once said this is the year one. Once said it
because her dad was Charles Porter as well, so that was like,
so
of all
that
people,
is
that's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
Okay, yeah, Iranian Trump, pro oil, I love it, makes sense. 100%. I love it. So since you've been with that white girl, have you been with a white girl since, or are you strictly black girls now?
When you listen to testify about the fact, their testimony stands.
So far,
By
I've never
themselves,
seen
even
this
down
been
the guys who said they slow,
Yeah, it's not a man, Anthony. I'm asking you in real life who have you had sex with since your white girlfriend?
was the next thing.
That could be too black people, really.
That is my soul better than nothing shots. I don't have my soul.
Who's the most
My
recent
soul
one? Korean?
shots. Ultimately, I get some high
That was, sheesh.
high ultimately
It's
again
been a
4 or
while.
5
And damn, son. Oh,
So
listen.
what's this?
So I got one marketing software job that I had at the end of the summer of 2020.
And all this is happening at
That
once.
was all over the
So I'm
country
just
during
saying
COVID.
that
I was just trying to get bills
I
paid.
always say, and again, a lot of people tired as well. That's not
I am
tired.
28.
Because again, I didn't feel a lot of
What would you
that
call
was
it?
generous death penalty.
I'm a
So
little
there's
bit
no
old for
clear
your
video.
average DoorDash,
There's
but
a slow,
alright.
and I sold it. I'm going to slow. I
Yeah,
slow it. I said,
Yeah,
my job is
absolutely.
ultimately like I'm going to be
Alright,
tired.
Anthony, well, it was fun
I
talking with
give
you.
us
Anything
about
else for
time.
Anthony tonight,
We
guys?
have another place that ultimately says that I am. Come on, I need the buzzer. Well,
I like Anthony, and I think he is a full-size book, right? Sounds like a good story.
We'll pick up with this piece tomorrow. So I'm going to say this piece that I really is where the cell itself generated
You can use that book for target practice with your BB gun.
details of that
There's
case in the
Anthony
next
Knight.
show.
Everybody's on
Device
Instagram
Mishka.
at Night of
And that's
Comedy with
tomorrow.
underscores in between everything. There you go, Anthony Knight.
That's a good point. Like, Bonsai should make medium-sized books for.
I would say it's 2 million. That's not sure.
I don't know. I mean, Bonsai doesn't know. Your next comedian's going to be Brandon Hupp, H-U-P-P, Brandon Hupp. And of course, the great Kaylee from the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. Amazing strip clubs. If you guys ever visit, if you come into town to come see Kill Tony, you diehard fans, make sure you go to either the Red Rose or the Yellow Rose after the show. We have some fun promotions coming up. I'm sure we're going to have a special Kill Tony night at the strip club. We got to figure out what's going to happen. Oh, here he is, everybody. One more time for Brandon Hupp.
Anyone here from Austin, Texas? 3 people. I'm born and raised here. Pretty sure I was raised by Converse. Real talk, though. Like, I got my parents divorced when I was like 7 years old. Literally, one side of the family, my dad's loves Trump, big on supporters. My mom's side, super hippie, does something called past life regression therapy. Didn't understand what the fuck I meant in the first place. Pretty sure it's fucking. They're both tall artists. They love just throwing people over. They're big as nothing for fucking something. Or something for nothing, sorry. Y'all hear that in Austin? That it's apparently the worst place for women to date men.
Brandon Huff, Brandon White, people can be mad at comedy too. Welcome to the show, Brandon. How are you? Good. Is this your first time doing stand-up? Yeah, I'm gonna hand for that. It's first time. So glad he didn't say 10 years after that. Welcome to the show, Brandon. How old are you? 30 years old. Is this something you always wanted to do? No? What made you want to do it tonight? Oh, did she tell you that she signed you up? What are the chances of looking you now up here eat that big shit fucking sandwich? What are the chances? Literally 1 in 100. Those are the chances. And you found them tonight. How that works out. Everyone else's odds, by the way, the same exact odds that you had. So what are the chances? Absolutely. Here you are. She signed you up for this, and she might not fuck you tonight after seeing your performance.
He's already got fucked once now.
I love it, man. So welcome to the show. Tell us about your life. Tell us something interesting. We know that already.
That was right when I fell asleep.
Yeah. Brandon, talk right into the tip of that microphone. Don't be afraid. It's been cleansed by a filthy stripper. So, just talk right into the tip of it. You can trust that microphone. You won't get coronavirus. You might get herpes, but you won't get coronavirus. Just kidding, guys. The girls in the yellowers and the runners are clean, tested daily. It's lovely. Kayla, you're the best. She's watching me. Okay, Brandon, tell us more about your life. You're from Austin, Texas. We get that part. What else?
I was in of course, on the time road, of course. That's what that's all we got. So, I don't know. That's obvious. I mean, I'm Indian. I should have been in tech. And doctors on the ship, right? That definitely not for me. I got a question for you. So you had no idea that you were coming up here, so you have no plan at all for now or when you came up or what you were going to say.
Like, came up here, I was like, all right, let me just try and tell that smoking price. You've been with this girlfriend between 2 and 6 months, am I correct?
Yes, that's kind of like,
Wait, what do you mean you don't know what it is? Because the reason why I ask is that's the exact type of window that I can picture a guy like who's like, wants to please the woman, like wants to get like lucky, you know what I mean? Show that he has balls. It's like after 6 months you've already established whether or not you have balls or not. Before 2 months she wouldn't put you in a position like this. So that's why I guess that exact window. So can you confirm that I'm exactly correct about my question at least before you? Yeah. Thank you so much. There you go. One more for Tony. He'll break up with her immediately. Just fucking run away. Maybe she should come up and do a minute to chat. Brandon, what's her name? Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon's girlfriend Brenda, everybody. Here she comes. No choice in the matter. If she doesn't come, she's banned from rock and comedy venues in all of Austin, Texas. Here she comes, everybody. Brenda. She's got to come up here.
and Brenda is the female version of Brandon, so that's version.
All right, Brenda, you think you're winning this thing, but here we go, Brandon. Tell us secrets about Brenda until she comes up here. Tell us things she wouldn't want you to let us know. That worked, everybody. Here she comes. It's Brenda. Brenda, keep coming, you fucking no fun idiot. Kayla's still dragging her ass. Brenda fucked up. Brenda fucked up. Brenda fucked up. Brenda fucked up. Yeah. We'll see how many girls sign up their fucking boyfriends after this. Here she comes. Brenda. Oh, shit. Damn. So, Brenda, welcome to the show. How do you feel up here right now after seeing your boyfriend's set? Stand up there.
He can do better. He's just nervous. But he's great.
Move forward. Yeah, move forward. Let everybody see it. Let everybody see that face. So Brenda, she's furious. Brenda, you know any jokes or anything like that other than the cocaine smells good joke? No, we already tried with him. He didn't have anything.
He was dull and talentless. Let's find out if you're a perfect match.
Come on. Brenda, do one joke for us, or tell us something funny about your life, or anything interesting about you whatsoever. You have any talents or anything like that? You good at anything? Seem like you have that nail salon energy or something like that. And then just that basic bitch energy is right.
Yeah, I'll do your nails anytime.
You're a teacher?
I'm not.
But what do you do for work?
I just volunteer at a shelter.
Volunteer at a shelter. Oh my goodness, how do you make money when you go up there?
She fucks tech guys.
Brandon, you ever bring home money? You ever?
Brandon has a lot of needs.
She's moving hot. Well, if you ever wondered how far those kids were gonna get you, now you know. All the way up, man.
Brenda and Brandon, that's sort of wacky. Does that keep you guys like positive about your relationship? That your names are so wacky, close together, Brenda and Brandon. Are you ever gonna sign any more future boyfriends over the show?
Is this your weeding out process?
He's the funny one. Why do you have to?
He's not the funny one. We have to see that.
This has been proven now. It's not a theory. I've never seen anybody make it look this difficult. Never.
You guys are both new.
You know, it's really hard to date men here in Austin.
Yeah.
My turn now. If you had a difficult time dating men here in Austin.
Okay. There's a setup. Come on, finish it, Brenda.
They're like they're Peter Pan. They think they're young forever, right?
All right, now do the punchline. All right, Brenda, what did we learn here tonight? We don't sign up our boyfriends if they don't want to do the show, right?
I didn't sign up the bass player for a driver's license test. I mean, what a beautiful analogy that was.
There she goes, Brenda. Everybody, there she goes.
Yeah, Brenda.
Good job, Brenda. Come on, make some noise for Brenda, everybody. She had the balls to come up here. We got through it. Brandon, you know what you're getting, my friend. You're getting the tiniest joke book that has ever tinied in its existence. How about one more time for Brandon to pop everybody? There he goes. On to the next one we go. That car ride home, man. Oh, shit.
It's gonna be hilarious.
We've tried to establish for years now, do not sign up friends for your boyfriend or your girlfriend. It never works. It's torture for the show. And so, as you see, now that we're Texans, we get our goddamn revenge right up front.
Now the girls at the red rose or the yellow rose would sign you up.
Yeah. They're awesome girls. They would never do anything like that. Your next comedian is Thomas Siska. Thomas Siska is next on Vince Tony, live in Austin, Texas. Thomas Siska, here he comes. Very confident walking the stage. Should be good. How's this side of the room doing? Good? You guys having fun? Alright. How about the standing room only? How are you guys doing? Here he is, Thomas Siska.
Guys, what's up with these HEB coupons? They come up with the weirdest combos. Buy an eggplant, get a free roll of duct tape. We're supposed to do that.
He's stolen from the realm.
My girlfriend was actually traumatized at an ATV at a young age by a special needs student. We know they say he's a comics comic, or that's a rapper's rapper. Well, this was a retard's retard. Yeah, he just came swinging straight from the gate like, you're not my friend, wow. Hit her in the face. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend's a retard magnet. Turns out I'm slightly retarded. I think there's something in ass that just gets people stupefied. So you don't want to mess with the gay mafia, you know? I heard they like to get guys whacked off.
Thomas Siska. All right. Absolutely.
You can tell when we put this big into the kitten noise. Common, man.
Well, you were heard for most times retard was set on stage, though. Congratulations to that.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's a man who's on edge waiting for the N-word. I'm not the guy, but there's a couple of them out there. I've heard it, but not me.
Okay,
Just a retard magnet.
Thomas, I love it. All right, welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
For about 2.5 years.
All of it here in Austin, Texas.
Yes, actually been on the show a month or so ago. I made the bucket of death stay here.
All right, welcome. Absolutely. There you go. That's very likable. Welcome to
They have artistic, capabilities.
Okay, Thomas, relax. So, you were on this show about a month ago. What happened then? What did we find out about you? Anything interesting? What stood out in your interview part? Do you remember what?
Yeah, we talked about my job. I lost my job, and Joe Rogan was here. I was unemployed, and we talked about somebody getting shot.
Okay.
And so moving on. I've been making posters and getting paid gigs here and there and making a little money. So
Sweet.
well, hell of graphic designing. So it's all better.
You got the kill Tony bump, we call that.
Yeah,
Life gets better.
that's right.
Unless you get one of the small joke books, then it gets worse. It's cursed. I love it. So they HEB gives you if you buy eggplant, you get free duct tape, and you said, what do you do with that? My answer, use the duct tape.
Right.
You ever think about that?
Well, I mean, it's open for interpretation, I guess. I was thinking that you use the duct tape with the eggplant.
Okay.
Yeah, they're supposed to be together, right?
All right.
She said,
Nothing better than when Kaylee started actually people without a microphone. Backstage, I told you the energy shoots up. Thanks to the makers of cooking. Everybody, so what did Rogan tell you last time he was on the show? Did he give you any inspirational words or anything like that?
thanks, Rod. Yeah, I mean, Joe just basically explained the story about why I didn't have a job because the shooting, and then he complimented the artwork, but nothing really was said about my comedy. So, yeah, I'm all ears, Tony.
Okay, there you go. He finished. He just called in, and that's what he wanted to let you know. He loves on it. He loves proteins right now. People wonder what hanging out with Joe Rogan is like, and I'm telling you, that's pretty much what it is. He says very few things. I mean, you probably know what some of them are, and really, he says a bunch of it, right? I agree, Joe. This is what being on the road with me and Joe is like. He says something, and I just say I agree. Like this right here. I agree, Joe. That is fascism. Let's keep working together. Keep paying me, please. What else, Joe? Anything else interesting? Oh, that's so interesting. I had no idea that was very possible. Alright, back to you, Thomas. I can sit here fake talking with Joe Rogan forever, but the truth is I did not get it. So
I like when Joe Rogan told us not to get the vaccine. That was pretty cool.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, he said it, right?
Do you work for CNN? That's not what he said.
No, I'm just fucking with you, man.
Very clearly not what I said.
got a lot of Joe Rogan, messages there, and I just wanted to say the one that stood out the most to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not taking the vaccine, that's all.
You know how,
Someone's got to say it.
you know when you're a kid, like moms tell you, like, don't cross your eyes, you might end up that way. I think if you say retard on stage, this is what happens. If you do it too much, like, you slowly become, like, he wasn't even wearing a Mortal Kombat, that was a plain black tee when he came up here. It turned into a Mortal Kombat shirt of the fourth retard.
The good news is you got great parking tonight. Thank you. Yeah, right there in the corner.
And Thomas, you were on a month ago. You have people that love the flavor of water. What's love you?
No fluoride, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got that.
I'm glad that you came back.
Anything about the comedy? I mean, you asked me about last time when you get to talk about the comedy.
If you log into the internet and realize that you really should be throwing the R word around if you want any kind of positive response. Well, I've said it like 10 years ago, man. Yeah, I don't sit on stage 14 times in a row. I say retard 5 times in an hour-long set at my current album, and every time that I use the R word, it has to get a massive response. What you were doing was you were saying the R word and getting nothing, which makes you sound like a horrible human being.
Is that what happened, y'all? Unlike the first one, the retard first time.
Thomas, hello. You don't need to ask them. I just fucking told you.
Alright. To be honest, Thomas, you sounded retarded.
Incredible.
Okay, now it's funny, I think.
There you go. Thank you for the bucket, Thomas Siska, everybody. Really bad attitude on his way out. Check him out. Discord impotent. Some people get hurt feelings up here. This is a real fucking show, people. Anything can happen here.
Some people want to get a milk.
You want a safe show? Go watch fucking Wolf Blitzer. Hey, look at Kaylee. Can you reach that high? No vote. By the way, for Thomas Siska. No vote. All right. You guys ready for your first female of the night, everybody? Make some noise for Christy Nova. Christy Nova. Representing the women here tonight on Keltoni. Very exciting. You know, we noticed that in Los Angeles, the ratio of female to male comedians is much higher than here in Austin, Texas. In LA, it's probably 1 to 4, 1 to 5, 1 to 6, and in Austin, it's like 1 to 12 or 14, somewhere in there. So this is very exciting. An organic pull out of the bucket. Christy Nova making her way to the stage, being helped by the great Yodi and Best Barbecue Show fame.
So, boyfriends, sign up your girlfriend next time.
Here she comes, making her way. Keep coming, Christy. You guys having fun out there tonight, huh? Yeah, I thought so. One more time for Christy Nova, everybody.
What's up, everyone? So, I was hanging out with this guy the other night, and he told me that my kisses smell like home. When I was homeless. And I was like, do my kisses remind you of a dumpster? The tin city right down the street? Or your rose? Just a brother? Either way, sounds dirty. So, yeah. I hate that my ex-boyfriend was telling me that he has sleep apnea, but I know it's just lazy. Sleeping all the time. Right? One night he's sleeping, he's like, and I'm like, holy shit, he does have sleep apnea. Technically, I was holding a pillow over his face. I hate that I'm half Hispanic, and the only thing brown on my entire body are my nipples. That's not normal.
Christy Nova, welcome to the show. I'm going to ask you some questions now. Awesome. Absolutely. Maybe your blood sugar or something like that. Welcome, Christy. How are you?
I lost 25 pounds, Tommy. I lost 25 pounds.
You did?
I have.
Congratulations, 25 pounds.
All right, give it up for brown sugar nipples.
25 pounds down.
Just, yeah, not eating. Don't eat. Just take a bunch of protein shakes and wait for it.
Fred Man thought he recognized you.
I actually met you in LA for the band thing.
Okay, awesome. He's the just
We went to a Halloween party together.
that's what I'm talking about. Yes, I do. So we're doing this South Park for the Halloween party.
I did. I am.
Very exciting. How long have you been on stand-up, Christy?
On and off for 2 years.
Okay, why on and off?
My mom died in 2019, and then so did everybody in my family except for one person. So I kind of chilled.
Party time! My God, mom died. Oh, you know, you get on that one more time. That'd be
Welcome to the Feel Good episode of Tony. Tony.
I love it.
That's the wrong title for the show, too.
My goodness. And all the other family members, was it coronavirus or what was it?
No, it's Alzheimer's and dementia, old age, and alcoholism.
Okay. All right. All the fun ones. There you go. There's whatever that noise looking was.
It's a ship in the distance, I think.
Love it. They were married at sea. Very good. Christy, no, but what do you do for work?
I'm a Twitch streamer.
You're a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, I'm an IRL streamer. I live stream on Twitch.
What do you do on Twitch?
Well, when I play games, I play chat call games.
For those of you that don't know, Twitch is like OnlyFans for ugly people.
And DJs. You can find me on Twitch at Russell Peters.
I'm just kidding, Chrissy. What do you do on Twitch? I was just
I play chat call games, and I also IRL stream with like a semi-action cam and like my own little signal modem thing, just transportable.
sweet. What do you like to do when you're not twitching or doing stand-up? What else? What are some like hobbies of yours? You drink, you go out, you do things.
Stand-up is really like mainly my life. I try to keep my dad in order. That's about it. And I'm moving. I'm moving to Austin.
Oh, moving to Austin. There you go. We just said we don't have enough ladies moving here with goofy colored hair.
It's filled. This place is filled with people like you.
I love it. So that's that. What's the deal with your dad? You said keeping your dad in line.
Oh yeah, he's fucking nuts. Like, ever since my mom died, he picked up binge drinking as a hobby and dating like 28-year-old girls. So yeah.
How old's your dad?
He's gonna be 69 this year.
Oh, damn.
I gotta be honest, not mad at dad. Not mad at dad.
No, he's a handsome son of a bitch.
Is he the Mexican side?
Yes.
There you go.
He's got the color, I know. He's the one that gave me the brown nose.
Why are you keeping photos of 20-some-year-old girls? What's wrong with the 20s? What do you want you?
Because they're all gold diggers.
Sure,
All they want is his money. And
sure. You think a 40-year-old would be different?
no, it's not. He's dating a crazy gold digger 40-year-old that hacks into our Alexa. So how'd that work out?
So, love it, Christy. What's your love life like? You got a boyfriend or something like
No,
that?
I'm single and happy.
Really?
I got out of a really toxic relationship in November, and I'm focusing on my Twitch and my comedy.
Love it. When's the last time you went on a date?
When I met that guy for the first time, 2.5 years ago.
Wow. When's the last time you?
A month ago.
Oh, okay. What happened there? How did that go?
I was drunk, and it was my birthday, and I wanted to make up for it.
You just.
Everybody loves a kissing slut.
I love it. Who was it? Was it your dad? Keeping him in line.
20-something.
I'm too old for it. I'm too old for my dad.
Get away from these gold diggers, dude. I want all your money when you die.
You said you like redheads, Poppy.
Alright, Christy, any other crazy fun facts about your life that we should know about? Your history, about anything?
I used to do taekwondo for like 16 years.
Really? 16 years? Would you guys like to see her do some taekwondo? Huh? Yeah, put that mic in the mic stand, Christy. Let's see some fucking taekwondo. Guys, make some noise for Christy Nova. This is very exciting. Oh, shit. Oh my goodness.
ownership of it, if he relies on it, and the sale is broken.
Wow.
Now, if you remember, in the question that we had two scenarios. Scenario one is the case where a person says he wants to sell to somebody that he will eventually
A little bit of Taekwondo and a lot of dough.
or he sells it. The honor of this father. Now she explains that
Great set. I absolutely love your style. Here's a big joke about great jockeying. You know, right, man. So great. I really didn't go ahead for the rare handshake there. I know her. I know her from a long time ago. We went to a South Park's Halloween party.
Describe the Austin Chess Wellington.
Yeah, absolutely. How about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? Not really into her job tonight. Not really excited to be here. How do you wave to these people? Say hi. You're beautiful.
Check your phone.
There you go. A little Hitler salute. Not really a wave. She's shy tonight. Yeah, I was gonna say, she's a little low on energy. I know half of the residents of Austin, Texas are addicted to cocaine. If anybody wants to get Kaylee high on cocaine, she's standing right over here next to the stage. Just a little joke truth for you.
I get 10%.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Marcus Oland. We know this guy. Marcus Oland is next on Kill Tony. Here he comes, live in the flesh. This is a real guy. We've seen him before. Some interesting interviews we have with Marcus. This is a new minute from Marcus. Big stories from Marcus, everyone.
How's it going? My name is Marcus. I used to do a lot of Adderall. Adderall's crazy. If you've never done it, one time I did so much Adderall that I graduated from college. That was a lot. With honors, that was a lot of fucking Adderall. See, you're going to get the vaccine again.
Okay.
Which one did you get? Yeah, Pfizer, what'd you get? Okay. I heard Eminem, the rapper Eminem, I heard he's going to get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Because he only get one shot. There we go. Lose yourself in the vaccine. Okay. I had a job interview recently at a CBD store, and they asked me in the interview, they're like, hey, Marcus, do you have any prior experience? They can use it in the CBD store. And I was like, wait, so some real weed? I don't know if that can sell. Like, I know how to short somewhere on an 8. I don't know what you're looking for. What's up on the scale? All right,
There you go, Marcus Oland. Exactly a minute. Welcome back to the show, Marcus. We famously, from past interviews with you, know that Marcus, ladies and gentlemen, does not eat pussy at all, never, no matter what.
There's a trap.
There you go. The ladies are booing them right now. For those of you that can't hear the audience, it is incredible. Remind us, why don't you eat pussy again?
That's me and my girlfriend just don't go down on each other. I mean, I did, like, when I was 20, I got a blowjob on ecstasy, and I can't even come from it anymore, so I just...
Did your girl watch like the best episode and go, yeah, did you try it? No, nothing like that. You guys are sick.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna like have her do it if I don't even like feel anything for that shit.
You don't feel blowjobs?
Not like you feel
Feeling it out here. Here we go. No, I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
The role of Marcus will be played by me tonight.
Turns out he felt it, everybody. He definitely felt it. All right, Marcus, tell us something else interesting about you that we haven't learned from. When I was 21 years old, I had Bell's palsy.
You know what that is?
That's where your face goes numb.
Exactly, yeah. Half my face was paralyzed for like 3 weeks. I had to go to the hospital for it. So it's really weird. I was living in Germany at the time, too. It's just a weird fucking thing that happened. So
Yeah, weird things happen in Germany.
I know, right? It's fucking nuts, man. I just woke up and half my face didn't
Who was like, okay. Should have seen the 30s and 40s. You should have seen the Messier the night before, man. That shit worked it out, but
What else? What do you do for work?
right now, I'm looking for work since I moved to Austin. When I was in Dallas, I was doing like part-time moving and stuff like that.
What do you want to do? Somebody might be willing to hire you out there. What are you good at? What do you do?
I used to work in finance. I don't really want to do that, but I've worked at a food truck before.
Worked at a food truck?
I've worked at a food truck before. I used to drive Uber and like Postmates. I don't want to do a driving thing if I was back now. I'd rather work at a location.
Okay. So what?
So you said,
I mean, I'm down to do anything. I'm doing eastward construction. I'm down to new construction. I'm down to.
Anybody hiring for a construction guy?
I can give people out, sure.
There you go. You just got hired at Vulcan Gas Company right there. The owner is right here. Very famously, the place where a lot of the local stand-up shows are at. Yeah, I just did 2 weekends there this month, and the incredible times. Vulcan, how do you feel? You just got hired.
I feel really good, man. I'm gonna have to fucking stop collecting unemployment, but fuck yeah, I'm down to do that, baby. Let's make some real money, baby. Hell yeah.
There you go. You guys have anything else for Marcus Open? Talked about Adderall. Good joke.
Really gotta get you back in the pussy game there, Marcus. How old are you, buddy? I'm 27. That's way too young to be picking up.
Freedom's not getting any results from it. Well, no, I mean, I think, like I said, so when I was 21, I got my first blowjob, and I did Molly for the first time. In one night, and it was just so fun. Like after that, I've never had a blowjob ever. And here's what I'm like, I'm talking about eating pussy. I can't. No, I don't do it. So that's where I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna. If she doesn't want to go down a beach, she's like, ain't nobody yourself.
That's what you gotta understand. Marcus, as you get older, as you get older, your equipment doesn't get as good as it used to be. Right? And eating pussy becomes very important. I'm 51. I'm only around 64. It's stalled. Oh, all right. It becomes a great technique.
Well, I still get I get boners, man. I don't even I get boners right away.
Yeah, you're 27.
I know.
You better get boners.
Does the carpet match the drapes? Do you trim above your penis and your balls are just hairy as fuck?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. Sticking that one thing. It's got
Marcus, fun times. You've been on the show a couple times already since you've been here in Austin. Seems to me like you're getting better. Will you been doing this again?
about 5 years.
There you go. We're already seeing improvements in your 1 minute game, and it's awesome to watch. Thank you for coming on again. There goes Marcus. So much. Give out social media. Beer Bomb Marcus. You guys want to go to the bucket one more time, huh? Oh, you do? Kaylee wants to pick it. She insists on picking. You let Kaylee do whatever she wants. Kaylee totally runs the whole show. She gives me these notes before the show on what to say and when to make the jokes and who's coming up.
It's Dallas Irvine.
Wow, she can read everybody. It's Dallas Irvine. Incredible.
All right, fellas, coming to the stage. Sorry.
Dallas Irvine. Very incredible. That is actually the name on the piece of paper she did read properly. I was excited to see whether or not that was.
Unfortunately, it's Darius Irving.
Here we go. There goes Kaylee from the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs in the world. And this is Dallas Irvine, everybody. Make some noise. Here we go.
I don't know about y'all, but I've never been jealous of a mic stand before. Yeah, baby. Not a lesbian, real quick. I even got a goddamn haircut today because it was all puffed out and shit like that. I was like, hey, kid, I'm looking androgynous there, buddy. Now I'm just looking like a lesbian military instructor. By the way, if you can't tell, I'm adopted too. Oh, you know, I got these gloves on when I was 20, 11 years ago. And like I looked her straight in her eyes. Yeah, from Mexico. And I looked her up, who's my dad? She goes, 5 years old.
That's interesting when you find out your mom's a whore. It's like, give me some numbers. Give me 5 numbers, 4 of them when you were my dad. Last one was the talk read down. You know, you can tell Grace is a bitch. And I think that's enough.
55 seconds of thunder from Dallas Irvine. Welcome to the show, Dallas.
Welcome.
That was awesome.
This is actually a big dream of mine because I've always wanted to be roasted by you.
I love it.
Straight up, dude. White boy growing up in the hood and stuff like that. Like, I got a hood name. It's Scissors because it's how lesbians have sex.
Right. Scissors.
Which hood, black, Mexican, or
No picture. My family was mostly the first in the neighborhood. Like, I learned the word is deco before I even learned.
Saber garden shears?
Yes.
Saber.
I love that. You were adopted by
It was actually in the family. Like, my mom, my biological mom, her cousin, and she doesn't know I'm gonna watch it.
Okay, what'd she do?
She just took it. Well, like the sad thing is, she ended up getting a hysterectomy. That's why she had my mom with my sister. Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah.
We don't know what that means. You just said, yeah, like we know what a hood hysterectomy is.
She had my mom get stabbed in the heart.
Get the fuck out of here, really?
Yeah, I think she wants the money back now.
Okie dokie. Alright.
Is it ever pregnant, or is that how you're...
So Dallas Irvine. I'll leave it on stand-up.
About 10 years ago.
Okay. Where at?
Shreveport.
Awesome. Look at that.
Don't cheer. We don't deserve it.
Okay. Alright. Very interesting stuff. Dallas, tell us more about your life without being adopted and clearly not being a lesbian. What else about you? What else have you been doing this whole time?
I've been doing this whole time, like, I love cooking, as you can tell. Like, I absolutely love cooking. Like, anything I make my phone out for the first time the other day. Cuban dish with plantains and whatnot. Oh, shit, it's fucking good.
Okay. Alright. And when you go to, like, I'm sure that lesbian joke kills every single time. Have you ever thought about getting a different haircut?
I've tried everything. So I just do one on the side, trim up top, and then this boy, man.
Can you grow facial hair?
No, unless I'm really, it just, I look like I just would rather shave it off than anything else. I've tried facial hair and all that because I mean, like, you saw Holden right over here. Like, I wish I could grow this easy top type of beard, but like, I've tried. Nothing works.
Are you sure? Like, have you tried for like long periods of time? Because I tried for an example, like, never could grow, and it took them like 4 years to grow what you had. This is the most I've seen since I'm not doing it.
Absolutely. No, I didn't commit to letting my facial hair grow out until I was like 33, 34, something like that.
They had the John Waters mustache for years.
I wish. This is like, it's much sadder than even that. John Waters has to trim around his mustache to make it look that way. This is just growth.
I got a question. Yes, sir. You cut hair, your haircut is so fucked up. I mean, it's just, do you get it cut in a funny way to make that joke work better?
No, sir, it's just how you feel.
You can pay somebody to do that to your...
I pay a little name, but I pay a little supercuts.
Supercuts, what I was going to say.
There you go. Supercuts jokes. Look right in there. Did you have to take a certain amount of naps a day to make your hair look like that?
No, it just looks atrocious like this as is.
Never thought about product.
Never thought about product.
Did you really give it a little preference?
No bounce.
Anyway, the fucking bass player's not even looking at you anymore.
So Dallas, you're not a lesbian. You are a real boy. Tell us about your love life. What's that like? Who is fucking you?
Don't eat pussy, eat pussy.
This guy
Cheeseburgers, man.
This guy clearly eats
And look, I had to learn how to eat it properly for compensational purposes.
What did you learn? Teach us something.
So that's a lesbian you would have done.
Yeah, I know.
Face the audience and teach us what you learned.
What I learned is I just lay back and just let her suffocate me. And it's, I'm just saying, like, I
He himself is
You exclusively only eat pussy from the bottom position.
Even like the child, the moment
No, I'll go right behind and stuff like that. Like, I'll be lyrics, I'll be like techniques.
Wow. This guy loves fucking
She pushes him up against the wall.
the fact that we're worried about the learning or we're worried about it being paid off.
Very interesting stuff. So what's your love life like? Are you with a girlfriend right now?
I got a girlfriend, but I got to take her fucking around with.
You got a girlfriend and a chick you're fucking
No,
around?
I don't have a girlfriend, but I have a chick I'm fucking around with.
Okay, how long you been fucking around with her?
Moved here like a month ago, and day 2 moved here.
Day 2. How'd you find her?
We just ran into each other at the gas station and stuff like that.
Okay.
I wish I wasn't lying, but it's true.
What gas station was it?
So I have Circle K right next to my house.
Damn, Circle K. What was happening? Were you cleaning her windshield or something like that?
No, just get to it. Just my uncle says the one that was selling it again is. No, it's just like, no, just not doing the ID.
I love it. So tell us how you met this girl at a gas station.
We're just sitting there getting beer and getting some gas real quick for the car and stuff like that. She just straight was like, yo, I think you're cute. And I was like, I think you're cute.
Wow. If you do what's right and just.
We're very blunt. Like, if a chick's supposed to be blunt to me, I'll be blunt right back.
Next thing you know, she's sitting on your face.
Sucking on my titties and all that shit, too. At the same time, we tried, but like, next, man, like, my neck got kicked.
Did you guys hook up that night? First night?
No, we waited a day. I like to because I was on a trip in Louisiana. I was going to take a chick out to dinner, a nice dinner. I paid for it one night. We were something dick translucent.
You should have
You
given
know,
her.
qualified in 87.
What does she do for a living?
Was she asking for money because she ran out of gas?
No, she's a nurse assistant.
A lot of
Nurse
assets.
assistant. It's like almost a doctor, but not really a doctor.
Right. Okay, I think there might be a couple extra asses in that that you threw in there.
That's why I had to ask him one day.
So what are you doing? You're a heterosexual man.
I try to be, but that's a God on the bar. I try to be.
How often do you think people genuinely think that you're
All the fucking time.
yeah, do you have that?
People call it the net.
Maybe the regular didn't give it back to somebody. Maybe you're saying to them,
Oh my God, that's a good one. That's a fucking good
How
one.
about you, Dallas Irvine? Do you have any special skills or talents or anything other than stand-up comedy?
Santa Claus cooking and stuff like that. I mean, I got a free
keeps pushing them off.
outside down. I don't call it stand up because that's it.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Do you have any posters on your wall?
What scares you? What are you afraid of?
Shavers.
When I was 23, I tried to off myself. I was about 320 pounds.
Oh, you broke the rope, huh?
I did break the rope. No, that is actually true. I thought it was a hickey, dude. Like, my dad thought it was a hickey. I'm like, I'm still a little bit of Santa Claus, I guess.
You literally tried to hang yourself?
Yes.
Oh my God. And the rope broke?
Yes. Wow. 320 pounds going in one direction is not really. No, I think that's good physics.
Well, the good news is, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very strong rope for him, everybody. It's like, whoa! Don't tease me. I'm just joking now. Dallas Irvine, your name now you have 2 cities in your name.
Dude, Dad's a Cowboys fan. Redneck. No, that's really is. Like, I just was like, they're in the city. I just like Dallas Cowboys. I was like, that's where I heard my first time I actually heard anything was wrong. Weird opening.
Aren't you glad he was a Washington fan?
I'd have to change my name to Washington football team now.
All right, Dallas, so much fun. Great set. Here's a large Kill Tony joke.
Thank you so much, man.
Absolutely agree.
That means that that's the right.
You know what?
Tony, you're a goddamn genius to figure out that this would be entertaining. I mean, just horrible coming out. It's hilarious. Dude. Really is. Capitalize on your fucking strength.
People need to sign up or they can't stop moving here. It's a whole thing. It's incredible. A lot of fresh blood here in Austin, Texas. Yeah, it is. It is, Michael. Yeah. You guys ready for your final comedian of the night, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the ringer right here. This is a regular, which means he writes and performs a brand new man every single week on this show. He's a goddamn anomaly. Originally built in Second City in Chicago, originally from New York, Second City in Chicago, spent decades there, dominating the improv scene, was diagnosed with Barrett's disease and knocked out his bucket list, his lifelong dream of being a stand-up comedian. We found him immediately and made him a regular on this show. He's on every episode. He was the first person on this show, other than Redman and I, to move here from Los Angeles. He's a killer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Michael Lear, everybody. Here we go. Here we go.
Future truth teller. Big thing. Future truth teller.
Oh my
Big thing. Future truth teller. 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 Big thing. Future truth teller.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. It's the one and
Future truth teller.
For those of you that have been in the show before, you know what you're in for right now.
Big thing. Future truth teller.
Real monster.
Big thing. Future truth teller.
Come on, guys, make some fucking noise for Michael Lear.
Future truth teller. Big thing. Future truth teller. Big thing. Future truth teller. Big thing. Big thing. Future truth teller. Big thing. Future truth teller. Big thing. Future truth teller. Big Big thing. Future truth teller. Big thing. Future truth teller. Taxi cabs.
All right, so
return.
let's take good morning. Let us begin to give my thanks to all of our sponsors for
Future
this
truth
morning
teller.
show to thank our
So many
total
Californians
sponsors for
move to
the month
Texas.
of ER Anonymous sponsorship.
Becomes
With that
Texas'
comes our
favorite
close questions
new
for all
pastime.
the blessings that
Future
serve
truth
on
teller.
us for the future of the delivery of best areas. So
Solved after
maybe
COVID
all
kills
these
so
local
many
communities
people
and
leaving
communities
so
coming
much
up
leftover chicken in the
in the
fridge.
chef and the
Future
amigo.
truth teller.
Think we can learn sponsors
Mexican
local knowledge
cartels
Whitmer
kidnapped
in
Joe
honor of the
Rogan
wedding of
and
their son
forced him
Drew
to
Ali
enter
to
the
Shir
ghost of
Shmuel
Selena
Shalayim.
and propel.
We
And
wish the
propel.
best.
And propel.
Listen,
Conspiracy
Mazel Bluff
theories
and
that
Susan
the
Hamlet
element
also shall
was a false
Our
flag
day of
event.
learning,
Future
sponsored
truth
by
teller.
the vendors, information
As
of the
artificial
yard site company.
intelligence rules the world, native
The
whites
yard
who
site
has helped
company's
the
father
entire
Lewis
USC
and the
roster
will
creating a
bend up the
collection of
living.
mixed race
We're
mixed
going to
martial
wrap up
arts
and
machine
dedicate
warriors.
our
Future
learning
truth
to
teller.
against the soldiers who
Turns
fell
out
in battle
the
yesterday
biggest
at New
threat
York
to
Valley
white
Love,
people
Uri
was
by
not
Or
the
and
identity
Eagle Help.
politics of the
We looked at
Democratic
the
Party,
North of our commentary.
but in
All of
fact,
the Shines out of
ranch
New York.
dressing.
The families in
Future
the
truth
family.
teller.
All of those media fortune having together.
Elon Musk
The
cures
whole
all
holy
cancers,
Israel.
but anal,
We
but
still
anal,
hope to
but
see
anal,
the
because he's
return of
just
our
funny
hostages
like
and
that.
suffer of our
Future truth
soldiers
teller.
and showing for all of us. Those of you that let us believe in the lot we care about, I think we need to be more.
Future truth teller.
Is that
We've seen this before. Always a special treat to have Faith Thing here. Faith Thing, how you doing?
I'm freaking the fuck out, Tony. I have a fucking felony on my fucking face. I can't catch another case.
Okay, that's an interesting answer. How's things been since the last time we saw you?
Everyone here has guns. Someone just put me out of my fucking misery.
This is absolutely incredible. It doesn't even look like your mouth is moving when you answer these questions. It's incredible. How do you do what you do, Faith Thing?
following scenario where I go ahead and before the animal goes into the question, go ahead and listen. So let's just let's just do it. Let's just do it.
It's really Michael Lair, everybody. It's the real man, Michael Lair, over there. Famously, the man behind the fake thing. Do you lipstick on?
So you might say as follows. Sometimes thirdly, you shut me up and I got ball not position. So now
That's how he gets it, man. The things that you do for comedy, it's incredible.
go ahead and pause the
Michael, what's happening?
during the question itself, it's going to be but as you say, immediately prior, the actual question on the second floor is when you're not allowed to muscle but beforehand, like if you wasn't getting allowed outside, like if we're going to run these questions back and muscle, so you have to muscle, and you actually be happy to hold your mark, you'll see this, I see how much. I mean, you got really it says the animal is not allowed to judge for his muscle.
Last time you had a gun, famously, there was a BB gun incident in the backyard that, Michael, welcome to the show. You're here with the great Russell Peters, Ron White. You guys have seen Michael before, correct? He's been absolutely killing it out here. Tony, last time Ron White was on was when Michael was at his all-time low. Yeah, Michael was on a lot of that stuff that Kaylee's into, if you know what I mean.
I believe one of the comics took his parking spot tonight.
Based on your values, so when he says I can respond to this based on my consideration, very interesting. Getting the shape of application. I'm talking about the boss. This is like why you have to be ready to shout that you and your sons when you enter into the order. In other words, you can't hold up under the can't give you a hold up under the well, I can use the offset. I'm just checking out the site. Versus I want to use the versus sound. That would be only
The elephant in a room reference a minute. Did the other person that, wheelchair or person how to talk to you? I don't know, like,
but again, however, I'm just showing up from maybe you say that you think that's where we are. In other words, you just concentrate on the job, concentrate on the job. And if you want to go ahead and that's fine, no problem. Go ahead and go ahead and on the job itself.
neurological disorder.
I'm giving a citizen why can't you why can't you
Just be a lazy man. I promise you this. We are very ridiculously close to one another. And basically, Michael is a staple in our little neighborhood. He's constantly out on the sidewalks of Rainy Street. Really nuts. He runs those.
He actually drove down Rainy Street today.
Really? You probably saw him.
Yeah,
He's probably driving right behind you.
very short street.
Yeah. He rolls those streets he doesn't run those streets, he rolls those streets.
That's right.
Famously, Michael, the one who convinced us, convinced me to move near Rainy Street is the great Ron White. Yeah, showed it to me when we were coming, visiting here during a California lockdown. My mind was completely blown to see how alive that fucking street was. Oh, yeah.
That's wonderful. And they give one day, you can see my brightest name. Open heaven on my
It's so true.
I'm sorry, turn that on. First thing that's up there.
Absolutely hilarious stuff, Michael. Anything else, Michael Lear? What are we missing here?
I gotta say, baby, it's so good to see you doing way better because the last time I fucking was the first time I saw you, you were a shit fucking sandwich, dude, and you are, like, just to see your bed stuff like that every day, so there's a way looking better day, right? Real quick,
Let's say
it's crazy because I've been working so hard this year with this show. I'm working out all this crazy.
but I had to take it, and ultimately again, then shoot to the Lord and let the animals go. Once it's a
The two OGs here
one
fucking
person
run into Roman. They both saw me still hooked in a
but
right bottom.
second person is that doesn't
I started to fight
together. So one person is
oh shit.
again,
Look at you.
Muslim slash yogi.
It was pretty hilarious. He got into an argument with Joe Rogan in the green room, and then at the end of it, asked Joe if this means he's not allowed to do his podcast anymore. Which made the whole room really bust up and laugh.
Spotify feed on it.
So the first person is
Michael, you're an absolute legend. How about being here for Michael Lear, everybody? That's tonight's episode of Kill Tony. How about being here for Russell Peters? He's on the Departed World Tour, going everywhere all the time. It's done? Well, it's done. But he'll be on tour again soon. Arenas and giant theaters near you. Ladies and gentlemen, how about Austin's own Ron White was with us tonight? Number one, tequila. If you drink tequila at all, you absolutely have to try this stuff. It's amazing. It's the only tequila that we drink in my household. We absolutely love it. Check him out all the time. He's doing a lot of my shows, a lot of Red Band's shows at the Secret Group.
I yell at it.
The Secret Group is in Houston. I don't know why I said that. So much fun stuff happening. We got an amazing drilling from Ryan Dave out here tonight. Absolutely incredible with a gun. Ron White with a shotgun. Russell Peters with a appears to be another revolver. Incredible stuff. Let's check out the drawing from the local artist Chris Rogers. What do we got tonight? Whoa! Look at that. Venom. My favorite character in Spider-Man folklore history. Very, very fun stuff. Oh yeah, check that out. He's following him at Chris Rogers. Check out everything Ryan J. Email at RyanJEmail.com. Every poster from every road show. The new Kill Tony coloring book and other fun stuff coming very soon. We do this every week here in Austin, Texas. In order to get tickets, you have to be on the website at noon 2 Mondays before. Somehow a lot of people figure it out. A lot of people ask questions online. How do I get tickets? How do I get tickets? You don't unless you're on the Antone's website 2 weeks before the Monday that you want to come at exactly noon. So that's the only way to do it, right, man?
Hey, I got an amazing secret show next Thursday, and I can tell you this because this audio doesn't come out for a couple of weeks. We got Ian Edwards, Felicia Michaels, Joe Rogan, Ari Manis, Amir Case, Tony Hinchcliffe, Holtzman, and William Montgomery. Look at that.
Live audience, so much fun every Monday here at Antone's. Thank you guys so much. We love you guys. Good night, everybody.
That's all. Listen, I watched this. And obviously, the person that's not figured to go ahead and make it serious. At least she is for it. Woman, but if you give me a speech, she'll put this higher down. And ultimately, you're getting the gift markets. And those are top of 25 dollars. And the much more on this. So we should do that speech for all of you. After time, let's see the after time. Because the woman is anyone who affects you. Man could affect you, woman could affect you. When you find the husband, the high woman, Moshe Adam, Russia, I would be spent far really close to the community of the Biafra. When I say, when the Lord comes down here, and the Mitzvah says, come on in, everyone does Mila, and this is how it is the Mitzvah. So the rest is not right. It's us that we have to be clear, but if we get it, it's effective. Man did it, a woman did it, it's effective. And what's that? And we get noticed and going to hide and do the substitute, Listen, let's go talk about it. Remember, what is Tamura consist of? What is Tamura consist of? Tamura is Hebrew. Tamura is speech. Right? I had animal 8 designated as a term. I'm going to say, you know what? Being is even nicer, or it's not nicer, whatever it is. I want to use being instead of A. All we do is over here is speech. There's no act. I mean, there could be an act, but it doesn't have to be also affected by speech. So what do you see here? What do you see here? That's speech. Is halachically effective. That speech ultimately is realities. And as I said, ultimately, again, this is seen to be a big study of God, and I have some Kodesh, Amalek, which is Kodesh, which is Haman, physically with this, Haman, and the other large, in the race of, what you know, I was saying, a lot of stuff in our lives, a lot of things. The US is really what people can use this is how we do it. And we do the whole thing, a lot of people have it's still going to be a biblical publishing, and you get my actually says that we have to be come a bit no law, no sira no sira poker, parts of the sacrifice. So we use this for a number of times. And we do that as a unique position. And a lot of people if each man specifies, even if we do how we have publishing, you know, still now watch this. We have what we do. And therefore, if we go ahead and opposite, I don't know what these words, that knows not to be, you yell at it. Every single time you see a down step, you yell at that, I don't know from eating. That is a prohibition with how you took the sinner from both the animal, even though it's a non-shaking bonus. Okay? So the rest is one second. And the verse suggesting this is Rabbi Yochanan following the view of Rabbi Yehuda. Which the verse says, you need matzah smoke most like Rabbi Yehuda. Really? He said this like Rabbi Yehuda. Baha katani reisha. Yet look at the reisha. What was the reisha? We just read it. Achol namim. Echad hanoshim. The echad hanoshim. So we'll say, what did we say before? Like the English we quoted before. Everyone is able to do Torah. Everyone is able to do Torah. Now again, listen, just to be clear. Right? Because he said before. You're not allowed to do Torah. But it says everyone can do Torah, what does that mean? And everyone can technically transgress Torah. Men, women, Hakol Nasuye. He said, what does Hakol come to? Right? Like, who is that coming to? Obviously, was a whole sounds like a much broader statement than just men and women. Anything you see Hakol is usually coming to include something else which is used. Who else is Hakol coming to include? Lasui Yorish, very interesting visual sense, to include an inheritor. And we can actually right across the lecture. Shin Emer, the carbon of it, La Akram says, of it, let's say, watch this. let's say Yaakov dies. Right? Yaakov dies. Yaakov leaves behind his son. Yeah, Reuben. But let's say interesting enough, Yaakov actually doesn't really know and yet never had the ability to go ahead and offer it. So technically, Reuben can offer up his father's carbon. Let's say Reuben does Tumura on his father's carbon, right? So does that work? So now you're doing, can you do Tumura on a sacrificial animal that you did not designate as a sacrificial animal? So the Gemara says, yeah, when it says Kol Mamir, everyone can do Tumura. Who does that come to include? That comes to include even in Yomish. The Gemara says, it's a local Rabbi. And this does not reflect the view of Rabbi. Why? Zikra Yehuda Amar Yoresh Eino Hamamir. Rabbi Yehuda holds that an inheritor cannot do Tumura, and Yoresh Eino Somech. And an inheritor does not do Smicha. Look at Rashi. And she says over here, Rashi says Yoresh Eino Mamir, and Hemer Eino Momer. The time of Rashi Tumura. So we'll say again, Rashi doesn't get into the reason over here, but Rabbi Yehuda holds that an inheritor doesn't have the ability to do Tumura. And you have to look at logically, the only person who has the ability to do Tumura is who? Is the individual who invested the animal with the initial sacrificial sin. So the person who made animal A a carbon has the quote-unquote ability to exchange it for something else. Again, it's ability. When we say ability, it means it works. It's usher, but it works. So what do you see from here? You see from here that this can't be that easy. You were trying to say before that Allah said the whole concept of Tumura, right, and this whole idea that ultimately, again, words can affect realities of everything. And there's a lot of shit about myself. Ultimately, again, is going to be prohibited. Yet it can't be because the Jesus are not saying that the Yoresh cannot go ahead and inherit cannot do Tumura. And now we just said that the Hakol Mamirin comes through the Yoresh. So I can't be Rabbi Yehuda. Which the Mazda height kind of several Kawasa Mechado. Ultimately, the Tana over here, let's say, ultimately, this is one case. That's going to be another case. Meanwhile, they won't take Rabbi Yehuda. That a lot of shame Balais is going to be upset. But ultimately, again, it doesn't hold like Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda holds that a Yoresh, the inheritor, can't do Tumura, whereas the Tana holds that inheritor can do Tumura. Okay, so what I'm saying. So now, that's the end of that. That's the end of that section. How do we pass it? So we'll say, but I'm not passing is that the custom of the call. If you muzzle the animal with your mouth, you're chayiv. That is considered three active muzzling. So we'll say it's actually very interesting. So now we have a case where I'm not actually muzzling the animal, but if every single time I go ahead and the animal's about to eat, I yell at it and prevent it from eating, that is effectively the biblical prohibition of muzzling. It's not such a privilege, but in yesterday's class, we saw other cases. Like, for example, I put a thorn in the animal's mouth. Right? I put a lion outside the granary, right? So what you see over here is essentially biblical muzzling. Biblical muzzling is any case where I actively do something to prevent the animal from eating, whether that's a physical muzzle or any other intervening action. I am chayiv for the love of Chassid. So if you're standing there, letting the animal not to eat every single time, that is the prohibition of muzzling. It's also interesting, right? The Yochanan clearly goes, you must give out your myself. The moving of your lips. The moving of your lips is not just voice, the moving of your lips is in myself. So let us say again, even the conflict with God, so we have to go, we may see it. So because very often happens that the last over, you kind of move past, the morning motif of series. Many of us go to the first half of Sina. But the nicest thing, the type of the series, marked by the concept of the many of the series. Why did I get to the series done? Because it says the nation of non-recovered Selos. So listen, they did not demonstrate proper honor and dignity one to the other. Now listen, one thing is clear. We weren't just going over to each other, slapping each other. Whatever it was, it was a verbal trespass, right? Whatever it was something with their work, something with the way that they were interacting with each other. That was just not right. So he was like, see, what do you see from here? You see from here that our Kima Spirit, how do you say? See the teaching us. How you talk, what you say, what you do, as much as it's only words, quote unquote, as much as it's only voice, it's only sound, Like Lamaisa, again, what you say, how you verbally communicate, how you verbally interact is absolutely nice. Again, it's halacha Lamaisa in the halacha of Hasira, you verbally muzzle your animal blood fire, and it's halacha Lamaisa certainly in life. Words absolutely matter. What we say, how we say, has how we say it, has dramatic impacts on ourselves and on the people around us. Incredibly well. Let's go like turn up on it. This is really great cases. החוסן מספר בדשבא, לא כמשל דל קבל הפרה וגימל קבל הפרה. So this is really interesting. Let's say I muzzle an animal, right? And I thresh with it. So let's say, so that not only am I in violation of a biblical prohibition, but when I say I also have to pay. Now, this is assuming over here, that let's say I'm threshing with a borrowed animal or a rented animal. Let's go with a borrowed animal. So I borrow an animal from you and I thresh with it. And when I thresh with it, I muzzle it. So I think Gemara says there's two prohibitions. Number one, I violated a lot of what I said because I muzzled the animal. That's number one. And number two, I also have to pay you. So the animal I have to pay him. What do I have to pay him? 4 kav for a cow and 3 kav for a donkey. Let's see, 4 kav and 3 kav represent the respective amount of the animal that was normally consumed while threshing. So I have to go ahead and pay that back. I have to pay that to the owner of the animal. That was saying that this is very interesting. So the Gemara says, that was saying that what's the logic? The logic would be here is because when the animal was threshing, it was normal for the animal to eat, right? So that eating represents the certain cost savings that the owner of the animal would have had because he would not have to go ahead and feed his animal. Now that I've deprived him of that, I owe him nothing. Very interesting. Question, 1 second. What's this big sugya? The heart in a loke umis, the in a loke mishalim. Also, in general, we have, well, now whenever you're getting malchus, whenever you're getting lashes, pretty much any time that you go ahead and violate the prohibition or love, is usually going to be lashes. Now, the way it works with lashes is there's no like double jeopardy, right? You can't get lashes and it gets. Or you can't get lashes and have to pay. So, I'm listening. That's going to be malchus right there. Listen, every thought that does make sense. Right? It's a little bit thought you learn about low socks and show you it's really good stuff. It's incredible. So I say, so now I don't understand how am I getting lashes from muzzling plus have to pay. What's the pshat with that? To which the Gemara says, how many Rabbi Meir? So I say, this is really interesting. No. Whose opinion is this? Rabbi Meir, the Amar, Lokim, the opinion will say that you can get malchus and have a matter of gold. But you could be liable for that. Where do we see this? So the Gemara says, this is very interesting. So this is Rabbi Meir, who says, Loke Umishal. Okay, Rashi points out that there is Rabbi Meir in the sentence, malchus. Okay, fine. So the Gemara says as follows. Rava says, Eslan Asur Torah. So we'll say, now watch this. Really interesting case. Eslan Zon. What's that? If a man goes to a zone, goes to a place, goes in and pays her, and instead of paying over his money, he gives her a sheep. So now the zona decides, you know what? I want to offer up this sheep as a cut. Doesn't work. Can't do that. Right? Can't use the payment for economic services as a carbon. That's called Eslan zone. Listen to this website. Eslan Asr Torah, Afilu Ba'al Ibo. Alright, so once again, now watch this. Let's say a man went to his mother who's his own. They had relations with his mother. Now we'll say, now this is interesting. Because remember, so now obviously relations with his mother is Nisa, like this incest, is punishable like that. So what happens if he ends up paying his mother, yes, now the sheep, let's say he gives her a sheep. So can she offer that up as a cut? So Rashi, this is really quite interesting. Rava Amar Alimo, the Nosala Esnanon, Asal Karma. So let's say, see now watch this. So man has a relationship with his mother, who's his son. So in other words, he goes to her as his son. He then goes ahead and pays her, gives her a sheep. So now the Gemara says that sheep that he gave her has the status of Esnan Zon. Has the status of a harlot's payment. Now, we'll see the Kiddush of that in just a moment. So the Gemara says, the Eslan stomach sick, Loshna Imo, Now, it doesn't matter if the harlot is his mother or the harlot is a regular single woman. The afagav the itavala bedina kaman teini esnani lo mechayvino. Imagine the following situation. Imagine the man had relations with his mother, which is Zona. She says, "Okay, where's the payment?" He says, "Come on." Right? It's right. So then what happens? She takes him to Basin. She takes him to Basin. Right? So I was like, can you imagine this? Like, I'm taking it. Right? I'm sorry, I can't do this. Right? She takes him to Basin. So I was like, now again, just I know it's not supposed to be but just analyze it from just does she have a legal claim against her son for payment? For payment. Now again, listen, I just want to point out, take a typical case. Right? Like a man goes to a zona, not related to him, right? Man goes to a zona, doesn't pay her. Doesn't pay her. Does she have an enforceable claim? Does she have an enforceable claim? Yes, she has an enforceable claim. In other words, she provided a service, he agreed to pay for the service, now he's not paying, but if she has it, it's going to be a very awkward total for instead, right? But Lamaisa, she has an enforceable claim. Yeah, but listen, here's what's interesting. If it's his mother, the zone is his mother, she doesn't have an enforceable claim. Right now, again, I just not with you. Hey, just again, if it's his mother, she doesn't have an enforceable claim. Now, why doesn't she have an enforceable claim? Why not? Why not? She doesn't have an enforceable claim because there's no mandatory case. Why? Because since this is a capital case, because he had a relationship with his mother, therefore, technically speaking, there is no enforceable monetary claim. Now, watch this. Now, finish up the ration. It's really interesting. Come on, if she were to take it to Basin and say, "Hey, give me my payment," there's no enforceable payment here. Rashi says. And remember again, he's subject to a death penalty. Now, we'll say, here's what's fascinating. Even though there is no enforceable monetary claim, okay? So watch this. So therefore, if mother were to take some to Basin, she couldn't extract money. If he does pay her, that sheet that he pays her with has the status of Eslan Sona, has the status of a harvest payment. Okay? Now understand the impact of that. Alma, okay, let me just explain to you the Hiddush. I would have thought that because there is no enforceable monetary claim, therefore what? Therefore the payment doesn't take on the halachic status of harlot's payment. Now, because it doesn't take on the status of harlot's payment, therefore what? If the mother wants to use it for a carbon, she should be able to do it. The chiddush over here is even though there is no enforceable monetary claim, the payment still takes on the status of Eslam Zora, and she can't use it as a carbon. Interesting. Now, what does that show you? Look at Rashi. Alma, afil b'makom misa nami ramu tashlumin alei, ela she'in kach la'ansho b'shtayim, ava yidei shemayim lo yatsa ad she'yishal. So, listen, this is interesting. What do you see from that? That when you incur a death penalty, or lashes for that matter, there is no enforceable monetary claim. But if you want to do the right thing, it's still important to pay. So what's this? I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if this is Rashi actually saying that if a man had a relation with his mother with Zona, as much as halot for the there is no enforceable monetary claim, he should still pay. Like in other words, technically speaking, there's this foreign, monetary obligation that is unenforceable, but still there. So the Gemara says, "Lo yatsa ad sheishalim, lo rama tashlumin alei, ki yad v'nehilei mehave eslan matana ba'alma." So also listen to this, because if there was no obligation to pay, it's not enforceable. Therefore, when someone gives his mother the sheep, that sheep shouldn't have the status of an eslan. What should that sheep be? What should it be? A gift. Matana. The fact that it's still treated as an eslan indicates to us that he owes that money, even though it's not an enforceable thing. So if I was bringing this full circle, the Gabi Chosim Nami reading Rashi. The Gabi Tashlumin Rami Alei, El Shein Koch and Basin on Shoshtayim. The Chayvud the Rami Tashlumin Alei, So everyone say, this is incredible. So now let's circle all the way back. We got a little bit sidetracked over here. So everyone say, what did the Gemara say? I borrow an ox from Ruvain, and I go out and I muzzle it, and I pressure the muzzle. So the Gemara says there's dual liability. Number one, I value the lab that I son, I get milk, it's valuing milk. Number two, I owe him 3 kav, whatever it was, 4 kav. 4 kav, which represents the amount that the animal would have consumed. You can't get to Malchus and have to pay. You're right. The monetary part is unenforceable in a court of law, but it's still illegal. In other words, what we call that's the Shemayim. If you want to do this right, you ask me, you ask the Shaila, what should I do in this case? Get your Malchus, okay, take it up and get your Malchus, and hey, God, it's not enforceable in Bezdin. Also, there's some kind of obligation to do the right thing, even if it's not technically speaking legally enforceable. Fascinating, riveting, incredible. The Papa says, Mishas Mishicha, the Chayv Ben Mizorasel, Umilka Lolaki Achas Hasima. Papa says, you guys are getting it all wrong. Also, the concept of Kimo Midrabim, right, of getting a more severe punishment than being exempted from monetary liability is only when there is simultaneity. But it is not ultimately, again, in the case from Halacha L'Maisa, the two obligations are incurred separately. So remember again, the person is obligated to the zonos from the moment that he took possession of the animal. And yet, interestingly enough, Malchus doesn't come until the actual act of Muslim. Because there's no simultaneity, therefore you are chayiv for both. Incredible. I'm going to Papa. Honey, we born made the honey, we born made the baby Papa Barabba. Upashti de la Sura, had the kill for some, had not this. So we finished up that. So we'll say, by the way, that is the halacha of the Maisa. If a person goes ahead and muzzles with a borrowed animal, so number one, there's not just the act of muzzling. Number two, there is some monetary obligation because you deprive the borrowed animal or the owner of the borrowed animal from having his animal eat, which represents a loss, a financial loss. Again, that financial liability is not enforceable in a court of law. Next, so this is an interesting introduction. The following questions were asked of the Beit Rapava, of the Yeshiva Rapava, and ultimately, again, they were answered both the Isura. He answered that both had their Asr, but one was in accordance with Halacha, and one was not in accordance with Halacha. One was Asr by the letter of the law, and the other was also just by what we call the spirit of the law. Now watch this. This is actually really interesting days. A lot of interesting stuff today. We'll say, can you make dairy bread? Are you allowed to make dairy bread? Right? Can you knead bread with milk? In Pashtule, the Isura Kilmas. We'll say the halacha is it is usher to make dairy bread. It's a very important halacha. By the way, it's not just dairy bread. You can't make dairy bread. You can't make fleshik bread. Bread has to always be powdered. English, right? In Lush, you cannot knead bread with milk, and if you did so, ultimately, again, it is usher. Why? I will say it's a very simple idea. Bread, ultimately, again, is a staple. Right? It's a staple item. Therefore, again, bread is eaten with all kinds of deals. The concern is if you make a loaf of bread with no expectations, you may come to it and perceive with the other type of food. It's different. Chazal said, no, bread can't have denominational bread. Can't be no expectations. It can only be parallels. It's a very important halacha. Because if a person bakes challah on Shabbos, a person is challah on Shabbos, and a person is making your Shabbos food at the same time. Let's say again, I'm making chicken, I'm making meat uncovered in the same oven as challah. That is awesome. You're not allowed to do that. Challah has to be hard. I am eating fleshik on Shabbos. That's fine. It's good for you. But the myself, challah has to be what we'll call non-denominational in the practice. There are exceptions to this rule. Exceptions to this rule is if you make bread in a different form, or a different shape, or similar. For example, potato bread. Potato bread is often known to be milkless. So if there are certain types of bread that you know are always milkless, then again, that's fine. But in general, a loaf of bread, a challah that you make has to be halal. Very important halacha. So the Gemara says similarly to Yotzi. In Tashkes Hatan about So I will say if you grease the oven with schmaltz, it's fat. So again, and then you bake challah in it. That's also challah is also the bread is also until you burn out the oven. You have to pressure the oven, and ultimately again go ahead and yeah, and go. Listen, there was a big thing I remember. This is like a long time ago. They used to have, I forgot the brand. They used to have these hot dog rolls that were potato rolls, and they were certified kosher dairy. They were certified kosher dairy. It was a particular conscious thing. I think they had to change. I think they had to withdraw the hashkafa. They had to be formulated because now it was like a listening people. You know, having milk hot dog rolls. They were good. So finally they were good, but also good, but also that could be the tagline on the package, right? So the Gemara goes like that. So the so we'll say so that halacha, that halacha will say ultimately again is usher, but it's usher in conformity to halacha. That's kicked in. The time you eat up another right, so another movie. But you eat up another movie is asked. Here we go. Ma'ala hachnis min b'smina min lo. So this is very interesting. So now we're transitioning to Kilayim for this moment. So Kilayim means you can't create forbidden mixtures. So let's say, so remember again, the biblical Kilayim is you can't mate animals of two different species. Okay? Now, am I allowed to put two different species of animals in the same barn, or pen, in the same pen together? Knowing that animals come animals, as the fact that they're in the same pen together, something's going to happen. The Pashtin in the Isura did not kill himself. And ultimately, I am asking that it is also to put different species of animals in the same pen. But really, again, the Ikar Adin is probably isn't also, but nevertheless, they rule that it's but when an athlete actually so we'll say in general, when it comes to, if a person is testifying about adultery, about a couple that committed adultery, the halacha is, we'll see if you want to say the halacha is, you don't have to see the actual act. Rather enough, it's enough to see circumstantial evidence of behavior in the way in which intimacy occurs. So actually, it comes out over here. If you see them in the same bed. Right? So again, you didn't see active relations. No, this is active relations. You don't understand what it is that's occurring over here. So the Gemara says, again, that's not a topic, but the Kilayim actually yaknis kinechal b'shofayim. But also listen to this. With Kilayim, it's actually interesting. With forbidden mixtures, ultimately again, the prohibition of bringing together different species of animals is not violated until there's an actual act of relations between the animals. Like kinechal b'shofayim means like a two-living animal. Right? So the idea over here is you don't violate, but the biblical prohibition for Kilayim is literally only when there's an actual act of intercourse, which is very important. What does that tell you? What that tells you is putting animals of different species in the same pen is not the biblical prohibition. That's why, again, the day that Papa is saying over here, I know that it's not technically usher, but I'm asking that it's usher. Okay? So the Gemara says, Mas so Bachtabai says, I want to point out over something to Rashi and Kilayim. Eno Chayiv Achiyachnis Yodom Ibar Azachar Ben Akiva Kimakacha B'Shvokas. So apparently, one on the biblical level, one only transgresses the prohibition of intermingling species when the person actually facilitates the act of intercourse between them. I guess what this is different species. They don't just automatically mate with each other, but rather they need to be, it has to be facilitated. So we're talking about the biblical prohibition of interbreeding, be literally again taking the male animal and actually inserting it into the female animal of the different species. That's the biblical prohibition of intermingling species. Actual facilitation of the act of intercourse between animals of different species. So therefore, again, technically speaking, in the same pen would not be the biblical prohibition, but nevertheless, they're not asking us. So the verse of Nazir after the Ami, even then, I have to follow Sabia, the pasuk would have just said, you can't cause your animal to mate. I would have said, the Yochaz Adam Abeimah Bishar Sha'ola Allah Zah. So I say, I would have felt like this. Maybe even the regular Kohler would have just said, you can't make your animals. I would have felt that maybe you can't hold the female in place when the male has relations with you. That wasn't it. What would you wrong with that? If you talk about animals of the same species, maybe it's just not appropriate just like from just like a morality perspective. And to be involved in animal breeding. You know, in other words, like animals do like that. Right? And you don't get involved in that causing pure thoughts, which we'll discuss. Right? But when I said maybe I can stay away from that, I would love our kilayim. If the Torah says, no, you can't make your animals in a kilayim perspective. However, lav mechlal b'kilayim achizim namilo. So what do you see from here? That by kilayim, you can't be involved in the mating. And we'll say, even if you're not actually facilitating the activity, you're not placing the male into the female, but rather you're just holding the female in place, you can't do that either. So Gemara says, sorry, my love. My achiza, what's achiza? Hachnasa. That will say back, it's actually really interesting. I will say the prohibition of mating different species together is literally inserting the male into the female. That is the prohibition of kilai. The Gemara says, "Va'amai karli achiza." So why does it call it holding the animal down? If at the end of the day it's actually inserting the male into the female, it's just a nicer way to say it. Just a nicer way to say it. I will say, look, we got a lot of interesting facts today, which is security the prohibition of kilai is literally inserting the male of one species into the female of another species. That is the biblical prohibition. Allah Yehuda, min b'mina motul ha'achnes kimekachla b'shvat eres. So this says, however, with animals of the same species, you are allowed. So let's say again, I have an ox and a cow, right? I am actually allowed to facilitate the activation by helping to insert the male into the female. The Gemara says, "Va'afinu mishum pitzusa leka." They will say, now, you might have felt like this. Being so actively involved in the active animal relations. I don't know, maybe just cause a person to think for thought. So maybe just a person, I don't know, just doesn't feel right. So you might say, no, it's not even an issue of morality. It's just my timer, God did it to tell you. Because you want to say, the question is, this is not what the recreation of, right? The question is, this is over the years, I'm a farmer, right? Or I'm a shepherd, whatever, right? From over the years. And I'm doing this to make my animals in order to grow my flock. So this is my work. Because it's my work, ultimately, again, there's no thesis. Like, there's no immorality, there's no impure thoughts. Rashi says over here, which is the last Rashi, Gemara says, we're not worried that you're going to come to impure thoughts. So I'll say, this is interesting. In general, the Gemara says, you shouldn't watch animals when they mate. Shouldn't watch animals when they mate. Why not? So most of the Gemara says because it could cause impure thoughts. Why are we concerned about this over here? The hasad kishino shalom. About high ba'afidite tarit below mahar. So we'll say that's in general, right? The animals are not yours, not your responsibility. You shouldn't watch animals mate because it could go ahead and cause impure thoughts. But over here, this is my work, right? I'm mating animals because these are my animals. This is my work. Because it's my work, I'm not going to come to impure thoughts. I will say, by the I just want to point out something absolutely amazing. What a line over here. The Gemara says, you should put Susaleka, my time of the ability. I will say, what is the best way to keep my mind off impure thoughts? What is the best way in general to keep myself on the path of morality and out of the way of moral behavior? The best way? The ability. Be busy. Be busy. When a person is involved in avoda, by the way, listen, avoda doesn't even have to mean just avoda Hashem. Right? Avoda means you know this in life. I will say, when I am having a good and busy day, and I'm engaged, and I'm accomplishing, I feel great. And it's incredible. What's most incredible? There is an inverse relationship between desire to sin and productivity of my day. The more productive and focused I am, and the more I am accomplishing things, it's incredible. The less the Yitzhak is polluted with all kinds of stuff. Yet conversely, when I'm not busy, or just when I'm not productive, then suddenly the push and pull to something is so much more acute. The Gemara says, when is there no pizzas? when is going to diminish desire to sin, the ability to talk. When I actively involved productively, stack your day productively, fill your time productively, and you see amazing enough the desire for pieces, the desire for sin, the desire for immorality, the desire for just things that are not going to get me anywhere is diminished dramatically. Such an incredible Gemara. So Master Barak, the way behind the I'm raised the kasha, I'm raised both sides. Even then, I'm behind color Savia. And the Pasuk said, you can't make your animal. And you see, I would have said, a person can't even go ahead and keep female in place. Like from the male evolution to her, when it comes ultimately again to mating regular animals, the owner can be actively involved in the facilitation of marriage. So we relying with the us, coming the mination. Meaning the mino, now you have to use it in that place alone. But again, maybe even with animals of the same species, so ultimately again you can hold the female in place that the male can have relations with her, but maybe not be allowed to actively insert the male into the female. To which the man says, no, my Akisa, what's Akisa? Hakmasa. He's actually again putting the male into the female, but I like for other Akisa. Why does it call it Akisa? Mishkana Alya, just a nice relation. Just a nice relation. It was amazing like that. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to say one name, the day that which was the final question was that. Now the happens in the middle, the Sha'ino middle, the deal. So let's say, let's start it just a second. So first of all, what's the halacha in the previous case? So let's say that's why again the day that Papa said that halacha l'maisa, you can't put, okay, the Rambam Haskins, the Rambam actually says, so the day that Papa wants to say that you can't put different species of animals in the same pen. Now he said, I'm saying it's absurd, but that's not us in Tzara halacha. Right? He was saying the halacha is, what's the halacha? You can't mix animals of different species. These are Raisa, you can't go ahead and put them in the same pen. The couple is saying, I constantly can't even put them in the same pen because you know it's human. So it's a very constant. I'm asking you, what is Kirayim? Characters, halacha based. Mother, lahafnis shnei minim l'sar. That passes you have to put them at the same time. Begin raw also loving zeh. Zeh, in a zakla fishkal, that. If you see the two different animals of two different species in the same pen having relations with each other, you don't have to break it up. You don't have to break it up, right? You don't have to go and separate them from each other. So it's quite interesting. So again, what do you see from here? That the biblical prohibition of Torah is actively mating the animals together. Putting them in the same pen, fun. And you see them now engaging in that version and say, hey guys, break it up. You don't have to do that. That's not my obligation. That's whatever they're going to do, that's what they're going to do. My prohibition is to actively make them together. It's incredible. All right, so let's say, now along the same line, you guys to solve. What about the following lines? So we get about the other lines. How does the running into that? This is now the happy is in the notion of the so it's maybe a kind of thing I talk about, but you can't go ahead and put two animals of different species together in the same pen. What if you define? What if you had a cow, an ox, and a donkey? Right? So now let's drive over here. You have two animals of the same species, right? And now third animals. So this that's familiar. So you might just see them, you know that's the name better, but these are the same type of the again, the songs of the species living with roughly each other. Oh, you're not people roughly, maybe not. Maybe you're not speaking in this case to the also. The question is suitable on itself, it should be Jesus the athlete. And it's like ultimately again we said it's us. Why is it us? So let's see what we're talking about here is a child. We're talking about again developing morality and certain slaves. What does that mean? Since slaves were getting into the Allah doesn't know, you don't have to be immoral, but the son, the slave is not to be related to two animals of different species. And therefore again it's not. I will say that for our purposes again, it's still different. Because again, you're allowed to go ahead and put the male and female from two different species together. And it's certainly again, if it's being the meal of the shame, or they generally the same species, third animal, okay, for sure. Here we go. What's it? I also the other sorry, about Lobo. Ragla about Lobo. Actually, see how it so once it's back to workers, so what's like So, every time you don't want to work with the worker is working with his entire body. But that means if you have a case of a worker working with his hands, but not with his feet, or he's working stationary, or he's working with his feet, but not with his hands, or he just has to work with his shoulders and runs one about. In other words, if the work is not a full body stage, rather all the work requires is one part of his body. What's that? One kind of confidence says, oh no, without that, in other words, as long as you're actively engaged in work, you're allowed to do it while you work. Now, listen, you can only actually ask them, young enough to do that. Listen, he says, parents or work that you while he works, basically that he's working with his hands and his feet. In other words, that you do something, fixing something, and you give a more long sitting. Okay, nice, what's the next one over here? What's that short term? He's some of the family. The call night the other. Also, the concept says therefore, kind of comment says when you enter, as long as you do any kind of work, if you're there's no free everything, as long as you do some type of work, you tell them. But here's the you only actually ask some the other one, right? And look, he says before you actually work, with your hands, and I can't really see you, but was the reason we do magic. It's key sharp, because also remember again, the inherent of a worker to you is compared to the inherent of an axe. So the next masha actually has some level of law, just like the Shabbos even works, working with his hands and feet. The front legs of the shark is working with his hands, the hind legs are working with his feet. So when a shark works, he works with his hands and feet. So when it says, therefore again, all actually has some level of law. So to a worker, he's only entitled to be, he's working with his hands and feet. It's like, I go around about Buddha. Gosh, for all the people that go to Buddha. This is so interesting. Let's take my question of us and with chickens or geese. Chickens or geese, and we have two feet. So also, so therefore, again, are the chickens and geese entitled to eat raw flesh? Is that why they're only using 2 feet? No. The Chokol, that you remember how we got, and one of the reasons we were saying is you only get to eat if you use your full strength. And for chicken and for goose, so 2 feet is the full strength. Whether it's or the other, the last one putting in Muhammad. Maybe on the other hand, no, you need to be able to only get to eat if you use your hands and your feet. And they're not using their hands and their feet, they're using 2 legs. Once that's not take it. I'm not going to Poland actually knew that when choosing them. We should know we should see how it got open my numbers. What's the reason to develop over here? That's how I hired workers. I have in fact, I'm making more. So what's the job of the workers? To walk in the back, to touch the grapes. So while the workers have only gone ahead and walked, let's say across the length of the back, and not across the width, and they were entitled to eat grapes, not entitled to eat milk. Why? Because since they only walked one direction, their effort is not yielding real results of the law. Therefore, they were critically that's not law. They only allowed to do what? The actual item that you're working on. And that's another Mikabah. So when you only walk in one direction, I'm having to be pressed the gate so much, therefore there's only so much water. Therefore, they only have the once they walk the length and the width of the water, then they consider to be working with both the grapes and the wine, and not permitted or encouraged. Let's go say, stop here for today. Tomorrow, discussion we can do tomorrow.
All right, y'all say good morning, good morning, good afternoon. The slow to begin a new week of learning Maseches Rabbatzim together. Beautiful new week of Ches Kasabatim together. A lot of excitement about beautiful Gemara. And Rest Hashem is supposed to take the journey with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Choose to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tammuz, Daniel, and Shabbat Haba of Hashmonah Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month in of their father, Reb Shlomo ben Yehuda Aryeh in Philadelphia on the occasion of his first yard site. Reb Shlomo was a child survivor of Auschwitz, Talmud Mufak of Reb Michal Bereismantel. He left 90 plus descendants who are Yorei Shemayim, may his neshama have Aliyah and his family in Nechama. And the Daf Yomi Shir sponsors the Shir today in honor of Alan Wiseman's birthday. Right day, correct day, right? Hashem. Right, we celebrate Alan on this special occasion. Mazel Tov, Alan. We wish you bracha, mazel hatzlacha, and simcha, beautiful nachas from your mishpacha. It's 120 and then as we shine the tables. Mazel Tov, mazel Tov. Those with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Not a very long dot. It's still a lot to do today. Hashem. So today's dot is men, 40. We're going to pick up. There's Hashem on the bottom of Lamed Tes and its reads of 39. And let's pick up Amar Rav. So it's the last line. Amar Rav. So Nachman said, Rava said the name of Rav Nachman. Machal Bifnei Shnai Meitzar Omar Ksov. Okay, so I'll say, so now we're going through some very interesting ideas over here. Machal. What is a Machal? Take a look at the last Rashban on Lamed Tes on 39. So Machal Bifnei Shnai Meitzar Omar Ksov. Ale Kosovo Id Mishkan Machal Lema'arer Lios Yogo Shemicha B'Sov Kilos. One second, remember again, a Machal means an objection. That's what we're doing with this entire time. Right? I go ahead and I find Ruben living on my property. Ruben asserts that again, he has a title. He claims that he went ahead and bought it from me. He also claims residency. And I lodge in my house. I am going ahead and objecting to his presence on my land. Sometimes during after the first 3 years in which to establish a residence. So the other says as follows: my home has to take place in front of remember again, this is my home that we had in yesterday's map. Is my home in front of 2? Is my home in front of 3? So Rav is coming along the way, Rav is saying that my home has to take place in front of 2 witnesses. Not only that, but we'll say, what do the witnesses do with my home? Like in general, what does a witness do with my home? So he says, wait a minute, you write it down. You commit it to writing. Now here's what's interesting. In general, are witnesses empowered to write down something if they have not been explicitly instructed to do so? So this is an interesting idea. So essentially, let me tell you the theme, and then we'll plug it in. The theme that the Gemara is going to develop is witnesses, or for that matter, what we'll call witnesses, are permitted to write down anything that is objectively beneficial to the parties involved, even if they have not been instructed to do so. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So therefore, again, a macha is objectively beneficial to me because, again, I'm trying to prevent Reuben from establishing chazaka. So therefore, Allah Chomay Rav is saying 2 things. Number 1, macha is made from 2 people. Number 2, those witnesses have the ability. Those witnesses have the ability to go ahead and commit it to writing, even if I don't ask them to do so. Now let me get Rashbam once more. Last Rashbam 39b. Ela kosim lo a'idim shtar machal v'ma'arer lios liot ela igos shemicha b'sof kimo. So the witnesses are going to write down the machal. That I have a proof that I objected within 3 years. Even though I did not command them to do so, right? I did not tell the witnesses to write down anything. So it's interesting. So the Rashbam understands that this is a din in you're allowed to do something objectively beneficial for someone without their consent, or without their knowledge. Now, of course, again, it has to be objectively beneficial. So again, this is a good example over here. Think about this. So I object to the fact that Ruben's living in my property. It's now, again, for me to have written proof of this in my heart can only help me. There's no downside involved for me. Therefore, witnesses are allowed to go ahead and write it down even without being asked to do so. Top of the fine. Thanks, so. The face of Mary goes like, my God, if they
Mishnah. These are from our school. What about a Mogal? They say, what's a Mogal? He was with Mogal is Mishnah. So he says, Misha on Sirgun are the Little as Shalom Bal Karka. You look at Stein of Yura, Omar Kara, with Hayden. Sarf Logia, Kogan of the Mishnah, the Lord of the Uri Bakal, and the Kilo G, Omar Kara, Omar Kara, Kosa, the Beach, Shafan, and Yota, Rastus, of Moni. Shalom, the rest of the Nashi Azak, Kilo Sunny, the Makini, Bal Karka. He was listening to this. Rude forces me to celebrate, whatever it is. Zilk Rocky, so I'm going ahead and engaging in the process. And so again, remember, keep your opinion, but this is happening under duress. So now, I right now, I have this to do. I have to go through the motions of the sale, or go through the motions of the gift. As I love myself, but I want to go on record that I'm being forced. Why? Because sometimes we don't really have the ability to reverse it. I want to be able to reverse it. I want to be able to show that this is not about itself, not about me. So this is here. So you have to, so if you are being forced to engage yourself, or being forced to go on and do the work. So in order for that to be distracted, lead it.
Tony band every
Or that was a means to make something. I have to keep going, but I'm doing more.
Joining tonight on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, it's
So Mogal is Mishnah, and once again, the Ein Saraf Lomas Sofi. And ultimately, again, I do not have to instruct you.
my friend here,
And Mogal, why not? Why not? Why don't I have to instruct them? Nothing about them shall be. It's objectively going to push us as Mogal, and it's right, right? I need this right, for some reason but I'm able to take even division and say, coerce me to sell, or coerce me to give me a gift, and again, hopefully you can have something to know. So therefore, again, two things, Mogal has to take place in front of the witnesses, and you can write it even if I don't instruct him to do so. Let's finish up that last part. And I trust this is really interesting. He says, Vayomo Lamar, and the first of the short lines in Rashba. Vayomo Lamar, Umarano Mishnah, Epimaiko, Shemashaki Mogal, Nathan Odin Shemasa Hashka. So he said, now that I have this Mogal, right? So at some point,
we've all learned recently exactly how fragile life is. I mean, even me, Tony Hinchcliffe, had died
and I'll be
in
able
a
to go
perhaps
ahead and be
tragic golf cart accident, or maybe I wrapped my better in the tree, or perhaps my sex swing breaks and I die.
about
Falling to my death. On that note, it makes sense why people get life insurance, especially term coverage, which is surprisingly affordable. Why not pay a bit each month to protect the ones you love? If you're asking yourself this question, choose
that's when
Fiverr.
Mogal
It's
has
a
to make it
100%
wise. He
digital,
says,
no doctors, no
about
cables,
Alfred,
no
in Mogal
paperwork. When you apply
if
for
you only
$3
make your
million in
Mogal
coverage or
after
less
you
life insurance,
or
Red, they were
after
finally
you
old enough to
had
talk
made
about this.
sell
Can you believe
the
it?
Mogal,
In a few minutes, hit a phone or a laptop to apply.
you're
Remember, it's work in real time.
you're making
So
it
you'll
really
find
really
out
easy.
instantly if
It
you're
was
approved.
not
If you prefer to
right.
talk to a
The
person
income,
or a
the
team of
income,
licensed agents
doesn't work
she's they'll help you and not upsell you.
so
They'll
the
hit
practice
fees,
level
cancel
of
anytime,
so let's say this is
and
going to be
refund
important.
if you change
So
your
then
mind.
let's put this
First
like
30
we
days.
did this
And
first
whether
and
policies are issued by
so what
insurers,
happens?
all
So now I'm going to I tell the fund two
claims
is
they're rated A+, not A at best. Finally, since
so
life
what's that?
insurance
How
costs
about
more
is
as you age,
number one, you
now's
have to
the
be
time
testing
to
in the
cross it
so
off.
this is going to give you the ability to go and do it
Are
even
the
if I don't
beneficiary
have
on your life
ask them
insurance
to do so.
policy,
Why?
right? 'Cause I got
Exactly
you
what
at
I've
the
been
top
sure
of
of.
it.
It's going to physically have this right. It's
So
going to
go to
something you're like. I'm going to take this document, go to Beijing,
to see if
show
you're
Beijing, and
instantly
converse to
approved.
sell
That's
Beijing and gain that kind of property.
LADERY.
Says the Rashba. Mogal only works if I do it before my transaction with the business. If I go ahead and I quote unquote sell the property, and then after the sale I come up with witnesses and say I was coerced. I was coerced. Let me just write that down so that I have a coercion document that I'm going to be properties. Rashbam says yes. Why is that, sir? Because as tiny level, the buyer's remorse is going to say like, look, you know,
All of these businesses are now reopening, which means that millions of jobs will need to be built. So where do these businesses turn to fill these roles
on the
fast?
premise of coercion. So therefore, again, this shadow no job, this document that says uniforms only works if I give it before my forced sale to you. So again, my manager is very good. You guys says, sell me a property or else. That's why I said to you guys, I go to communities ever, right? I'm telling you guys, why maybe you go to communities, I am being forced to sell. But not he says, maybe you can give testimony, they commit to writing, even if I don't ask them to do so, they give me that document. I go through the sales even because I've been told that I have no choice. So sometimes either on what should I do? Go to basement, take out that document, show I was coerced into the sale, and hopefully get my document. Beautiful, that's case two. Next. Payment. If they start, they start from like sober. So remember the case that is payment. So if you just bring up the Rashban gives you simple. Sorry, hotel which they're shining talk about silver. So it's sold off. I'll just I go to Ruben and say, Ruben, I owe you $1,000. I will say, just to be clear, it is nothing right. As all it is that I go to Ruben and say, I owe you $1,000. So that was the issue. The NFL is not the environment. The news are asking them to do this. It's sorry, no matter so. It's right. The witness is not empowered to write down my admission unless, of course, what? I instruct them to do so. Why? Because again, it's detrimental to you to have that. When there are two different types of loans, right? There's a loan of the sky and a loan of the gas. There's also like there's a federal loan, and then there is a loan recording the document. What's the difference? A loan recording the document is usually secured by real property. It's a lien on real property. A verbal loan is not secured by real property. That's a pretty big difference amongst other differences as well. Here's another thing I say, the fee we said before is witnesses are empowered to go ahead with something to write, even if they were just as long as it is an objective benefit to the party who's instigating it, to the party who's giving the testimony, as long as it's objectively beneficial. So again, that is what means like the machal, I object to using my land. That can be written back even without my permission. Because I love all without my instruction. Because it's beneficial to me. Right? Modra'ah. Excuse me, I'm being coerced. That can be written down without my permission. Because it is Modra'ah, this is Modra'ah. Modra'ah is I'm making them to the instance of being coerced and being transacted. Modra'ah, I admit that I owe you the money. Witnesses cannot admit that to writing unless instructed. Beautiful. That's what I thought. You know, it says kingdom is page 90. So let's see what's kingdom. Exactly as it sounds, right? So I go ahead and I do a thing just to keep it easy with the king and Khalifah. And then again, so we have this king and Khalifah. I go ahead and I give my handkerchief. Like we and I are exchanging our intellectual parts. So I go ahead and I give Ruben my handkerchief. He accepts my handkerchief. And I require his whatever it is, right? So what's that about? Like, we give this king front of two indication of it. The aim of self-love. This is interesting. And the kingdom is automatically committed to that. Even if I do not instruct the Right, they talk about being in the agenda, they talk about I do not have to instruct them ultimately again to go ahead and here's how we do last time for this one opinion. It's Rashban says sugar. I'll pull that over with labels. And then white cross, and you should have it clean solid. So when it's like this, that's what I'm trying to give you clean sugar. And I give you a handkerchief, you use a handkerchief, I fire a object. That has to be very good with two witnesses, and they have the right to provide it even if you don't ask them. Okay, next. Kim stars. Listen at Kim stars. This is what you do. What's the name of Kim stars? Kim stars is in general, we assume, first as a doctor, say it's a doctor. I went through $1,000. $45 for the document, with $7 for the money. In general, once you have a document, so you're good to go. However, again, remember what can happen with that. Let's play this out, right? So now, the documentary we always do on our Polish app. I put it in our Polish app. I produce my document. Even that was more $1,000. If the case closes, is that it? Well, what can we then say? What can we then say?
Maybe it's your first time at the show.
You're moving. What can you say?
But maybe it's 60
course.
seconds. You know, the time is
Like,
up. You
it's a question of time. So let's say, so now, okay, and you're going to do that. What do I have to do? What do I have to do? I have to find the reasons they need to go, and I need them to go and just like they need to send them stuff. I will say, that's fine, and that's part of the process. But let's get ready to start or let me know what people move on.
You know what? Let's start with a regular instead of
Like,
going to
people
the
move
bucket.
places, right?
This guy
So
has
I'm
been a
not
regular on the show for a few months here
there's
in
a
Austin.
mechanism
He was
called
made a regular favorite to everyone around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute.
The whole process of certification is essentially stamps certified. Once the document is certified, no one can claim that stamp. So it's the process of Puritaris Disclosure. So what that means is that fits this in front of three. What does it mean? Three? Basic. Basic. The common denominator up until now is the beginning of things, and essentially the realities are created through witnesses. Now we come to Puritaris. Puritaris ultimately again is only done in the presence of the reason scholars. Okay, beautiful. So you know, Allah says, Al-Kashiri, Al-Kashiri, Rabbi says, I was homeless. Remember, all of this is what I'm. So Rabbi says, you know what, this homeless is fun. That I was homeless without I have a question. I have a question on the part of this. I too can't be done. That's the case of it. Right? It's not like it's too right? So what did Rabbi say? If I do a clean slipper, it's moving, right? If you're moving my handkerchief, it lifts up my handkerchief, I expired with that. So the map will check. This is done in front of two, and if you committed to writing, you can put hiding out so let's talk about that first. Passionately, how passionate. How can you make it better? This killing, what's the mechanism? It's nice and big and dummies. If Kenyan has essentially the status of an actual basing, then you write to us. And it should actually be done with us. You make the nice and basing, but at the end of the day, again, Kenyan is not like a nice and basing. And therefore, it's just a transaction between two parties, right? That just needs to be witnessed. And ultimately, again, on my inner self, then why doesn't it require an explicit instruction? Well, Robin's really bothered by it. I don't understand why we didn't say that you can report that it is to the right to report without being asked. Without being asked to listen or watch that one. He didn't do any digging after that.
He's a mathematician, so he probably has a trivial mind. She teaches kids math at school.
Plus, you can buy other options.
Yeah, this is the real agent. Super
All of
Pure
that
Ones.
can based on
We have
that.
them here on this
Premium
show.
is not like an
Bonds.
active.
What else is going on life? What's been happening this week with you?
I broke up with my date. I went to San Antonio.
Wait. What do you mean you broke up with your date?
We got into a fight.
That's why it doesn't need to be. I so why is it that a lot of the nice
But then today we faced
to
up, so
according to that the whole kind of mind they will start from much so why do you just have like to even if nothing as you should stand human and see better. So that's what this is a fascinating thing. You know, because standing human is meant to be important. So what is a kingdom? What is a kingdom? Kingdom is an accusatory act that establishes
I've been hanging out with Bonds this week. He has a new
problem
TNT
just
pin that he keeps
both
hitting
parties have
continuously.
a vested
Bonds,
interest in
tell
life,
the people about
and
your
that can
TNT
be
pin.
memorialized.
my
It is
DMT
not
pen has a
memorialized.
white tip.
It's a principle. Stand community civil. Parties, again, parties are individual willingly. Both of them are going to want some way, some record of the
That's the creepiest thing I've ever seen you do. Is that
look at that. See, כאן, מסתכל כמובן זה אחרי והסבא נתחיל. סתם תהיה נקסיב העובד, ושנגעים לאט לאט כן לטוב. So that's real good.
Yeah, he's doing it a lot. Hans is like Hans is a real world star. He's really taken this status of his on this show, and he's always like at these parties and events, like every night. How do you do it? Hans, what you're secretly keeping such a lively nightlife and doing all these drugs. He basically does anything anybody offers to him. Yeah.
Anyway, what happens? So the hustle lifts it up, right? As I said, so the whole explanation, what's even going on?
Like have like a lot of unemployment money
Looks
saved
up.
up and then
Just
just
do that moment.
Hell yeah, we love unemployment money here on Hilltop.
So it's
Keeps our fan base
just
alive.
one, so it's a simple act
I love
of
it.
taking
What
it out
else,
there,
Hans? You broke up
lifting
with
it
your
up,
date? You been with
instead
any
of
other
like
girls this week?
pretty much just like his life. Right? That's like like that's it. Like that's it. Like you're in. You're in. Like that's so it's like so what the worst part out of it here is if you look
she
at
was
the
on here. Yeah, she's a
simple
good friend.
quick act. It means something to indicate that it occurred. Otherwise, again, obviously you have to do this way. You have to do this way. But the rest of the company previous is that again should be investing something on. You have to say it's because the spell is see over you. It's like a simple and quick act. It's to be memorialized in somewhat more concrete form. Therefore, everyone always understands that whenever there's a key in, it's always going to be this right. That's why the last Francis again, you should get a lot of key in. After key in, nothing really happens. Even the macro, the sort of thing, even the minor lock, no sun yet. ואין לו מדעתי עד שיהיה פיושר, calculate, oh yeah, like plus. Because in calling the lock, let's find out first. Again, because it's just completely, just happens so quickly, it's so simple. And the whole idea, you become a handkerchief. And with one whiskey, not a handkerchief. Higher up life is so fundamental change that needs to be memorialized. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to it. لا بد من أن يصير كذا. لو كسرنا الموضوع على أمان دول سعيد. لا بد من السياسة. What was موضوع? I am the worst to sell property to reader. So before I go ahead and I actually sell it, before I do the user transaction, I go in front of two instances of Everett, and I'm forced to do this. I'm being forced to do this. So what about this, right? The witness is here, so one of the witnesses here, the witnesses have the right to commit it to writing. Reading doesn't matter.
Is that it?
Okay. Why is that one of them so beneficial for me? I agree with Harvard. The worst part of it.
Do you even want to make up with anyone this week?
It's actually very interesting. Now I'm going to be
Does anyone in the audience know if I live in a normal world, how where you get a I kissed Hans
is
kid
someone who doesn't pay
t-shirt?
attention to these things.
Hilltop
Someone who's not going to respond to a summons to these things. However, again, the Gemara says, once in a while, once in a while. Because if you bring this someone, look at that problem with the last a man will say, in a second begin, he says, you know, name of it, not on the split button. So, streets, honestly, on my local opportunity. So, it's very expensive. Yeah, so, about another. So, rather than the innocent, but in the own commitment, will go to right house, is someone who is not going to
turns out if you make out with Hans Kim, you
because
don't
if
have to
it
get
can work,
10%.
so someone's going to pay attention to these things, screw up. Just someone who is, I could look at it, look at me,
Come on, there must be some lady
just
out there
issue
that
with
wants to come up and give
husband,
Hans
phone
Kim a
to
big
these
kiss.
things,
Is there any
challenging
hero
these
out there in the
things,
audience?
he'll show up.
Everybody loves that
Only
segment
notice
of the
about
show.
it, the days when kind of like that, so I put in Moldova into like, I was interesting about it, right? So it's like,
How do you feel knowing that you're running, making out with random chicks and Monday is coming to an end right now?
That is not true. We all live with consequences. I can see myself somewhere.
Wow!
Restream is second base with this one. Wow. Okay, I didn't know Columbus had nurses, but this is so exciting. I'm kidding. You're an American hero. You came up and made it with odds. What's your name?
Bella.
Bella.
I have a lot of daddy issue jokes. I just wanted a 60-second set.
I thought you said no strippers.
Bella, have you ever made out with an Asian man before?
I actually
How did that feel? Was there anything different, or?
felt like I'm gonna have to see him like 3 times a week. That's a lot. We do comedy together, so I was like, why not?
All right. Okay, give the microphone back to Hans. Now that I know you're a comedian, let's give it back to Hansi over here. Hansi, you've been working with her for weeks, months.
Yeah.
And you guys see each other regularly. How did it make you feel making out with her?
It was hotter.
Hotter than what?
Like there's something on the line. Like, this could go wrong. This could go bad. You might end up in a relationship. You got that 9 months now in Texas. Also, you need to go back early and figure out.
What are you talking about?
Just
So
as
you
you can
guys
have this.
talking about what you guys having your little side conversations?
You ask me, they
Making
really.
out with guys on this show the second time.
Oh, really? You've done this before?
I get bored in the counting, so I was like, you know,
Did they call it a contest?
Two different things. Of course, you need to start yourself. I'll be honest with you.
Alright.
It's an incredible idea. Everybody really knows what
Did before you know
to do.
Cowpens.
If
That would be
I ever
Texas
run,
Tech.
if I was bro, it's very interesting. If I ever say, yo, let me try value. I like that I left one. I find love is so
I love it. Well, thank you, Bella. Thank you, Hans. Let's keep the show moving. Oh, you guys make it. Alright. Hans.
doesn't matter who the force is. Hey, if I
You know
love
what
is
to do with
the
his Hans,
force was someone
everybody.
like us. Someone like us. Like you still connected to that.
Can't help it. I can't help myself. Speaking of Shake Theory, you're one of my favorite restaurants. Why is it becoming a fetish to you?
Again,
It's a real fetish. Yes, indeed. Nothing gets me off more than watching an Asian man awkwardly make out with a stranger. Yes, I don't know. Ever since I started it, I just. Alright, make some noise for Brianna Switchler, everybody. Here we go. The show begins. We
What
don't
it
know
does
these
do
people.
is it puts me on record. It puts me on record before the sound of the sick.
Here she comes, everyone.
A guy brother says
I believe this
that
is her
goes
first
into
time on the show. Make some noise one more time. Brianna Switchler.
Every word to sell. I've been voice to give with that very respected identity. Right, I mean, I love it. Now, do I say sorry? It's cold out dog. Anytime that somebody is launching this in their dog, this thing that is being called, well, constantly, I'm not like, you know, a behind something right now. A lot of them go. So that's the issue right now. So now, I'm going to be coming to where doing this to survive. Not only is everyone suffering brain, but my God also has to have a problem. My God has to say, we believe this. Know that Raymond is being the worst society. Right? I'm going to be down a day for all. We know that he's being forced. Look at that. One type of stuff. So only his government being local back. Here in Peru, is you know, possible hobby, I was coming across the phone, like we just addressed. So then our done said, to write a document that says, silver is for us, and told us that it's being reversed by relaying the sellers. So then our done said, what's the meaning of that?
So, okay, there you go, Brianna Switchler. That's a bear. That happens. If what you did happens. That's what happens. Hi, Brianna. Welcome to the show. Is everything you said true? You're not a comedian?
No, I'm not as friends with comedians, and I haven't had someone decent sense of humor.
Right, of course.
That's one thing. Maybe it's the first thing, it's the first thing. You know,
I'm aware.
commit a no God to write on.
What made you want to sign up tonight?
That creation document has to say, I know you they the whole thing of time. Not only can someone tell us,
If it
was
is,
that
you're
they
in jail.
no.
I mean, I'm sure you can with your
And
Bass
if
Pro
no
Shop.
God doesn't have that line,
I just
then
hit
the
him
no
with
God is
I'd like to.
no God's
It's clear you're not a fan.
because that up here is
Brianna, do you really
right?
not
That's
like
not what
white
we thought.
people?
This whole time we thought that I'm just going to go through this season, guys. I want to let you know I'm about to sell this copy for you. I want to put it on record. It's $100. $100, 24. Now that's in money, though. That you don't like it. That's just one person's word. I need to cheat one once you have documents based on just someone's statement. Rather than getting all the witnesses together, like, well, they must know first thing about the collection. You know, so it's not that way. No God in that. Oh, what's the no God? You can keep that in the so you really listen to them. It's like, if it comes out of yet, or you know, it's like, for example, you know, a man, a boy goes ahead and
So you seem like a walking lawsuit on this show. Like, I mean, it really is just seems like a straight up setup, so I'm not really going to go that deep with you. Normally it's a vampire. I feed off of comedians that are looking to thrive and make the most of an opportunity on a show like this. Yeah, you're wasting people's time that actually care about this, you know? Wow, thank you. Serious Red Man, everybody. Nothing makes me happier than serious Red Man.
whether or not such a love is such a good
Nothing else about Brianna. Is there anything fun about you, like that we might find interesting on a live podcast, like an interview? Any fun facts about you that like your like any hobbies or anything you're into?
Just eating ass, man. That's it.
Are you talking about your comedy acting? Alright, we're a lot of comedians signed up for the chance to do a minute here, so we're just gonna keep it moving if that's alright with you, Brianna. Are you good? Alright, Brianna switch. Come back again. Try it again. Prepare next time, Brianna.
Which one of her parents does she hate? That's what I want to know.
What was that? Casserole.
White people like casserole.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Who doesn't love a... Make some noise for casserole, people.
Salt and pepper, baby. That's it. That's all.
Michael Mandragon. Wow, what a cool name. Michael Mandragon. Okay, here we go. He's next.
There's no need for any more agents. Again, I as the husband of the one who controls the gift process. I as the gift giver is the one who goes around and controls the gift process. So if I make a statement before the gift, before the gift, that I'm doing this is skill action, they can change that to writing and there's no other evidence that is necessary. So when I learn or say that I love you, the witnesses need to know
That way, whenever she throws up, she can wash her mouth out right there.
I was talking about John 11, Love said, I'm not right in the God on the side. It's actually very interesting. Love felt that in general, when it comes to a sale, you cannot write the version document that sell. Write why. Someone takes sense. There's a human measurements and get high computers. That's what I'm talking to you. That's what I'm talking to you. So if you know,
I don't know what a misogynist is. That's someone who likes massages.
That's every transaction. This is my insurance policy, right? Tomorrow morning, if I wake up and I have seller's remorse, right? I could pull out my mold dog.
Michael Mandragon.
So we talking about. You know what it says. the Olympics. No, you know, it's talking about it. Those are not being posted. Mostly love, I hate like the
Yeah.
honest.
Mitch wants to hear the end of the
Love
joke.
what abuse
Your girlfriend got hit by a
the
bus this week. Everything rides on the end
like
of
the
this
abuse
joke.
of
And great moment to roll it out when Mitch wants to throw you into the basically do the Yoda Venero version
So let's say my strength is super.
A little bit of exciting news.
I went to in many years. I went to this college. I went in 85. Okay, and we worked with 12 I followed 30,000 dollars. About
Thank God.
and we worked it out with
I was not ready to be a father.
Michael
Regardless, I went ahead and I put all our
on the show. Basically the complete opposite of Brianna before
Let's
that.
sure.
You are, I bet, the exact type of white guy that she hates more than anybody.
Has been utilizing this
Someone that just comes up and does the job. Michael, I love you, man. How old are you?
I'm 26.
It is that much
You been living on stand-up
Since April 21st.
Wow, you just started.
And this one is very much
And what does that mean? What do you, how do you write? What do you do? You like, you seem like you have a serial killer mind.
I get that a lot, but no.
And I just claimed that I wanted to.
You're doing great.
Unless I did it, I'm going to get back and we're going to have
You are shaking a lot right now, and it's making me
I bought it
nervous.
for you. You know how you guys are secrets and been there for 3 years.
I don't think it was that good.
Now, again, you don't have a quarterback guy. Why is he a quarterback guy? What is he offering to do? What is he offering to do? He's offering to buy us. And I was like, at least, that's the price of this company. Well, that's something I've always had a true income right? At least this is what we call a promise, right? Promise is the first of the supposed to be extracted to be the So again, at the end of the day, you gotta call it that.
Michael, what have you been doing with your life all the way until April 21st? What have you even been doing?
I'll buy
I just
you
read
all
HEB.
top dollar, or you're gonna hide the loan.
Were you a cashier?
I'll claim
I was a personal
that
shopper.
part. And I
Wow,
will
I like
need
how you
that
looked
piece
around for a big applause there. You really thought the place was going to go crazy on that.
right? And again,
What is a personal shopper?
I think people place their HEB
now
online
we're
orders
together.
and then you go
Yeah, I
around
got
and
enough to
you
so
know,
this could be a
because
piece
it's
of it.
basically like you get to play supermarket sweep all day long.
It's like very minded.
You out there
The
running
problem
around. How about
is
your, the rest of your life? Do you have any hobbies or fun things that you like to do? So like the kind of guy that likes to go out and play Parcheesi with the strangers out on at a park. I like to play chess. Yeah. What else? What else?
I just want you to know that the sound is being
Oh,
done.
very good. Very good. World War II reference.
That's in the case. We would like to know that. And therefore, again, I go through the
What else
slide.
about
And
you?
at some point in time,
What's
whenever I
something
do
we're
those
missing?
things, so I can do stuff
Stuff
I
with
can
the jets and stand
and
up.
show that I'm not
I like to read, watch TV.
Listen, obviously,
Hell yeah.
you use coercion. Like that's
Just
just
read that
our
book
gun.
about the Lakers.
City reports.
ESPN the magazine, I believe that was.
Popular to like contemporary society.
You live with your parents, you have a pretty sheltered life.
To make it true. Like, so I love for the nice ones. I love for the nice ones. You know,
That's
but
the
yeah,
vibe I'm
I
getting.
can
Not
claim
with my
that's
fucking
fine.
powers. I
Stuff
think here,
But
parents,
again,
they're
that
pretty,
back
pretty tough
to
cookies,
having
right?
back
Know
to
that
the
their
guys
father,
that I was
school teacher.
at least put something
No,
back that coercion
yeah, in
for
what ways? Can you give us an
but again,
example?
that
Like
this is
something
not
you can't
rock.
believe
This
that they
is not
still
rock.
make you do.
Something happened. So let's say that would be the case. Okay, that's
Curfew or something.
that's let's go like that.
Like,
I'm
tell
ready
the
to go.
viciousness of your jokes. Why I'm able to tell this is because you write like a person who's like escaping from something.
Not just to me, a gift.
It's super religion. Like they keep you in the basement. They're like, you can go out for 2 hours on Monday between 8 and 10. That's it. And you better not get up to any ruckus. And you're out here just like,
Okay, so that's all, it's about two,
Yeah. Do you really? No, I'm just trying to go. What is it that you've ever got masturbating at home? Yes, I have. What was that like? Can you describe to us what that moment is?
I want you to write this down, my brother, and this part you need to go right. I don't know.
Tell us more about any answers to those. Do you dream about that? What kind of big workload were you in? What was going on in the kitchen? Just what
So that's a disease. First one on
you're in the crib.
definition of a hidden
I was
gift.
just in my room.
Like, don't say this is, go ahead and sit in the place of
She just straight up walks in your room when the doors are closed.
So let's say,
What type of position
so
were
let's
you in?
listen to
Were
it from
you
you.
perhaps bridging on your neck or something like that?
So such a gift is not considered to be a valid gift.
I was,
What's the definition of a
is
gift?
that how you said it though? You just like,
The first division is that after we give instructions to
It sort of
witnesses
seems like
to
you're
hide
sort of inviting
themselves
her
in
further.
light. The second version, ultimate version,
Get
is
out of
where I
this
don't tell the witnesses to write it in public. I fail to tell them to write it in public. If I fail to tell them to write it in public, that's called a gift reading. There's another one. That's what's called a gift reading. When I was stomach, so that's the left wing would be, let's say I just talked to you, like maybe, like similar maybe. I want to go out and give a gift to you. Don't write me a document. So I don't explicitly say hi, but I also don't explicitly say go write it in public. So this is according to the first approach, as long as I'm not telling them hi, then it's a valid gift document. The second approach, in order for
What do
it to
you
be a
think is
valid
the
gift
most
document,
vampire-like thing about you? You know us,
write
by the
the
way, his
document.
name is Michael
Tell you what to
Mandragon.
that makes it a hidden gift, and as a hidden gift, ultimately again, the gift is
That's a pretty vampire-y name,
and
dude.
also think about so yes, the idea of the gift is just innocent,
right in my face.
so let's go ahead and do it.
Michael Mandragon.
I'll run this out. Excuse me, what is this happening? It's obviously something. What is it that the Gemara says a gift essentially is only valued if it's public. The moment that you're trying to make it private, right? You're trying to sound like something fishy is going on. Therefore, again, it's going to be an invalid. Like, what is the definition of a private gift document? That's enough for this. First opinion, well, I tell the witnesses, hide yourself away and write it. Second opinion, well, I failed to tell them to do it. Okay, so two different versions, but in its essence, you can decide that not itself because for a second, everyone is in agreement that a private document, or just a secretive gift document, is going to be embarrassed.
Well, son, I found this leather book under your bed, and then I googled what it was. And a bunch of
As much
slurs
as
came up.
a secret gift
Alright.
is not valid, is not properly
Thanks to
considered
Sir
a
Colin O'Mara, everyone. Colin
what
O'Mara.
it does give us is it serves as an objection to another change. So watch this. I'm not talking about level. Not the things to my own authority. This thing is a brother that a private although
Colin O'Mara, everyone.
it's not as effective use of the basic after the children what's no God, is when you go and reference saying that something is coerced. Right? So what other thing is like this. A secret gift in fact is not effective to convey the gift to something that is recipient, but it is effective to serve as an instrument of objection to block or to prevent another transaction. So now this is better. Watch this. So that Papa said, by the way, Robert didn't say this explicitly, but this is the meaning from the following verse. This is the verse. The hook God, the ultimate condition is you know, you go to Mary, take Mary out. Oh no, they left us that no problem. I'm not going to get married. That's really too low in the past. It's just so over to me.
She said, I'm 12 years old.
He
said, baby, what happens when I'm fucking
right? So what happened? She says, I'm married you. It's signed over to all of you. I want everything.
Colin, you were just on the show, right? It was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, Karen, like right now.
You know,
Yeah, what happened? Remind everybody what happened during that
but you didn't sign over all of your property.
That's right.
I wish you only my way.
All the fans kept
So
hyping
you
James. It
were
was the best
all
thing.
the
My
costs
entire
you all
goddamn life.
the
I was like, oh shit.
It really was. And I saw him a couple hours later during the after party thing, and look at this guy more sober than anybody else in the room.
You came up because of football and other five shots. James, your reaction was you looked at me like a hotel.
Also, great
Yeah,
fish.
told you.
I'm really like, you grab the
You
knife.
didn't really try.
So you speak translate. The same thing very good colors. Yeah. What up?
I mean, yeah, I was gonna make sure that you didn't drive home. Yeah, that's what it was. I was gonna walk in
What
there. I
is
was
just
gonna
not fair?
walk
What
him over
about
to
the
the
fact that
hotel
this is
personally and get in that room. Maybe you were drunk right
The way this has
now.
not been discussed. You think there's up to that?
So, Colin, you drink like that every night?
It's become a problem since I quit my job for sure. Oh, yeah. I've been on like a 2-week bender. And there's no end in sight. It's
I'm
you gotta run to it. Don't join it. That's all I got. It's like, get rid of it. What are you doing? What are you doing? You know, why do I tell the homeless people on the street that I don't have
Right?
any
So
money?
he's
I'm
committed.
like,
He's committed to rock home. I'm going to give him my property. Fine, play with the current left.
knock it off. You
He's
know,
walking. He needs his son. Son says, Dad, how can you spend all the property to him? What about me? He looks at you like, so I said, so I let you move this out. You
Figures of your
have
own
to move
spin
the
off
Uber
podcast
you left.
channels over there.
The cost is too low. The cost is too low. So you're going to have to have two of us. She knows before that to be nice. Either way, let's see this side. I want you to write a document that says I can both donate my property to my son.
He's not even my type.
So you're going to get
Colin, so what else is interesting about you?
Like I said, everything's been a problem. I told my mom she's a big liberal. Alice Jones
Right,
is the
so
house
running
girl
a
for 2 weeks
TikTok
ago.
into
She was
son,
upset.
who
Unfortunately,
makes all of his
I
properties
said Alice
based
How does your mom even know we have guests on the show?
I told her.
He's telling me that this is will do this in private. Why is he doing it private? Why is he doing it private?
Alice Jones is like, don't.
Listen, no one
It's like, don't look at her. Like, she's very
right?
big in the
So
mass.
like that. So on one hand,
Because I think when I was on stage, she played
he's
upset
looking
something.
to
He
do
was
is
like,
property to
I
himself.
was like, fuck yeah.
That's what I'm not looking for now, right? Because
She's
I'm
gonna
not
be like,
looking
Texas
for
has changed.
He goes in and tells me it's his hideaway and good.
You were more liberal?
The customer. So this is what's on it. Arsenal plays well. Let's see. Now, here's what happens. It's the story played out. So the witnesses, anyway, wrote this document saying that we think there's no only property to say. The next day, what does he do? He signed documents giving away all of his information. Now, the didn't say what they said. Some point
Other than drinking, Colin, do you have any special
you know,
skills
I
or
don't know what, I
talents?
don't know when every kind of grew up.
I'm actually a smart kid.
Like what? Like what in school are you good at?
Everything really comes out. So what happens? They both do political better. On the right, one mark, and one mark. So I said, look, these candidates, you need to apply, right? You need to. Rockland doesn't apply the property every day, and the sun doesn't apply the property every day.
This is what the
None of the tons of something you think that you make other. So that's a special.
Hey, what's up? I just
So
want to thank
the
everybody,
push
especially
this,
God.
the reason must be the
Even though
following.
we be wearing
Did
like
Reuben
robes with other
give
dudes
to
and
his
shit.
son work? Did he give to his son work? No. Why not? Why not? It was a secretive gift document. As we established, secretive gift documents don't work. But what a secretive gift document does do is it serves as an objection to another transaction. And in this case, which transaction would serve as an objection to? The transaction is lost. So therefore, again, really, at the end of the day, no one walked through. I mean, it's not really true because if people did die, then essentially both documents would end up canceling each other out. It would be Yerusha. So the lights of our purpose is not looking at a side. So again, the gift to some doesn't work because it is done secretively. And a secretive gift document doesn't work. But what it does do is it serves as an objection to the latter transaction with Rachel and prevents her from acquiring the property. So let's say, here you see it, here you see it. The other saying you get the question when you see. Again, the reason for that is because, again, that it's a no-go. The secret of gift document is a no-go, is an objection ultimately against the latter with Rachel. As always,
Let's talk about like what the family, what the generational power you got from your father, family.
They needed two separate things. The reason why his gift to his son didn't work was why. Why didn't it work? It was like, why didn't that work? Why not? Because it was secret. He can't do the secret of knowing that. It doesn't work. So that's another thing that didn't work. Why didn't the gift that work? Why didn't it work?
What is on the Chris? Like a burning cross? It's like,
That was like,
that was this is like lines, like seashells and shit. Like,
How did your dad die? How did he die?
killed himself. Nothing to talk about.
Jesus Christ, man.
And that's why I was like, first time you got that.
How old were you
It was
when
like,
you did
again,
this?
it's we
Oh
thought
my God,
that the
it's
two
like
documents
first day
were connected. So even though the private perspective, even said, was it an effective document? But it was effective and it served as a no-go, as a sort of objection to the latter transaction with Rachel. Shmuel says, no, that's not what's happening over here. The two documents have nothing to do with each other. They're not interacting. You just both happen to be invalid transactions on their own. The gift to the son is invalid because it is a private gift document. And the gift to Rachel is invalid. Why? Because it's clearly coerced. Clearly coerced. Incredible. About Rachel, 9 minutes away. Really great. Not maybe from the so in our case, one party ultimately again. One party wants to be transaction. The other party does not want to transaction. Fine. So let's say, so not in law, not for the so what comes out is we privatize our secret gift documents. It's really very interesting. It's really good.
Yeah, you gotta be careful when you start
You
dying.
have to be willing
Really
to go
shoot
ahead
yourself in the foot.
and because if you're not willing to really come with something simply as if it's something that's not. Something is not right about that. And if I don't for the so again, the gift will be effective. Now, we have to circle back to our original question, which is what is the definition of a private gift? What is the definition? So listen, again, we have two versions. So listen, Brian Lou, some of mine. Now let's go back to this a second. What were our two versions of what is a private gift? The first version said, that I say to the witnesses, go and hide and write the gift. Second opinion said, I fail to help you to write it. The only way to write an effective gift document is to actively tell the witnesses, I want you to sit in the street and write it. I want you to sit in the shop. Yes. So they have to sit in the street. They have to sit in the shop. But part of my proper conveyance of the gift is actively telling the decision. What was that for me, I will say? The thing is, I just had two witnesses. Please write the document to know the gift. I didn't give them a soul. I didn't tell them to hide, but I also didn't tell them to go public. So, what is the status of such a thing? So now, Ravina will say, Memo from Love, 41A. Ravina on the low question, right? So Ravina is that in that case, the document is we are not, if I tell you that, sorry, if I tell you that, go and write it.
You don't have any missed calls from your
I don't explicitly tell them go and write it in the street or go and write it in the mail. I just give them generic. So Rabbi says, sorry, Rabbi says no function. But this is private. I'm not trying to get exactly. That's beneficial. The last is maybe that function is the same. But still needs to give explicit instruction to write That likely not given publicly, may be construed as a private matter. What's halacha? Re'esa kasher. So let's say the halacha is, in order for it, it's actually very interesting. The halacha is we are approaching. The halacha says that's a four essentially recognized like this. The definition, in order for a gift document to be recorded, to say good for you, your proper permission to give or the right to gift
You're out
document,
here, you're having
I
fun.
have
I've
to
seen you around the
explicitly
fucking the
witnesses,
seat the last
right
couple
to
weeks
the
out here doing jokes. You're
right
going
to the
in.
license, right to the so they don't have to write it for but they have to actually do what if I fail to explicitly tell them to do so, then it's public
So what's your plan? What are you gonna do?
look at our friend that just brings time. What's up, I see that. My friend says, the Roma, Mama, they have son of Lichtov is so hashtak. The calf armor lung. Kasua Bishutov, the Kasua Bikor. So listen together. The Rashbam says, in order for a gift document to be valid, it must contain the following verbiage. It has to say, Silver told us, Shimon and Reed, to write a gift document conveying ownership of this property to Ruvain, and he told us to write it in the street. He told us to write it in the shop. The document itself was explicitly contain that verbiage. Ramagav, the Omer Ella Pastor, was found Ramagav to so much of this is Shalom for the notice again, the way you pass it is that number one crystal secret. Number one, a private loan document is going to be effective. God, is going to be effective. There's no concern that why you keep it secret. The document itself must actually contain the verbiage that the witnesses acknowledge that the grantor, the giver, went ahead and told us to write this document in we can explicit verbiage. Only if it has an explicit verbiage, ultimately, again, is the document a valid vehicle of gifting. Right? No say. Tremendous. Let's start to read. Shkeka, what about? You're going to be the police and I said Shkeka. Zoom. Have a great day. I'm looking at you.
So there you go. We're gonna buy you a drink. You go over there. There goes Call It America, everybody. We're gonna keep it moving. Let's get another regular up here. What do you guys say, huh? All the way from Los Angeles, California. This guy's been visiting a couple weeks out of every month. It's always great to have him. He's a fucking beast of a comedian. Unbelievable roaster. Make some noise for the great David Lucas, everybody. Here he is.
Now's the best time to be black. The best time. This is the best time to be black. It's almost illegal to be a straight white male right now. I love being black. It's the best shit, man. Like I feel like I could slap a white baby right now. I be hearing babies grow on the airplane. I'm like, nigga, you got one more sniffle before I choke the fuck out.
All right, can I say good morning? Good morning. I'm good to rock. Good
I think I
It's
finally
different.
found out
It's
what
tough
a relationship
to be
was.
able to be
And
together
it's
every year.
because women
Learning
believe
together.
too much in
That's
their
how we
love
want to do
language
is
bullshit.
to see. And
Like, I hate going on dates and girls are like, what's your love language? Mine is words of affirmation.
Great to walk Hashem 47 of them taking up
And
that
acts
money.
of
There's a
service.
tremendous piece of like
What's
that moment
yours?
in that
Suck it
Russian
thick,
list that
bitch.
is rough.
That's my fucking love language. Some head. How about that? How about I force me? Take my dick and chuck it to the back of your throat.
Pushing themselves, so they got his
Is that an act of service enough for your ass?
so much huge precious moments on speech
All right,
time
man. Thank
that
y'all.
we had to spend learning Torah.
Showing how it's done. A new minute every week.
Back
Again.
and the next session
Jordan,
should be here.
welcome back, David Lucas.
What's up, Tony?
What you been up to?
Shit.
Hell yeah.
Just be discussing that
That
session.
jacket ugly
We're
as
through
fuck.
our hospital, discussing soldiers and discussing that session.
You look like a nigga
begin by thanking our sponsors for today, Baruch Hashem, to thank our annual commissary sponsor, the Tosin Mustafa, American Zor, dedicated all the Sherman Zofres this year as a special for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our commissary sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Dr. Linda Weinberg, and loving memory of her husband, Dr. Paul Weinberg's parents, Moshe Ben Avraham David, our machine become in memory of their parents, Jerome and Denise, coming on a dinner for Louisa David. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin, are very successful. As we talked about our cars, I told Jonathan's brother-in-law, Avi Tobias, in Edison, New Jersey, we're introducing him to the Shir that Baruch will continue to give all of us the strength, the wisdom, to continue to make our way through the Yam Shel. Thank Level H 11 time, and Shel. Hashem, one of our sponsorships. Very yourself. From me, both very yourself. Dedicated to the learning portion of the yard site of Greg's mother, Esther Levitan, Esther Bas Hershel, Rafa, and our day of learning, Valentina Days, in loving memory of her mother, Shiva Davidovich. Shifon Rafa, we hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, and Shem will have an aliyah and the family. Thank all of our sponsors for their incredible sponsorship, and all of merit, Talmud Torah, all of them come Shem aliyah, the families who will come up. So listen to these doctors quickly. There's really a lot of exciting Gemara ahead of us today. We left off on first test of the day. We left off on
How do you use a room? Do you
we
really
left
ever
off
go to the bathroom in the public restroom? What's that like for you?
third wide line towards our bodies. We might be the top. Remember again, when we look at this very interesting story of Pesach Yitzchak, right? So again, remember there's a Yitzchak. What did Yitzchak decide to do? Yitzchak decides to make a breakaway. Yitzchak made a breakaway. So it was never a blow. Right? In terms of just a general statement, right? They never end well. Anything that is started
Peaches the fruit. That's what everybody's shaped like.
So Yitzchak started a breakaway. But of course his breakaway was an issue. So his breakaway was on the zone. So again, it's a good way. There's really no one else in that range. So it was fantastic. So his breakaway was on the zone. And of course, again, if you're going to have a real this guy, and this guy becomes his host. So now we have been discussing who is this guy. So the concept is says that he was from the Yudan ladies. So remember again, how did we get to all of this? We got to all of this because in the Laws of the Characters, we're trying to figure out where a father fits in all of this. So the last piece we left off was your son, and after your son, your father. Part of that was because you know what? It turned out that Mishpachas Av is really Mishpachas Ein Mishpachas. Father's family is called Mishpacha. Mother's family is not called Mishpacha. So we want to try to change that here because by his time, he was appointed as the color in Michos Shul. So it says he was a Levi and from the Levi. So we're trying to just over here is he actually was a rather what happened. His name was Levi. Then we challenged that his name wasn't Levi, his name was Jonas. His name was Jonas. So a lot of let's say, in life, when you don't stand for the right things, you have to really identity. The identity you keep in this world, everything you keep in this world is based on the fact that you stand for the right things. So there's a reason why no one knows to do. Again, we go through this reaction with but notice is that because I mentioned this in the video.
He didn't give what you deserve. He said he went to Fouliard. That's pretty good. That's good.
David, what else is going on?
AT&T Center this Saturday.
Finally fixing the Wi-Fi there. What's going on? What are you doing?
AT&T Center San Antonio next week.
Which is pathetic in itself. This thing is something but it's simple enough for us to no one is ever going to remember these people. They're meaningless.
Anything else, David? What else is going on? It's been a while since we've seen you, right? Last week,
I can't remember anything.
Standing for anything that's endless.
D-Madness. He never forgets a face.
It's like no one ever tried to figure out what that was emotional. That emotional. But we get all this emotional life because when you stand for
Now it's hanging out with Brendan Shop in the crib. Does he make you work out all the fuck?
Instead,
Yeah, I mean, he makes people like eat healthy and do shit, right?
so it's constantly what we do. But this individual, he played a major role in changing the narrative of his language.
How many of you want to see these guys have a picture?
And what do you stand up for? And what are the things that are about
Hold on, Mitch has some weird disclaimer he wants to do.
That's what it means in shotgun first. You see watching this? Okay. Alright, so message starts. What was here?
I love it.
We got a good talk for our life.
In honor of the last comedian, they're shotgunning one straight to the face.
We need a pocket knife. I know something.
This guy is holding his lower son. He's holding us because sure, links into amnesia. So the Gemara says, as long as amnesia was also unfortunately amnesia was raised in the so a number of years so the idea over here is you connect bad people with bad people. And bad things tend to attract other bad things. So here's what the community says here. If I need help for I know, so this is this passage. Passage from the lucky place. So the passage talking about here, I don't know what focus. I don't know what focus is one of the sons of God. I don't know what focus. Essentially, he didn't believe in the focus. But what he did, talking about his daughter. Really wants that back. And I don't know what focus is say more. He's trying to claim himself as king. Claim himself as king. Becomes really hard. Really hard to be wrong. And then tries to take advantage of the opportunity to claim himself as the king. So it's interesting. It says the guy really spoke for us. And very well that focus was also very good with him. But say about how Hashem. He was born after Hashem. Now let's say, now when you look at that passage, what does it say, right? It says that very well that focus and Hashem are maternal brothers. Right? Well, I'm not sure that actually in Shin Bible, like saying that they're both one of the same, he was born after Hashem. Well, I don't know if they saw this, Hashem, and never. Hello, also nice Hashem, the word of Malchus, for us in Hashem. So they said, rather, since Antonio, after the sale, so what does Hashem do? So just like Hashem goes against the Father, Antonio, so the pasuk is linking the actions and behaviors of Antonio with Hashem. So they both rebel against God. So we say this is testament to this concept that Allah for the so that behavior attracts other bad behavior. And bad people attract other bad people. And that's why it's so important that our actions don't bring reality just for our immediate self, but they send out almost energy. That energy itself attracts other light energy. And so we have good energy, so it attracts other positive energy. So we have negative energy, so it attracts in other words, the only guiding Adam, the only guiding Adam, we talk. This is the universe of
It is quite like we have an excuse for not being able to do push-ups. Tony only has a push-up 13 failed, but he still probably can't do 25.
Yes, some men will be
I mean, we all have things that even though they're only 6 inches long,
that the name
because
of
built like a fucking T-Rex over there. I'm doing push-ups, he only went down 3 inches each time.
Now, what was established is that he was the descendant of Moshe Rabbeinu. Send the Moshe Rabbeinu. As the Gemara said, the Yashim Yashim, send the Moshe Rabbeinu. So now this is the Gemara says, first you should always be careful about literally being connected. Because this is what she's talking about. He didn't marry. Moshe married Yisrael, and as a result of that, what's happening? You have some many names. You have many names, you have some names now. Listen, but you don't have any names.
Oh my God. All right.
We'll be right back after these messages.
This girl was excited. This girl also
Wait, is that another white stereotype I didn't know about? We don't wash our hands and then we don't make any casseroles. That
Wash my hands.
I take a photo for you guys.
Our white guys know about washing their hands at every meal. Next year, I know you guys are going for it. I gotta go pee now. That's our biggest sin. Not washing our hands.
David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen, a monster. Out there, doing it, living the dream. Exhausted all the time. He's our man. On to the next one we go. You guys having fun out there? Alright, this is a fun name. Put your hands together for Festive the QB. Festive the QB. Alright, here comes Festive QB.
So what the man she just mean that she has other man so again, it's like again, you don't choose the family of one to if you don't just
One more time for Festive QB, everybody. Here he is.
and the truth is, and each family doesn't really there's certain nucleus that's embedded in the DNA of family that comes out in different ways. And by the way, I just want to point out, this comes out in the positive as well. Eventually, people are positive uses our see what I think he's I don't think he's more less than just understand that what we do as institutions not just for ourselves, but the actions we engage in create certain realities, certain markers, and the spiritual that manifests itself in generations. Right? Just understand. The decisions you make today have implications for your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, and going forward. And I want to say, a lot of times you can't walk that back. You can't walk that back. So I do something. Here's the interesting part is for me, whatever I do, I can shoot for. A lot of times the implications we do for our families, those are things that walk back. Listen, you know this, right? I make a mistake in front of my children, and the truth is, I can't walk it back. It's fascinating, right? Without being me, whatever I do, I could be about sugar. And for me, sugar has
Okay, I'm gonna stop you.
my Zucchinos into Zucchinos. I think I'm like, that's me. What's my actions have impact on other people? You cannot walk that back. I think that's real sensitizing. And when I engage in certain behaviors, they imprint on my familiar behavior. But to a certain degree, you can't walk that back. It should cause us to live life that is responsibility,
Festive QB, that's Festive QB, everybody.
what I
That was
do
his time.
is not just about
This is
me.
very exciting. I'm gonna be honest with you, Festive. Everybody in the room thinks I went terrible. I absolutely loved it. I gotta be honest with you, for someone to sign up for this show after learning English on the way here is absolutely incredible. How long have you been in America? What the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah, one of the names of this spell is PTO. Why is it called PTO? It's just the fact that before I go to Zara. It's kind of like, hey, you call the fact that you actually find a person. You ask yourself, I think you know about it. I think the person like this, but you're not supposed to remind you about shit.
Kosovo. Okay, and you live with your Kosovian family? Really? In Texas? In USA? Alright. 10 years. This is still in your response.
You don't remind people of their past transgressions.
Oh my god, you're being serious.
I
live in USA. I just drive truck. I never learned anything or do anything. Wow.
You could get the squares when you want to be videos like that, bro. There's a way that this numbers and there's someone
Somebody just dropping something off an ATV and you decide to swing by.
okay, it's going to be part of his life.
Absolutely. love your style. I even wrote down an entire joke of yours as it happened. Want to sign up for gay? Mine is fearful.
He was doing so with the
Ain't wrong.
so therefore, again, it's a covenant.
That's true.
It's a
That's what I do.
So
I'm a secretly
again,
gay.
you put this slow, not just the
I've been gay the whole time, but I keep it in secret. We all
So
like
the verse is that low. Says the verse says no, no. So Lord, I see you. No, no, you didn't come from this road. Rather, you came from the system of Moses. No, it is only came from Yosef. What was unique about Yosef? Was saying Shatite Yisro.
Vincent QB, is that your real name?
So in fact,
So you escaped Kosovo, you came by yourself. How did you pull that
why
off?
he called me
Kosovo is a war-torn region, I
Yosef
guess.
was in
Yeah.
fact
What was it like when you left there?
Masses will come to Negi Israel, Negi Israel. So Yosef constantly fought against his Yitzhak. He was on the 13 so first we started at Hashem and took off the So once again, Yosef is constantly tempted by the life of Potiphar. But he constantly fought back against that desire. So the Russian of the
You've been driving trucks this whole 10 years. 6 years. And you listen to podcasts, you know where you're at right now?
Struggled with his
Wow. How did this happen? And you always, have you ever done comedy before anywhere?
You need to struggle against it. When does the fight against it?
Where were you doing it before? Just on your stops?
It started last night. It was all right. It was let me take it back.
Alright. Is there a specific thing that you take off around the country? Other than a bunch of gibberish? So like a specific thing that you try
I'm sorry? This is just me. What is it one is here? The schedule for that building is governed by the mother. Right? The mother should just see it, right? Listen to this. So you want to find that. It's technically solid. Our basic formally taking the wind out of the sails over there. Right? So here, for us, on the day after your difference, the Gemara is giving us our section of idea. The battle begins again. We'll see, it's one of the most frustrating dynamics we have to encounter. This whole piece of us have an overwhelming cathartic
So, Vincent, what's your love life like out there on the road?
Most frustrating thing
Like
is,
you do? What's it like out there?
the desires are back, the wants are back, the lusts are back, the Sahara is back, everything is back. Yeah, that's the way it works. That's the way it works. When you first these are the little bit of oasis of spirituality. But the agenda for today is to be the most TL and to become the kind of people who will fight to this. So what's the good news?
Did you say you can carve it?
You got
You
this.
can
The
carve
good news is
it.
we got this. We
Where
know
I
what
said I'm constantly carving into
ready,
pieces of wood instead of
strong,
having it.
both
And then we masturbate all
paper,
over it.
shown up so it's
What are you talking about? When's the last time you got laid? You get yourself any grade A corn-fed American pussy yet? No, you haven't had sex with an American woman? Oh, so you have. Okay, it's all very confusing when you don't know what American English. So when's the last time you had sex with a woman? Where was that at?
Incredible. All right, so much at the end of the day, so what's interesting is once again, almost like a little bit of meteorological ambiguity about so it's
What does your wife do for work?
descendants from Yosef. Now, all we know is maybe Yosef here. So, but again, just to show that those interpretations can go both ways. Which is the most and how much fucking nonsense. Yet, after Jesus went ahead and killed Zimri, the other tribe was disparaging him. He said, "You said that you desire, and so you can help you go on all that desire. You already messaged him to Israel. After Jesus killed Zimri, he was a prophet. The other tribe stepped in and said, "Who are you? Who are you? This Zinda is fattening up cats for our own Israel. Who are you to take the life of one of the tribal princes?" That seems to be the descendant of Israel. Papa was yours, 110. Right? So now, click yours. Ella,
ela e a senhora se sabe da ela e a voz de menino, e uma pequena who was descended both from Yosef and Yosef. So there are two possibilities. If his maternal grandfather, his maternal grandfather was from Yosef, then he may be Imam Yisrael. His maternal grandmother was from Yisrael. Yeah, both Imam Yisrael. If his maternal grandfather was from Yisrael, then he might be Imam Yosef. And his maternal grandmother ultimately again was from Yosef. So the idea is he's descended from both. He's descended from both from Yisrael as well as from Yosef. Because if you think about this is the whole personality makes so much sense. Remember again, this rises up in the middle of essentially the spirit of the Lord, how early the Jewish learned to sing. In Husband's out for the and remember the pain of this when sin is the Republicans have done, and there's a public act of immorality which husband will be in our cases. In order for men to us to them both, in order for us to do this, what we need to do, number one, we need to be able to resist sin, like so many other men were doing. But really that strength comes from. That's from him from yes. And then why do you look like your own father? What I'm trying to figure out. Stand up against evil. Where that comes from. I have a 7-year-old looks like R2. What do you want? Sense that you're a wild, wild man. I like your style. A lot of people, they fucking, this, that, different shapes and sizes. You coming out here really barely having any grasp on how to speak the language. It is mind-boggling, your heart and your soul. Resist the temptation of immorality and stand up against the trend of immorality.
I will buy that book right now if it's on Amazon. It's a
right book called Captain Harris. That increase in the community.
Tell me where to go. I'll do it right
now. And your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. This is what I know that we have input on the parents and our parents. We don't think that we have a parents and the strength that they didn't in their life, the moral clarity, the spiritual fortitude, things on the spiritual DNA, and allow us to do what we need to do in the long term. Let's go back there. Dekinami, say, you can also tell, so it's interesting that this works why? Because the Russian of the Pasuk is that Yisrael was descendant, and you did know. You know this is what? Taurus. Which indicates that there's this duality in the world. That there's the Yisrael of Yisrael, and then there's the Yisrael of Yisrael. Oh, no, let's a little more on this topic. I want to be sure that she talks about that. Very interesting. Before you marry a woman, check out her brothers. Check out her brothers. שנאמר, וייקח אהרון אס האישה והחס, אמירתיו אחוז נפשו. Because the passage that Aaron got married, he married Elisha, the brother of Aminadab, and who was this brother of Nachshon. In other words, Elisha was the brother of Nachshon. Right? Nachshon ben Aminadab, right? He goes into the answer first. That was Aaron's brother. So why does the Torah have to tell us? Because the Nachshon Shema Bas Aminadab. Any of that was naturally. So what is it telling you that Elisha is the brother of Aminadab? I know that Elisha is the sister of Nachshon. So why do you have to spell it out? Which the Gemara says, Omar, Matam, Omar, Achos Nachshon Mikran, Shanosi Isha, Zara Shiyibdo, Ba'afa. So let's say, see what's written. You know your woman, you should check out her so much funnier right now than you were the 11 minutes before. Very much before by what she sees in the letters. So the Shia is assuming that she likes it, but she looks up to the letters. It would be interesting to see the
qualities
All right, Festive, you're a wild man, dude.
the hierarchy of the qualities she has are the brothers.
You bought
So
it?
therefore, again, certainly like that whole law.
I charge
In
it to my
case that
sister.
other interpretations as well, but like the kind of
All right,
so
Festive,
it's
we're
kind
gonna
of
keep the
low
mic back
funny,
in the mic
low
stand. There he
like
goes, this American
so
Phil
most
Tony
sons
debut.
are like the mother's brothers. So nice that right? So ultimately again, no by the majority of sons are like the brothers of the Lord.
How many of you remember Rihanna
So
for
remember,
earlier, huh?
when
Not
women
easy.
is
Not easy to do,
like
even
choose
if
your
you
brothers,
speak
what the thing of
English.
reference
Your
she
next
has.
comedian goes by the name of Israel Garcia. Everyone, here we go. Israel
Because
Garcia.
that's what she saw. No, I don't think it's like a mystical piece of it. I think it's just like a passion. What's it? It's a same way. It's the same way. Right? Initially, I didn't have parents. I don't have parents. Again, that sometimes goes well and sometimes goes poorly. Sometimes as we progress, we recognize things that we have to stop doing. Like sometimes we learn the opposite, what to do, what not to do. Right? But at least initially, ultimately, again, you learn what to do how you grow up. So again, how does it end up after these for sons? She saw her brothers, she saw her mother, and her brothers. So that's the assumption of this. The Gemara says most children are going to be like the brothers of the mother. Okay, and what's that trying to point out? This is not like a tough, of course, you have to feel that what is what happens again, the mother doesn't come to the best time. She doesn't want to raise her kids like her mother. Okay, obviously, everybody has choice about how to raise their children. But the idea is always like the default is like this. So Mother goes like, by a student. So again, back to Pastor Micha. Back to Micha. By a student. Some of them were supposed to see and watch this. Now the Gemara goes on, the Gemara says it's fast. Now, what happened over here, somebody was there was a group that came from God, and they decided that they wanted to hire Jonas for them. Like, apparently, Mika Bakery, shooting incredible success. John launched part of this. So they go, and they go to try to hire away Jonas. They want to hire away Jonas. So they come to us, and it was a jet ready for this thing. So they say to Jonas, they say to him, "Me the alone. Who brought you here?" Asking Jonas, "How did you get here? Not ata osef hazeh. And what are you doing with all of this? Not lefan kol. And listen, what are you doing? Malachapah, what is it for you here?" Now listen. Now listen to this. So what he was intrigued by is there wasn't a question. They asked him, "Me the alone. Who brought you here? Not ata osef hazeh. What are you doing with this? Malachapah kol." So what's that question? Is two words. Hello, hazeh, kol. So the Gemara says, they said to Jonas, "Ask me, Moshe classes." There's a sentence. Moshe, they will pursue them. Tikra halom. So it says a little bit about the word for you. Moshe will have step and put in the bush. He tells him, "Do not come any closer." Hello, that's a play on words over here. Lav Moshe causes to sit day. Master are you not to accept the Moshe? What is in your hands? Lav Moshe causes to sit day. The atap ho, a Moshe so what's that? So essentially, shot. Like, you want to hire him. But what happens? What happens? How does grandson become a whole level of so I like constant clear level. How can you supposed to use together? Okay, you're doing great. You're shooting for the
Awesome. You guys go all around America.
You are the best 25
And you do stuff like that.
Let's be clear. Right here's the offer letter. We want you to double the salary. Everything. But just out of curiosity, how does grandson of Moshe become a 25 so I'm gonna go ahead. time with the language and the
Joe, you
African
won
so
in
Jonathan
15
says,
years. I don't think you
the
use like
truth is,
one short
and
joke
this
lasts
because
like
of one
20
of our
seconds, so we
people.
follow all of our
What
minds.
is
And
it,
you're
what
like,
the Moshe
now
always
I
said?
get it.
The only master of the Asmer Yavod Zara, the Ayitzarik
But it's so long. It's a,
Zayda always said, it is better now,
have you
okay,
ever thought about
obviously,
perhaps trimming the
somebody
size of these
wasn't paying
setups?
attention to Zayda's words, but watch this. Zayda always said, Zayda Moshe always said, that a person should sooner hide himself out for Avodah Zarah and not rely on him. And that means don't rely on others. Don't rely on gifts. Don't rely on people's kindness or charity. Do whatever you can do in order to be self-sufficient. And even if that means you hire yourself out to idolatry, that's what I said. Rashman points out from Restream. Rashman points out that what Yonasan was telling these guys was, hey, you don't have to believe this stuff. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. It's a case
Fucked up. You ever got
That
biggest
is
mistake you ever made? You ever got
and then I said, well, this is the kind of like this is kind of so that this is the only option I have for myself. So my only option is this or rely on handouts. And at the end of the day, Zayda always said, better to go ahead and hire yourself out to idolatry than to rely on people. That must not be because by the way. Whoa, what did Moshe actually say? This Savar, Avodah Zarah Mamish. Now, he interpreted these words as literally Avodah Zarah. The one that is not Avodah Zarah. Rather, what the Moshe would say, Ella, Avodah Zarah means what? Avodah Shezara Lo. Hire yourself out, even if it's something that you think is and look like Avodah Zarah means strange work. Strange work or Indian work. And again, what Moshe was saying was, take any job you can get, but be self-sufficient. And even if that job is also produced for dignity, or made by lobby beneath your dignity, take it, because there's nothing more important in this world than being self-sufficient. Not push without the shita, the shaka in there. Better to skin a carcass in the marketplace and make it out of flesh. And don't say this is music my dignity, right? I'm super this everywhere. So Moshe says this is incredible, by the way. So Moshe Rabbeinu will say, Moshe Rabbeinu always said, the Olam Yaski us Adam Asher Yavod Zara by starting for Dios. We can't do. Even if it's
Shannon D. Sims, everyone. Shannon D. Sims. Next up comes Tony.
and felt that Avodah Zarah was actually Avodah Zarah.
Here we go. Make some noise for Shannon Sims, everyone.
David Shelah, Gabi, Shalom Alchem, that's where I watch this. Fast forward a little bit, so you understand, apparently he had a couple of different jobs here and there, and then he decided to become a Balshida. It's then we play, so a Balshida.
Do you guys have
that
family weekends? Makes you drink anytime. I just might
so the nice thing is when you come to that, you become
we get into it at family
Davra
function. She's
Nala,
like,
King Shra Davra Shemamo Chagamot, the Osher, you know our Osers. I have these all like the Davra
sometimes I'll smoke my bitch.
Very much
He like,
as
turn on the sound, I'm gone.
Because
I know last time we had a family function, she was having a play date, and they were arguing over who's going to be the drink.
didn't want to accept anyone's name was. There was a certain level
And sadly, she was like in power, so she was like, you cannot be
somebody
the
was
drink
such
because
honest
you are wrong.
and integrous,
I don't know if you guys ever been
like
this,
an integrous person, right? That Lamaisi go and hire him as treasurer for the American World. Right, Shneimar, Shivua, Ben Gershom, Ben Menashe, Nugget Alahosos. This is great. So Shivua, the son of Gershom Ben Menashe, was in charge of the treasuries. He's Shivua Shmo, what's it, this guy? It's incredible. Like, his name's not Shivua, rather, what's his name? Yehona's son. Finally, we settled on a name, Yonasan, and now he has a new name, Shivua. What's his name is that? His name is Yonasan. And we open on Shashav Lekel Lechobi. So it's like, Shivua is like beautiful. Shav Lekel. So let's say that's the end. That's the happy ending to the Yellowstone story. Yellowstone, because like I said, Philip Morrison was listen to all of these name changes. Yellowstone has changed to what it is.
It's too bad there's not a
And that is
rainbow
a
ranger
beautiful,
for you know,
that is a
in
beautiful,
that
greatest
There you
in
go.
the world.
Thank you.
Shannon
She
Neeson.
might start as
What do
Lady,
you exactly
and
need to
then
be
Lady
trouble?
becomes the younger son, and then in
Wow,
Yellowstone
so there's
becomes
special needs children. That's like twice the trouble. Children and special needs.
The part that warned me into this story
What do you
is
do?
that
Like
it
you
ends up
teach
his
them?
life
Like
as
how does that
sugar.
work? What do you do?
He ends up his life ultimately again as about sugar. He
Okay.
possesses
All right. Is there anything special you have to
and
do?
he
You have to like
possesses
tap
the
them with
power
their helmets
to
or
engage
something
in
like that?
comprehensive
Hey, keep paying attention.
I
You'd be surprised how often I
and
have
the
to
Holy Son, who is the coin's brother, However, the Zora becomes the Shukura, who is one of the most trusted guys in all of Should you want to do it? Alright, back to narratives. Dabal Masa'af. Dabal Masa'af. So let's say so, yeah, no, we're going to do that. Dabal Masa'af. One of the narratives is Dabal Masa'af. So let's remember, so that we established by the way, just by the way, before we established that a father doesn't have a son. Now, what source for that is you have a couple of different sources. Like when I said this is the Republican that now in inheritance years, that Allah when I said son is a first position inheritor, a daughter is a second position inheritor, and then if there are no children of the deceased, ultimately again, it's the father who then inherits. That's what we think for now. Again, we'll see what I'm going to get not this, we'll get the complete list. Next, Rabban Sahab, sons inherit their father. Says we don't know. So we'll say this is fancy.
So,
We don't know
Shannon, what's something
yeah, but
interesting
for
about your
us,
life? Tell
so
us about
too.
you.
But of course, a son inherits a father. And the Gemara says, okay, what's the passage? What's the passage? So here we go. So the Gemara says, what's the passage? We all say, Ish Kiyamos. What's the passage? So the passage is, Ish Kiyamos, Ukein Ein Lo, V'Agarti Mesnachavas Salvito. So it's yesterday's guy. And if a man dies, and he doesn't have a son, so you will transfer his property. Right now, that's the not property. Estate. He transfers his estate ultimately to his daughter. So the Gemara actually, what do you see from there? Time of day, no ben. You used to give the daughter because there's no son. Al Yish lo ben koden. But if there is a son comes first. So what's that? So this is fascinating. Because what the Gemara is actually saying is, it doesn't appear from this approach that there's actually a pasuk that says a son inherits his father. Rather, again, since it says if a man dies and he doesn't have a son, so the property is equal to his daughter. There is a son. The son is the first. Says the Gemara.
That's cool. What else?